Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 71, Battle against Nyarlathotep. Alex didn't have time to react when a sinister, unpleasant voice sounded behind him. It was like the screech of a fork on glass mixed with a whisper from the darkness, a sound so horrifying that it was hard to describe. The voice sent chills down his spine, like a living nightmare that had come for him. Alex felt something wrap around him and suddenly pull him somewhere. The last thing he saw was the worried faces of his family rushing to help him. He wanted to stop them, but he was dragged into a strange portal, and the cry calling his name was the last sound he heard before the portal closed. Alex was swiftly pulled through a strange place, as if being dragged through a rainbow where all the colors swirled in a chaotic vortex. The sensation of being forcibly pulled through a portal was impossible to describe. But more than anything, Alex felt anger and rage. Anger at himself for losing vigilance, which he always considered his number one rule, and rage because the enemy attacked when his family was nearby. "Let's see who you are, the one who dared to extend your tentacles into this world," Alex thought, looking down and seeing that he was entangled in a strange tentacle. The tentacle gave off an unpleasant sensation, as if something was trying to penetrate his mind, whispering disgusting thoughts. But Alex shrugged it off, accustomed to his own thoughts, which had often warned him of dangers before. He was pulled through another portal, and Alex forcefully tore the tentacle apart, gaining his freedom and splattering everything around with black, murky blood that looked revolting. Faint voices whispered from the blood, as if murmuring directly into his ear. "Disgusting," Alex muttered, burning the blood around him to get rid of the irritating whispers. Looking around, he saw that he had arrived in a place difficult to describe. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying, as if he stood on the edge of the galaxy where everything and nothing existed simultaneously. Surrounding him were hundreds of lifeless planets, seemingly dead for many years. The only sun in this place appeared so dim it seemed like it was about to go out, like an old light bulb. The stars shone with strange rainbow colors, appearing close yet unreachable. The entire atmosphere was bleak, as if someone had drained all life from this place, leaving only an empty shell. Alex was ready for battle, expecting the enemy who had brought him here to attack at any moment. He gripped Yamato tightly in his hands, ready to unsheath it at a moment's notice and cut down any creature that would dare attack. Scanning his surroundings, Alex didn't lose his focus. All his muscles were tense, preparing for the upcoming fight. All the enemies he had faced before seemed like mere weaklings compared to the one who had brought him here. He searched for possible escape routes in case the situation turned out to be more dangerous than he anticipated. "Do you think you can escape, young embodiment of destruction?" the same unpleasant voice echoed, seeming to whisper directly into his ear but coming from a distant place. "Instead of hiding in the dark like monsters that scare children, you should show yourself," Alex said, slightly unsheathing Yamato with his thumb. "Ha ha ha. You compare me to that petty trash born from children's nightmares," a mad laugh shook the space around him. "You have no idea what I'm capable of," the disgusting voice continued, echoing from the darkness. "I know who you are, Nyarlathotep," Alex said, furrowing his brow and naming the suspected enemy. "You are both right and wrong," the sinister voice began to emanate from one direction. "So I guessed correctly that you are only a part of the original Nyarlathotep," Alex said, waiting for a reaction from the creature hiding in the darkness. The mad laughter echoed again, coming from the darkest corner. "You're smarter than you seem, young destruction. But you still won't escape," the sinister voice now sounded much closer than before. After the creature spoke, a silence fell, thick and unpleasant, as if all the sounds in this bleak place had vanished at once. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of something sticky and slimy approaching, as if the creature hiding in the darkness was both walking and crawling simultaneously. Hearing these steps, Alex tensed, gripping his blade tighter, ready to unsheath it and strike at any moment. The creature drew closer, and each second stretched on like an eternity. From the darkness emerged a strange, deformed leg, with muscles writhing like worms squirming beneath the skin. When the creature fully stepped out of the darkness, Alex realized that even Lovecraft would have been unable to fully describe what he saw. No words could convey the horror of this being, so revolting that its mere presence made a person want to gouge out their eyes and erase their memory to forget this nightmare. Before Alex stood an enormous, dark creature whose body seemed to consist of an incomprehensible substance, beneath which millions of worms swarmed in an endless dance. Nyarlathotep, a creature without a definite form, both many-faced and faceless at once, like its creator Azathoth. The being that emerged from the darkness was one of its avatars. Its body was enormous and deformed, with limbs growing from the most unexpected places. Behind it, tentacles wriggled as if they were separate organisms, and instead of a head, there was a large tentacle crowned with a mouth full of sharp teeth, positioned vertically. "So, Abdul Alhazard was right when he described you," Alex said in a tense tone, seeing Nyarlathotep's avatar in all its horrifying glory. Ah, that little man who wandered in search of truth. I granted it to him, and he was able to record it in his book, but like all those before him, he eventually fell victim to madness, Nyarlathotep replied in a sinister and indifferent tone, as if it were an ordinary matter. Why did you invade this world? Alex asked, never taking his eyes off Nyarlathotep. Do I need a reason to destroy a tiny world and plunge it into madness and chaos? Nyarlathotep replied in a calm tone that sounded ominous. Should I care about the lives of some insects that are like dust to me in this infinite universe? Their lives are but a moment to me. The moment I close my eyes, everything that was before me turns to ash, Nyarlathotep continued. Then why didn't you do it yourself and instead manipulated Erebus from behind the scenes? Alex asked, trying to gather more information and buy time. Isn't it more fun when someone asks for help for a so-called great cause, only to see everything they sought to achieve descend into madness and chaos in the end? Nyarlathotep replied, bursting into mad laughter. Alex narrowed his eyes, watching the behavior of the creature he couldn't fully understand. Yet, at the same time, some of Nyarlathotep's actions were predictable. It seemed as if it was avoiding something, unwilling to fully reveal itself. After all, if it truly wanted to plunge the world into madness and chaos, it would have descended itself and become part of the group of losers. Something's wrong here, this creature shouldn't be behaving like this, Alex thought, observing Nyarlathotep as it laughed maniacally. It feels like it's hiding from someone or something, a thought flashed through Alex's mind, gaining more and more sense. Alex's thoughts began to take shape. He surmised that Nyarlathotep's scheme was both simple and cunning. Alex glanced around and realized why the planets and the sun looked so lifeless, as if all life had been drained from them. Nyarlathotep had consumed everything possible to strengthen itself. Nyarlathotep stopped laughing and stared at Alex as if he were prey it could not wait to devour. And what will you do now, young embodiment of destruction? Nyarlathotep asked, his gaze burning into Alex. I'll kill you and go home, Alex replied, which triggered another bout of laughter from Nyarlathotep. How many beings before you have wanted to kill me? How many heroes have uttered those words? Nyarlathotep said, ceasing his laughter and speaking in a cheerful tone. None of them succeeded, and I devoured them all. You only encountered those who knew nothing about you and were afraid of your appearance, Alex responded, unsheathing Yamato. You're right, young destruction. They knew nothing. But what you know about me won't change the fate that awaits you, Nyarlathotep said, ignoring Alex's threats. If I don't try, I'll never know if I can kill you or not, Alex said, pointing his sword at Nyarlathotep. I'll give you the chance to struggle before I consume you. Show me what you're capable of, young destruction, Nyarlathotep said as dark miasma began oozing from his body, distorting the very fabric of space. For ruining my peaceful life, you already deserve to die, Alex said, preparing for the attack. Alex pushed away all unnecessary thoughts, focusing on distracting Nyarlathotep so that he wouldn't notice one small but important detail behind him. He took a deep breath and prepared to strike, waiting for the right moment. What are you waiting for? I've given you a chance to attack me, Nyarlathotep said in a mocking tone. Alex ignored the taunt, concentrating on his task. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, appearing at Nyarlathotep's head level, striking to deliver serious damage with the first blow. There were no records of weaknesses in such beings, but Alex assumed that since this was an avatar seeking to absorb the power of destruction, it must be significantly weaker than the original, giving him a chance to win. Alex struck swiftly, hoping to sever the head or the tentacle replacing it. He felt his sword pierce something, but before one of Nyarlathotep's tentacles sent him flying, he realized that he hadn't actually cut the creature itself. The blow had been blocked, but Alex still flew a considerable distance. He squinted, trying to figure out how Nyarlathotep had avoided a strike capable of slicing through space itself. What's the matter, already given up? Nyarlathotep mocked. Those who fought before you lasted longer. Alex pondered the reason for his failure. He felt he had landed a hit, but it seemed as though he had cut through something else, unrelated to Nyarlathotep's body. Now he understood that every mistake could be fatal. He decided to test his theory and attack the tentacle again. If it didn't work the first time, do you think it'll be different the second time? Nyarlathotep continued to taunt. Alex once again felt his sword pierce something other than the enemy. After the failed attack, he didn't wait for Nyarlathotep's response but quickly retreated, continuing to analyze the situation. It seems my assumption is correct. Instead of merely distorting space, he's shifting it, creating the illusion that I'm attacking but causing no harm, Alex thought. That's the second time, and another failure. Is this all you're capable of, young destruction? Nyarlathotep said disdainfully. Why don't you use your power of destruction? Oh, I forgot, you can't. Instead, you rely on petty tricks, he continued. Alex realized that Nyarlathotep hadn't seen how he defeated Erebus, giving him a chance for an unexpected strike. Alex charged toward Nyarlathotep, confidently dodging the tentacles that sprouted from dark corners. As he got closer, he saw a smirk on his enemy's face, but he didn't let it distract him. Let's see if my theory is correct, Alex whispered, swinging his sword and aiming at Nyarlathotep's leg. Instead of striking in front of him, he aimed behind the leg, feeling the resistance of flesh. The theory proved correct. Nyarlathotep was indeed distorting space, shifting the blows. Alex exerted all his strength, gripping his sword with both hands, and severed the avatar's leg. Nyarlathotep, who had previously scorned Alex's feeble attempts, suddenly felt pain. This sensation, long forgotten but not erased from memory, resurfaced. He remembered the moment when the original Nyarlathotep inflicted similar pain upon him when the avatar defied him. The pain, humiliation, and disdain he had experienced then came flooding back into his consciousness. Alex teleported to a safe distance and began to watch Nyarlathotep closely, anticipating his next move. The hostile being no longer spoke a word, merely staring gloomily at its severed leg, from which black blood slowly oozed. The severed limb soon turned into a viscous, black liquid that, as if alive, crawled back to Nyarlathotep and merged with the wound. Alex bitterly realized that he had missed a rare opportunity to inflict serious damage, and now he would have to put in much more effort to achieve a similar success again. Don't get too proud, young destruction, Nyarlathotep said mockingly, growing a new leg and turning to face Alex. Your first successful attack doesn't mean you've won. If I was able to wound you once, I can do it again, Alex replied confidently, preparing for the next attack. The games are over. Now I will consume you. Nyarlathotep's voice grew even more sinister, and the power emanating from him began to increase, intimidating with its might. Dense black miasma poured from Nyarlathotep's body, engulfing everything around. The concentration was so high that it seemed as if the world had been plunged into eternal night. The sun dimmed, and the stars in the sky vanished. Alex tightened his grip on his blade, waiting for the enemy's first move. However, Nyarlathotep, merging with the surrounding darkness, vanished from view. You won't have a chance to escape now, Nyarlathotep's voice echoed from all directions simultaneously. Alex felt as though he had gone blind and deaf, as everything around him was enveloped in absolute darkness and silence. Only the sound of his own breathing and the sight of his hands reminded him that he was still perceiving the world. Alex strained all his senses, trying to detect the opponent, and began using a magical pulse as echolocation to locate Nyarlathotep. Suddenly, Alex felt movement from one side and turned sharply to block an attack, but there was nothing there. The next moment, he felt a sharp blow to his back, and blood spurted from his mouth. Alex looked down and saw a tentacle protruding from his body. Damn! Flashed through his mind as he tried to sever the tentacle. But before he could do anything, the tentacle began to dissolve, and a scream full of pain came from the darkness. Alex suddenly recalled the properties of his blood. I completely forgot about the properties of my blood, he murmured, healing the wound. Alex realized that there was no longer any point in holding back. Nyarlathotep had already been wounded by his demonic blood, which could corrode and melt everything in its path. Acting quickly, Alex reached into his subspace and pulled out one of his inventions from the workshop. He crushed a box, and a strange white crystal appeared in his hand, glowing brightly in the pitch-black darkness. Do you really think your toys will save you? Nyarlathotep's raspy voice sounded. You foolishly invested your power in the abomination you gave Erebus. That allowed me to create a crystal of order that will help contain you, Alex said, and the crystal in his hand began to shine even brighter. Do you think this will affect me? Nyarlathotep clearly did not believe in the power of the crystal. Runes are an amazing thing. They are like the words of the world itself, allowing one to alter reality if you know how to use them, Alex replied. If I were facing the original, I wouldn't dare use this thing. But you're just a pitiful avatar, and that's enough to keep you from escaping, Alex added, and the crystal began to shine so brightly that it started dispelling the darkness. You still can't escape me, you're trapped here with me, Nyarlathotep's enraged voice echoed. I wasn't planning to run. Now you're the one trapped here with me, not the other way around, Alex said, crushing the crystal in his hand. At that moment, a blinding light burst from the crystal, dispersing all the darkness around and revealing Nyarlathotep hiding within it. Nyarlathotep experienced something long forgotten, pain. Burns began appearing on his body, and the wounds looked as if his flesh was starting to melt. Alex smiled with satisfaction, realizing that his invention had proven useful. How is this possible? You shouldn't have such power. Nyarlathotep screamed, struggling with the pain. I don't possess it, but with the runes, it became possible, Alex replied calmly. That changes nothing. I'm still stronger than you and will destroy anyone who cannot use the power they have. Nyarlathotep roared with malice. The fact that I haven't used it before doesn't mean I can't use it. I always knew that the power of destruction is dangerous to those around me, and I subconsciously suppressed it to avoid harming those I care about, Alex said, and the ocean of power within his body began to rise as if awakening. Pitiful excuses for a weak being who needs attachments and emotions, Nyarlathotep sneered disdainfully. You'll never understand that because you're just an avatar allowed to live and nothing more, Alex responded, ignoring the taunts. And now I no longer need to hold back, he said, unleashing all the power available to him. A powerful surge of energy burst from Alex's body, pushing Nyarlathotep even further back and driving him into the corner of the space created by Alex with the Crystal of Order. Alex focused, determined to summon something that would help completely destroy the being before him. He planned to call upon the power he had begun to feel in his soul after he first explored his strength. Alex opened his palm and raised it above his head, as if calling upon something mighty. Nyarlathotep realized something dangerous was happening but couldn't stop Alex, as he had not yet adapted to the territory that limited his chaos. Seeing that Nyarlathotep was still recovering, Alex knew it was the perfect moment to act. "Answer my call, Demon King's Castle, Delzojade," Alex announced loudly, and an even greater surge of energy erupted from his body. Behind him, the space began to crack like glass, revealing a strange structure resembling a massive dark castle. The powerful force following the castle created a mana hurricane that was destroying the very fabric of space. "Let's see how much you can endure before your body and fragment of your soul disintegrate," Alex said, activating the spell he had been preparing since arriving in this place. Above Alex, purple lightning began to appear, forming 10 magical circles that rose one above the other. These circles started to merge, creating one enormous circle radiating a power capable of destroying everything. "I won't allow it," Nyarlathotep roared, using spatial and reality distortion in an attempt to destroy Alex's magical circle. "It's too late. I started preparing the spell the moment you dragged me here, gradually gathering power while you were focused on me," Alex replied, releasing an even greater surge of mana. "Let's see if the avatar of the outer god can withstand a lightning capable of burning everything that exists, even order itself." "Ravia Gig Ravaraz," Alex said, pointing his hand towards Nyarlathotep. A massive purple circle towering above the battlefield began to glow brightly, and streams of lightning began to fall from it like rain, destroying everything in their path. The previously dim space was illuminated by the lightning, obliterating everything they touched. Nyarlathotep, trying to stop the spell's activation, missed the moment, underestimating Alex and not realizing that Alex had been preparing for this battle since he received the first crystal of corruption and began searching for a way to counter it. The lightning struck Nyarlathotep's giant body, which soon vanished under the torrent of purple bolts, leaving nothing behind but charred remains and a tentacle that served as a head. "You should have destroyed me as soon as I arrived in this world, instead of waiting until I gained strength," Alex said, his voice echoing in the silence. His steps in the empty, ruined space sounded like an echo as he approached the remains of Nyarlathotep. "As parents often tell their children, don't play with your food. You yourself helped me start exploring my power when you gave one of the chaos crystals to Erebus," Alex continued, getting closer to the fallen enemy. Alex's steps remained confident and steady, despite the energy expended in summoning Delzojade and using Ravia Gig Ravaraz. It was enough to severely injure the avatar of the outer god. "You wanted to amuse yourself, thinking I wouldn't be able to harm you. But from the moment I learned that this group of misfits was being aided by someone from outside this universe, I began preparing for a battle with enemies possessing power similar to yours," Alex said, stopping beside Nyarlathotep's remains. Nyarlathotep didn't respond, his body healing and being destroyed under the impact of the purple lightning, preventing him from fully recovering. "Like many powerful beings, you became arrogant, believing that nothing could threaten you, that everyone you played with was just dust before you," Alex said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling the smoke through his nose. "But I was weak myself and understand beings like you. All my actions were aimed at lowering your vigilance. Since the moment I arrived in this world, I never used my destructive power openly. And when I learned who was hiding behind the scenes and assisting Erebus's group, I started learning to use it in a way that wouldn't destroy everything around me," Alex said, taking a deep drag and blowing the smoke towards Nyarlathotep. "Your fatal mistake was bringing me here, to a place where I can fully use my powers," Alex continued. "Maybe you're right, but you still haven't won," Nyarlathotep rasped, his body beginning to slowly recover, ignoring the damage inflicted. "No, you've already lost. Even you can't escape destruction," Alex said, a long dark sword starting to form in his hand. Nyarlathotep saw the sword and realized that the power contained within it was the embodiment of destruction. He knew he wouldn't survive a strike from this sword. This sword is called Venusdona, the Lawbreaker. It embodies the essence of destruction. It can annihilate everything that exists in the universe, any laws of nature and principles, and even the chaos within you," Alex said, moving towards Nyarlathotep. Alex approached Nyarlathotep, raising the sword above his head, ready to finally destroy him and begin his journey. "Even if you had consumed me, you wouldn't have surpassed the original, because he wouldn't have allowed it," Alex said, swinging to deliver a fatal blow. However, at the last moment, his hand froze, sensing danger behind him. "You're right, a copy can never surpass the original," a mysterious and mystical voice said from behind Alex, sending shivers down his spine. "Who's there?" Alex exclaimed, spinning around sharply and pointing his sword in the direction of the voice. "Don't shout, my dear destruction. If I wanted to harm you, I would have already done so," the enchanting voice replied. Suddenly, Alex felt thin, cold hands wrapping around his neck. A shiver ran down his body as if something was trying to invade him but was immediately destroyed by his power. He tried to turn around to see the owner of the hands, but there was no one behind him, and the hands had vanished. "You're right, a copy can never surpass the original," the enchanting voice said again, this time from the direction where Nyarlathotep's body lay. Alex tightened his grip on Venus Dona and turned around, tensing at what he saw. By the massive body stood a strange woman in a black and violet dress that shimmered as if alive. Her hair flowed down like a dark waterfall, blending with the shadows. Alex couldn't see her face, but something told him that the woman was extraordinarily beautiful. "Who are you?" Alex asked, aiming his sword at the stranger. "You already know the answer, my dear Destruction," the woman replied, slightly tilting her head. Her face was covered with a strange black mist that obscured her features. "You, the original," Alex said quietly, gripping the sword even tighter. He noticed that the area of order he created had no effect on her. "Correct," the woman, who turned out to be the true Nyarlathotep, confirmed. "But how are you here?" "Your true body is locked in chaos with Azathoth," Alex frowned. "I'm surprised that you even know that," Nyarlathotep said, turning to Alex before disappearing. "You're right, this is just my projection, manifested by the presence of my avatar here," her voice echoed behind Alex. "But how do you know all this?" Nyarlathotep asked, wrapping her arms around his neck again. "Lovecraft wrote about guesses and theories," Alex replied, trying to suppress the strange feeling from her touch. "Ah, Lovecraft. An interesting man who managed to peer beyond the veil and remain sane, and even wrote something about it," Nyarlathotep said, reappearing next to her avatar and sitting on it. Alex realized that he was facing something unpredictable, the embodiment of pure chaos and madness. At that moment, he couldn't quite grasp what was going on in the woman's mind. While the behavior of the avatar could be anticipated, the thoughts and actions of the woman before him were entirely unpredictable. The avatar of Nyarlathotep had been silent since the appearance of the original, and Alex guessed that the original had regained control over the avatar, or perhaps had never lost it and was simply observing. "Why are you here? Do you also want to consume me to gain the power of destruction?" Alex asked, pointing the sword at Nyarlathotep. "Oh, my dear, why would I want that?" she replied, pretending to place her hand on her cheek. "Like your avatar, you want to surpass Azathoth, and for that, you need my power," Alex guessed. For a moment, Nyarlathotep seemed taken aback, then burst into melodic laughter as if Alex had told the best joke in the world. But her laughter boded ill, instilling only madness in those who heard it. "You're so amusing, my dear. I never wanted to harm Papazathoth. I'm not an ungrateful daughter," Nyarlathotep said as her laughter subsided. "Then why are you here?" Alex asked, keeping his eyes fixed on her. "I just came to see who was fighting my avatar. And how surprised I was that it was the embodiment of destruction," she replied in a relaxed tone. "And what now? Are we going to fight? Or will you let me go out of the kindness of your heart?" Alex squinted. "Who knows, dear? But I will be waiting for you at Azathoth's throne," Nyarlathotep said, leaping down from her avatar's body. Alex widened his eyes, not understanding what she meant or why he should go to a place where there is nothing, yet everything at the same time. "I have no business there," Alex replied without hesitation. "Oh, dear, if you had no business there, you wouldn't be rejecting me," Nyarlathotep said in a feigned sorrowful tone, making a gesture as if wiping away a tear, but the black mist on her face made it impossible to discern. "And yet I have nothing to do in primordial chaos, let alone at Azathoth's throne," Alex said firmly, rejecting her offer. Nyarlathotep placed a finger on her chin, as if pondering something, rhythmically tapping it and humming a melody. The melody Nyarlathotep hummed strangely affected Alex, as if wrapping him in magical charm. However, the power within Alex served as a reliable shield, preventing anything from penetrating his body. "Then I'll give you an incentive to come after me," Nyarlathotep said in a cheerful tone, as if she had come up with a clever joke. "I don't think you'll succeed," Alex replied confidently. "Are you so sure of that, dear?" Nyarlathotep asked with a playful mockery. "If I send all my avatars after you and your so-called family, even those currently asleep scattered across the multiverse, how long will you be able to run from me?" Nyarlathotep said with a threatening tone. Alex narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the sword, ready to attack the woman before him. "And then we'll see who lasts longer," Nyarlathotep continued, slowly approaching Alex. "Will you be able to track each of my avatars, or will you come to me yourself to stop it? It will be interesting to watch you," she added, gently placing her hand on Alex's cheek and stroking it. "Finding hidden places has always been my favorite task," Alex replied calmly, pushing her hand away from his face. "We'll see, dear. Then we can call it our wager." "It will be interesting to see who loses first," Nyarlathotep said with a smirk, standing before Alex. Nyarlathotep stood so close to Alex that it seemed he could hear the sounds of drums and flutes emanating from the dark mist surrounding her face. However, these sounds vanished as quickly as they had appeared, like a fleeting vision. Here's a little welcome gift for you, Nyarlathotep said, stepping back from Alex and pointing at her avatar, which began to swell. What have you done? Alex shouted, noticing the changes in Nyarlathotep's avatar. This is my gift to motivate you to come to me faster, Nyarlathotep replied. Alex realized she was about to explode her avatar, and if it happened, the entire galaxy he was in would be destroyed. The avatar contained enough energy to obliterate an entire galaxy if released in an instant. If he couldn't stop or at least contain the explosion in time, it would be the end. Damn it, Alex cursed, rushing towards the avatar. Hurry, dear, you have little time left, Nyarlathotep encouraged him as if she wasn't the cause of it all. Alex swung his sword at Nyarlathotep's projection, slicing through it like butter. The projection began to disintegrate. Oh, dear, you're so rude. But we will meet again, I promise. For now, good luck saving your world, Nyarlathotep said before her projection completely vanished. Alex used all available powers to reinforce the zone of order, aiming to trap the explosion in that place and prevent it from spreading. He even used the castle as a shield to prevent the destruction of his world. When Alex applied all possible methods to contain the explosion, he realized it wasn't enough and used the force of destruction on the barrier to obliterate everything that the explosion carried. Exhausting his last reserves of strength, Alex managed to reinforce the shield enough to contain the explosion. He erected another barrier around the avatar. As Alex finished, the Nyarlathotep avatar, which had previously been swelling like a balloon, began to compress, forming what seemed like a supermassive supernova. Alex thought that a simple solution would be to throw this avatar into another galaxy or even universe. But that would risk the lives of innocent people, which he did not want. At that moment, Alex wished he could confront the original Nyarlathotep, but he knew he didn't have that opportunity yet. And when the avatar's body compressed into a small black sphere that started cracking and emitting light, Alex realized the explosion was inevitable. He stood outside the barrier, hoping that the two barriers would withstand the explosion's force. A powerful explosion erupted, shattering the first barrier and beginning to spread through the zone of order, lingering within it and not spreading further. However, the shockwave was so intense that it destroyed the space inside the barrier, and Alex was thrown into one of the cracks formed by the explosion. Not again, Alex thought as he was pulled into the spatial rift and lost consciousness. After Alex was absorbed by the spatial rift, the castle began to vanish like a mirage. But the explosion that remained within the barrier started to dissipate, as if nothing had ever happened. To be continued. Chapter 72, A New World and Another Encounter with the Old Men. In a distant, mysterious place, so remote that it could be called both the end and the beginning of all things. This place lies beyond reality, time, space, life, and death. Legends of some ancient worlds mentioned it, but even they couldn't capture its full enigma. Here were born those who brought madness and chaos, and here was imprisoned the one who appeared alongside order. Some called this place the end of everything, others, the center of the universe. But no one truly knew what this place was or how to reach it. Only a few lucky souls managed to peer beyond the veil of secrets to behold it, but perhaps they were unlucky souls who met their doom. Those who sought the truth and dared to look beyond the edge of everything found themselves here, facing disappointment and death, for this place tolerates no weakness. Only a few managed to return, retaining their sanity, but even they were on the brink of madness. At the center of this strange world stood a black platform, supported by a creature resembling a tree. Perhaps it was a tree, somehow surviving here by feeding on the energy of the place's inhabitants. Now, it served as the foundation for a peculiar structure. Around its roots danced horrific creatures, eyeless and voiceless, dark and mad, to the sinister beat of drums and the soft, monotonous sobs of cursed flutes. Above them, like a shadow, loomed a massive platform that seemed both near and unreachable at the same time. On the platform stood dreadful, terrifying thrones, meant only for those as horrifying as the place itself. The thrones were arranged in a semicircle, allowing those seated on them to view whoever stood in the center. Among them, one throne stood out, a simple stone throne etched with strange inscriptions in forgotten languages. This throne seemed out of place here. Beside it stood another throne, constantly shifting in form and texture. On it sat a girl, so beautiful that her beauty could drive entire worlds mad. Her long, form-fitting dress shimmered with colors from other worlds, invisible to the human eye. The girl's pale skin contrasted sharply with the throne, and her black hair, like a waterfall, merged with it, sparkling like stars in the night. Her eyes glimmered with a rainbow light, constantly changing, but from one eye, a black, pitch-like tear flowed, leaving a trail on her cheek. Slowly raising a slender hand that seemed almost boneless, the girl wiped away the blood flowing from her eye. She looked at her fingers, and a smile appeared on her face, a stark contrast to this place. Her laughter, like the chime of bells, echoed through the dark and terrifying world. Pausing, she continued to smile, gazing at the blood on her fingers. "Ah, my darling, who would have thought you could wound me through my projection?" the girl said, touching her cheek as if it didn't matter. She began to swing her legs, her mood turning playful, as if she had found something she had long been searching for. Even being so young and weak, you still managed to wound me. I'll have to reward you at our next meeting, my dear, she added, gazing into the distance as if trying to see something beyond this world. The place once again plunged into silence, a silence capable of driving anyone mad. But for the inhabitants of this world, the silence was the most frightening of all, for they feared what might happen when everything around them went quiet. Only the faint sound of flutes and drums echoed from below, like an eternal lullaby. How I wish I could visit him, but it's not time yet, the girl said with sadness in her voice. But we have a bet, and when he meets one of my incarnations, I'll be able to visit him. Her voice shifted to joy, and a smile reappeared on her face. I wonder if he'll be happy to see me, she mused, placing her hands on her cheeks. She continued to sit on her throne, pondering thoughts known only to her. No one could guess her thoughts, for they were the embodiment of chaos and madness. Maybe I could visit him if I create another avatar, she mused aloud. Or should I go myself? Her smile gleamed again. You wouldn't mind, right, Papazoth? She asked, turning around. You can't, it's not time yet, a child's voice echoed from the shadows. The girl turned her head and saw a little girl in a black Lolita-style dress sitting on one of the thrones to her left. The girl's hair was snow white, and her eyes were a strange yellow color, as if they could see everything, past, present, and future all at once. When did you appear, Yog? The girl asked, addressing the girl sitting on the throne. I'm always here. I will be, and I will always be here, Yog replied. And why did you choose that form? The girl asked, curiously examining Yog. That's none of your business. And you can't leave this place, Yog said indifferently, ignoring the question. But why, Yog? I'll only be gone for a little while, the girl pouted in feigned annoyance. Those are the rules set by father before he fell asleep, Yog replied, pulling out some strange snacks resembling candies from the human world and popping them into her mouth. You often leave this place yourself, don't lie to me. If you never left, you wouldn't have those candies, the girl said, pointing a finger at Yog. I don't know what you're talking about, Yog replied calmly, tossing another candy into her mouth. The girl's eye twitched with irritation. She rose from her throne and approached where Yog was sitting. Then where did you get those candies? She said, getting closer and pointing again at the packet in Yog's hands. None of your business, Yog snapped, hugging the candy packet tightly. The girl narrowed her eyes, closely inspecting the packet, and it seemed as though something dawned on her. I'll ask you one more time, where did you get these candies? The girl demanded, snatching the packet from Yog's hands. Little Yog frowned, and the space around them began to crack, like glass. Give me back my candies, Nyarlathotep, Yog said with clear irritation. The cracks widened, and dark miasma started seeping out. But Nyarlathotep remained unfazed, firmly holding the packet in her hands. The miasma flowed around her like a river encountering a stone in its path. First, tell me where you got these candies, and I'll return them, Nyarlathotep said, not taking her eyes off Yog, whose face was now filled with anger. Their gazes met, and an invisible battle began. The two girls stared at each other with the intensity of old enemies, and time in this place lost all meaning. Give up, Yog, you can't win, Nyarlathotep said without blinking. Yog grumbled, pulling out another packet from her pocket. But it turned out to be empty, with only one candy left at the bottom. Yog frowned, her face taking on a sad expression that only made her look cuter, although those who knew her true nature would hardly call her cute. Looks like your clever move wasn't so clever after all, Nyarlathotep said with a smile, shaking the candy packet in her hand as she looked at Yog's sullen face. Yog glanced back and forth between the last candy in her hand and the packet held by Nyarlathotep, clearly struggling internally. If you want them back, just tell me where you got them, Nyarlathotep insisted, continuing to provoke Yog to tell the truth. Yog kept glancing back and forth between the candy and the packet, clearly contemplating. He gave them to me, Yog quietly admitted. What did you say? Nyarlathotep leaned in closer, as if she hadn't heard correctly. I said, he gave them to me. Yog shouted, snatching the candy packet out of Nyarlathotep's hands. Nyarlathotep's eyes narrowed as she frowned, scrutinizing Yog, who had already hidden the candy and was pulling out another piece from her pocket. Who gave you these candies? Repeat that, Nyarlathotep demanded insistently. Destruction, Yog muttered, turning away. Nyarlathotep's face darkened even more. She had just declared that no one could leave this place, yet she had clearly found a way around this rule. You said yourself that I can't go to him. But you went and got these candies from him, and apparently, more than once, Nyarlathotep said, staring at the now still Yog. It's not like I went to him. I can go to him, or I already have, or maybe I haven't yet, Yog replied, spreading her hands as if nothing had happened. Your tricks don't work on me, Yog. If these candies are in your hands, then you definitely went to him, Nyarlathotep said coldly, keeping her eyes fixed on Yog. Yog turned away, avoiding Nyarlathotep's gaze, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Her silence was an answer without words. Nyarlathotep tensed, clenching her fist, and the space behind her cracked, revealing a gaping void of black emptiness. However, Yog remained unfazed, closing the crack with a slight movement of her hand. The action elicited no reaction from Nyarlathotep, who continued to stare intently at Yog. "If you could go to him, then so can I," Nyarlathotep declared resolutely. "You can't go to him, and even more so, you can't leave this place without my permission," Yog responded calmly, narrowing her eyes. An invisible battle of wills began between them once again, but this time, it was Yog who initiated it, clearly unwilling to back down. Nyarlathotep sensed something was wrong. Yog's new form, the candies from him, it all began to fit together. Nyarlathotep smiled, not breaking eye contact. "I think I understand why you changed your form," Nyarlathotep said with a smirk. Yog merely raised an eyebrow, not saying a word, waiting for her to continue. "You knew that if you approached him in your true form, he would attack you. But you decided to exploit his weakness for children by changing your appearance," Nyarlathotep continued, confident in her deduction. "And so what?" "At least I can visit him," Yog replied, a smug smile crossing her face as Nyarlathotep frowned in response. "But he won't see me as a hungry child in the future," Nyarlathotep retorted, trying to regain her confidence. "But I can still visit him anytime, and you cannot." Yog demonstratively pulled out a candy from her pocket and slowly placed it in her mouth. "We'll see how he reacts when I tell him your true nature," Nyarlathotep smiled, attempting to pressure Yog. "It won't change anything. He already holds only disdain for you because of what you did. And I haven't done anything to him yet," Yog spoke as if she had already won the battle. "He will forgive me," Nyarlathotep replied through gritted teeth. "Who knows? But considering you disrupted his peaceful life, it's unlikely he'll forgive you. Especially after you blew up your avatar in an attempt to give him a push," Yog shattered Nyarlathotep's last hope. "I had to do it, otherwise, he would never have come here," Nyarlathotep tried to justify herself. "He would have come here when the time was right. Your actions only turned him against us." Yog looked at Nyarlathotep with the seriousness of someone who knew more than the others. "It doesn't matter. When the time comes, he'll learn everything." Nyarlathotep turned away and headed towards her throne. Yog watched her back and shook her head, realizing that Nyarlathotep was too impatient. Their father, as he fell asleep, predicted the arrival of destruction, which would either disrupt the balance or strengthen it. Nyarlathotep's actions could have shaken this fragile balance. Yog returned to her thoughts, pulled out the remaining half of the candies, and wondered when she could visit the embodiment of destruction again to replenish her stash. What happens in the primordial chaos stays in the primordial chaos. But what happened to Alex after he was thrown into a spatial rift by the explosion? Alex found himself in an alley in a foreign world. He regained consciousness as raindrops pattered against his face. A feeling of unbearable exhaustion, as if all his strength had left him, took hold. His clothes were soaked with blood from the wound left by the outer god's avatar. Alex struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall. An interesting experience, he thought, trying to stay conscious. "But I never want to go through that again," Alex muttered as his eyes slowly closed. "I hope everyone else is okay and not too worried," he thought before losing consciousness. After Alex passed out, the alley, once filled with noise, returned to silence, broken only by the sound of rain. Time passed unnoticed until a woman with an expression of deep loss on her face entered the alley. She walked as if unaware of her surroundings, paying no attention to the rain soaking her clothes. With each step, she looked more and more broken, like an empty shell devoid of hope. Her head was down until she bumped into someone's legs that blocked her path. Slowly raising her eyes, she saw a young man in strange clothing soaked with blood, with a noticeable hole where his wound had been. Without understanding what compelled her at that moment, the woman slowly approached the unconscious man, knelt beside him, and reached out to check his breathing. "What happened to you?" she thought as she felt the pulse of the young man. Finding weak but steady breathing and a pulse, she felt a bit relieved. She was about to leave when she paused, taking in the state of the stranger. An inner voice told her that she couldn't leave him here. Slowly, almost unconsciously, she reached out and brushed the hair from his face, realizing how young he was. At that moment, memories of recent tragic events overwhelmed her. "When we needed help, no one helped us," the woman whispered, looking at the young man's face. An internal struggle ensued within her. One part of her wanted to leave him there, as she had once been left, while the other wanted to help so that no one would go through what she had experienced. "I hope I'm not making a mistake by helping you," she quietly said, deciding to lift him. The woman carefully draped his arm over her shoulder and, with effort, managed to lift him. Realizing how heavy the young man was for her, she sighed with relief when she remembered that her home was nearby. Overcoming her doubts, she carried him toward her apartment, wondering why she didn't call an ambulance or leave him there. These thoughts swirled in her mind until she reached the door of her apartment. Slowly opening the door, the woman struggled to drag the young man inside, nearly falling as she lost her balance. Grabbing onto the door frame, she regained her balance and, after pulling him into the apartment, looked around, wondering where to lay him down. Where should I put you? She mumbled, surveying her small apartment, which didn't even have a separate room. Her gaze lingered on the bed, and sadness overwhelmed her again, bringing tears to her eyes. Wiping them away, she decided to lay the young man on the couch, where she usually fell asleep after a hard day's work. After placing him there, she finally examined his face closely. "What happened to you?" she whispered, looking at his torn clothing. When the woman touched the spot where the hole had been, she noticed there was no wound, only dried blood. How is this possible? She wondered, pulling her hand away. Her astonishment grew as she examined his strange attire, a black cloak with white patterns, an inner part that resembled a corset, black pants, and boots. The clothing might have looked impressive if not for the hole in the abdomen and the bloodstains. "Perhaps I should wash off all this blood from you," decided the woman, noticing that not only the young man's torso but also his face was covered in blood. She went to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and soaked a cloth. Returning, she wondered where to start. It's probably best to remove the outer clothing first to clean off the blood, the woman decided. Carefully removing his cloak, she was surprised to find that the hole was also on his back, stained with blood, although there was no wound. How is this possible? She marveled again but decided not to dwell on it. After removing all the outer clothing, the woman was surprised by what she saw. "You're in better shape than I thought. It doesn't show through your thin body," she murmured as she laid him back on the couch. The woman slowly began wiping the blood from the young man's body, carefully moving the cloth across his skin as if afraid of causing him harm. During this process, she noticed something she had missed while undressing him. "Where are his implants?" she muttered, noticing that the young man's body was completely devoid of implants. "This can't be. Even children have implants, but he has none," she said, placing the blood-stained cloth in the basin and starting to search his body for at least one implant. She felt over his entire upper body but found no trace of any implants. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she realized that the young man before her was unlike any other resident of this city. He looked as though he had come from another planet, and this thought proved to be true. The young man was not just from another planet but from another universe. "Who are you if you have no implants?" she whispered, examining his body closely. "And what happened to you to end up in such a state in this alley?" the woman pondered, and more questions began to arise in her mind. While the woman cared for Alex, who had lost consciousness after the battle and found himself in an unfamiliar place, his consciousness was in a familiar place. "And here I am again," thought Alex, looking around and recognizing the place where he had met the old man who sent him to another world. Alex instinctively reached into his pocket but found nothing. His hand froze as he realized he couldn't feel what he was looking for. "This is your spiritual body, and all your belongings remained with your physical body," said the old man's voice from behind him. Alex turned around and saw the old man he hadn't expected to encounter again. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the one who had sent him to another world. The old man smiled and approached, stopping beside him and looking ahead. "Long time no see, son," the old man said, smiling and turning his head towards Alex. "Well, long time is a tricky concept. It might feel like I just left and came back, or maybe a lot of time has passed," Alex said, raising an eyebrow. "Or perhaps there's no time here, and the concept of long time is simply irrelevant," he continued, reaching into his pocket again for cigarettes. The old man just smiled at his words and didn't offer any explanation. Noticing Alex reaching for his pocket again, he just shook his head. "You smoke quite a lot, son," remarked the old man. "Oh, forgot again," Alex sighed wearily. "How was your adventure?" the old man suddenly asked, causing Alex to freeze in surprise. "Overall, not bad, if you ignore the interference of someone who shouldn't have been in this world," Alex replied with a shrug. "You're so carefree," said the old man, watching his behavior. "I'm more interested in whether you knew that someone intruded into that world," Alex asked, frowning. "Why should I answer if you've already guessed?" the old man replied, looking at the frowning Alex. "Well, I knew it wasn't going to be that simple," Alex said, his face relaxing. The old man was surprised by Alex's calmness. Usually, people become angry when treated like this, so he decided to ask why Alex wasn't upset. "Aren't you angry about what I did?" the old man asked. "You gave me power and sent me to another world. Why should I be angry?" Alex replied, surprised. "But because of me, you had to face the avatar of Nyarlathotep. You wanted a peaceful life and asked me for the power you now have," said the old man, waiting for Alex's reaction. "If you did it, then you knew how I would act. You could say I owe you for my power and the chance to live a new life," Alex replied as if it was a minor matter. The old man was initially taken aback, then started laughing, not as if laughing at a joke, but as if laughing from relief. "You continue to surprise me, son," said the old man, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "Well, it's either that or working in hell," Alex shrugged. "Though, if I had started working in hell, I might have taken your other son's place," Alex continued, stroking his chin, and the old man's eyes widened in surprise. "You would have wanted to take Lucifer's place in hell if I hadn't reincarnated you?" the old man asked, astonished. Why not? Isn't he currently in one of the worlds, bothering a detective? Alex replied, shrugging again. This response caused another bout of laughter from the old man. Yes, you're right, he's on Earth now, trying to sort out his feelings for Detective Decker, said the old man with a fatherly smile. Alex and the old man fell silent, enjoying the tranquility of this place, which was serene and peaceful, like the most beautiful corner among many universes. However, Alex had one question brewing in his mind that wouldn't let him rest. Old man, Alex said, drawing his companion's attention. What is it, son? The old man replied, turning his head towards Alex. Why did Nyarlathotep say she would be waiting for me at Azathoth's throne? Alex asked. The old man paused for a moment before answering. Sorry, son, but I can't answer that question right now, the old man said in an apologetic tone. So you can't answer yet? Alex murmured, stroking his chin and sinking into thought. His thoughts revolved around why the old man couldn't provide an answer. Suddenly, an ancient legend popped into Alex's mind, which also contained a prophecy that led to many events. You can't tell me because, hearing it, I might try to avoid my fate, but subconsciously I would still move towards the event that would lead me there. Like with Odin, when he was foretold to be killed by Fenrir, Alex speculated, finishing his thoughts. That's right, I'm sometimes amazed at how easily you deduce these things, the old man said with a kind smile. It's just obvious conclusions in such situations, Alex replied, also smiling. So why did you bring me here, old man? Alex asked, looking at his companion, who was now clearly trying to find the right answer to this question. Alex watched as the old man pondered, and at that moment he reached for his pocket again, realizing once more that his cigarettes weren't here. All he could do was resign himself and wait for the old man to provide an answer. To be continued. Chapter 73, New Encounters. Alex watched the old man, who had fallen silent after his question. Deciding to use this moment, Alex looked around, as he hadn't had the chance to really take in the place last time. He scanned the surrounding space, looking for anything to focus on. The ground beneath his feet was snow-white, not so bright as to hurt the eyes, but more like the first snow, soft and soothing. Above, stars twinkled peacefully, as if they were living worlds filled with life. This entire place felt like the starting point, the place where everything began, a workshop where the old man created his greatest masterpiece, life. I wouldn't mind staying here longer, Alex thought as he gazed at the stars shining in the sky. It's a shame that others can't see this beauty, he muttered. Alex continued to stare at the stars, lost in his thoughts, momentarily forgetting everything around him. This was exactly the peaceful life he had dreamed of. The only thing he regretted was that his family wasn't here. He wished he could show them this beauty. I see you like it here, son, the old man said, having finished his contemplation and noticing the peaceful expression on Alex's face as he continued to look at the stars. It's truly a beautiful place. It's so peaceful here. I wish my family could see this too, Alex replied with a smile, not taking his eyes off the distant stars. Indeed, because this is where it all began, the old man confirmed, also looking up at the starry sky and smiling at his creation. For a while, they stood in silence, enjoying the view. Then Alex lowered his head and turned his gaze to the old man, who was smiling peacefully as he looked at the stars. I'm not here by chance, am I, old man? Alex asked, drawing the old man's attention, who now lowered his head with the same peaceful smile. Correct, I need your help with some things, the old man nodded, confirming Alex's words. And what exactly does that entail? Alex raised an eyebrow, showing his interest. I want you to save several worlds from destruction, the old man replied calmly, waiting for Alex's reaction. Alex placed his hand on his chin, lost in thought. Several scenarios crossed his mind as to why his help might be needed and how it could lead to the end of a world without external intervention. If possible, I'd like more details. I need to know what I'm getting into, Alex said, lowering his hand and habitually reaching for a notebook, which, of course, wasn't there. Realizing this, Alex sighed, while the old man merely smiled, watching his forgetful actions. Aren't you curious why I can't do this myself, the old man asked, observing as Alex fumbled in his pockets. Alex stopped his attempts and looked at the old man, who was waiting for his answer. If I understand correctly, you've decided not to interfere with your creation, and all your children, whether they be angels or someone else, also cannot interfere because of your rule, Alex said after a brief thought. And if they do interfere, their intervention is minimal, as much as possible. For example, Lucifer, who helps a detective solve crimes, he continued, sharing his assumptions. But since I came after this rule was established, I can interfere in all of this, Alex concluded and looked at the old man, who had an expression of surprise on his face. The old man was amazed at the accuracy of Alex's assumptions. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon a fatherly smile appeared on his face. You're right, son, you aren't bound by this rule, the old man confirmed with a smile. Well, can you tell me more about what awaits me? Alex said, waving his hands as if urging the old man to start his story. The old man shook his head, watching these antics. I need you to save worlds, just as you did with your own, the old man replied. That's a bit vague, to be honest, Alex admitted, looking at the old man with a wry smile. The old man sighed and decided to explain in more detail. I need you to save worlds that have deviated significantly from their intended trajectory, the old man said, and Alex thoughtfully rubbed his chin. You mean you don't want dark universes to appear or something like that? Alex clarified, looking pensively at the old man. The old man only smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. Isn't that something the World Forger should handle? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. You already know the answer to your question, son, the old man replied with a slight smile. Not exactly, Alex stroked his chin, staring into space. It's just that the World Forger is supposed to be dead or already dead at the hands of Barbados, who is trying to gather a group of Dark Knights. This confusion with time is disorienting. He is supposed to die or hasn't died yet, or his death is near. It's also tangled, Alex continued, slightly frowning. You're right, he is supposed to die in the future. But that doesn't mean you can't help. Sometimes dark universes appear unnoticed and infect the entire tree, the old man said with a note of sadness in his voice. Alex pondered the offer. He understood that nothing could be perfect. Even if the World Forger worked tirelessly, there would still be worlds that could go unnoticed and infect the entire tree, the timeline of the world. Alex rubbed his brow, realizing that his job would be significantly more complicated, aside from tracking avatars of the outer god. After finishing his thoughts, he lifted his head and smiled at the old man. Well, I was planning to travel through different worlds anyway, Alex said with a shrug, and the old man simply smiled in response. You agreed to this task so easily. The old man chuckled softly. Well, you called me son, so why not help your old man? Alex smiled, and the old man's smile widened. They stood there, smiling at each other, and a silence settled around them. I thought you'd ask for something in return, the old man broke the silence. You've already given me a lot, but I wouldn't mind a few things that might help in some worlds, Alex said, rubbing his chin again, and a crooked smile appeared on the old man's face. And what might that be, the old man asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, don't you know? Alex raised his eyebrow in response. So they stood there, two people in the place where everything was created, looking at each other. Their gazes met and lingered until Alex couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The old man laughed too. I was just asking a question, the old man said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Yes, that was really funny. But I really do need a few things to blend in better in some worlds, Alex said, also wiping his tears. Well, we'll see about your behavior, young man, the old man said in a fatherly tone. Alex almost choked with surprise and started coughing, looking at the old man, who only smiled. Oh, I nearly died again. It would be really funny if I died here from choking on saliva, Alex said, clearing his throat, and the old man just laughed. That would indeed be funny. Lucifer would probably laugh the most, the old man said, with a slight smirk. I'll have to visit my new brother. I can already imagine his surprise when he finds out that Father created not an angel but a demon. I should remember to film it, Alex said, and the old man's face lit up with a smile before they both started laughing again. Their laughter filled the place. Alex was already imagining Lucifer's reaction to his true identity and decided to keep that moment in his memory. After finishing their laughter, he looked at the old man, realizing it was time to get down to business. So, son, what do you want to ask of your old man? The old man asked, looking at Alex. I need just a couple of things, a weapon that will help me blend in with some worlds, and a phone that can connect to the network of worlds, if they're modern, Alex said, raising two fingers. Can't you create this weapon yourself? The old man asked, surprised, looking intently at Alex. I don't think I have the capability right now. Firstly, my workshop is in another world, and secondly, I'm probably injured, Alex replied with a wry smile. Really? And why do you think you're injured? The old man asked, surprised that Alex had guessed his condition. I haven't reached my full strength yet, and that explosion probably took a toll on me since I used all available power, completely depleting my source, Alex said, reflecting on his condition. You're right, you're a bit injured, but it won't take long to recover, the old man nodded in response to Alex's reasoning. Alex looked at the old man in surprise, who assured him that he would recover quickly. Realizing there was some truth to this, he thought about it. His injuries were probably related to the fact that the Nyarlathotep avatar had tried to turn him into a donut, damaging the foundation in the process. And then there was the explosion, which may or may not have affected the castle connected to his soul. In the end, Alex could say he got off relatively easy. He decided to check his body's condition when he woke up. Alright, that's future me's problem. I'll deal with it as it comes, Alex said, shrugging. The old man just shook his head at his son's nonchalance. So, what do you need to help with the task I want to assign, the old man asked, looking at Alex. Oh, right. I need ebony and ivory, blue rose, and a phone that will help me connect to the world network I'll be in. I don't want to buy or create a new phone in every world, Alex said, rubbing his hands together like an impatient child. This is the first time I have a child so obsessed with weapons, the old man said, shaking his head as he watched Alex. What's wrong with that? As long as I don't use them for evil, it's fine, Alex replied with a shrug. You're right, everything you've created, you've used for good. Though, except for your stick. The old man said with a crooked smile, recalling one of Alex's inventions. It helped reform bad people. And anyway, it only causes pain, not harm. Well, except for psychological harm, Alex added with a whisper. The old man sighed again, thinking of his other son, who also made him sigh often. Imagining what might happen if the two of them met, he felt a headache coming on. He could already picture the trouble they might cause, but decided to leave it for the future. The old man created in his hands what Alex had asked for. Alex's eyes widened in surprise as two guns, a black and a white one, appeared in the old man's hands, along with an exquisite revolver with a blue rose on the barrel. In the other hand, the old man held a phone resembling the old phone Alex used before all of this. The weapons and phone the old man held slowly floated toward Alex and merged with him. A childlike smile appeared on Alex's face, finally receiving the long-awaited gift. Thank you, Father, Alex said with a grateful smile. Don't thank me, son, it's a small favor on my part, the old man replied with a smile. Alex didn't know what to say to that and simply fell silent. Well, ready to go back, the old man asked, looking at Alex. Before I leave. Chuck from Supernatural, who is he? Alex asked, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Chuck, you say? Haven't you already had some guesses after recent events, the old man asked with a smile. Don't tell me he's... Alex began, his eyes widening in surprise. Yep, that's exactly it, the old man confirmed, grinning cheerfully. No way, that's not funny anymore. Guess I'll have to go there and mess things up. And that should definitely be fun for me, Alex said, his face breaking into a broad smile. Just don't overdo it, the old man said, looking at the excited Alex, whose face was lit up with a smile. Alex grinned widely, imagining meeting those guys he had been following for 15 years. It only increased his desire to visit that world in the future. Well, I'm basically ready to go back. It's nice here, but as they say, adventures await, Alex said with a smile, and his body began to slowly dissipate. Oh yes, how do I move between the necessary worlds? Alex suddenly asked, remembering the most important question. Use your sword, and you'll figure it out, the old man said, and Alex only made a face at such an answer. All right, I'll figure it out as I go, as usual. See you around, old man, Alex said, waving his hand. Of course, son, we'll see each other again, the old man replied, watching as Alex slowly vanished, like in a dramatic film. Alex was almost gone when his face suddenly took on the expression of someone who had remembered something. He looked at the old man. Before I disappear completely. Are you mad at Lucifer? Alex asked, looking at the old man, who pondered the question. Am I mad at him? The old man repeated and thought for a moment. He's my son, and like any child, he went through a rebellious phase. But he's still my son, and I still love him, he answered with a smile. I'll pass that on when I see him, Alex said, disappearing completely. As Alex vanished, the creator of all continued to look at the empty space with a smile on his face. Of course, son, the old man said quietly, looking at the place where Alex had just disappeared. Alex lay on the couch, his eyes fluttering, signaling that he was starting to wake up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. The first thought that crossed his mind was that everyone who gets Ice Guide sees an unfamiliar ceiling. Smiling at the thought, Alex began to sit up. Grabbing the back of the couch with one hand, he got up and looked around. The couch he had been lying on was slightly worn and shabby in places. The room, despite its average size, felt cramped, and it was evident that it was a studio apartment with no separation into rooms. The sleeping area was only separated by a curtain. The apartment was dimly lit, with only the faint light of the sun filtering through the partially open curtains barely illuminating the space. Where am I? Alex thought, looking around. He felt a slight chill on his skin and, looking down, noticed the lack of upper clothing. Why am I naked? Flashed through his mind as he glanced at his bare torso. Thank God, at least the pants are still on, he said with relief, ensuring that his pants were still on him. Alex decided to check the condition of his body to ensure everything was okay. He began to carefully examine himself for any injuries or abnormalities. Well, the physical body seems fine, and that's already a relief, he muttered, noticing that he was not physically harmed. He then focused on his inner world to check the state of his core and mana reservoir. Closing his eyes, Alex delved inside himself for a thorough check. Once in his inner world, he began inspecting everything for damage. Various bubbles were floating around his core, and Alex guessed that these represented his weapons connected to him. Summoning one of the bubbles closer, he saw the current condition of Yamato. Well, as expected, Yamato is in a bit of a rough shape right now, Alex said, looking at the sword, which was reduced to just the handle and a fragment of the blade. Alex sighed wearily as he looked at his beloved sword. And, a bit of a rough shape is putting it mildly, he added with a wry smile, looking at the broken blade. Releasing Yamato, Alex watched as the blade drifted back to its place, continuing to orbit around his core. He summoned another sphere, which contained the castle, and wanted to see what had happened to it after the explosion. Well, you've been quite battered too, my friend, Alex said, observing the castle covered in cracks that were slowly mending. Alex continued to examine his internal damage, noting that his core was also slightly damaged, likely from the Avatar's attempt to pierce through him. That Avatar is a real bastard, said he wanted to eat me, and ended up touching my core, Alex said, looking at the cracks on his core. He continued his inspection and noticed that his mana reservoir was almost empty but was gradually regenerating. I don't see any serious issues, except that I can't return just yet because Yamato is broken, and it will take some time before it's restored, Alex concluded, finishing his check. While Alex was busy examining his internal injuries, the woman who had brought him to her home began to wake up. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, realizing that she had fallen asleep on the floor, leaning against the couch. Stretching to ease her stiff limbs, the woman turned her head to check on the guy she had brought home. Seeing him sitting with his eyes closed, her eyes widened, and her sleepy state instantly disappeared. She quickly got up, grabbed a sharp object from the coffee table next to the couch, and hid it behind her back. Approaching Alex, she gave him a gentle nudge. Hey, how are you doing? She asked cautiously, nudging him. Alex, who was in his inner world and focused on checking for damage, felt someone nearby and addressing him. Opening his eyes and turning his head, he saw an unfamiliar face right in front of him. A woman with red hair tied in a ponytail and a pair of dark brown eyes stood before him. Her beautiful face was marked by a peculiar mark under her right eye. Alex was slightly startled to see someone's face so close, his heart missing a beat from the surprise. Whoa, why are you so close? I almost had a heart attack, Alex said, clutching his chest as if he had been frightened. The woman looked at him, puzzled by his reaction. Why was this guy acting so strangely after waking up? And why was he so calm in an unfamiliar place? What a strange young man, she thought, noticing his behavior, and her grip on the knife she held behind her back loosened a little. Alex continued to look at her, trying to calm down. After all, anyone waking up and seeing a face so close in the dark would be scared. Where am I exactly? He asked, looking at the woman in front of him. You're in my apartment, she replied, not taking her eyes off Alex. All right. Then the second question, who are you and how did I end up in your home? Alex asked, wanting to know the woman's identity. My name is Gloria. I found you in an alley, all covered in blood, she answered, looking at Alex, who, slightly confused, tilted his head. Alex heard her name and turned to sit more comfortably. Placing his feet on the floor, he continued to look at Gloria, who was still holding one hand behind her back. I guess, thanks for the help, Alex said with a smile. Don't mention it. And who are you, exactly? Gloria asked, staring at him. Oh, sorry. My name is Alex, he introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. Alex extended his hand, expecting Gloria to shake it. Her face showed an internal struggle, but she eventually hesitantly extended her hand, touched Alex's palm, and gave it a slight shake. Well, now we're officially introduced. So, could you tell me where my outer clothes are? Alex asked with a smile. Here's your clothes, Gloria nodded toward the clothing on a chair. But you'd better explain why there's a hole in your shirt, all covered in blood, while you seem unharmed. Alex just gave a crooked smile in response. Even if I started explaining, you wouldn't believe it, he said with a faint smirk. Give it a try, Gloria insisted, her gaze fixed on him. Ugh, this will be difficult, Alex sighed, rubbing his eyes. Gloria looked at Alex with distrust, like an alien trying to hide its true origins. When Alex stood up from the couch, Gloria instinctively took a couple of steps back to maintain distance. He noticed her mistrust and just smiled, understanding that he hadn't yet earned her trust. Alex walked over to his clothes and started rummaging through his pockets. Gloria watched his actions warily, especially when he began searching through the pockets of his coat. Her hand tightened around the kitchen knife hidden behind her back. Ah, found it. Thank goodness it's not gone. Alex pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and patted it with clear relief, as if it were a precious item. What were you looking for? Gloria asked cautiously, looking at him with suspicion. This, Alex showed her the pack of cigarettes. What's that, she wondered, noticing the strange box in his hands. Cigarettes, he replied, pulling one out of the pack and putting it in his mouth. However, his hand froze as he was about to light it. Cigarettes looked different, Gloria continued to watch him, puzzled. It doesn't matter, they're my cigarettes. Do you mind if I smoke? Alex asked, pointing to the cigarette. Go ahead, Gloria said, waving her hand. Alex headed to the window, unsure how to open it. There were no handles or buttons to lift the blinds. Gloria watched him, puzzled as to why he didn't know how to do it. What are you doing? She asked, seeing him inspecting the wall near the window. Trying to figure out how to open these damn blinds, Alex replied, pointing to them. Why do you need to open them? Gloria asked, bewildered. To avoid stinking up your apartment with cigarette smoke. You let me smoke, but I'm not a jerk who'll ruin someone else's place, Alex said with a tone as if it were obvious. Gloria sighed, manipulated the blinds, and they went up. Alex looked at her with surprise, noticing how her eyes briefly glowed, but he didn't feel any magic from her. When the blinds were fully open, Alex lifted the window and looked outside. What he saw made his mouth twist. Well, shit. He muttered, gazing at the futuristic cars and people in strange clothing. Gloria, finally realizing that Alex posed no threat, cautiously placed the kitchen knife on the coffee table. She glanced at Alex, who was hanging out the window, and noticed his face contorted as if he had seen something extremely unsettling. What's wrong? She asked, watching as Alex continued to stare outside. Can you tell me where I am? Alex asked, turning his head toward Gloria, who was now standing next to him. Don't you know yourself? She asked in surprise, noticing that Alex was waiting for an answer. How would I know, considering I woke up in your apartment nearly naked and now see this, he said, pointing to the bustling city outside the window. You're in Night City, Gloria replied, starting to understand that Alex was indeed not from around here. Strange name for a city, but who am I to judge? Alex muttered, looking back at the street. Gloria scrutinized Alex, trying to understand who he really was. The fact that he had no cyber implants and didn't know where he was only confirmed her suspicions. Alex, lighting a cigarette, tried to calm the headache that had hit him when he realized which world he had ended up in. All he needed to do now was to gather himself and start collecting information about this strange city. I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn, Gloria said, drawing Alex's attention. All right, ask away. I'll answer if I can, Alex agreed, turning to her. Who are you, exactly? And why don't you have any cyber implants? Gloria asked, closely observing his reaction. What do you mean by cyber implants? Alex clearly didn't understand what she was talking about. Cyber implants are mechanical prosthetics that replace body parts, something like this, Gloria replied, pointing to her eyes, which suddenly lit up. Alex studied her brown eyes, which briefly glowed with a bright light, like flashlights. He realized that these were advanced prosthetics, probably with multiple functions. So, they work like regular prosthetics, but with additional features. Alex asked, glancing back at Gloria, whose eyes had returned to their normal state. Exactly. Now, answer my questions, Gloria said, not taking her eyes off him. I don't have these cyber implants because I don't need them. And as for who I am, that's a complicated question, Alex said, tossing the cigarette butt out the window and closing it. Not needed. And why is your identity a complicated question? Gloria asked cautiously as he turned back to her. If I start explaining, you'll think I'm crazy, Alex shook his head and returned to the couch. There are plenty of people like you in this city, Gloria noted, sitting at the opposite end of the couch. Alex looked at Gloria with surprise, pondering how to explain his nature without frightening her. He couldn't just say that he was a demon who had arrived in this world after a battle with a terrifying god, and that he was from a fantasy world where adventurers conquer dungeons. First of all, I don't want to harm you. I'm truly grateful that you helped me when I was unconscious and cleaned the blood from my body, Alex began, expressing his appreciation. No need for thanks. I just couldn't leave you out in the rain, covered in blood, Gloria replied, looking at him. As for my nature. You can think of me as a wizard, Alex said, noticing Gloria frowning, clearly skeptical. Like those who pull rabbits out of hats? Gloria asked, doubtful. Well, almost. Just like this, Alex said, pulling a pack of candy from his subspace. Gloria's eyes widened in amazement as she saw Alex's hand disappear and then reappear with a pack of candy. What? How? She started to ask, but her words seemed to get stuck in her throat as she simply repeated the same question. Alex watched her reaction, realizing that he might have revealed more than he intended. He even thought Gloria might start overheating from the shock, though it might actually be happening due to her implants. I told you, my nature is hard to explain, Alex said with a wry smile, looking at Gloria, who still couldn't believe what she was seeing. But how? She asked again, and Alex, deciding to have a little fun, responded. Magic, and a rainbow appeared in his hands. Gloria stared at the rainbow in Alex's hands, unable to comprehend what was happening. It wasn't some projected image, it was a real rainbow. At that moment, Gloria couldn't believe her eyes, as if she had stumbled into a bad dream. The guy she had rescued was indeed a wizard. Unable to withstand the shock any longer, Gloria lost consciousness, and Alex merely watched as her eyes rolled back. Well, that's something new, Alex murmured, looking at the unconscious Gloria. To be continued. Chapter 74, a conversation with family and the beginning of a new friendship. Alex looked at his new acquaintance, Gloria, who had fainted after discovering that the man she had helped was actually a wizard. He found it interesting to watch her reaction. Back in the Danmarki world, people had long grown accustomed to his magical tricks and would merely frown. But here, in this new world for him, everything was different. Although his mana reserves were depleted and the rainbow show in his hands was the only thing he could currently manage, Gloria's reaction was far more dramatic. Maybe I shouldn't have surprised her so abruptly, Alex thought as he watched the unconscious girl. Though it was pretty amusing, he added with a slight smile. Getting up, Alex carefully adjusted Gloria's position to make her more comfortable and covered her with a blanket. He then returned to his seat, deciding to wait until she woke up to continue their conversation. Diving into his subspace, he began searching for useful items that might come in handy in this new world. As he rummaged through various objects, he realized he had almost no useful materials with him, except for his idiot stick, which he wasn't even sure would be useful here. He continued to dig through his inventory, mostly finding snacks he had prepared for Hestia and a strange girl he sometimes met on the streets of Orario and treated with candy. In his hands, he found a phone he had created to communicate with friends in the dungeon. At that moment, an idea came to him. What if? Alex muttered, pulling out his phone from the subspace and examining it closely. He thought about trying to merge it with the local phone given to him by the old man. As the two phones were brought together, they began to synchronize and fuse into one. Whoa, it worked. I'll have to thank the old man, Alex noted with surprise and satisfaction, watching his phone successfully merge with the new one. Now he had the ability to contact his family and find out what had happened after his disappearance. Hearing the familiar rings, he felt his heart beat faster. He remembered the times when you had to wait for someone to pick up. And luckily, he didn't have to wait long. Alex, where are you? Are you okay? What happened? The voices of many people shouted from the other side, so loudly that he almost went deaf in one ear. Hey, quiet down, I almost went deaf. Alex laughed, moving the phone away from his ear. When the shouting subsided, Alex heard Hestia's sad voice, who seemed to be crying. Alex, where are you? She asked, her voice full of tears. It's complicated, Alex replied, with a crooked smile. What do you mean, complicated? Asked Hephaestus, who had snatched the phone from Hestia. Hold on, I'll show you. Good thing I set up the new projection system, Alex praised himself for his foresight with a smile. What's this projection function? I don't understand anything, Hestia's voice sounded, clearly frustrated as she tried to figure out the phone. Give it here, Loki interjected, snatching the phone from Hestia. Alex rubbed his forehead, hearing those two bicker again, completely forgetting their worry about him. But then, a gentle voice calmed him. Darling, explain to me how this works. These two have started fighting again, Freya's voice sounded, and Alex smiled, realizing that at least Freya remained relatively calm and responsible. Alex began slowly guiding Freya through the steps to activate the necessary function. After several minutes of trying, Freya finally managed to turn on the projection, and Alex saw her face, which was so close to the screen that he could even see the delicate skin of her cheek. Freya, you're too close. Hold the phone at arm's length, Alex said with a laugh. Freya heard him and moved the phone back, revealing everyone in front of him, including Hestia and Loki, who were still fighting. Alex smiled, understanding that they were all okay, though their faces looked a bit concerned. Darling, am I holding it correctly? Freya asked, holding the phone at arm's length. Yes, that's perfect, don't worry, Alex replied with a smile, watching Freya. But why can't I see you? Freya asked doubtfully. Oh, sorry, I'll turn on my camera now. Then you'll need to flip the phone so it's facing up when I activate the projection on my side, Alex explained, noticing her puzzled expression. After waiting for Freya to flip the phone, Alex turned on his camera, anticipating their reaction. Freya frowned, and Hephaestus seemed no less concerned. Alex didn't immediately understand the reason for their reaction until Freya spoke in an icy tone that sent chills down his spine. All their attention was focused on the fact that Alex was sitting shirtless. Darling, why are you sitting without a shirt on? Freya asked, her voice cold as ice. Alex looked down and realized he was still bare-chested. He took a deep breath, understanding he had slightly messed up. Well, it's a bit of a situation, you wouldn't believe it. Alex began, trying to explain. Freya narrowed her eyes, her gaze still cold and focused. Well, I'm listening, she said, her eyes darkening like black holes. Alex swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat from Freya's gaze. He now understood that a wife could be a very formidable being, capable of intimidating even from a distance. Do you want the short version or the long one? Alex asked cautiously, hoping to lighten the tense atmosphere. Freya looked at him as if she was ready to pull him through the projection and obliterate him. Her eyes were so dark that it seemed they were about to swallow him whole. First explain why you're half naked, and then everything else. Judging by your appearance, you're fine. In very good shape, actually, Freya said, narrowing her eyes. Alex sighed, realizing that Freya trusted him and wasn't too worried about his condition. After the battle, I was thrown into another world. The woman who found me took me to her home and removed my shirt to wipe the blood, Alex explained, and the sounds of the struggle between Hestia and Loki immediately ceased. Hestia and Loki's faces appeared so close to the screen that Alex could count their eyelashes. What do you mean, she wiped the blood from your body? They both asked simultaneously. Alex wanted to light a cigarette but realized that smoking in someone else's home, even if he was allowed, would be rude. He didn't want to take advantage of Gloria's kindness, who had already helped him enough. That's why I was asking, do you want the short version or the long one? Alex said in a tired tone. He noticed how the girls began exchanging glances before collectively turning to Freya, who didn't seem at all embarrassed by their stares. She hadn't taken her eyes off Alex the entire time. Then go ahead, tell us everything from the beginning, from when you got sucked into the portal. Hephaestus finally broke the silence. Well, as Freya already mentioned, this creature wanted to absorb my powers to become stronger, Alex began, and Freya nodded in understanding while the others started exchanging glances again. By the way, how long have I been gone? Alex asked, trying to gauge how much time had passed, noticing that the girls were still near Babylon. About 10 minutes since you were pulled into the portal, Hestia replied, placing a finger on her chin. Hearing this, Alex pondered, trying to understand the time difference between the worlds. If he was correct, when Gloria found him, it was late at night and raining. But when he stepped out of the window to smoke, the puddles had almost dried up. This meant he had been unconscious for about 10 hours at most. Why are you asking? Hephaestus inquired, noticing that Alex had become lost in thought. I'm just comparing the time difference between the worlds, Alex explained upon hearing her question. But why? Hestia asked, puzzled as she looked at him. Because, apparently, time moves faster in the world I'm in right now, Freya answered for him, and Hestia's face lit up with understanding. Yes, that's right. From my observations, I've been here for about 10 hours, Alex confirmed, causing the girls to give him surprised looks. They started exchanging glances again, occasionally glancing at Alex, who was calmly sitting and smiling. So, what exactly happened to you, and why did you end up in another world? You weren't planning on traveling alone, were you? Loki asked, partially opening one eye. Her words resonated with the group, and everyone began looking at Alex with suspicion. No, I ended up here because someone decided to play a joke, Alex said with a crooked smile. What do you mean, a joke? Who jokes like that? Hestia asked indignantly. Well, it went like this, after I was kidnapped and pulled into the portal. Alex began, deciding to explain what had happened to him. Alex described in detail how he encountered the avatar of an outer god. He described the place where he found himself, surrounded by lifeless planets and a nearly extinguished sun. He said that the place was horrifyingly unpleasant, as if everything around had been dead for a long time. The girls wanted to ask questions about that place but decided to remain silent and wait for Alex to continue. Some of them clenched their fists, realizing that these planets were completely dead. Alex noticed their distressed faces, understanding that the situation with the planets upset them. But there was nothing he could do. Perhaps the planets would recover in the future, but most likely, they would simply become cosmic dust, and no one would remember that such planets ever existed. Alex asked if the girls had any questions, seeing their furrowed brows and realizing that they were even more worried about him. After all, a creature capable of draining the life from a planet and a sun wasn't just an enemy you could easily defeat and forget about. They all shook their heads and asked him to continue the story of how he encountered this enemy. Alex decided not to describe or show what the creature he killed looked like because it was truly disgusting, and forgetting it would be difficult. He also doubted that madness could be triggered just by showing the appearance of this monster. After all, there are creatures that start hunting you if you see their face, no matter how that happens. He continued to recount how they clashed in battle and why the creature wanted to absorb him. Freya, who had proposed this theory herself, nodded, understanding that it was possible. After all, even the gods of this world are quite vengeful and willing to go to great lengths for revenge, although they've become more peaceful over the past millennia. Alex wasn't sure if he should tell them that they tried to turn him into a donut. He had already mentioned that he was covered in blood and that the woman who saved him had cleaned him up. Pausing, he started to wonder if he should reveal this detail or just continue the story as usual. Why did you go silent? What happened after you wounded it? Loki asked, watching Alex closely, noticing his internal struggle. With a crooked smile, Alex made his decision and continued, well, after that. He described how he severed the avatar's leg, after which it became much more serious and angrier, as if it had remembered something from the past. Why did the avatar's behavior change so suddenly? Hestia asked, not understanding why it initially looked down on Alex and then became so enraged. Maybe it reminded him of something, and he decided to stop wasting time and try to absorb Alex quickly, Freya suggested, listening carefully and piecing together the details of the story. Maybe, but it didn't share any details with me, Alex replied with a slight smirk. Alex watched as the girls discussed possible reasons for the avatar's mood change. He could only shake his head, seeing how quickly they calmed down, even though they had just been worried about him. Can I continue, or are you all going to keep chatting? Alex asked tiredly, causing everyone to fall silent and look at him sheepishly. Sorry, dear, go on, Freya said apologetically, and the other girls also looked guilty for interrupting him. Alex took a deep breath and continued, when the avatar got serious, it summoned some black miasma to limit my vision. It wanted to turn me into a donut. The girls' eyes widened at this revelation, and they began frantically examining Alex's body through the projection. Don't worry, I'm fine, I've already healed my body. That bastard just touched my core and damaged it a little. Although I'm not sure how that's even possible, Alex said, pondering how the avatar managed to damage his core. It'll take some time for me to fully recover, but don't worry, I'm okay, he added with a smile. Alex showed the spot where the wound should have been, but there were no marks or scars. The girls tried to see it, but since they were only looking at a projection, they decided to take his word for it. He continued to explain how he summoned his fortress to boost his strength and used a full-scale spell to erase the avatar's body. At this point, Alex decided to stop, not wanting to mention the woman who joked with him, or as she put it, gave him the incentive to come to her. You're holding something back, dear, Freya said, narrowing her eyes, noticing that Alex had fallen silent. It's not so much that I'm holding back. I just don't fully understand what's going on myself. In the end, the one who controls the avatar showed up, Alex admitted, sighing heavily, realizing that he would have to deal with Nyan and her desire to bring him to Azathoth's throne. She? Hephaestus asked. Yeah, her. Her avatar wanted to become independent and was hiding. Eventually, when it decided to have some fun destroying our world, it noticed me and changed its plans, Alex explained, rubbing his forehead. And then what? Arya suddenly asked, stepping forward. Alex looked at her in surprise, not knowing how to react to her sudden outburst. The goddesses watched in astonishment as Arya suddenly leaped forward and stared at Alex, who grimaced. I'm not going to go into detail to avoid causing you any unnecessary trouble. She blew up her avatar to give me incentive, as she calls it, and to force me to come to a certain place, Alex sighed. We made a bet on who would surrender first, me or her. If I lose, I'll have to go there, Alex continued, noticing that the girls were looking at him with confusion but chose not to ask further questions for now. What kind of place is it? Loki asked, peeking her face so only her eyes were visible. You don't need to know what that place is or who resides there. Even mentioning the names of beings from the place could have unpleasant consequences. So it's better not to talk about it, Alex said, not wanting to discuss the primordial chaos and its inhabitants. The girls exchanged glances but decided to trust Alex on this matter, since nothing seemed to be threatening him at the moment, which was a relief. Alex, when will you return? Hestia asked, pushing Loki aside. Well, how should I put this? Alex summoned Yamato and showed its condition. He held the broken sword in his hands and could only sigh, realizing that he currently had no way out. As you can see, Yamato is broken, and I'm currently stuck in this world. But don't worry, nothing threatens me here, and due to the time difference, it will be only a short while before I return, Alex said with a smile, putting Yamato away. Then how long will it take for you to come back? Freya asked calmly, understanding that Alex was fine, even if he was far away. I'll return when Yamato is repaired and my core is healed, Alex answered with a smile. He was smiling while looking at the girls, but suddenly he was struck by a realization that upset him. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Were you badly hurt after all? Hestia began to ask, noticing the change in Alex's expression. No, I just realized that in this world I have nothing. No money for lodging, no workshop. Basically, I'm starting from scratch again, Alex said, putting his hand on his face, wanting to scream but holding back because Gloria was either resting or unconscious. Oh, dear, you're acting like a child again, Freya said, tiredly putting a hand to her forehead, realizing that her husband was still the same. Hearing his words, the others just shook their heads, understanding that Alex hadn't changed since he started interfering in matters of those who wanted to destroy the world. Alex removed his hand from his face upon hearing Freya's words, and his face twisted. What was childish about his behavior? He was thinking like an adult who found himself in an unfamiliar place and now needed to find lodging and work to earn money. Most likely, he'd have to take on jobs that didn't require documentation, as he didn't even have an identity in this world to register. All right, never mind, Alex said, waving his hand, not wanting to continue the conversation. Anyway, I'll call from time to time to show that I'm okay and that you shouldn't worry. For now, we should say goodbye because I need to gather information about this world, Alex said with a serious face, knowing that he knew nothing about the world. When you gather the information, don't forget to share it. We're all interested in what kind of world you visited, Loki said, expressing the general opinion. Of course. And, Hestia, before I forget, if you happen to meet a sweet little girl in a black dress with white hair and yellow eyes, give her these candies. She loves them, Alex said, pulling out a pack of candies he always carried with him to give to the girl whenever he encountered her. What girl? When did you get to know any child? Hestia asked, not understanding when Alex had managed to do that. Ask Freya, she'll tell you, Alex said, not wanting to explain that he was involved in charity work with Freya and helped poor children in Orario. Hestia turned to Freya and looked at her intently. Then don't forget to bring back souvenirs when you come home. And alcohol would be best, Loki interjected, revealing her true desire in that statement. I'll see what I can find. But first, I need money, Alex said with a crooked smile, looking at Loki, who was already drooling at the thought of alcohol from another world. It seemed like Loki had married him just for that. He couldn't refuse Loki, recalling how she had attacked him when she got drunk. It happened that night when she burst into his room and attacked him. All right then, ladies, I'll call about once a week in this world's time. For you, it will be roughly every 7 to 8 hours, Alex said with a smile. Take care, Alex, dear husband, the girls shouted simultaneously, causing a smile to appear on Alex's face. You be careful too, Alex said, disconnecting. Alex leaned back on the couch with a smile, staring at the ceiling. He covered his face with his hand, but the smile remained. However, it quickly faded as he imagined what might await him in this city. The more modern and brightly lit the city is at night, the darker its streets tend to be. Alex knew full well that in a modern world, there are all kinds of dregs, drug addicts, criminals, and other outcasts. This city is probably a real dump, where all kinds of societal outcasts gather, Alex thought, keeping his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Lost in his thoughts, he considered how terrible this world might be, where cyber implants are common and corporations have taken over the entire market. He understood that such technology could be used for criminal purposes, meaning that this world would be rife with gangs and other criminal organizations. What a mess. It looks like I'll have to put in a lot of effort not to destroy everything around me, Alex thought, tiredly rubbing his forehead, realizing that if he accidentally got into trouble, it wouldn't be easy to get out of it. He rubbed his forehead, understanding that it was better not to use magic in this world. The more technologically advanced a world is, the more eyes are watching. Alex clearly didn't want to become a subject of study for some corporation that might place a bounty on his head. I'll have to manage without magic and my magical arsenal for now, just use guns until I find a place for a workshop where I can create something useful, Alex said aloud, mentally weighing his options. Or I'll create something with magic when my mana is restored, he added, with a crooked smile. As Alex pondered how to navigate this world, Gloria, who had lost consciousness, began to regain her senses. Her eyes flickered slightly, indicating that she was about to wake up. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, breathing heavily. Ugh, I had such a strange dream, Gloria said, pressing her hand to her forehead. Alex heard Gloria mumbling to herself and lowered his head, watching her sit on the couch, holding her head. And what was your dream about? Alex asked, looking at her. I dreamt that I brought a strange guy home who was all covered in blood, and then it turned out he was a wizard, Gloria said, realizing the absurdity of the situation, thinking it was just a dream. She didn't immediately realize that someone was talking to her. Yeah, lucky you, Alex smirked. Gloria finally realized that someone was speaking to her. Like a robot, she slowly turned her head and saw Alex at the other end of the couch, waving at her. Her eyes widened in shock, everything she thought was a dream turned out to be real. She threw off the blanket Alex had covered her with and quickly got up from the couch. You're real. Gloria shouted, pointing at Alex. Yeah, real, Alex replied, making a heart shape with his fingers. But how? How is this possible? Gloria started asking questions again, speaking so quickly that she began to breathe heavily. Calm down, and I'll explain everything. But not everything, of course, you understand why, Alex said, trying to calm her down. Okay, Gloria replied, gradually calming down. She sat back on the couch, deciding to listen to Alex's story about how he ended up in the alley. She was curious about magic, but with everything that had piled up on her lately, she couldn't handle the shock and had lost consciousness. Gloria noticed the unfamiliar blanket and looked at Alex, who had been smiling gently all this time. She realized that he had covered her when she lost consciousness. Gloria felt a warmth in her heart. She remembered her son, who used to do the same thing as Alex. He would cover her with a blanket when she fell asleep on the couch, exhausted after work, without having time to change or eat. Alex noticed that Gloria's face had become sad. He wanted to ask what happened, but he knew it wasn't the right time for such personal questions since they weren't that close yet. If Gloria wanted to, she would tell him when the time was right. For now, it was best to tell her only the minimum he could, as walls have ears. And since he didn't have his own place yet, some things were better kept secret. To be continued. Chapter 75, Gloria Martinez and the Demon King. Alex watched as Gloria slowly sat down on the couch opposite him, clutching her chest tightly. He didn't rush her, simply waiting for her to calm down and be ready to talk. Gloria took a deep breath, trying to pull herself together, and focused her gaze on Alex, suddenly noticing one detail that distracted her. "Why are you still shirtless?" she asked, looking at him in surprise. Alex glanced down at himself and realized that he hadn't put on a shirt, even while talking to his family. Embarrassed, he looked at Gloria, unsure how to explain. "Sorry, I somehow completely forgot," he said awkwardly, his tone apologetic. Alex retrieved a black t-shirt from his subspace and quickly put it on. Adjusting his clothes, he nodded to himself, satisfied with the result. Gloria watched in astonishment as he reached into thin air and pulled out a t-shirt. It all seemed incredibly new and interesting to her. "How does that even work?" she blurted out, unable to take her eyes off Alex. Alex pondered, stroking his chin, trying to find a simple way to explain. "Imagine it's like a huge pocket in a coat where you can store anything," he replied, trying to put it in simple terms. Gloria tilted her head, trying to make sense of his explanation. Alex, noticing her confusion, wasn't sure how to explain this to someone who had never encountered magic before. "You're talking about a pocket, but why does your hand disappear into thin air?" she asked, not taking her eyes off him as he reached into the subspace again. Alex paused, pulling out a pack of candy, and decided to have a snack. "It used to be like a pocket, but I've improved it, and now I can pull things out from anywhere," he said, and began demonstrating how he retrieved items from different parts of his inventory. Gloria watched his actions with fascination, amazed by what she saw. "Can you show me something else from your magic?" she asked with clear interest. Alex smiled awkwardly, unsure how to explain that his magical abilities were currently limited. Sorry, but I can't right now." "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that the current circumstances don't allow me to use magic," he explained, a bit awkwardly. Gloria looked at him closely, briefly doubting whether he was really a wizard. But remembering how he pulled things out of thin air, her doubts faded, although a new question arose. "Is it related to the condition I found you in?" she asked, gazing intently at him. "Yes, it is. Because of what happened, my abilities are severely limited right now. As you said, I can only pull a rabbit out of my hat," Alex said with a weary smile, beginning to rub his forehead. Gloria noticed his fatigue and realized that while he seemed physically healthy, he probably had other, deeper problems. Although she worked in a hospital, she didn't exactly know how to treat wizards. "I didn't notice any physical issues when I was cleaning the blood off you, so what happened to you? Why did you end up here?" she finally asked the obvious question. Alex pondered how to answer in a way that wouldn't scare her. "I encountered an enemy and lost consciousness. When I came to, I met you," he replied, omitting many details. "So, your enemy could come back?" Gloria asked cautiously, looking at him with concern. "No, he definitely won't be able to," Alex replied with a soft smile. Gloria sighed in relief, realizing that there was no longer any danger. Alex noticed her sigh and understood her anxiety. If he were in her place, he would have been worried too. "Don't worry, Gloria. If anything happens, I'll be able to protect you. Even though we just met today, you've helped me a lot, and I don't know how I can thank you," Alex said, trying to reassure her. Gloria looked at the young men in front of her, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted to her son, who used to say the same words to her, that he would protect her and was grateful for everything she did for him. Seeing tears welling up in Gloria's eyes, Alex realized that his words had struck a chord, but he didn't know how to ask about the reason for her distress. However, he knew one way to comfort the woman before him. Stepping closer, Alex gently embraced Gloria, pulling her close to his chest so she could feel safe and release the bitterness in her heart. It didn't matter to him that they had met only a few hours ago, he couldn't allow this kind woman to cry. Feeling his embrace, Gloria clutched his clothes, and the tears flowed even more. Alex softly stroked her back, helping her to calm down. He didn't ask questions, he just wanted to give her the chance to free herself from at least a part of the heavy burden weighing on her soul. After some time, Gloria stopped crying but still didn't let go of Alex, finding comfort and protection in his arms. She began to trust him, knowing that he had shared his secrets with her, even if he hadn't told her everything. This act of trust showed her that he wasn't afraid to open up to her. Alex noticed that Gloria was no longer crying, but he continued to stroke her back, humming a quiet melody to help her feel calmer. "Do you feel better now?" he gently asked, interrupting the humming. Gloria heard his voice and realized the situation she was in, but still didn't want to let go. She desperately needed this feeling of safety. Ma'am, thank you for doing this for me, she whispered shyly, not lifting her head. It's okay. You've helped me much more, and this is the least I can do for you, Alex replied, continuing to gently stroke her back. After a little more time, Gloria pulled away and looked at Alex with surprise, not understanding why he thought she had helped him so much. Seeing her confusion, Alex decided to explain. You think you did something insignificant, but that's not true. You found a stranger covered in blood lying in an alley. Instead of leaving him there, you brought him to your home. You didn't even consider that I could have been some sort of serial killer or something worse, he said, explaining his gratitude. Gloria pondered his words. After all, in this city, it's rare for anyone to help others without expecting something in return, especially if they don't have money. Most people would probably have just walked by or tried to rob him while he was unconscious. But still, I just helped you, it was just a coincidence, she said quietly, looking directly into Alex's eyes and noticing their strange color for the first time. Alex realized that Gloria still didn't understand the significance of her actions. Think about it, Gloria, what kind of person would help a stranger, especially one covered in blood? Alex asked, noticing that she was studying his face. He touched his face, wondering if there was something on his skin, and began to wipe off what he thought might have been dirt. Gloria noticed how Alex was rubbing his face and realized he probably thought something was wrong with him. She couldn't hold back her laughter, seeing how seriously he was doing it. You don't have anything on your face, I was just surprised by the color of your eyes, Gloria said, trying not to laugh. Her mood had significantly improved after she was able to cry, as she had been holding everything inside for the past few days and couldn't let her emotions out. Alex awkwardly let go of Gloria and lowered his hands, wanting to ask what had happened in her life that had caused such strong emotions. However, he didn't want to seem insensitive or bring up painful memories by starting a conversation about what was causing her such deep sorrow. If you want, you can tell me what happened. Maybe I can help somehow, Alex quietly suggested, meeting Gloria's gaze, which froze for a moment. Gloria hesitated, unsure if she should share her story with Alex. But something about him made her trust him, and she decided to tell him her story. I had a son, Gloria began with a heavy sigh. You look so young, you had a son? Alex asked in surprise, not hiding his astonishment. Yes, I did. Gloria said with sadness in her voice. Hearing her words in the past tense, Alex began to understand the reason for her pain. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He apologized awkwardly. Gloria noticed his sad expression and couldn't blame him for what he said. After all, he didn't know what she had been through, but he still came to comfort her. It's okay, it's not your fault, she replied with a slight smile, trying to reassure him. Gathering her thoughts, Gloria continued, I had a son, David. His father died when David was still young, she said, glancing at a photograph on the wall. Alex also noticed the photograph, which showed a young boy in a school uniform. What happened to your husband? Alex asked cautiously, turning his head to Gloria. He was a police officer and died in a shootout between gangs when he responded to a call, she answered sadly, recalling the day when her husband's colleagues came to her with the tragic news. He was lucky to have you, Alex tried to comfort her. Gloria smiled, understanding that he wanted to ease her pain. Yes, he was a good husband and a wonderful person, she said, smiling through her memories. When Alex fell silent, Gloria decided to continue telling her story about her son. After my husband's death, it was just me and David, she began, gathering her thoughts. I didn't want him to go down a bad path like many kids here, so I worked tirelessly. I sent him to a private school, hoping he would get a good education and find a decent job, away from all the horrors that happen in our city every day, she added with sadness in her voice. Alex noticed that Gloria was starting to feel sad again and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Gloria felt his touch and tried to smile in this difficult situation. Recently, I was called to the school because David had hacked into their servers. I was really angry with him at the time, but I still couldn't stay mad for long. I just wanted a better life for him, she said, and her eyes filled with tears again. It's okay, you're a wonderful mother. David surely knew that you were doing everything for his good and would never want to upset you, Alex said, trying to comfort her. Thank you. Those words mean a lot to me, Gloria replied gratefully, trying to hold back her tears and smiling at Alex. When we were on our way home, we accidentally got caught in a gang shootout. I lost control, and we veered into the oncoming lane, where we collided with another car. We flipped over. Gloria began to cry, recalling that terrible day. I saw my son lying in a pool of his own blood on the road, and no one wanted to help him. When the rescuers arrived, they refused to save him because we didn't have insurance. It's okay, you can cry. I'm here for you, Alex said softly, hugging her again. Gloria could no longer hold back her tears and cried even harder, feeling Alex's support. Alex felt deep sadness, understanding how hard it was for a mother to lose her child and see him die in her arms. He also realized that his own family had probably mourned greatly after his death, and he tried not to dwell on it, so as not to add more weight to his shoulders. He could only hope that the old man he met in another world had taken care of his loved ones. Everywhere you look, money is needed. Alex muttered quietly, realizing that without money and power, a person could easily become just another name on a tombstone. Alex held Gloria tighter, trying to comfort her, and at that moment, he felt a strong desire to find those responsible for her suffering and punish them. But he understood that in such a big city, where gangs could easily stage shootouts on the highway, it would be extremely difficult to find the culprits. This city was much worse than he had imagined. If in Orario such things were at least somewhat controlled, here it seemed like corruption reigned supreme. "Are you okay?" Alex asked cautiously, noticing that Gloria had stopped crying and had fallen silent. Gloria pulled away from him and looked into his eyes. A question was spinning in her mind: why was this young man trying so hard to comfort her when he didn't have to? But seeing the concern on his face, she realized that he simply wanted to show care, just as she had cared for him earlier. Gloria felt warmth in her chest from this realization. "I don't know. But thank you for trying so hard for me," she said with a slight smile. "It's okay. If you're uncomfortable continuing, I won't insist," Alex said, looking at her with concern. "No, I need to talk about it, just as you said," Gloria replied with a sad smile. Alex didn't pressure her and simply waited for her to continue. "When they brought us to the hospital, at first they didn't want to admit us," Gloria spoke with visible anger, recalling that time. "But when they finally did and examined my son, they said everything was fine. Everything was fine, they said." Gloria clenched her fists so tightly that it seemed her skin might tear from the tension. Alex gently took her hand, trying to prevent any injury. Feeling his warmth, Gloria calmed down a bit. "My son was covered in blood, and they said he was fine and would recover in time," Gloria continued, her voice filled with anger. "I stayed with him in the hospital, thinking he really was better after the doctor's help, but it turned out to be the opposite. At night, he took a turn for the worse, and they couldn't save him. Internal bleeding." Tears slowly began to roll down her cheeks. "When I saw my child's lifeless body, I felt like a part of me died with him." Gloria stared into the void, recalling all the moments she spent with her son, their laughter, even their arguments when David got into trouble. She desperately wished it was all just a bad dream, but she couldn't change what had happened. Alex gently stroked her back as she fell silent. "Gloria, listen to me," he said softly, and she instinctively turned her head toward him. "David wouldn't want his most cherished person to be unhappy. I'm not asking you to forget him. David will always live on." Alex pointed to Gloria's head and heart. "He will live here and here. He would want you to keep living." He carefully wiped the tears from her eyes. Feeling his care, Gloria recalled her son's last words and smile, which were vividly etched in her memory. She pressed against Alex's hands, which were drying her tears, and tried to calm down, understanding that David wouldn't want her to mourn. "Thank you for trying to comfort me," Gloria said, feeling Alex's support. His words gave her hope to continue living. "It's okay. I've met many people who have gone through similar trials and tried to help them as much as I could," Alex said with a smile, noting that Gloria was starting to calm down a bit. Gloria looked at him in surprise, trying to comprehend how this young man had already helped so many people in situations like hers. "And how did you help them?" she asked, staring at Alex, who seemed thoughtful. "It's hard to explain," he replied with a crooked smile. "Is it somehow related to your magic?" Gloria asked cautiously, suspecting that it might involve some form of magic. "No," Alex shook his head in denial. Gloria looked at Alex, who was denying any involvement of magic, and became curious about how he helped those who went through similar experiences. "Then how did you help them?" she asked with interest, observing Alex closely. "I helped them release all the accumulated pain in their hearts and become better than they were before," Alex replied with a light smile, recalling how Lily had furiously destroyed everything around her in Soma's family. "And how did you help them get rid of that pain?" Gloria continued, thinking it might also help her. "Revenge," Alex said quietly. "You're not serious, are you?" Gloria asked in surprise, not understanding how that could help. Alex decided to tell her stories about Lily and Haruheim. He described how Lily, as a child, had to work hard from an early age to earn money and buy her freedom. But her hard-earned money was stolen by so-called family members, and she was left to die in a dungeon, forgotten. "Poor child," Gloria said with sadness, realizing that children in other places also faced such horrors. "Now she can stand up for herself. Now I'm more concerned about anyone who dares to hurt her," Alex said with a slight smile. "Is she really that good at fighting now?" Gloria asked in surprise. "Good is an understatement. Although she's small in stature, her fists are heavier than you might think," Alex replied with a smile, remembering how Lily would turn monsters into minced meat with a single punch. "And what about the other girl?" Gloria asked, realizing that Alex had only talked about one. Alex returned to reality and continued. He described how Haruheim had survived the betrayal of her own father, who sold her for his own son to befriend influential children. Alex didn't mention the gods, just said it was a noble family that exploited her. Poor girl, she endured so much pain, Gloria said sympathetically. You did well to help her. Gloria thought about how her city was also full of parents who sold their children for minor gains. And how did you help her? She asked. I broke all the limbs of her father and brother, and then helped her become stronger. Now she is doing what she loves, Alex replied, remembering how Haruheim had happily sewn her first kimono for him. Gloria, hearing his response, looked at Alex with suspicion, not expecting such cruelty from someone who seemed kind and caring. But she could understand his feelings. Seeing that Alex remained silent, she also decided not to continue the conversation. They sat in silence, only hearing the noise of cars from outside the window. Gloria observed Alex's profile, wondering where he came from, as his world was clearly far from the technology of this city. She remembered that he had mentioned he couldn't tell everything yet and decided to wait for the right moment to ask him more. So, what are you planning to do now? Gloria asked, turning to Alex. Alex, hearing her question, only sighed tiredly, reached into his pocket, but at the last moment changed his mind and instead took out a candy, putting it in his mouth. Noticing Gloria's curious gaze at the candy, he offered her a piece as well. She accepted, eager to find out what this treat was. What is this sweet and delicious thing? Gloria asked in surprise, feeling the sweetness spread over her tongue. These are candies from my world, Alex replied with a smile. Gloria enjoyed the taste of the candy, realizing that she hadn't tried anything like it in this city. The candy was sweet and fresh, as if she were eating fruit. If you want more, here, Alex said, handing her a whole pack with different flavors. He mentally apologized to the little girl for whom these candies were intended. Somewhere deep in chaos, a small girl frowned, feeling something had been taken from her but quickly forgot about it, continuing to eat her candies. Receiving the entire pack of candies, Gloria looked at Alex in surprise, thinking that maybe in his world such candies were abundant. She didn't know that Alex created them using magic, relying on memories from his first world. They sat in silence, enjoying the taste of the candies. The sweetness slightly lifted Gloria's mood, who had been feeling terrible lately and didn't know what to do next. The guy sitting next to her helped ease her emotional pain. Even if just a little, his efforts were worth it. Gloria popped another candy in her mouth and glanced at Alex, who seemed to be lost in thought, sitting silently since he offered her the candies. What are you thinking about? Gloria asked quietly, looking closely at Alex. Just thinking about how, in this new place for me, I have neither money nor a place to stay, Alex answered wearily, rubbing his temples. I don't even have any documents proving my identity. Which means I can't find a job. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay with me for a while, Gloria offered after a moment of thought. Alex turned to her, looked into her eyes, but hesitated. He was afraid he might cause her trouble and didn't want to impose on her kindness since they had just met. Gloria sensed his hesitation and added with a smile. Don't think too much. Just stay with me. Thank you, Gloria. You've already done so much for me, and now you're offering to take me in, Alex said gratefully. It's nothing. You've helped me too, she replied with a smile. They exchanged smiles and laughed together at the situation that had brought them together so unexpectedly. Gloria couldn't have imagined that she would save an injured magician who would then help her cope with her inner struggles. Now all that's left is to find a job, Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. What did you do at your previous place? Gloria asked with curiosity. Alex pondered how to explain that he was something like a mercenary who fought monsters. After some consideration, he decided to describe it as a bodyguard profession. Something like a mercenary involved in delivery and protection, he said, choosing his words carefully. A magician doing such things? Gloria asked in surprise, unable to imagine how that could be. Even though she wasn't sure what exactly magicians were capable of, she considered them part of the elite society. What's so unusual about it? Delivery and protection are fairly common jobs, Alex replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Well, if you say so, Mr. Magician, Gloria smirked. Alex was about to respond when he noticed her eyes suddenly glowing with a yellow light, indicating that she was using her cyber implant. He chose not to distract her and waited for her to return to reality. Did something happen? Alex asked, noticing that her face had slightly furrowed. Everything's fine, I just remembered something I needed to hand over, Gloria replied, standing up from the sofa and approaching a cabinet. She retrieved a gray box resembling a weapon case. Alex watched her actions closely and guessed that the box contained the cyber implant she had mentioned. What's in the box? He asked as Gloria looked at it with sadness. It's a cyber implant that I was planning to sell to pay for David's schooling, she explained. And what are you going to do with it? Alex continued to inquire. I'll sell it, as I planned. After all, as you said, David would want me to keep living, Gloria replied with a light smile, as if ready to start a new chapter. And maybe I can help you find a job. Alex looked at her in surprise, not understanding how she could help him find work. He thought that perhaps Gloria was connected to someone who could offer him a job, possibly illegal, with immediate payment. After some thought, he decided not to refuse. Why not? Living this way was a new experience, and he was curious about what lay ahead. To be continued. Chapter 76, Heading to the Meeting Place. Alex looked at the box containing the implant, and from its appearance, he immediately realized that this was definitely not something meant for ordinary people. It looked like something straight out of the military industry. Understanding this made him glance at Gloria with surprise as she held a military-grade implant. To confirm his suspicions, he decided to step closer. Could Gloria have somehow gotten her hands on an implant intended for military use? Alex thought warily as he approached her. She must know that holding onto something like this without the ability to protect it, or herself, is dangerous. As Gloria stared at the case, memories of her son surfaced once more. It was for him that she had obtained this implant, hoping to sell it and pay for his education. Feeling Alex's presence near her, she turned to face him. Seeing his intense gaze on the case, Gloria guessed that he was curious about the implant's appearance. Although she was only partially right, Alex was not just interested in the appearance but also in the origin of what he suspected was military technology. Curious to see what it looks like? Gloria asked, handing the case to Alex. Yeah, a little, but there's something else that's bothering me more, Alex said, eyeing the simple silver case thoughtfully. You can check it out while I get ready, Gloria responded, handing him the case before heading to the bathroom. Alex placed the case on the coffee table near the couch, silently hoping he was wrong and that this wasn't a military implant. Slowly, he opened the box, revealing a strange red device inside. He began examining it, trying to figure out its functions, but as he expected, there were no instructions. As Alex studied the implant, he noticed a system designed to inject some kind of liquid, which immediately raised red flags. Shifting his focus from the injection system, Alex concentrated on the device itself and realized it was meant to be attached to the spine. Then it dawned on him, the liquid was likely injected directly into the spine, granting the user special abilities. What those abilities were, however, remained a mystery. When Alex finally found the manufacturer's label on the implant, his suspicions were confirmed. It bore the name of a company tied to the military-industrial complex. He smirked wryly. Gloria, you've really gotten yourself into trouble with this implant, he muttered, staring at the company name. The name, Militech, didn't sit well with Alex, and he decided he needed to find out more about them. He carefully placed the implant back into the box and closed it, pondering how this could affect future events. As he reached for his phone to check information about the company, Gloria emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel. She saw him closing the case and became curious about what he thought of the cyber implant. So, what do you think of my cyber implant? She asked, sitting down on the couch next to Alex. He paused for a moment, thinking about how to respond. The implant looked impressive, but there were too many questions. How many of these could a person use at once? What risks were involved in installing it? Alex didn't know all the specifics, but one thing was clear, it was serious business. Impressive piece of tech, but I'm more interested in what it's intended for, he said, looking at Gloria. She thought for a moment, trying to explain it to someone she assumed didn't know much about technology. It enhances reflexes and allows you to move faster, Gloria explained, trying to keep it simple. Alex listened carefully, realizing that she considered him somewhat uninformed in such matters. But her explanation helped him fully understand how the implant worked. So, this implant attaches to the spine, and the injector releases a liquid that speeds up brain activity, slowing down the perception of time as if the world around you is freezing. It also enhances reflexes, allowing the body to react as fast as the brain works. Did I get that right? Alex clarified, looking at Gloria. She stared at him in surprise, realizing that he grasped the technology far quicker than she had expected. Gloria looked at Alex with astonishment, not expecting him to understand how that Sandevistan worked and figure out how to install it so quickly. Now, she began to doubt if Alex was truly from a world of magic. His knowledge of technology made her rethink things. Are you really from a world of magic? Gloria asked suspiciously, studying Alex closely. Alex sighed heavily. He understood why Gloria assumed that his world was behind in technological development. Even he sometimes missed modern technology. Yeah, from a world of magic, he confirmed, shrugging. I've just made things way cooler than this, so I don't find it surprising that I understood how it works right away. Gloria put her hand on her forehead, trying to imagine what he could have created that would surpass this implant. The thoughts her imagination conjured scared her. Alex noticed her pale expression and guessed that she was likely imagining something incredible and terrifying. He couldn't blame her. In most worlds, magic only existed in fairy tales and legends. Gloria, I'm more interested in where you got this from than how it works, Alex said, eyeing her with curiosity. I could start making things like this in my workshop whenever I get one. Gloria looked at Alex with disbelief, as if he were a mythical being straight out of ancient legends. What do you mean, where from? She asked hesitantly. When I examined the implant, I noticed the company's name, Mealy Tech. They definitely don't make products for ordinary people. Alex nodded toward the case lying on the table. Gloria averted her gaze, unsure how to explain that the implant had been obtained illegally. The thought that Alex might be disappointed in her actions frightened her. But Alex quickly picked up on her hesitation and understood that she feared his opinion of her. Listen, Gloria, Alex said with a kind smile. I don't care how you got it. You told me you did it for your child, and I'm not here to judge you. I'm only worried that someone might start looking for this thing, and they could trace it back to you, he added more gently, trying to reassure her. Alex's words had an effect. Gloria felt relief, realizing that he wasn't going to blame her. He was just concerned for her safety. This made her think again that Alex was too kind for such a brutal city full of blood and violence. She didn't yet know that standing before her was a chaotic personality capable of creating havoc if he believed someone deserved punishment. I work as a nurse at a hospital. When I arrived at the scene of a murder, I found this implant there. Then I contacted a friend who offered to buy it, Gloria admitted, gathering her courage. Alex decided to check later if anyone was looking for the implant and, just in case, prepare for possible consequences if it had been stolen from someone. In the worst case, he could use destructive force, despite the risks. All right. I'll figure something out in case they do trace it back to you, Alex muttered, rubbing his face, deep in thought. Gloria watched him, unsure of what to say. He had taken her problems upon himself and was ready to protect her, even though he didn't have to. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? I won't blame you if you change your mind. Besides, you said you can't use your magic right now, Gloria asked, concern in her voice, as Alex continued rubbing his face. Alex lowered his hands and looked at her seriously, causing Gloria to glance away, unable to meet his gaze. I said I'd protect you, and I will. I don't need magic to deal with anyone who comes after you, he reassured her with an encouraging smile. Gloria didn't know what to say. She was used to a city where no one helped without a reason. People died here daily, and no one wanted to take on the responsibility of protecting someone they barely knew. Was Alex really an exception? Are you sure you want to do this? Gloria asked, still seeking confirmation. Of course, I promised, so I'll do it, Alex replied with confidence, shrugging. I can't leave someone as kind as you. And if anything happens, we'll just distract them by having the cult of the spaghetti monster invade the city, he added with a wide grin, as if anticipating something fun. Gloria gave Alex a confused look. His strange smile and mention of some mysterious cult only deepened her doubts. The cult of the spaghetti monster, she repeated cautiously, unsure of what to expect. Alex's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. He was about to introduce her to the mysteries of the cult but decided it was better not to scare her for now and offered a simpler explanation. It's nothing serious. My family and I just reformed bad people. We even had a special task force chasing us, Alex explained with a smile, clearly enjoying the memory. Gloria was stunned by his words. At first, he had seemed serious and mature, but now he was showing a strange, almost childlike side. Maybe their actions were well-intentioned, but if a special task force was after them, it was far more complicated than he made it seem. If it wasn't serious, why was a task force chasing you? Gloria asked, eyeing Alex suspiciously. Oh, the people we punished were just whiners. They love to complain about every little thing, Alex shrugged with a smirk. Gloria placed a hand on her forehead, trying to make sense of his explanation. She couldn't fully understand his motives. But in the end, she decided to leave it for now. All right, let's drop it for now. I still need to bring the chrome to my friend, she said, trying to distract herself from the strange conversation. Are you coming with me or staying home? Alex thoughtfully stroked his chin, debating whether he should go out and meet the people who, according to Gloria, might offer him work. I'll go with you. If the city's as dangerous as you say, I'll protect you if anything happens, he said, standing up from the couch. And how exactly are you going to protect me? Gloria asked, looking at him skeptically. Alex opened his inventory and pulled out a few items. With this, he replied, showing 2 pistols, one black, the other white. In his other hand, he held a strange revolver with 2 barrels and a blue rose on the side. Gloria stared in amazement at the weapons in Alex's hands. Her doubts about him being from a magical world grew stronger. Those are pistols and a revolver. Where did you get them if you're from a magical world? She asked the obvious question. I made them myself. Just because I'm from a magical world doesn't mean I can't create things like these. Besides, they are magical, so it's all good, Alex replied calmly, raising an eyebrow. Gloria sighed and raised her hands as if surrendering. Aren't you worried that others might find out they are magical weapons? She asked, still concerned for his safety. Everything's fine. Ordinary people can use them too. The bullets are replenished with magic, so no one will know, Alex assured her with a confident thumbs up. Gloria looked at him skeptically but decided not to dwell on it. She watched as Alex reached back into his inventory and pulled out a holster. Deciding to help, she approached him. "Let me help," Gloria offered, assisting with adjusting the holster on his shoulders. Alex accepted her help and adjusted the straps so they wouldn't interfere with his movements. After moving around a bit, he holstered the pistols. Checking to make sure it didn't restrict his movements, Alex drew his weapons a couple of times quickly to ensure everything was working perfectly. I always dreamed of having these pistols when I first saw them. And now my childhood dream has come true," Alex thought, smiling like a child while holding the pistols. Gloria saw his childlike behavior and could only shake her head. "Let me help you with the other holster," she said, noticing how Alex was smiling like a kid at a fair. "Sure, thanks for the help," Alex replied, handing the holster for the blue rose to Gloria. Gloria took the holster and began securing it to Alex's belt while he tried not to move. She finished, dusted off her hands as if she had done an excellent job. "Now you're ready," Gloria said, nodding her head. Alex said thoughtfully, adjusting the holster for the blue rose, which hung behind his belt. Alex carefully placed the revolver into the holster. After drawing and returning it a few times, he checked to make sure it wasn't obstructing anything. Satisfied everything was in place, he checked once more and prepared to leave. "Are you going out dressed like that?" Gloria asked, pointing at Alex, who was only wearing a t-shirt and was strapped with weapons. "Oh, right," Alex confirmed. He reached back into his inventory and pulled out a dark blue coat modeled after Nero's clothing from DMC5. After putting on the hooded coat, he decided to check how quickly he could draw his weapons while wearing the outerwear. Once done, Alex turned to Gloria to get her opinion. "So, what do you think?" he asked, expecting Gloria to inspect the coat. "I'd say it has a very interesting design," Gloria honestly admitted, examining Alex's coat and its combination with the rest of his outfit. Alex smiled in response. "Well then, show me where we need to go," he said, turning to Gloria. "He's already scheduled a meeting, and we're expected," Gloria replied, heading toward the door. Alex followed her out of the apartment and waited as she closed the door. He was curious about how people here lock doors. The answer came quickly. It was a simple sensor lock requiring a fingerprint and biometric data. But it seemed things weren't that straightforward, as such locks are easily bypassed, and it was likely the apartment owner just connects to the lock and closes the door themselves. Gloria nodded at Alex and headed for the elevator to go downstairs. After waiting for it to arrive, they began descending. Alex watched as the numbers on the display gradually decreased until the elevator reached the first floor. But instead of opening, the elevator began descending even lower. Alex thought, "We're probably heading down to the parking garage," as he noticed the display showing -3. The elevator doors opened, and Gloria stepped out. Alex followed closely behind until she stopped, seemingly remembering something. "What happened?" Alex asked, catching up to Gloria, who had come to a halt. Gloria looked at Alex, unsure of how to respond. Amid recent events, she had completely forgotten that her car was currently out of commission. "My car is broken, and I completely forgot about it," Gloria admitted honestly, sounding embarrassed. Alex looked at her and couldn't understand why she was so embarrassed. Given everything she had been through, it wasn't surprising that she had forgotten about the broken car. "It's okay. You've been through a lot. It's not surprising you forgot," Alex said, trying to reassure her. Gloria shook off her embarrassment and started thinking about how to get to the meeting quickly. "So, how are we getting there?" Alex asked, looking at Gloria, who was deep in thought. "I think we'll use the subway," Gloria replied, heading towards the elevator. Alex looked at Gloria in surprise. He was struck by the fact that a city this advanced still had a subway, and he was curious about what it looked like. "I wonder how it compares to the subway in my old world," Alex thought, catching up to Gloria. When they stepped outside, the first thing that caught Alex's attention was the building they had exited. His first thought was that it resembled a human anthill more than a typical high-rise. "Strange building," Alex muttered, looking up. Gloria noticed Alex's gaze at the building and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I think this building looks more like an anthill than a residential building," Alex replied, turning to her. "You're right, it does," Gloria nodded, understanding what he meant. She didn't argue, knowing that many people see such structures as merely cold and faceless. "Where to next?" Alex asked, pulling out a cigarette to light. "The subway is not far, and then we'll head to the meeting place," Gloria answered, moving forward. Alex followed her, looking around like a curious child. Despite living in a modern world, this city was on another level of development. Gloria noticed his behavior and thought with a smile, "I wonder how old he is." When they reached the subway station, Gloria paid for the entrance and led Alex inside to wait for the train. While they waited, Alex lit another cigarette, scanning his surroundings. Just like in his previous world, many people were engrossed in their phones, more accurately, their HUDs, as indicated by their glowing eyes. It seemed more convenient, as they didn't have to look at screens and accidentally bump into passers-by. Nothing changes. People are still glued to their screens. Alex thought with a crooked smile, observing the crowd at the station. He stood next to Gloria, keeping an eye out in case there were pickpockets in the area as well. Alex carefully scanned the people until his attention was drawn to a girl who stood out sharply from the rest. She had white hair, with a strand of bangs dyed in rainbow colors. He couldn't make out the color of her eyes since she was too far away, but her appearance was clearly eye-catching. Noticing Alex's silence, Gloria decided to find out what he was thinking. "Did you see something interesting?" Gloria asked, turning to him. Alex looked away from the girl and at Gloria. "Not really, just thought I saw something," he replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. When he looked back in that direction, the girl was already gone, and Alex decided not to search for her, continuing to scan the area. Gloria realized that Alex was not being entirely honest but chose not to press the issue. Suddenly, she remembered she had forgotten to ask him one thing. "You never said how old you are," Gloria said, drawing Alex's attention once again. Alex hesitated, unsure of how best to answer. Time was a strange thing, and figuring it out wasn't easy. He decided to give the age he had used in the Danmachi world. "I think I'm 18, he said uncertainly, exhaling smoke through his nose. "You think?" "That's not how it works," Gloria said, surprised by his vague answer. Alex leaned in closer and whispered quietly, "I'll tell you later when there aren't so many people around." Gloria nodded, understanding that Alex was hinting at something sensitive, and decided to continue the conversation while they waited for the train. She was eager to learn more about him and tried to avoid questions related to magic. Alex talked about his life but carefully avoided mentioning monsters or battles with gods. He left out many details, but Gloria picked up that his work resembled that of a mercenary, only in a magical world. When the train finally arrived, they boarded, and Alex stood close to Gloria to prevent anyone from getting too close. She looked at him, not understanding his excessive vigilance, as she often took the subway without problems. "What are you doing?" Gloria asked, puzzled. "Just in case there are pickpockets here." "I don't want you to have anything stolen," Alex replied, carefully watching the passengers. "You're being too paranoid," she smirked, seeing no need for such caution. "Well, paranoia is one of my quirks," he admitted with a slight grin. "And how many of these quirks do you have?" Gloria asked, raising an eyebrow in interest. "Hey, you'll find out over time," Alex said with a smile, not wanting to reveal all his peculiarities just yet. Gloria didn't comment further on his behavior and turned to the window. The train sped forward, and Alex, observing the passing buildings and streets, couldn't help but notice how advanced this city was. "Almost like my old world, only everything here is much more high-tech," he thought, looking at the view outside. The subway ride seemed dull to him, and Alex began to wonder if it might have been faster if he had just run, taking Gloria with him. Suddenly, he noticed out of the corner of his eye the same girl he had seen at the station. She was weaving through the passengers, skillfully snatching items that fell from their bags. Alex continued to watch her without intervening, keeping a close eye on what was happening. He was curious about what these items were and why she was collecting them. Noticing that Alex was focusing on something, Gloria decided to ask. "Did you spot something interesting?" she asked, giving him a light poke in the back. Alex turned around, slightly flustered. "Well, how do I explain this?" He stepped aside slightly, giving Gloria a chance to see what he was watching. Gloria looked in the indicated direction and noticed the girl with white hair moving among the passengers. That's Lucy," Gloria said quietly, recognizing the girl. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked at her in surprise. "You know her?" he asked. Gloria paused for a moment and decided to explain. "A few words from the author. I'm not actually sure if Gloria knew other members of Maine's group, but I thought about it a bit and decided it was quite possible." "Yes, we know each other." "She's part of Maine's group," she replied, watching as Lucy approached. "Is she the one we're meeting?" Alex asked, glancing at the case in Gloria's hand. "No, that's for Maine," Gloria explained, pointing to the case. Then, with a slight smile, she added, "Why do you ask? Do you like her?" Alex just smiled in response, hiding his thoughts. He wasn't sure how to answer Gloria's question. Lucy was certainly his type, but having only recently arrived in this world, he wasn't rushing into relationships. Moreover, he felt that he should first discuss it with his family. "She's beautiful, but now isn't the time for relationships," Alex admitted honestly, keeping his eyes on Lucy. "Why do you think so?" Gloria asked, clearly intrigued. "Well, for one, I'm under your care right now, and for another, I have neither money nor an apartment." "You can figure out the rest," Alex said with a light sigh, hoping his mana would recover quickly so he could exchange something for money. Gloria considered his words and realized he was right. Although, considering he was a magician, she thought he'd find a way to earn money quickly. However, in this world, money wasn't so easily obtained, especially if one didn't get involved in dubious affairs. Meanwhile, Lucy, slowly approaching Gloria and Alex, finally spotted the familiar face in the crowd. Seeing Gloria, she was surprised to run into her here and remembered her recent loss. Lucy sympathized with her grief and, having finished her business, made her way toward her. "Gloria, it's good to see you," Lucy said as she got closer. "I'm glad to see you too, Lucy," Gloria replied with a faint smile. Lucy, noticeably distressed, looked at her with sadness in her eyes. "My condolences for your loss," she said quietly. "Thank you, Lucy," Gloria replied with a sad smile that only slightly eased her pain. Noticing the young man next to Gloria, Lucy turned her attention to him. The tall guy with black hair, wearing a dark blue coat with a hood, stood out among the other passengers. From under the coat, she could see the holster straps, and his rainbow-colored eyes immediately caught her gaze. Lucy felt that he was clearly different from the usual residents of this city, as if he didn't belong here. Gloria, catching her gaze, smiled and decided to introduce them. "Lucy, this is Alex. We met under quite unusual circumstances," Gloria said. "Hey." Alex greeted with a light smile and a raised hand. "Nice to meet you," Lucy replied, slightly tilting her head. She continued to study Alex, who seemed to be completely out of place in this world. But what fascinated her the most were his eyes, which were mesmerizing and gave her a strange, captivating feeling. To be continued. Chapter 77, Lucina or Lucy. Alex curiously observed the girl whom Gloria had just introduced to him. He was surprised that Gloria knew Lucy. According to her, Lucy was part of a group led by a guy named Maine. Now that Alex could see her up close, he finally noticed the details he couldn't make out from a distance. Lucy was a cute, average-height girl with white hair cut in a bob. The most striking feature of her hairstyle was a long strand on the right side, dyed in a rainbow color that shimmered with all its shades. Her light red makeup highlighted her eyes, which were just as colorful as the strand. She wore a cropped white jacket over a black jumpsuit with red accents, white shorts, and tall gray stockings. Black knee-high boots completed her look. In turn, Alex also caught Lucy's attention. His style seemed simple yet fitting. A dark blue hooded coat, black t-shirt, black pants, and boots. Weapon straps peeked out from under his clothing, but what captivated her the most was his pair of rainbow-colored eyes, so unusual and mysterious. As they silently examined each other, Gloria watched with a smile. The situation amused her, but the prolonged silence began to feel awkward. She wanted them to do more than just stare at each other and start a conversation. Maybe stop staring at each other and start talking. Gloria interjected, drawing Alex and Lucy's attention. Alex turned to Gloria, not understanding why it bothered her. He had no idea what to talk about with people in this world or what topics interested them. Lucy also looked slightly embarrassed, realizing she had been quietly staring at him. "So, what do you usually do?" Alex asked, deciding to start with a simple question. Lucy thought for a moment before answering, "I'm a net runner." Alex frowned slightly, clearly not understanding what that meant. "A what?" he asked. Lucy looked at him in surprise, then at Gloria, who shrugged, unsure how to explain. Lucy decided to clarify, netrunners are specialists in computer technologies. We're programmers, hackers who can move through data streams in cyberspace. Alex pondered, trying to grasp what he'd just heard. In his past, there were hackers, but now it was called something else. Interesting profession. I'll have to learn more about it, he muttered, stroking his chin. Lucy looked at him as though he were an outsider, newly arrived in this world, trying to understand how it worked. "And what did you do before meeting Gloria?" Lucy asked, wanting to learn more about the mysterious guy. Alex thought for a moment before responding, "You could say I was a mercenary. Took on different jobs. My hobby was creating weapons and various items." Lucy looked at him skeptically, then glanced at Gloria for confirmation. Gloria nodded, affirming his words. "You create weapons?" Lucy asked in a lower voice so no one else would hear. "Well, I probably can't right now," Alex replied with a crooked smile. Lucy guessed that this was somehow connected to how he ended up with Gloria. "Does it have something to do with how you two met?" she asked, nodding toward Gloria. "You could say that," Alex confirmed with a tired smile. Lucy couldn't understand why Alex smiled so wearily, as if he had lost everything. To her, that seemed like the most plausible explanation. "Then how did you two meet?" she asked, looking at Gloria and then back at Alex. Gloria hesitated, unsure how to explain their encounter. After all, she couldn't just say that she found him bloodied in an alley, only to discover he was a wizard from another world. Gloria shot Alex a meaningful glance, signaling him to answer the question himself. Alex sighed, realizing he had to explain. "In short, Gloria found me in an alley, covered in blood, and took me home to help me recover, Alex said with a warm smile. Lucy looked over at Gloria, who smiled as well, confirming Alex's words. She thought Gloria was too kind, bringing a stranger home without knowing who he really was. And why were you covered in blood? Lucy asked, intrigued by the details of the story. Alex decided to stick to a simple version and avoid mentioning magic. Someone tried to take my things, and we had a fight. After that, Gloria found me, he said with a forced smile. Gloria was impressed by how smoothly Alex avoided mentioning magic and sorcery. Aren't you afraid of dragging Gloria into your problems? She's been through a lot already. She doesn't need extra trouble just because she decided to help you, Lucy said, defending Gloria. Alex was surprised that Lucy had started speaking on Gloria's behalf. He understood her concern. If someone picked up from an alley says they were robbed, it could mean trouble would follow them later. You don't need to worry about that. I made a deal with the boss of the guy who tried, and we've agreed to stay out of each other's way, Alex assured her, trying to ease the tension. However, Lucy didn't seem convinced. Alex realized she wanted to keep talking, so he decided to take the lead. Lucy, I get that you're worried about Gloria. But believe me, I won't put her in danger. As a result of everything, I'm now a nobody, and I have nothing left, Alex said, rubbing his forehead. The thought of being broke again was driving him crazy. Gloria, listening to the conversation, glanced at Lucy, who was interrogating Alex. She wanted to step in to smooth things over but wasn't sure how to do it. Lucy, listen. Alex definitely doesn't want to cause me trouble, and he's already told me what he's been through. Do you think I wouldn't kick him out if I knew people were hunting him? Gloria said, looking at Lucy, who was frowning. Lucy didn't want to believe these words. Her childhood had left a deep mark. She had been taken into a secret division of Arasaka and trained as a netrunner. She took pride in working for the most powerful corporation in the world. But things weren't so simple. She and the other children were forced to explore forgotten areas of the net, where they encountered demons from the old world and viral AIs. Slowly, the children began to disappear, and one day Lucy and her comrades decided to escape. But only she succeeded. Eventually, she ended up in Night City, where she met the group and Gloria, the kindest woman she'd ever known. Lucy glanced at Alex, hesitant to trust him. I'll be keeping an eye on you, she said calmly after some thought. Alex wasn't surprised by Lucy's words and understood her caution. After all, in this city, betrayal and murder were common. Of course, I don't mind you keeping an eye on me, just not when I'm sleeping. I don't like being watched while I sleep, he joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. Lucy was taken aback. She had expected Alex to forbid her from watching him, as any normal person would prefer to keep their secrets. Gloria, seeing Lucy's confusion, couldn't hold back her laughter. Lucy shot her a surprised look, then glanced at Alex, who was looking at her with a kind expression. What? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Lucy just sighed, deciding that Alex was a bit strange. Nothing, she replied briefly, turning to the window. Alex, not understanding what went wrong, turned to Gloria, hoping she would clarify the situation. Did I say something wrong? He asked, still trying to figure it out. No, it's fine. Lucy is just the way she is, Gloria said with a smile, not wanting to delve into the details of Lucy's past. Alex glanced at Lucy, realizing that her distrust was likely rooted in some deeper reason, possibly related to her past. But he decided not to probe into her life. She would share when she was ready. Do we have a long way to go? Alex asked, trying to change the subject. Gloria looked out the window, assessing their location. We're almost there. Why do you ask? She asked, turning to him. Lucy, overhearing their conversation, also focused her attention on Alex, waiting for his answer. It's boring and taking too long. I'd get there faster on foot, Alex complained, pulling a candy from his pocket. Gloria looked at him skeptically. Her first thought was that it was impossible, then she remembered magic but quickly dismissed it, knowing Alex couldn't use it yet. Was he planning to run or something, she wondered, watching Alex put the candy in his mouth. Lucy was also surprised by this answer and frowned, not understanding how he planned to get there faster than the train, almost across the city. Her attention was caught by the strange thing Alex had put in his mouth. Want to try one? Alex asked, holding out a candy to Lucy, noticing her gaze. Lucy hesitated, unsure if she should accept the treat. Gloria quickly grabbed the candy and, without hesitation, popped it into her mouth. Don't hesitate, Lucy. They're really good, Gloria said, chewing. Alex smirked, pulled out another candy, and handed it to Lucy. Go on, don't be shy, he said, gently placing the candy in her palm. Lucy stared at the candy for a few seconds, then decided to give it a try. She carefully unwrapped it and put it in her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, Lucy experienced a burst of sweet, fruity flavor. I told you they were good, Alex said with a smile, noticing her reaction. This is really delicious, Lucy admitted, savoring the rich fruit taste. Alex smiled but said nothing, turning back to the window and watching the passing scenery as they neared their destination. Lucy, glancing at him, wondered where he was from and what secrets he might be hiding. I need to find out more about him, Lucy thought before shifting her attention back to the city flashing by outside the window. Finally, the train stopped at the desired station, and the passengers began to disembark. Gloria, noticing they had arrived, prepared to get off but noticed that Alex was still staring out the window. Remembering that he didn't know where they were headed, she decided to call out to him. Alex, we've arrived, she said, gently tugging at his sleeve. Already, he asked, surprised, turning to her. Yes, it's time to go, Gloria confirmed, gently pulling him along. Alex allowed Gloria to guide him out of the train without resistance. They exited onto the platform and saw Lucy standing a little further away with a bag slung over her shoulder. The girl's eyes were glowing violet, revealing her connection to someone via her cyber implant. Where to next? Alex asked, turning his gaze to Gloria, who was patiently waiting for Lucy to finish her conversation. Let's wait until Lucy is done, she replied, pointing to the girl. Alex decided to occupy himself while they waited and lit a cigarette. Taking a drag, he exhaled the smoke through his nose and noticed that the day was gradually giving way to evening. How quickly time flies, Alex thought to himself. When Lucy finished her conversation, she turned to them. Maine is already waiting. We can go, she said briefly and headed forward. Alex and Gloria followed her. They walked through the streets until they reached a narrow passage in a wall leading to a door. Some strange maneuvers to get to the place, Alex thought, helping Gloria squeeze through the opening. Opening the door, they heard a soft chime, a classic signal for a shopkeeper that someone had entered their store. Alex looked around and realized they had entered a bar, which seemed quite ordinary at first glance. The place felt unexpected after the route they had taken. Behind the counter stood a man with short black hair neatly parted and a small mustache reminiscent of aristocrats from past centuries. Seeing them, he smiled, set down a glass on the counter, and greeted them warmly. Gloria, good to see you. Gloria smiled widely in return and waved her hand. Falco, long time no see, she replied, moving closer to the counter. Falco looked at her with a touch of sadness. He had heard about the tragedy that had befallen her son, and his heart ached for the woman who had done everything possible for her child. His sigh betrayed his sympathy before he turned his attention to Lucy, who was standing nearby. Lucy, are you done? He asked gently. Yes, everything's here, Lucy replied, placing her bag on the bar counter. Falco took it and set it aside on the floor, preparing for the next step of their journey. Falco then noticed that, in addition to Lucy and Gloria, there was someone else with them. A tall young man with a notable appearance stood behind the women, immediately catching his attention. And who have you brought with you? Falco asked, narrowing his eyes and looking at Alex. Gloria was about to introduce him, but Lucy spoke up first. This is Alex, she said, nodding toward him. Gloria helped him, and he joined us to protect her. Falco examined the newcomer closely, slightly surprised, but his face remained warm and welcoming. Nice to meet you, Alex, he said friendlily, extending his hand for a handshake. Likewise, Alex replied, smiling back and taking a seat at the bar. Alex glanced around, studying the bar, which at first appeared ordinary but had noticeable technological elements. Thoughts of the pervasive technology in this world flashed through his mind again, and he decided that not all places had to be as he imagined them. Gloria, standing and looking around, was clearly searching for someone. If you're looking for the Maine, he's over there, Falco said, pointing in the direction where the person was. Thank you, Falco, she said and moved in the indicated direction. Alex noticed her leaving and was about to follow. Gloria, sensing his intention, stopped and looked at him. Alex, it's fine, you don't need to come with me, she said gently, trying to dissuade him. But. Alex began, clearly worried. No buts. Nothing will happen to me, don't worry, Gloria insisted firmly, with a smile that was both caring and stern. Falco watched their exchange with interest. He was curious about the connection between Alex and Gloria and why he was so concerned for her safety. Stay here and wait for me, Gloria said firmly, stepping away. Fine, fine, Alex grumbled, clicking his tongue. And don't click your tongue, Gloria said with a smirk, noticing his reaction. Alex sat back down, deciding not to continue the argument as Gloria was clearly in charge. Falco smiled, watching their interaction. He was pleased to see that, despite the tragedy, Gloria had not lost her spirit. He turned his gaze to Alex, who was lost in thought, watching Gloria leave. So, how did you and Gloria meet? Falco asked, polishing another glass. She found me in an alley, covered in blood, and then took me to her home, Alex said, reaching into his pocket and considering his words. She took care of me there. Falco was surprised by what he heard. It explained Alex's gratitude but still left an air of mystery. It seems fate brought you together, he remarked, keeping his eyes on Alex. More like coincidence, Alex replied with a smirk, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Do you mind if I smoke? Falco nodded silently toward Lucy, who, it turned out, was already smoking, not interfering with their conversation. Alex smiled, lit up, and thoughtfully exhaled the smoke. Why are you so worried about Gloria? Falco finally asked, studying Alex. She helped me when I was in trouble. Alex looked at his cigarette and took another drag. She took in a complete stranger, covered in blood, and cared for me. Now I want to repay her in any way I can. Falco was slightly surprised by Alex's noble behavior. He knew Gloria was a kind person, but after everything she had been through, he had expected her kindness might have faded. However, reality proved otherwise. Maybe you'd like a drink? Falco offered, setting a can of beer in front of Lucy. Sorry, but right now I'm poorer than those begging on the street, Alex replied with a crooked smile. I'm treating, so feel free to order something, Lucy said, glancing at Alex. Thanks, then I'll have the same as her. Alex nodded towards the beer can next to Lucy. Falco smiled and fetched another can, setting it in front of Alex. Alex examined the drink, noticing the name Brasov, and, raising an eyebrow, decided to try it. Opening the can and taking a sip, he was surprised to find the taste similar to regular beer but significantly stronger. Not bad, Alex said, placing the can on the table. Falco merely smiled, saying nothing. So, what were you doing before you met Gloria? He asked, watching Alex drink his beer. It could be called different things, but mostly it was deliveries, security, and other jobs, Alex replied, taking another sip. So, you were a mercenary? Falco asked. That's one way to put it, though I'm not sure what's the best term for it, Alex answered with a crooked smile. Lucy, observing the conversation from the side, decided to ask a question that had been on her mind for a while. Then why did you go with Gloria? She asked, drawing Alex's attention. Alex paused, considering the best way to respond, and set the can down on the table. When we talked, I mentioned that I had nothing, not even documents. She offered to help me find a job that matched my skills, he explained, extinguishing his cigarette. You don't have any documents? Lucy asked, surprised. That's right. After what happened to me, you could say I ceased to exist, Alex replied, shrugging. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Lucy murmured, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's all right. As they say, what's lost is found again, Alex smiled, trying to reassure her. Falco, listening to the conversation, looked thoughtfully at Alex. It was hard for him to grasp the extent of the hardships this young man had faced. That's sad to hear, Alex, Falco mumbled as he polished the counter. Yeah, it's fine. I just need to earn some money and find someone who can forge documents, Alex replied with a smirk. Hey, you're right, Falco smiled. Alex glanced at Lucy, sensing she had more questions. Do you want to ask anything else? He inquired, looking up at her. Your eyes, Lucy suddenly said, pointing at his face. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, not immediately understanding what she meant. What about them? He asked, tilting his head. Lucy blushed, realizing she hadn't clarified her question, and quickly corrected herself. Where did you get such chrome for your eyes? She asked, peering closely at his pupils. They're real, Alex answered with mild confusion, not understanding her concern. Lucy and Falco stared at Alex in amazement, as if he were an alien. Alex felt as if he had suddenly fallen from the moon, puzzled by their reaction. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, not understanding their reaction. How do you connect with others? How do you do things that are usually done with implants? Lucy asked, still staring intently at him. Well, with this, Alex replied calmly, pulling out a regular phone from his pocket. He felt like someone who had suddenly landed in a distant civilization where his technology had long been outdated. Alex couldn't explain that for various reasons. He wasn't equipped with implants, though with research, he might be able to get them. The question was whether he needed them. I haven't seen such phones in a long time, Lucy admitted, examining the device in Alex's hands. You're right, Lucy, Falco nodded. I haven't seen anything like it in a while either. Alex smiled sheepishly. He realized that phones had long fallen out of use in this world, replaced by cyber implants. By the way, since we're talking about implants, I have a few questions for you. If it's not too much trouble, could you answer them? Alex asked, catching Lucy's attention as she kept her eyes on the phone on the bar. Lucy turned to Alex, intrigued. What do you want to know? She asked. How many implants can one person have? Alex asked, pulling out a notebook and pen. Lucy looked at him with slight puzzlement but decided to answer. It depends on the person and their ability to handle the impact of chrome on their body, she explained. And why are you interested? She added, noticing Alex writing in his notebook. Just curious, Alex replied, distracted from his notes. What happens if you exceed the limit? Falco, who had been silently listening to the conversation, decided to chime in. Exceeding the limit can cause cyberpsychosis, he said, continuing to wipe glasses. Alex looked up at him, waiting for more information. Actually, cyberpsychosis can also occur in those who already have mental disorders. If they get too many implants, they start seeing themselves or others not as people, but as a set of parts that can be replaced, Falco continued with grim seriousness. So, if someone with an unstable mind installs a bunch of implants, they could go insane. Alex asked, taking notes. Exactly. Haven't you encountered such cases? Lucy asked, frowning slightly. No, that's why I'm asking, Alex admitted, continuing to jot down his observations and ideas about implants. Lucy looked at Alex with a new sense of understanding. In her eyes, he suddenly reminded her of her past self, a person who had been trapped in a laboratory and had escaped only to be found, bloodied and barely alive, by her current companions on the street. Her gaze softened a little as she thought that Alex might have gone through similar trials. His work as a mercenary probably involved military training. That would explain his comments about losing everything and being pursued, she speculated, piecing together Alex's past. Meanwhile, Alex, fully absorbed in his notes, didn't notice her gaze. His thoughts were occupied with planning, but suddenly his hand stopped, and he realized he was forgetting his own rest, diving into new plans. Lucy, observing Alex as he wrote in his notebook, noticed him suddenly frown as if recalling something unpleasant. Her sympathy for him grew. She had mistakenly thought that, like her, he was raised by soldiers and that their destinies were similar. But in reality, his mission was far more complex, saving worlds and restoring timelines that had gone out of control. To be continued. Chapter 78, Mains Group and a New Job. Alex continued writing in his notebook, documenting everything he learned while in this world. One of his observations was that most people had cyber implants. What disturbed him most was the information about cyberpsychosis. If someone with mental issues overloaded their body with implants, they could eventually lose their mind. However, the concept of mental issues seemed too vague. It was difficult to pinpoint what exactly could trigger an episode. Alex stopped writing and thoughtfully pressed the pen to his chin. Lucy, who had been quietly observing Alex all this time, was slightly surprised to see him stop. She was curious about what might have caused him to pause. Do you have any questions? She asked, glancing at him. Alex snapped out of his thoughts and turned to her. Not exactly questions, he began hesitantly. It's just that your words about cyberpsychos and how they become that way seem strange to me. Lucy raised an eyebrow, not fully understanding where he was going with this. Alex noticed her confusion and decided to elaborate. Mental problems, that's too broad a term. For example, depression is also a mental illness and can lead people to commit horrific acts. And you don't need to be a cyberpsycho for that, Alex explained. Lucy began to understand what he meant. She knew that so-called cyberpsychos were never truly examined. Cyberpsychosis was just a label slapped on those who committed violent acts, and no one knew whether their behavior was caused by the implants or something else. She couldn't help but agree with Alex. You're right. You can never know what's going on in someone's head, Falco added, supporting Alex. Alex agreed with his words. Without the ability to read minds, it was impossible to fully understand what someone else was thinking or feeling. Is it possible to cure those who have already become cyberpsychos? Alex asked, looking at his companions. Falco and Lucy pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not sure about curing the cyberpsychos themselves. Once they're identified, they're usually hunted down, Falco admitted with a sad smile. There's treatment only for the victims, and even then, it doesn't always help, Lucy added, completing his thought. Alex scratched his chin, reflecting. It made sense. If there's no way to cure someone who's committed so many atrocities, the best option is to eliminate them. As for the victims, treating them was always complicated since trauma could leave a mark that's hard to erase. That makes sense. There's no point in trying to save someone who's done such horrible things. Scientists have been trying to solve mental health issues for centuries, mostly without success, Alex said, shrugging. Lucy looked at him in surprise. The calm tone with which Alex spoke about eliminating cyberpsychos unsettled her a little. Do you not feel any sympathy for these people? She asked, studying his expression. It's not that I don't sympathize. Everyone has their own problems, and they have to deal with them in their own way. But that doesn't justify causing a bloody mess just because something went wrong in life. There are people who have it even worse, yet they don't give up and keep fighting, Alex replied, nodding as if confirming his point. He knew that a lot could be overcome if one didn't give up. Falco listened carefully to Alex and nodded in approval, agreeing with his words. He also believed that one should keep fighting despite the hardships. But everyone knew how hard it could be not to give up. Wise words for someone as young as you, Alex, Falco noted with a warm smile. It's not wisdom, just life experience, Alex replied with a smile. Falco watched Alex and couldn't shake the feeling that this young man had been through a lot before ending up here and losing everything. Lucy, in turn, thought that Alex was talking about his comrades, whom he might have lost before managing to escape. If Alex knew what they were thinking, he'd probably say they were overthinking things. By the way, Falco, Alex said, drawing the attention of the men behind the bar. Falco looked at him, slightly surprised. He was curious about what Alex was going to ask. Yeah. Falco responded, his gaze focused on the young man. Do you know anything about the local corporations? Alex asked, glancing between Falco and Lucy. Lucy, observing him, thought her assumption was correct. Alex had no information about the city, which was why he was asking questions. After all, most of this data was available to anyone. What exactly are you interested in? She asked, watching as Alex tapped his pen on the bar. Their names and industries, Alex replied after a brief moment of thought. He didn't need to delve too deeply. If these companies were involved in anything illegal, they certainly wouldn't advertise it. Lucy frowned, unsure of where to start. There were countless corporations in this city. Well, where to begin, she said thoughtfully. Start with the medical companies, Alex suggested. I'll ask more as we go along. The best medical company is Trauma Team International. They handle life insurance and have rapid response teams. These teams are dispatched to the scene as soon as a signal about an injured person comes through, Lucy explained, watching Alex jot down her words in his notebook. Alex circled the company's name in his notes, guessing that this corporation might have refused to help Gloria when she needed medical assistance. They don't help those without insurance, do they? Alex clarified, just to be sure. Lucy shook her head. No, she replied, noticing how Alex underlined the company's name. She was curious as to why he was focusing on this particular company and what his connection to it was. Why are you asking all this, Alex? Falco chimed in, intrigued by their conversation. Gloria once told me that when she had an accident, they refused to help her because she didn't have insurance, Alex admitted, revealing his motive. Lucy looked at him in surprise. He was so intent on finding information for Gloria, and she couldn't quite grasp why. What does Militech do? Alex suddenly asked, shifting his gaze to Lucy. Militech manufactures weapons for everyone, from private companies to the police, she replied. Why are you interested? Alex frowned, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. If this company had any interest in Gloria's case, they likely wouldn't allow their technologies to leak. That's bad, he muttered, considering the possibility that Gloria might be drawn into something dangerous. Lucy noticed Alex's darkening expression, and her first thought was that he might be connected to Militech. But she quickly dismissed that idea. If he were one of their people, he wouldn't be asking about the company. Lucy, can corporations track their cyber implants? Alex asked, hoping for a negative response. Lucy shrugged. I'm not sure, she admitted, not knowing the answer. Alex frowned even more, realizing that tracking was indeed a possibility. Most likely, the corporation dealing with optics could be recording everything people with implants saw. Why are you asking? Falco inquired, noticing Alex's troubled expression. Because of Gloria. She got that implant from somewhere, and I'm afraid Militech might start hunting for their equipment, Alex replied, pausing. Lucy understood why he was worried. Her gaze softened, now she saw that Alex was simply trying to protect Gloria from potential consequences. Don't worry, it's not the first implant we've gotten this way, Lucy tried to reassure him. Alex looked at her, and his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Maybe they really did know how to disable tracking, if it even existed. Well, that's good to hear. Because without my workshop, I doubt I could do anything, he said with a crooked smile. Falco listened intently when Alex mentioned his workshop. It reminded him of a member of his team who also spent a lot of time building things in his. And what did you work on in your workshop? Lucy asked casually. Alex paused, thinking about how to answer without mentioning magic and runes. I made weapons and various devices that could help people, he replied. But now it's all gone. All I have left is this, Alex nodded toward his belongings. Lucy realized Alex was probably referring to what was hidden under his cloak and guessed it was the weapon he managed to take before fleeing. What happened to your workshop? She asked, lighting a cigarette. Well, it went poof, Alex said with a grin, implying that the workshop had simply vanished. Falco looked at him in surprise, realizing that the workshop had probably exploded. Sorry to hear that, Alex, he said, placing a beer in front of him in an attempt to comfort him. Thanks. But everything I need, I have with me, Alex replied, waving his notebook, which contained all his important ideas and plans. Lucy glanced at the notebook, understanding that it played a crucial role in Alex's life. So that's what the notebook is for, she said with a smile. Yep, anything stored online can be stolen. But what I hold in my hands is much harder to take, Alex replied with a sly grin, knowing the notebook was always hidden in his inventory. Heh, smart, Falco chuckled. Of course. As a friend of mine used to say, I carry everything I own with me, Alex joked. Wise words, Falco agreed, acknowledging the truth in them. They laughed at the phrase, recognizing that their lives forced them to always be prepared. Alex continued adjusting to a world where eyes lurked around every corner, and the slightest reveal of his abilities could attract the attention of major corporations. Even though he could protect himself and those close to him, it could lead to unnecessary casualties. He wasn't a hero, but he didn't want innocent people to suffer because of his selfish decisions. If he survived without his powers before, he could do it again, keeping them hidden. Lucy watched Alex, who sat with a smile on his face, holding a cigarette. She felt an increasing urge to learn more about him, but she understood it would only happen when he started trusting her. The longer she watched him, the stronger her desire to dig into his thoughts grew. It was like a snowball rolling downhill, getting bigger with every second. But she knew they hadn't known each other long. Maybe if he joined their team, he'd open up and share more about his past. Alex, on the other hand, was wondering why Gloria was taking so long. After a moment of thought, he decided she was probably just caught up in a conversation with a friend, sharing her recent worries. Hey, Falco, while I'm waiting for Gloria, do you have any work for me? I'd like to know what I can expect, Alex asked Falco. Falco pondered for a moment, considering what task he could give Alex in this situation. He didn't know what Alex was capable of, and it seemed Alex wasn't very familiar with the city yet. Work isn't that simple right now. You might want to wait for Maine, he's sure to have something to offer, Falco replied after a pause. Nothing at all. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked at him with interest. Well, there's delivery work, and whatever Lucy's been doing today, Falco nodded toward her. Alex turned to Lucy, who was smoking and watching him intently. Their eyes met. Lucy, what were those things you were pulling out of the passengers' necks? Alex asked, not breaking eye contact. They're fragments. Basically, remnants that we sell later, she answered calmly, maintaining eye contact. So, they're like memory chips? Alex asked with some skepticism. Almost, Lucy nodded. Alex pondered the information, which reminded him of old phones where memory cards would pop out if dropped. The thought seemed so amusing that he barely restrained himself from laughing. Lucy noticed Alex smiling and shaking his head, but couldn't understand what made him feel this way. Her answer didn't seem to suggest anything funny. By the way, who's Maine? Alex asked, turning his gaze back to Falco. That's me, chum, a voice came from behind Alex. He turned around and saw a group of people approaching them. Among them was Gloria. Leading the group was a tall, muscular man with suntanned skin and gray hair. He wore a vest and military pants. He stopped in front of Alex, surveying him from head to toe. So, you're the Alex Gloria picked up? Maine asked, scrutinizing him. Sounds like she found a stray kitten, Alex replied with a smile. Maine's smile widened. Alex was exactly as Gloria had described him. You're a cheerful guy. Nice to meet you, chum, Maine said, extending his hand for a handshake. Chum. Alex shook his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. Hey, you'll figure it out, Maine grinned. I'm Dorio, Maine's right hand, introduced the woman standing next to him. Alex looked at the tall, muscular Dorio. She wore a jacket over something like a strange bikini covering her chest. She had white hair and cold blue eyes. Nice to meet you, Alex said, extending his hand. You've got a strong handshake for someone like you, Dorio observed, gripping his hand. Well, what can I say, I'm special, Alex smiled, playfully teasing the situation. Alex was about to say something when suddenly someone grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously. He looked at the culprit and saw a guy with long arms, a mohawk, and strange futuristic glasses. He was wearing a vest. I'm Pilar, and this is my sister. The guy began, but was immediately punched in the stomach. Alex watched as Pilar curled up and fell to the floor in a shrimp-like pose. He looked up to see who had done it. In front of him stood a girl who looked very much like Hestia in terms of height and cuteness. She had green hair styled in 2 braids and eyes with red-green irises. She wore a hoodie, under which a bikini was visible. Alex's first thought was that he had met Hestia's twin in this world. His eyes widened in surprise, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I'm Rebecca, chum, she introduced herself, gripping his hand roughly and pulling it towards herself. Have you ever wanted to free someone? Rebecca asked, not waiting for a reply. Alex still couldn't help but compare her to Hestia. They looked almost identical, except for one important detail, the chest. Hearing her question, he looked at her in surprise, realizing he had probably found a kindred spirit ready for chaos and disorder. Got any offers? Alex asked with a slight smile. Hey, we'll see, Rebecca smirked, grabbing Pilar by the leg and dragging him towards the nearest table. Alex watched the scene intently, which didn't go unnoticed by Gloria and Lucy, who were observing him. Then his attention was drawn to another girl standing a little behind. He looked her over. She wore a cybernetic mask, a short bob haircut, and a long red cloak that nearly reached her ankles. Kiwi, she introduced herself briefly and headed to the table where Rebecca had already settled. Alex surveyed the group and was slightly surprised by their diversity. Lucy seemed cautious and distrustful, Falco was friendly and thoughtful, Maine appeared to be the leader, though a bit reckless, likely under the control of Dorio. Pilar was clearly the fun and carefree one, Rebecca acted like a restless gremlin, and Kiwi remained mysterious and inscrutable. Quite an interesting crew, Alex thought as he got to know each of them. At that moment, Alex noticed Maine sitting down at the bar and decided to approach him to discuss work. Gloria told me about your situation. I can only sympathize, chum, Maine said, looking at Alex. Alex glanced at Gloria, who nodded, signaling that everything was fine. Well, as they say, shit happens to everyone, Alex replied with a smile. Maine was surprised by his positive attitude. Usually, people in such situations fall into depression or even lose themselves. As Gloria said, this guy is too nice for this world, he thought, watching Alex's reaction. Not only Maine was surprised by his reaction, but also Dorio, who was sitting next to him. Maine didn't yet know what kind of work to offer Alex, as he didn't understand his capabilities, but decided to test his skills to be sure. Listen, Alex, I don't know what you're capable of yet, so I can't offer anything serious at the moment, Maine said, taking a sip from the glass that Falco had placed in front of him. But Gloria vouched for you, and no offense, but for now, I can only offer courier work, he added, eyeing Alex closely. Alex heard Maine's words and understood that he was right. No one here knew what he was capable of, and he had to prove it. Well, I don't mind. You have to start somewhere, Alex replied with a slight smile. Man, you're too optimistic, Maine chuckled. And when do we start? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Maine looked at him, surprised by his readiness to start working immediately. You seem pretty impatient, as I see it, he remarked with a grin. Not so much impatient, just need to pay the rent. I'm staying with Gloria for now, and I want to help her in any way I can, Alex explained. You seem like a responsible young man, Dorio interjected, glancing at him. Alex smiled in response. He didn't consider himself particularly responsible, just wanted to help Gloria as best as he could. I just want to help her, he said, smiling kindly. Gloria, watching him, suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't help but draw parallels between Alex and David. In her mind, the image of David overlapped with Alex, and she struggled to hold back her emotions so that no one would notice. He helps me more than he thinks, she thought, discreetly wiping away her tears. Maine, without commenting on Alex's words, simply nodded briefly. In his life, he had met people who viewed the world with such optimism but broke under pressure. He planned to watch how Alex handled real dangers. All right, your first task is to deliver these shards to a guy named Riz, Maine said, setting the glass on the bar. Address? Alex asked, realizing he didn't know where this Riz lived. Don't worry, I'll provide it, Maine replied, nodding toward Falco. Falco quickly exited through the back door and soon returned with a sealed package, which he placed on the bar in front of Alex. You need to deliver this personally, Maine said, pointing to the package. Alex took the package, feeling its lightness, but didn't dwell on it. As long as there weren't any drugs or organs inside, he wasn't concerned. Is there anything else I should know? Alex asked, standing up from his chair. You need to go to Drake Avenue, you'll figure it out, Maine replied, not fully understanding the question. I'm not asking about that. Are there any gangs I should be wary of? Alex clarified. Maine squinted, realizing what Alex meant. In Little China, gangs rarely caused trouble, but sometimes members of the Tiger Claws showed up for a bit of fun. Gangs usually don't operate here, but the Tiger Claws sometimes drop by. Be careful, I don't want Gloria getting upset again, he added quietly, approaching Alex so only he could hear. Alex nodded, understanding Maine's concerns. Gloria had recently experienced a heavy loss, and he didn't want her to face anything like that again. Don't worry, I've got ways to protect myself, Alex said with a smirk. Yeah. And what's that? Maine asked, sitting down beside him. Here they are, my beauties, Alex said, pulling out his pistols and displaying the weapons. Alex took out his pistols and casually placed them on the bar. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. People began to closely examine the weapons, intrigued by their unusual design. Hey, kid, where did you get these beauties? Maine asked, keeping his eyes on the pistols. Made them myself, Alex replied with a smirk. Alex's answer elicited even more surprise from those around him. But among all the onlookers, there was one girl whose interest was especially noticeable. Her eyes literally sparkled with excitement as Alex displayed the weapons. Upon hearing that he had made them himself, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Instantly appearing beside him, she grabbed one of the pistols. "You made these yourself?" Rebecca asked with genuine admiration, holding the pistol in her hands. Alex looked at her in surprise, taken aback by how she had approached him so subtly. "Yes, and here's another one," he said, pulling out the blue rose from behind his back. Rebecca's eyes lit up even more when she saw the revolver. She grabbed it, carefully inspecting every inch of the weapon. Her gaze was focused, and soon she understood the purpose of the 2 barrels. 2 barrels to increase penetration power, she asked, not taking her eyes off the revolver. Alex was slightly surprised by her insight. "That's right. What do you think?" he asked, wanting to know the opinion of someone from this world on his weapons. "Great design, but I want to see them in action," Rebecca replied enthusiastically, clearly reluctant to put the weapon down. "I wouldn't mind seeing yours," Alex suggested with a smirk, looking at her. "Interested in my weapons?" Rebecca squinted suspiciously. "I'm always interested in weapons, so I wouldn't mind seeing something new," Alex admitted with a smile. Rebecca looked at Alex with an expression as if she had met a kindred spirit. He's also interested in weapons and knows how to make them. If he can shoot well too, that would be perfect, she thought, not hiding her delight. A smile played on her face, and she clearly pondered how to invite Alex to test the weapons. "Can you shoot with them?" she asked with curiosity. "That's the wrong question," Alex replied, taking the weapons from her hands. Rebecca tilted her head, not understanding why he said that. "The right question is whether it can kill," Alex said seriously, putting the pistols back in their holsters. Hearing his words, Rebecca's face lit up with a wild grin. He, "You're right, kid," she said with laughter. "If Maine likes you, I'll invite you to shoot," she added, heading back to her table. Everyone present watched their interaction as if 2 weapon enthusiasts had met and immediately clicked. "Looks like you impressed our Rebecca," Dory noted with a smile. "Nice to meet a fellow enthusiast, especially here," Alex replied, glancing at Rebecca, who winked at him from across the room. "Are you also a fan of weapons?" Maine asked with interest. "Yeah. I love collecting them and then testing what they can do," Alex said with a smile, recalling his workshop filled with weapons. He stood up, stretching to loosen his muscles. He had one simple plan: deliver the package quickly and return without any trouble. If all went according to plan, he would avoid any issues and get back home peacefully. To be continued. Chapter 79, The Demon King on the Side Job. Alex stretched to loosen his stiff muscles, then grabbed the package from the bar and tucked it into the inner pocket of his jacket. He was about to leave but suddenly remembered an important detail. His gaze shifted to Gloria, who was sitting at the bar, stirring her drink. Alex wanted to know if she planned to stay there or head home when he went on his delivery run. "Gloria," he called out, catching her attention. Gloria stopped focusing on her drink and looked up at Alex. She said with slight surprise, turning her head. "Are you going to wait here or head home?" Alex asked, looking at the thoughtful woman. Gloria paused, considering his question. On one hand, it was about time for her to head home, work was tomorrow, and she had been given time off after a recent tragedy. On the other hand, she wanted to wait for Alex and return together. Why was he asking this all of a sudden? Her curiosity grew. "Why do you ask?" she questioned, giving him a sharp look. "I just wanted to know if we'll be heading back together or if I'll have to return alone," Alex replied, waiting for her decision. Gloria thought for a moment. Though Alex wasn't familiar with the city, it made sense to wait for him to avoid unnecessary problems. He could get lost or run into trouble on the way. So, she decided to stay. "I think I'll wait for you, just in case you get lost," Gloria finally answered with a light smile. Alex grimaced as if he'd bitten into a lemon. He wasn't a child who would get lost. In the worst-case scenario, he could always use a map and navigator. Though, to be fair, he didn't quite remember which apartment Gloria lived in or on what floor. Those details had slipped from his mind as quickly as they appeared. The group, overhearing their conversation, couldn't hold back their laughter. Pilar laughed the loudest but quickly stopped after receiving a solid punch in the gut from his sister, Rebecca. Alex shot them all a blank, absent stare, which only made the laughter grow louder. He seemed embarrassed by how Gloria was taking care of him, almost as if he were a lost child. Yeah, real funny. "I'd like to see you all in an unfamiliar place," Alex said dryly, glancing around at the laughing group. "Stop laughing. It's not his fault he doesn't know the way home," Gloria defended him, causing another wave of laughter. Alex dramatically placed his hand over his heart, pretending to be betrayed. Gloria, though trying to defend him, only made things worse by implying he was helpless. "Ah, traitor," Alex thought to himself with inner sadness as he looked at her. Their eyes met. Alex's gaze held deep hurt, while Gloria's had an apologetic smile. She realized that her words had only made the situation worse. "All right, I get it, jokers," Alex said, shaking his head in disappointment as he prepared to leave. He was ready to get out of the place as fast as possible, deliver the package, and return, but he was stopped. Lucy, who had also laughed at him, noticed he was about to leave. Remembering that Alex wasn't great with directions in the city, she decided to go with him to make sure he didn't get lost or run into trouble. Besides, it was a good chance to observe how he handled himself during the job. "I'll go with you, so you don't get lost," Lucy said, standing up and joining Alex. Alex thought that one extra person wouldn't slow him down much and was about to agree when suddenly Rebecca chimed in. She had been laughing at him along with the others, watching the scene unfold from the sidelines, until she saw Lucy planning to go with Alex. This irked her, and she immediately decided that she should go too. She was curious to see how Alex handled the job and what would happen if something went wrong. "Hey, I'm coming too," Rebecca shouted, running over to join Alex and Lucy. Alex, who was about to agree with Lucy, stopped when he heard Rebecca's voice. He looked at her with slight confusion. His brain frantically tried to process the fact that now both girls were coming with him. He glanced at Maine, hoping for support, but Maine just smirked, clearly not planning to get involved. "Sorry, chum, but that's for you to figure out," Maine said, shaking his head and showing that he wasn't going to intervene. "You're the leader, you could talk them out of it." Alex grumbled, feeling his eye twitch in frustration. "True, but this will be good for them. They'll watch you work and form their own opinions," Dorio chimed in, speaking for Maine. He nodded in agreement. Alex rubbed his forehead irritably. If only Lucy had gone with him, they could have finished everything quickly, but with Rebecca, this would definitely slow him down. He couldn't imagine running through the city with two girls without drawing attention. He looked at them again, realizing they clearly weren't going to accept a refusal. He had no choice but to give in. Rebecca noticed Alex rubbing his forehead and assumed he was trying to get rid of her. She immediately got angry. "Hey, are you against me, chum?" she yelled, suddenly punching Alex in the stomach. Her fist met his abs as if hitting a steel wall. Rebecca pulled her hand back, shocked, looking at both her hand and Alex, who didn't even flinch. The pain in her fist made it clear she'd hit something extraordinary. "Hey, are you hiding a metal plate in there?" she asked, rubbing her hand. "I'm not hiding anything," Alex replied, looking at the gremlin who had just tried to attack him for no reason. Ignoring his words, Rebecca grabbed his shirt, deciding to lift it to check if there was any implant underneath. Alex hurriedly held down his shirt with one hand, using the other to push Rebecca away, but she wouldn't give up. He looked around for help and locked eyes with Pilar, who was watching the scene with clear amusement. "Pilar, stop your sister," Alex shouted, desperately hoping for support. But Pilar, hearing the plea, immediately turned away, avoiding Rebecca's gaze, which caused her to grin smugly. She made another attempt to pull off Alex's shirt. Alex looked at Pilar, feeling betrayed but also understanding. Dealing with Rebecca could be too much even for her own brother. His eyes shifted to Lucy, who was standing nearby and could have helped too. However, she was just smiling, clearly enjoying the situation. Lucy noticed Alex's helpless expression, but instead of stepping in, she only smiled wider. Alex narrowed his eyes at her but said nothing. Rebecca realized no help was coming and redoubled her efforts. All right, stop, Becca. I don't want to strip in front of everyone." Alex finally gave in, holding onto her hands. "Oh, come on, don't be shy. Lift your shirt, I want to make sure you're not hiding anything," Rebecca insisted, still trying to break free from his grip. Alex sighed in exhaustion. Internally, he noted that Rebecca was a strange blend of Loki and Hestia, which slightly unnerved him. "How about we compromise? I'll show you when no one's around," Alex offered, hoping for some middle ground. "Ha! No way. What if you hide something by then?" Rebecca immediately refused, not even considering it. Alex let out a heavy sigh, realizing he was stuck in yet another situation that would be hard to escape from. His eye twitched at the gremlin's behavior. Initially, he thought Rebecca was just a gun enthusiast with a rough personality, but in reality, she was a real menace. "Fine, I'll show you. Just stop pulling my shirt, it's the only one I have," Alex said, still holding her hands. Rebecca realized she had won and felt a bit guilty. She almost tore his last shirt. "This could have all been avoided if you just let me see it from the start," she muttered, stepping back to get a better look at his torso. Alex's eye twitched again, but he decided not to drag it out. Everyone was watching him closely, waiting to see what was hidden under his shirt. Gloria wasn't interested, as she had already seen him without clothes when she washed the blood off him. Without much fuss, Alex lifted his shirt, revealing his abs. "You've got some solid muscles, chum," Maine said, giving him a thumbs up. Dorio, after examining his torso, decided that Alex just had the kind of body structure, and his muscles weren't as bulky as hers. Nevertheless, she nodded. "I see you take care of yourself. That's good." Lucy and Rebecca stared at his abs, but while Lucy managed to keep her composure, Rebecca acted differently. While Alex was distracted by the others, she quietly reached out to touch him. Alex looked away, not wanting to explain anything. He was too lazy to train, and the only things he did were either going on dates with goddesses or training the girls in his family. Most of his time, he spent in his workshop, like a true recluse. Not wanting to show off any longer, Alex quickly pulled his shirt down, avoiding Rebecca's attempt to touch him. He heard her click her tongue in frustration. Almost had it. Rebecca muttered, disappointed. Alex narrowed his eyes, looking at the gremlin, trying to figure out what she was trying to do. It seemed like she just wanted to grope him. Strangely, he wasn't against it, but considering they had just met, it felt inappropriate. Deciding not to drag it out further, he waved his hand and said goodbye. I'll be back soon. Or at least I hope so. Lucy and Rebecca followed him. As soon as they stepped outside, Alex received a message on his phone with the delivery address. Where to now, he muttered, glancing around. You seriously don't know? Rebecca asked, looking at him in surprise. Alex turned to her, unsure of what to say. Lucy answered for him. He's new to Night City and isn't familiar with it yet. Or did you forget? Rebecca remembered laughing when Gloria had said Alex could get lost. Back then, it seemed like a joke. Do you need me to show you the way, or can you manage on your own? Lucy asked, watching Alex check his phone. Alex turned to Lucy and let out a tired sigh. If he were alone, he would have reached the destination much faster. But with two companions, he had to walk like a normal person. If I were alone, I'd just run across the rooftops, he thought, glancing at the girls. He considered carrying them, but then he'd have to explain all the jumping and strange behavior. No need, I'll use the map, Alex said, waving his phone in front of him. Rebecca stared at the device in his hand, not understanding what it was. Without wasting time, she walked up and snatched the phone from Alex, turning it in her hands like it was some kind of mysterious toy. Alex just sighed, looking at his now empty hand, and decided to smoke while Rebecca fiddled with his phone. What is this? She asked, still spinning the device and glancing at Alex, who had already lit a cigarette. It's a phone. And for several reasons, I don't use iFixers, Alex replied, exhaling smoke upward to avoid blowing it at the girls. Why? Rebecca stared at him with curious eyes. Alex pondered how to answer. He couldn't just say his blood could melt any technology. There are reasons. I'll tell you when we get closer, he replied with a smile. Even Gloria didn't know who he really was, assuming he was just a magician. Alex wouldn't mind telling her the truth once their relationship deepened and they trusted each other with their secrets. All right. But can I take it apart? I want to see how it works, Rebecca asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Alex sighed, meeting her gaze, which reminded him of Hestia when she asked for something with the same enthusiasm. It was hard for him to refuse, but he only had one phone, and it clearly wasn't worth going back to the old man with a request for a new one, explaining that the gremlin had taken apart the first one. No, you can't. But when I find a place for my workshop, I'll build one for you, Alex offered, hoping it would appease Rebecca. Promise, she asked, looking at him sadly and reluctant to return the phone. Yes. Here, have a candy so you won't be upset, Alex said, handing back the phone and offering her a candy. Hestia always calmed down when she got sweets, so he thought it might work with Rebecca too. Rebecca stared at the candy in her hand, clearly contemplating whether Alex thought of her as a child who could be pacified with sweets. If you're offering candy, then give me more, she said, extending her hand for another. Alex raised an eyebrow at the demand, realizing he was dealing with a real gremlin. He pulled out another candy and placed it in Lucy's hand. This is all that's left, he said, shrugging. Rebecca glanced at Lucy, who instantly popped the candy into her mouth, understanding that Rebecca would definitely try to take it from her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Rebecca unwrapped her candy and popped it into her mouth, savoring the rich fruity flavor. She looked at Alex in surprise, not understanding where he had gotten such delicious treats, as everything she had tried before seemed like artificial sugar substitutes. When you get more, don't forget to share. Or else. Rebecca trailed off, savoring the candy slowly and threatening him with a smile. And what will you do to me if I don't share? Alex asked with an arched eyebrow. Rebecca's smile widened. Hey, I'll make you a new hole in your ass, she said, her eyes glinting. Alex looked at her and began to understand that if he invited her to the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, together they could create real chaos. Wow, that's harsh, he replied with a smile, not taking her threat seriously. Lucy watched the interaction between Alex and Rebecca and suddenly realized how similar they were, despite their obvious differences. While Rebecca was hot-tempered, rough, and always ready to jump into a fight, Alex seemed to be the complete opposite, responsible and caring. Yet, they appeared to be mirror images, just on different sides. They're so alike, yet so different, Lucy thought as Rebecca threatened Alex with making him another hole in his ass. Shall we get going already? She asked, interrupting their banter and catching both of their attention. Alex looked at Lucy, then up at the sky, realizing it was already evening, and they shouldn't waste any more time. Opening the navigation app on his phone, he quickly mapped out the route to a guy named Riz's apartment. Wow, what a handy navigator. It maps the route right to the door, Alex thought, looking at the screen. Rebecca grabbed Alex's hand, which was holding the phone, and pulled it up to her eye level, surprised by how precise the technology was. The group set off, chatting and laughing about the situations they had encountered. Alex talked about his activities, of course omitting many details. Lucy and Rebecca also shared their experiences, talking about their work and what they had been through. It helped everyone feel a bit closer. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the destination. Alex stopped in front of the door, wondering what to say. "Why are you just standing there?" Rebecca asked impatiently. "I'm trying to figure out the best way to handle this, don't bother me," Alex replied, trying to calm her. Finally, he decided to knock to announce the delivery. "Open up, it's a delivery," Alex said, starting to knock on the door. Lucy and Rebecca exchanged glances, surprised by his casual tone. The door opened, revealing a guy who looked perfectly ordinary, wearing some sort of strange device on his eyes that resembled a VR headset. Wow, what a guy, Alex thought, examining him. "Are you Riz?" he asked the guy. "Yeah, that's me. What do you need?" Riz lazily glanced at Alex, then his attention shifted to the girls. "You have a delivery," Alex replied, pulling the package from his coat. "Okay, give it here," Riz said, not even bothering to look at Alex and continuing to stare at the girls. After receiving the package, he immediately slammed the door right in Alex's face. Alex stared at the door in surprise, then turned his gaze to the girls. "I hope he's already paid?" Alex asked, looking at them. "No, I don't think so," Lucy replied, observing his reaction. Alex frowned and turned his head back to the door. He didn't want to act in his usual way yet and decided to ask the girls for advice. "And if the client doesn't pay, what should I do?" he asked with a hint of amusement. "What else?" "Knock the crap out of him," Rebecca said with a wide grin. Alex looked at Lucy, who nodded silently. A smile slowly spread across his face, like a child receiving a long-awaited gift. Rebecca instantly understood what Alex was planning, and her own smile widened even more. "And what are you going to do?" "Knock again?" Lucy asked, watching him with interest. "You'll see," Alex replied with a sly grin. He felt that he finally had the chance to do what he had been waiting for so long, punish the rude client. Alex stepped back a couple of steps from the door and gestured for the girls to move back a bit. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with air and shouted, "FBI, open up." At the same time as his shout, Alex kicked the door. The door flew off its hinges with a crash and literally flew into the apartment. Riz, who was convinced he had tricked the courier, was paralyzed with fear from the loud shout and sudden intrusion. He was about to start shouting in response but froze, seeing the very courier he hadn't paid for now standing before him with determination in his eyes. "Everyone down. SWAT is in the house," Alex continued as he burst into the apartment. Riz, who had been standing arrogantly at the door, froze with wide eyes in fear. Alex didn't waste any time, he rushed at him and, putting all his anger into a right hook, sent him to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Riz collapsed onto the floor, and Alex, not missing a beat, kicked him in the stomach. "I told you, face down, or are you hard of hearing?" Alex added with a smirk, giving Riz another kick. Outside, Lucy and Rebecca watched the scene unfold. Alex, who had knocked down the iron door with a single strike and stormed inside shouting, surprised them. Lucy wondered if Alex had done something similar in his previous organization. He must have been trained for this, the thought crossed her mind as she watched. Rebecca, meanwhile, broke into a wide grin and couldn't help but laugh. Then she dashed after Alex into the apartment. Hearing him command Riz to lie on the floor and then kick him again, she couldn't resist. "Didn't they tell you to get on the floor, you bastard?" Rebecca shouted and kicked Riz herself. Alex glanced at her but only smiled without saying a word. He then turned his attention back to Riz, who was writhing in pain and clutching his stomach. "So, feeling tough now?" Alex taunted, crouching next to him and staring into his eyes. Riz didn't respond, he was too absorbed in the pain, which felt overwhelming, as if he had been hit by a car. "Hey, were you asked a question, or are you deaf?" Rebecca exclaimed, preparing to kick him again. "Wait, Becca. We're cultured people, we can settle this with words." "Right, Riz," Alex said with a smirk, stopping her and turning back to Riz. Rebecca watched with interest as Alex handled the situation. For her, it was like a form of entertainment, she eagerly awaited what he would do next. Meanwhile, Lucy entered the apartment, noticing that the noise was attracting unwanted attention from passers-by. She didn't want them to be stared at. Seeing Alex crouch next to Riz and Rebecca preparing to kick the poor guy again, Lucy realized how similar these two were. All day, Alex had appeared calm and collected, asking only necessary questions, but now he seemed like a completely different person, aggressive with a sarcastic smile. The inner gremlin that had been hiding inside him had finally burst out. Can't even imagine what it would be like if they both went on this job together, Lucy thought, watching Alex pat Riz on the cheek. Alex was absorbed in the situation and completely unconcerned about what anyone might think of him. He had finally found an outlet for his accumulated stress, and Riz was the perfect target. "Hey, can you hear me?" Alex asked, continuing to pat him on the cheek. When he saw that Riz was finally focusing on him, Alex squinted. "Tell me, was it worth it?" he asked, looking into Riz's eyes. "You could have just paid, and we would have left." Riz, tortured by pain, could barely understand Alex's words, but he continued. "Now you'll have to pay not only for the delivery but also for the broken door, broken teeth, and emotional damages." Alex raised his hand, counting off the points on his fingers. "So get ready, buddy, the meter's ticking." Lucy watched the scene unfold, raising an eyebrow involuntarily when she heard Alex mention emotional damages. What emotional damages? He looks like he was expecting this situation, she thought, continuing to observe. Rebecca looked at Alex and was surprised at how he could demand money from someone who had angered him in such a manner. "Right, pay for the emotional damages," she agreed with a smile, supporting Alex. Lucy simply shook her head, not wanting to interfere, and silently watched their confrontation. Riz was completely confused. What broken teeth? What emotional damages? His teeth were still intact. "Come on, pay up before I hit you again," Alex declared, giving Riz a slap to speed things up. The slap made Riz's ears ring. "All right, I'll transfer the money, just stop," he croaked, his eyes lighting up in panic. Alex glanced at Lucy, who nodded, confirming that the money had been transferred. "That's more like it," he said, getting up, ready to leave. However, Rebecca, not wanting to miss the opportunity, spoke up. "What about the emotional compensation?" she asked with a mischievous smile. Alex froze, realizing he had indeed forgotten about that part. "Right, how could I forget? Now there's the matter of compensation for the inconvenience," he said, turning back to Riz, who was already trying to get up. "What emotional compensation?" Riz asked with a terrified voice. "This kind," Alex replied with a wide smile and kicked Riz in the face, knocking out his teeth. Rebecca, pleased with the outcome, smiled. "In this world, if you couldn't stand up for yourself, you'd be crushed first, that's the reality here." Lucy looked at Alex again. It became clear to her that a normal person couldn't go through what Alex had and remain the same. "He must have been through more than I have, if he reacts like this," she thought, speculating that Alex was merely holding back accumulated anger. Alex, looking at Riz, whose mouth was bleeding, grimaced slightly, realizing he had once again given into his dark side. In a world where no one could restrain him or help him find inner peace, such moments became inevitable. "All right, let's go," he said, catching Lucy's and Rebecca's attention. When they stepped outside, Alex lit a cigarette. As he exhaled smoke, he looked at the girls and realized he needed to explain his behavior somehow. "I'm not really angry. It's just that recent events have pushed me to my limits, and Riz was the last straw," Alex said, trying to justify himself. "Earlier, my family helped me deal with this side of my character, and I became softer. But now everything has changed," he continued, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and releasing the smoke through his nose. "Where is your family now?" Rebecca asked, clearly wanting to know more about him. "Very far away," Alex replied with a wry smile. Both girls, hearing his answer and seeing the sad smile, concluded that his family had likely died. Lucy felt a deeper connection with Alex, thinking that he had experienced something similar to her own losses. Rebecca wanted to support Alex, she had a brother who was always around, while it seemed Alex had no one left. "I'm really sorry," Lucy said quietly, and Rebecca looked at Alex with a sympathetic gaze. "It's all right," Alex responded, understanding that they had mistakenly assumed his family was dead. He couldn't tell them yet that his relatives were simply in another universe. Seeing the sad expressions of the girls, Alex felt that he had created this awkward situation by remaining closed off. But revealing everything now wasn't the best idea. Time would tell if he would become part of the main team or remain a lone wolf. To be continued. Chapter 80, Demon King or Street Magician. Alex looked at the girls and felt guilty for their sadness. After all, he hadn't told them yet that he was from an entirely different world and ended up here by accident. He wanted to cheer them up somehow, but it seemed there was no need. "Don't worry, chum. If anything, I've got your back," Rebecca said, smiling at Alex. Alex looked at her in surprise. It seemed she had decided to become his family, and he didn't know how to react to that. "Thanks, really. But there's no need to worry. One day, I'll see them again, Alex replied with a smile, but his words once again brought sad expressions to the girls' faces. He had misspoken again, causing a misunderstanding. However, it wasn't time to reveal the truth about himself just yet. Lucy also glanced at Alex and remembered her own comrades with whom she had tried to escape from Arasaka. She was the only one who made it, everyone else who tried to escape with her died. These thoughts brought her closer to Alex, who had also lost everything. Lucy wanted to support him, to keep him from straying down a dark path that could lead to tragedy. Hey, don't be sad. I know this might seem bleak, but life is always full of losses and gains. Don't lose hope and keep looking forward, Alex said, trying to lift everyone's spirits. The girls looked at him, understanding that he was trying to cheer them up, showing that he wasn't losing his own optimism. And honestly, it's a bit early for us to be supporting each other like this, we've only just met, Alex added, blowing out a puff of smoke. Rebecca looked at Alex as if he had just rejected her help. Her face frowned, and it seemed like she was about to attack him. I'm offering you my help out of the kindness of my heart, and you're turning it down. Want to get smacked again, chum? Rebecca threatened, raising her small fist. Alex looked at the angry gremlin and couldn't help but smile. Becca, I understand you want to help, but we've only just met, Alex replied, glancing at the feisty gremlin. If you really want to offer me moral support, at least invite me on a date so we can get to know each other better, he added with a broad smile. Rebecca froze in place at his words. Her fist lowered, and she looked at Alex as if he were some strange creature. One moment he was saying something sad, the next, wise, and now he was acting like a child. In truth, she liked how quickly he snapped out of his somber mood. A date. No problem. Let's go shooting when we have time. And I'll definitely check out the beauties you'll bring, Rebecca said, grabbing his arm. Alex wanted to smile but froze when she mentioned his guns. He realized she wasn't interested in them for shooting but in taking them apart and seeing how they were built. Oh, you're breaking my heart, Rebecca. All you care about are my guns. What about the love that was just beginning to blossom between us? Was it all a lie? Alex said dramatically, even squeezing out a tear. Rebecca, seeing his exaggerated behavior, couldn't help but laugh. She understood that Alex was intentionally putting on a show to lighten the mood. So what? You'll get to shoot with my weapons, and I'll shoot with yours, Rebecca replied with a wide grin. Alex wasn't sure how to react to her words, so he just nodded. But he knew for sure he wouldn't let this little gremlin take apart his guns. Even if she was very cute, he wouldn't fall for her pleading eyes again. Probably. I'll let you shoot, but only if you promise not to take them apart, Alex said, looking intently at Rebecca. Rebecca looked at Alex as if he had betrayed her. She began weighing the pros and cons and decided that for now, she'd agree to shoot, but at the first opportunity, she would take his guns apart. A mischievous grin appeared on her face, as if she had already devised a plan. She glanced at Alex, not hiding her cunning intentions. Deal, chum, Rebecca said, extending her hand for a handshake. Alex simply shook his head and looked at Lucy, who was still looking at him sadly. He realized that his words might have touched on something from her past. Listen, Lucy, if everything goes well and we continue working together, I'll tell you more about myself, Alex said, trying to cheer her up. Lucy met his gaze and saw that there was no sadness in his eyes. She realized that Alex was either handling his emotions very well or deeply hiding his pain. The recent outburst of anger she had seen from him suggested the latter. Lucy understood that Alex, like Rebecca, was someone who hid a lot behind his exterior. If Maine accepts you, I don't mind working with you. It's never a bad thing to have someone with your strength, Lucy said with a smile, recalling how Alex had smashed the iron doors with a single strike. Rebecca, listening to their conversation, nodded at Lucy's words, agreeing that Alex's strength would come in handy if they had work that required force. She's right. You smashed those doors so well that I thought you had some secret armor on your legs, Rebecca said, looking at Alex with curiosity. Alex looked at them, not sure what to say. If he couldn't have broken such a weak door with his strength, it might be time to consider just ending everything with a piece of tofu. It's not that hard to repeat if you know how to do it, he said with a smile. Rebecca and Lucy looked at him skeptically, as if saying, yeah, sure. If it were that easy, apartment break-ins would happen a lot more often. Although, given modern technology, maybe they just hadn't seen people who could kick down doors. What are you looking at? If you know where and how to hit, you can break any door, Alex said, slightly bewildered. Of course, especially if you just hit the center of the door, Lucy remarked sarcastically. Alex looked at them as if they were right and he was not. So what if he could flatten a whole city with one blow? Breaking a door wasn't that big of a deal. For example, Superman can destroy an entire city with his strength and not even break a sweat, and I just broke a door. What's the big deal? Alex said, looking at the girls. Who's Superman? Rebecca asked, hearing about some guy who could destroy a city. He's a guy who wears his underwear on the outside of his clothes and saves the world, Alex replied in a serious tone. His serious tone about a hero in underwear made them burst into laughter. Why does he wear his underwear on the outside? Lucy asked, trying not to laugh. Who knows? It's a comic book, and Superman himself probably isn't real, Alex shrugged. Lucy pondered this mention of a comic book. She had encountered similar information when she was a net runner at the Arasaka complex. But all of that was left in the records of the old world. Where does he get this information from? Lucy wondered, watching Alex closely. Maybe he did the same thing I did, just in a different way, she thought, observing Alex explain to Rebecca what comics are and who Superman is. Lucy decided to keep a close eye on Alex to learn more about his past. Maybe they were indeed similar in some ways. She had been trained as a net runner, and he was likely trained as a weapon. Alex noticed that she was staring at him intently, as if she had met someone familiar. She's probably overthinking it again, Alex thought, glancing at Lucy. He took out his phone and realized that they had already been delayed. It was time to head back. If he had gone alone, he would have returned a long time ago without worrying about anything. All right, let's head back. I need to report to Maine that I've completed the job, and then we'll go home, Alex said, calling the girls. He already knows you completed the job, Lucy said, following him. Alex stopped and turned around to look at Lucy, raising an eyebrow, not understanding what she meant. When the payment was deposited into the account, it meant that you completed the job, Rebecca said, walking beside him. True. I somehow didn't think of that, Alex mused, stroking his chin as he walked. You're so clueless, Rebecca added with a smirk, and Lucy nodded, confirming her words. Well, I guess I'm out of touch, Alex sighed, shrugging. Everyone laughed at his words, as he did indeed seem like someone who had never dealt with modern technology. Nevertheless, Alex had another question that Lucy might clarify for him, but he wasn't sure how to phrase it. Lucy noticed his peculiar look and initially thought there was something on her face. Carefully running her hand over her cheek, she realized there was nothing there. Alex seemed like he wanted to ask something but was hesitant. Is there something you want to ask? Lucy finally inquired, noticing his hesitation. Yes, about getting work, Alex confirmed, feeling embarrassed. Lucy understood why he had been silent for so long and patiently waited for him to continue. Rebecca, walking on the other side of Alex, also paid attention to their conversation and became interested. How else can you get jobs? I mean, in your field, Alex looked at Lucy, expecting her to explain. Lucy paused for a moment, thinking Alex was just looking for another job. You can get jobs through fixers, they usually handle such matters, Rebecca unexpectedly joined the conversation. Alex shifted his gaze to her, expecting further explanation. His face showed he wanted to learn more about fixers. Fixers are intermediaries between mercenaries and clients. They match the right people with the assignments, Lucy explained, noticing his interest. Alex nodded, roughly understanding who fixers were, but still had one question. How do you get in touch with them to find work? And how do you contact them if needed? He asked, looking at Lucy again. Chum, you don't want to work with us? Rebecca looked at him sharply, as if he had betrayed her. Becca, I'm just curious. What if a job comes up and I'm free? Alex said, gently patting Rebecca on the head. Rebecca felt his hand and initially wanted to push it away, but the pleasant warmth made her decide to leave it as it was. Alex quickly calmed her with his legendary patting, then turned his gaze back to Lucy, waiting for an answer. Lucy watched with a hint of jealousy as Alex easily calmed Rebecca. She had noticed his attention to her at the bar, and this only confirmed her suspicions. Our team works with a fixer, but until you become a full-fledged mercenary, you won't be able to take on such jobs, she explained, meeting his gaze. Alex sighed heavily, realizing that gaining orders required a reputation. And to earn that reputation, he needed to prove himself. Oh, it's not that simple, he muttered, rubbing his forehead. Why are you sighing? Rebecca asked, noticing he had removed his hand from her head. I just realized that to get jobs, you need a reputation and skills, Alex replied with a crooked smile. I have the skills, but I still need to make connections or find someone to introduce me to a fixer. Lucy and Rebecca understood what he was talking about. When they joined the team themselves, they also had to prove their worth. Don't worry, your skills are more than enough for now. Not everyone can kick down an iron door, Lucy said with a smile, trying to encourage him. Exactly. And when you show how you handle weapons, Maine might even give you a job, Rebecca added, winking. Oh, you're so wonderful, I might just cry, Alex said, pretending to have exaggerated emotions and wiping an imaginary tear. The girls looked at Alex in surprise as he theatrically wiped his tears. He started laughing when he saw their bewildered faces. Hearing his laughter, they couldn't hold back and laughed too. As they continued walking, the group joked and exchanged stories. Lucy decided to share a story about how Rebecca once lost her temper and attacked a guy who had provoked her. Alex gave a thumbs up in approval as he listened, looking at Rebecca. She smirked proudly in response and flashed a wide smile at Lucy, who was teasing her. They kept walking until someone called out to them. "Hey, beauties, want to have some fun?" a voice called from behind. Turning around, Alex saw 3 Asian guys. One of them was covered in tattoos, resembling a yakuza. Alex recalled Maine's warning that members of the Tiger Claws gang often hang out in this area, causing trouble. "No. Now get lost before I put a hole in your stupid head," Rebecca snapped, glaring at them. "Oh, no need to be so rude," one of the guys smirked, ignoring her threat. "Maybe you'll reconsider." Alex tensed up, his hand reaching for the revolver hidden behind his back, preparing for the worst. Rebecca glared at the provocateurs, on the edge of exploding and attacking. "Are you fucking stupid or something? I told you, get lost," Rebecca challenged, flipping them off. Lucy watched the scene silently, waiting for the moment to act if the guys decided to attack. She noticed Alex's hand on his weapon and realized he was ready to act. One of the guys frowned at Rebecca's harsh response. Alex noticed the situation heating up. To prevent a conflict, he decided that the best defense was a good offense. Switching into flying spaghetti monster cultist mode, Alex prepared to distract the opponents with meaningless chatter and then strike. "Friends, why so tense? It's such a lovely evening, such a wonderful place," Alex began in a soft, friendly tone, drawing attention to himself. Lucy and Rebecca looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly spoke in such a strange voice. The gang members, also confused, stared at Alex, who seemed weak and unimpressive at first glance. "Get out of here," one of the guys said lazily, glancing briefly at Alex and focusing back on Rebecca. Alex chose his target and was ready to act. "No need to be so rude," he continued with an unchanged friendly smile. "I'm an alleyway magician, my job is to cheer people up." His words made the gang members wary. Alex spoke so oddly that they seemed to be contemplating. His kind smile seemed out of place in the situation, which further confused them. Lucy and Rebecca exchanged looks, unsure of what was happening, but they felt that Alex was up to something. "Get ready to run," Alex whispered to the girls so that only they could hear. They tensed up. Rebecca, who had been ready to draw her gun, suddenly calmed down and watched Alex's actions with interest. Lucy, though not entirely sure what was happening, decided to trust him and wait for his move. "What is he planning?" both girls wondered as Alex, smiling, approached the gangsters, ready for an unexpected attack. Alex approached the gang members with a wide, friendly smile, as if preparing to show them something they would never forget. "Gentlemen, you've probably never seen real magic. Allow me to demonstrate a trick you'll remember forever," he said, slowly rolling up his sleeves. The gangsters tensed and reached for their weapons as Alex approached. However, seeing that he had nothing in his hands, they slightly relaxed, but kept their hands on their weapons, expecting something strange. Alex noticed their reaction, but his smile didn't fade. He had encountered people who immediately reached for their weapons before, and as usual, their confidence in the power of metal was misplaced. "Gentlemen, pay attention. As you can see, there is nothing in my sleeves," Alex said, showing his empty hands with such ease that even the most skeptical gang members glanced at his sleeves. "If you don't believe me, one of you can stand behind me to make sure I'm not hiding anything," he continued, showing his hands from both sides. The leader, named Sawada, nodded to one of his henchmen. "Hiroshi, check him," he ordered briefly. Hiroshi walked around Alex and, looking at his hands from behind, nodded to his leader. "Sawada, his hands are empty," he confirmed. Alex waited until the gang members were convinced he was not hiding anything. After all, the essence of magic is always to surprise with the unexpected. "Now watch closely," Alex said with a smile, stretching one hand out. He made a grabbing motion, and a golden Valis coin from the Danmachi world appeared in his hand. The gang members' eyes widened in surprise, as did Lucy and Rebecca's, who had not expected this. The coin gleamed, reflecting the light, clearly golden. "But this is just the beginning," Alex teased, drawing their attention. He pretended to throw the coin into his other hand, but it disappeared midway, and 2 coins appeared in his other hand. "As you can see, now there are 2 coins. How is this possible, you might ask? But that's the magic," Alex explained with a slight smirk, squeezing the hand with the coins. The gangsters, who had initially not taken him seriously, now watched his movements with intense focus. Alex opened his fist and brought it to his mouth, blowing lightly, and when he opened his hand again, it was empty. But where did the coins go? Alex dramatically spread his arms, then scratched his head, and 3 golden coins fell from his hair. Rebecca watched Alex's tricks with genuine interest, completely forgetting the recent danger. Lucy, also captivated, followed each of his movements closely, forgetting everything he had said earlier. "And now for the most interesting part. Try to guess what I have in my hand," Alex said, clenching his fist where the coins should have been. Sawada, as the leader, thought this was too simple a question and not worth much thought. There are 3 golden coins, he confidently said, thinking the answer was obvious. But that was the mistake, there was no obvious answer in Alex's magic. Alex slowly opened his hand, revealing 4 golden coins. A sad expression appeared on his face, as if he was disappointed that Sawada hadn't guessed correctly. No, you were wrong. There are 4, Alex said in a sad tone. But don't worry, I'll give you another chance, his voice once again filled with cheer. He shook his hand, and the coins disappeared. After a few dramatic gestures, Alex clenched his fist and looked at Sawada with a smirk. Now guess how many coins there are, he said, extending his hand toward the gang leader. Sawada frowned, watching Alex's hand closely, then shifted his gaze to his comrades, thinking aloud. If I said 3 last time and it turned out to be 4, then now it should be 5, he said slowly. His companions nodded, confirming his guess. Alex calmly watched, giving them time to discuss. Well, are you ready to give your answer, he asked, tilting his head slightly. Yes, it should be 5, Sawada replied confidently. A harmless smile appeared on Alex's face. Lucy and Rebecca held their breath, watching his hand, waiting for the conclusion. Time seemed to slow, the tension mounting. And it is. Alex deliberately paused, savoring the attention. He dragged out the moment even longer, enjoying how the gang members burned with curiosity. Incorrect, Alex suddenly declared, his smile widening. Because in my hand are your teeth, he added, his smile turning sinister. Sawada stared blankly at Alex, not understanding what he meant. What, he tried to ask, but didn't get the chance. Alex, not wasting any time, suddenly punched him directly in the jaw. The blow was so precise and powerful that it knocked Sawada's teeth out. The gang leader fell to the ground, his knocked-out teeth in a pool of blood beside him. His companions froze in shock, staring at the fallen Sawada. Rebecca and Lucy, who had been watching, looked at Alex with astonishment. His friendly tone and smile had shifted to something more menacing, which unsettled them. You fucking bastard. Hiroshi, who had been standing behind, shouted, grabbing his gun. Alex slowly turned to him, his face still sporting a crazy grin, which visibly frightened Hiroshi. No. This is Sparta. Alex shouted and kicked Hiroshi in the chest with force, sending him crashing into the wall. The remaining 3rd gang member, who had stayed unnamed throughout, reached for his katana, intending to attack. But Alex, noticing his movement, decided to use an old trick. Look, an UFO, he shouted loudly, pointing behind the opponent. The 3rd gangster, driven by instinct, turned his head to look at the sky. Lucy and Rebecca also glanced briefly at where Alex was pointing but saw nothing. UFOs don't exist, idiot. Alex laughed and kicked the gangster in the back, sending him headfirst into the wall. The 3rd gang member lost consciousness from the head blow, and Alex realized their scuffle might attract unwanted attention. It was time to leave. Without wasting any more time, Alex deftly picked up Rebecca, carrying her on his back, and lifted Lucy in his arms like a princess, running away. Sayonara. Alex shouted, running into the dark alley with maniacal laughter. The girls were bewildered by what had happened, but Rebecca quickly regained her composure and burst into infectious laughter, joining Alex's wild laughter as he carried them. Lucy, looking at his face illuminated by a wide grin and hearing his crazy laughter, thought he was a bit odd. Well, since he helped us, he can't be all that bad, she thought, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Alex ran through the narrow alleys, not slowing down. He only stopped when he reached the bar where Maine and Gloria were waiting. He set Lucy down on the ground and smiled at her. So, that was fun, right? Alex asked, with a mischievous squint. Fun, but kind of strange, Lucy agreed, meeting his gaze. They laughed again, recalling the absurdity of the situation. Alex, realizing Rebecca was still clinging to him like a koala, gave her a gentle poke. Come on, Becca, we're here, he said, trying to shake her off. I'm comfortable here, she murmured, settling her head on his shoulder. Alex paused for a moment, not sure what to say. It wasn't like it bothered him much, he didn't mind, so he allowed her to stay in that position. How did you even get those coins out of thin air? Lucy asked suddenly, looking at him with curiosity. Mages don't reveal their secrets, Alex said, trying to look mysterious. Oh, sure, whatever you say, Lucy smirked, narrowing her eyes. Rebecca, still clinging to Alex, peeked over his shoulder, studying his face, which he was clearly trying to make as enigmatic as possible. And what else can you pull out of thin air? She asked with a sly squint. Alex paused for a moment, then reached towards her ear and made a grabbing motion. Instantly, a candy appeared in his palm, which he handed to Rebecca. Are you satisfied now? He asked, peeling the candy and carefully placing it in Rebecca's mouth. No, I'll be satisfied only if you give me another one, she said, savoring the sweetness. Alex barely suppressed a grimace. This gremlin was demanding more, even though he had very few candies left. Deciding not to argue, he headed towards the bar, ready to tell the others how he handled the situation. To be continued. Chapter 81, The Unscrupulous Landlord. The three entered the bar, instantly catching the attention of Maine's group, who had been chatting and laughing animatedly. What drew their attention were the smiling faces of Alex and the girls, as if they'd just experienced something incredibly amusing. Maine raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Rebecca hanging on Alex's back like a backpack, unable to figure out what had caused so much laughter. "I see you're back," Dorio said, watching them walk in. Alex glanced around, noticing that their cheerful expressions had clearly drawn everyone's attention. He shrugged slightly and smiled. "Yeah, we got held up a bit, but everything's sorted," he replied, taking a seat at the bar. His ease and nonchalance surprised everyone. They all looked at Alex, then at Rebecca, who was still clinging to him. This caused some astonishment since she was usually tough and unapproachable. Pilar, her brother, sat with a satisfied grin and gave Alex a thumbs up. "What kind of situation held you up so long?" Maine asked, glancing between Alex and Lucy, who had already sat down and ordered a drink. Alex hesitated, unsure of how to respond without sounding like a guy who solves all his problems with violence. "Before I answer, what would you do if someone refused to pay for a delivery?" he asked, clearly wanting to gauge Maine's opinion before continuing. Lucy and Rebecca exchanged glances, not understanding why he was asking but choosing not to interrupt. Maine smirked at Alex, as if he already knew the answer. "If the customer refuses to pay, beat them so badly their own mother wouldn't recognize them. That usually works, and they find the money pretty quick," he said with a grin. Alex realized that Rebecca had been right when she suggested beating the crap out of the guy who refused to pay. He still wasn't sure how hard he was allowed to go, but since Maine had suggested leaving the person on the brink of death, it was clear, he could hit hard. "Well, that makes it simple," Alex said with a slight smile. Gloria gave him a suspicious look, clearly trying to figure out why he'd asked such a question. When Maine answered, she guessed that Alex had probably beaten up Riz, the guy they were delivering to. Her gaze grew more attentive since she had always seen Alex as a caring and kind person, and now he had beaten a stranger just for refusing to pay. Did he really beat him up? Flashed through her mind as she waited for his explanation. Alex looked at Maine and, with a satisfied smile, began explaining the reason for their delay. "That's why I asked. When we got to Riz's apartment, he refused to pay," Alex said, glancing at Lucy for backup. Maine's group immediately shifted their attention to Lucy, who nodded in confirmation. Then they all looked at Rebecca, still hanging on Alex's back with a mischievous grin. It became clear that since she was smiling like that, Alex must have used force. "And what did you do?" Maine asked, clearly interested in how Alex had handled it. "First, I asked the girls what to do since this was my first time dealing with a situation like this," Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. Rebecca wrinkled her nose in disapproval at the smoke, which didn't escape Alex's notice. "And then?" Dorio asked, waiting for him to continue. "Rebecca suggested I beat the crap out of him," Alex said with a smirk. Rebecca nodded, her grin growing even wider, but she quickly scrunched her nose again at the smell of the cigarette and tried to snatch it from Alex. He simply lifted his hand higher so she couldn't reach it. Frustrated, she slid off his back, not forgetting to give him a jab in the side. Alex just laughed, watching her antics. Pilar gave Alex another thumbs up, but Rebecca noticed and immediately punched her brother in the stomach, causing him to curl up like a shrimp once again. "Enough dragging it out, everyone wants to know what happened next," Maine said, expressing the general sentiment. Alex smiled sheepishly and decided to continue his story about how he dealt with Riz, who refused to pay. Ahem. "Well, once I got the green light for any actions, I just kicked in his apartment door and gave him a beating," Alex said with a grin. Everyone around burst into laughter, except Gloria, who watched him intently as if she were seeing a completely different person. Lucy, who was part of the scene, didn't laugh but smiled slightly. Her gaze fell on the cigarette in Alex's hand, and deciding to try it, she pulled it from his fingers and took a drag. Ugh, a bit bitter. But there's something to that bitterness, Lucy thought, exhaling the smoke. Alex calmly watched as Lucy took his cigarette, saying nothing. He simply pulled out a new one and lit it. Everyone continued to laugh, but he patiently waited for them to grasp the meaning of his words. "Wait, seriously? You really kicked in Riz's apartment door?" Maine finally asked, stopping his laughter and looking at Alex with surprise. At these words, the whole group fell silent and stared at Alex as if he were some kind of monster. Gloria also looked at him, but a hint of concern flashed in her eyes. She was clearly worried that Alex might reveal his true power. "I told you, I'm special," he replied with a slight smile, shrugging his shoulders. "Well, if you say so," Maine said, clearly not wanting to delve deeper into the topic. However, he understood that Alex was clearly no ordinary person. Kicking in a door just like that wasn't something everyone could do. And how did you make him pay? Falco asked, now looking at Alex with more interest. But before Alex could answer, Rebecca intervened, clearly eager to tell the story herself. When he kicked in the door, he immediately punched the bastard in the face and knocked him to the floor, she said with a cheerful smile. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Rebecca and waited for more. And then, while he was lying there, Alex calmly started explaining what he now had to pay for, she continued, smirking. Everyone looked at Alex, who now put on an innocent face as if he were completely blameless. Well, it sort of happened by accident. And besides, he asked for it, Alex said, feigning innocence. Lucy gave him a look, noting the stark contrast between his innocent expression now and the self-satisfied grin he had when he kicked in the door. Yeah, of course, it's his fault that you broke his door down and demanded money for moral damage, Lucy quipped. Alex looked at her with a slight reproachful expression, as if she had betrayed him. But Lucy just smiled sweetly, not intending to justify his actions. And what compensation did you get from him? Maine asked, now curiously eyeing Alex. Well, since he didn't want to pay right away, he now owes for the broken door, and for the knocked-out teeth that I, so to speak, knocked out as moral compensation, Alex said with that same childlike innocent smile, as if he'd just been caught in a prank. Maine smiled, realizing that Alex had acted in a reasonable manner. If someone else had been in Alex's place, Riz would likely have ended up in a far worse state. Many delivery people in Night City were reckless, and they certainly didn't hesitate to protect their cargo. You did the right thing, chum. If it had been someone else, Riz would definitely be in a much worse state, Maine said, giving Alex a thumbs up. Alex tilted his head slightly, looking at Maine with a hint of confusion about what he was getting at. Being a runner involves risks. There will always be someone who wants to take your goods. That's why only experienced and skilled people become runners, Falco explained, noticing Alex's bewilderment. Gloria watched Alex closely, waiting for his reaction. When she realized that Maine was offering him a courier job, she felt a flicker of concern. However, remembering his strength, she calmed down. What worried her more was the kind of trouble Alex might face if things went wrong. Oh, I see. Well, the job's easy, nothing complicated, Alex said nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter for him. You're not angry, are you, chum? I just wanted to test your skills and reaction in such a situation. Besides, it was just a simple delivery, Maine clarified, looking at Alex, who still maintained a calm smile. Alex looked at Maine in surprise, not understanding why he would be angry. Courier work was a trivial matter compared to what he had dealt with before. It was better this way than fighting ancient gods wanting to consume him. Maine, why would I be angry? Compared to what I've done before, this is nothing, Alex replied with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Everyone in the room stared at him in surprise, not expecting such a casual attitude towards courier work. And what did you do before, if it's not a secret? Maine asked, looking at him with interest. Alex paused for a moment. He knew that if he told the truth, no one would believe him. They'd think he was just joking. Well, for example, I hunted a dragon and fought a terrifying god who tried to bring chaos into the world, he said with a slight smirk, as if it were just another ordinary day. The group couldn't hold back and laughed. It seemed to them that Alex was joking and spinning tall tales. Only Gloria remained serious and looked at him with suspicion. She was concerned about why Alex so easily shared such things. And what does hunting a dragon and killing a god even mean, she wondered, staring at him intently. Alex, understanding that no one would take the truth seriously, decided not to disrupt their fun. Let them not believe for now, it might even be for the best. If you were hunting dragons, then I'm a noble knight in shining armor, Maine joked, trying to stop laughing. And where's your princess then? Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at Maine with a playful smile. Maine laughed and hugged Dorio around the neck, pulling her closer. She only lightly elbowed him in the stomach, making him wince slightly, but he didn't remove his arm, continuing to smile. Alex, smiling, gave a thumbs up in approval. Did you run into any other problems on the way back? Maine asked, still holding Dorio. Lucy only gave a crooked smile, while Rebecca's face lit up with a wide grin, remembering their encounter with the Tiger Claws gang. Well, we ran into some gang members, and I had a pleasant chat with them, Alex said with a mysterious smile. Maine clearly didn't believe him. He had seen Lucy's slight smirk and Rebecca's wide grin as if she was remembering something very amusing. Yeah, sure. You had a nice chat with the thugs, and they just left. Don't make me laugh. Spill the details, Maine said with a grin, understanding that something interesting must have happened. Alex glanced at Lucy for support, but she turned away, unwilling to help. He then shifted his gaze to Rebecca, who was eagerly nodding like a child waiting for a new story. You were there, Alex thought to himself, realizing he would have to tell the truth, albeit without too many details. Well, I showed them a few tricks, and they decided to leave like obedient children, Alex said, trying to downplay the harsher details of what had happened. Everyone looked at him with mild skepticism, but the mood in the room remained upbeat. Rebecca was already anticipating the next adventure, and Lucy, though not intervening, listened to his story with interest. Maine, still smiling skeptically, shook his head. Maine looked at Alex with suspicion, as if expecting him to be withholding something important. His gaze shifted to Lucy, who had awkwardly looked away, clearly not wanting to get involved in the conversation. Despite the amusement she had gained from watching the magic show, she wasn't keen on revealing any details. Maine quickly realized that Lucy wouldn't provide any useful information and turned his gaze back to Rebecca, who was practically bouncing with impatience. "So, Rebecca, maybe you could share the details?" Maine asked, squinting as he watched her barely contain herself from spilling everything at once. Alex cast a warning look at Rebecca, trying to signal her not to give away too much. But Rebecca didn't seem to pick up on this cue. Instead, she gave him a thumbs up, confidently promising that everything would be fine. Realizing that Rebecca hadn't understood his intentions, Alex sighed quietly and placed a hand on his forehead. He already envisioned being exposed and labeled as strange. "Everyone's going to think I'm out of my mind again," Alex mentally sighed, watching the start of her story. Rebecca enthusiastically began describing how gang members had harassed them, trying to flirt with her and Lucy, and then smoothly transitioned to the moment Alex intervened. She recounted with genuine delight how Alex had performed a magic show with coins for the thugs, and when she reached the part where Alex started beating up the gang members, her face lit up with the same mischievous grin he had back then. Gloria listened to the story carefully and looked at Alex with new thoughts. He had seemed kind and caring to her before, but now she realized that beneath this outward kindness lay something darker. However, she quickly shook her head, reminding herself that Alex was the person who had helped her and did so without asking for anything in return. Well, everyone has their quirks, she thought with a smile, listening to Rebecca's tale. Alex, feeling embarrassed as he watched the group engrossed in Rebecca's story, turned his head to Lucy and rested his face on her shoulder. He didn't know how else to react to what was happening. Lucy raised an eyebrow, feeling his closeness, but seeing his embarrassed face, she gently patted his head, trying to soothe him. He's so embarrassed now, completely different from how he was before, Lucy thought with a tender smile, watching him. Rebecca finished her story, looking proudly at Alex, clearly confident that she had done everything right. But noticing him resting his head on Lucy's shoulder, she felt a pang of mild jealousy. She couldn't understand why she felt this way, but she didn't like it. Thoughts of interrupting their moment flickered through her mind. The group, having heard Rebecca's story, exchanged cheerful glances and then burst into laughter. "You're just a phenomenon, chum. Who would have thought you could show a magic trick and then knock out some teeth?" Maine said with a chuckle, clearly enjoying the approach. Alex lifted his head from Lucy's shoulder and looked around at everyone laughing at his actions. He wasn't sure how to react. Falco stood there with a broad smile, Pilar was laughing so hard he bent over, holding his stomach. Dorio simply smiled, and Kiwi, though hiding her face behind a mask, also seemed pleased. Alex met Gloria's gaze, who was smiling at him. "Chum, will you show one of the tricks you pulled off there?" Maine asked with curiosity, looking at Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow, realizing that no one here was taking him seriously, and they didn't seem concerned that he might be a few screws loose. It became clear that these people didn't care about what was going on in his head and accepted him as he was. "Well, I don't mind," Alex said with a light smile, getting up from behind the bar. He moved slightly aside so everyone could see him and clasped his hands together as if in prayer. Slowly spreading them apart, he revealed a pen that had appeared in his hands. Everyone watched the trick in amazement, not understanding how he had done it. Gloria, already aware of his inventory skills, suspected that Alex was simply using his abilities. "And now for the trick itself," Alex said with a smirk, holding the pen in one hand. He waved the pen, and instead of it, a bouquet of flowers appeared in his hands. Everyone watching shifted their gaze from the flowers to Alex, trying to figure out how he had performed the trick. "Ta-da!" Alex said with a smile, presenting the bouquet. "How?" Pilar asked in astonishment, stepping closer to inspect the flowers. "A magician never reveals his secrets," Alex replied with a sly grin. Finishing his sentence, Alex shook the bouquet in his hands, and the flowers transformed back into the pen, which he carefully tucked into the inner pocket of his coat. "Hey, chum, you have more secrets than I thought," Maine said, giving him a thumbs up. "These aren't secrets, just sleight of hand," Alex responded with a smile. "As you say, chum," Maine grinned. Everyone laughed, and the little show brought them even closer. Alex felt it was time to head back and turned to Gloria to get her opinion. "Well, shall we head home?" he asked, looking at her. Gloria glanced at Alex, then checked her HUD and realized it was late, it was time to go back. "Yeah, I think it's time," she agreed. Alex looked around at the group he had managed to bond with over the evening. As much as he wanted to stay longer, he knew he needed to get Gloria home safely. Alright, everyone, I think we'll be heading out. I need to take Gloria home, Alex said, drawing the group's attention. Leaving already, chum? Maine asked with a hint of sadness, hoping Alex would stay longer. You have my number, we can get in touch anytime, Alex reassured him with a friendly smile. Alright, chum. I've got something for you tomorrow, so stay in touch, Maine said, also smiling. Alex gave a thumbs up, indicating he understood. At that moment, Rebecca approached him and stopped in front of him. What's up, Becca? Don't you want me to leave? Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a hint of amusement. I just want you to be free when I contact you, Rebecca said seriously, narrowing her eyes to make it clear she wasn't accepting any refusal. Wow, already asking me out? You're making me blush, Alex joked, theatrically placing his hands on his cheeks, which elicited laughter from the others. Rebecca, not thinking too long, punched him in the stomach, forgetting that her previous attempt had failed. As expected, she felt the pain again. I said I'm calling you for target practice. You need to be available when I reach out, she said, not waiting for a reply, and went over to her brother. Alex watched her leave and couldn't help but smile. Her behavior was new to him, and he found himself intrigued by Rebecca. He turned to Lucy, who was also looking at him, and decided to say goodbye. Lucy, if you need any help, call me. I'll come right away. Even though we just met today, we can already consider ourselves friends, he said with a smile. Sure, if I need the strength of your muscles, Lucy replied with a smirk. Alex was about to add something else, glancing at Maine, but Maine beat him to it and said with a grin. Chum, the money is already in your account. You can check it. Alex pulled out his phone and saw that about $3,000 had been deposited into his virtual account. It was his first earned money in this world, but he felt the amount seemed a bit high for a simple delivery. Seems like a lot, Alex said, looking at Maine. No, chum, it's exactly what you earned. Don't worry about it, Maine replied with a wide smile. Not every day you get to knock the crap out of someone who doesn't want to pay, Pilar chimed in, giving two big thumbs up with a cheerful grin. Alex laughed at Maine's words and didn't dispute them. He said goodbye to everyone, left the bar, and led Gloria, who seemed much more relaxed now. She took a deep breath of the cool evening air as they stepped outside and glanced at Alex. Let's take the subway, or we'll miss it and have to wait, Gloria suggested, noticing that Alex had already lit a cigarette. She noted that he smoked quite a bit. He had managed to roll several cigarettes during their time in the bar. Blowing smoke out through his nose, Alex looked at her, but instead of agreeing, he had another plan in mind. I think I know a faster way to get home than the subway, he said with a sly smile. Gloria looked at him in surprise, not understanding how that could be possible. And what way is that? She asked, slightly squinting in disbelief. Without answering, Alex turned his back to her and crouched, signaling that she should climb onto his back. Gloria just raised an eyebrow, not fully understanding what he had in mind. Well, come on, get on, Alex urged her. Are you serious? Planning to run? She asked with skepticism, looking at him. Yeah, come on, hurry up, Alex encouraged, nodding toward her. Gloria glanced at his back again and, deciding to trust him, cautiously climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, trying to hold on as tightly as possible to avoid falling. Alex felt her grip, straightened up, and stretched slightly, preparing for the sprint. You'll see why I said we'll be faster than the subway, he said with a smile, giving his legs a slight shake. And by the way, it's better if you don't talk on the way, or you might bite your tongue. Gloria opened her mouth to respond, but Alex had already taken off. The sudden speed startled her, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Alex, fearing she might fall. For the first time in her life, she felt what it was like to move at such speed, like being in a car, but with the agility of a motorcycle. Alex deftly avoided obstacles, leaping over them at the last moment with surprising ease. This is too much, Gloria thought, closing her eyes against the gusts of wind hitting her face. However, she could still catch glimpses of Alex racing skillfully, avoiding all obstacles. When they arrived safely at their destination, Alex stopped. The wind had made Gloria look as if she had a nest of birds on her head. Here we are, Alex said with a satisfied smile, lightly patting her leg that was clinging to his waist like a vice. Gloria finally opened her eyes and saw the entrance to the mega building. She sighed in relief. During the trip, she had feared they might crash into something or get hit by a car. Never again, she said wearily, sliding off Alex's back. Alex, suppressing his laughter at her reaction, decided not to add fuel to the fire. Gloria was clearly on the edge. Don't worry, when my mana recovers, I'll think of something, he added, giving her a thumbs up. But Gloria just ignored him and walked ahead. She didn't want to know what Alex planned to do when his mana recovered, and honestly, she'd had enough adventure for one day. After all, she had just crossed the entire city on the back of a magician. Alex quietly chuckled at Gloria's reaction but remained silent, following her. In the elevator, they both kept quiet. Alex didn't want to worsen her irritation after she had experienced what it was like to run at car speed. Arriving at the apartment door, they saw a notice, overdue rent. Alex raised an eyebrow and glanced at Gloria, who frowned. Did you pay the rent? Alex asked calmly, looking at her. Yes, right after I got the money from Maine, Gloria replied, her eyes fixed on the notice on the door. Then we need to talk to the landlord to find out why this happened, Alex suggested, patting her on the shoulder as if outlining the plan. Gloria nodded and headed to the landlord's office, while Alex followed her silently. Inside, they saw a fat man at a desk, counting money and chuckling lewdly. When he looked up, he immediately focused on Gloria, ignoring Alex, who stood beside her. What brings you here? The landlord asked, eyeing Gloria with a lecherous expression. Gloria grimaced at his look but held her ground. She needed to find out why her apartment was locked due to overdue rent, despite having recently paid everything, including previous debts. Why was my apartment locked for non-payment when I just paid all the money? She asked coldly, furrowing her brows. The landlord continued to stare at her like a piece of meat, his face lit up with a disgusting smirk. Change of management. You paid the old owner, and I'm the new one, he declared with a feigned air of righteousness. What does that mean? Her gaze grew even more severe. Just what it means. But if you want to make a deal, I'm open to it, he said, lecherously licking his lips. Gloria felt her anger boiling, on the verge of exploding, but suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Alex, who had been observing the situation from the beginning, understood what was happening. This fat guy was just a greedy, lecherous scoundrel. Sensing that Gloria was on the edge, he decided to intervene, placing a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Gloria, step outside for a moment, Alex said softly, smiling. I'll have a word with this charming gentleman and, I think, I can convince him that he's mistaken. Gloria glanced at the smiling Alex and decided to trust him, reluctantly standing up and leaving the office. Alex continued to watch her with a smile until the door closed behind her. As soon as Gloria was gone, his expression changed dramatically, his smile vanished, replaced by a stern look. He turned his head to the landlord, already determined that the men deserved punishment. You're making a frown, kid, but that won't help you, the landlord said with sarcasm, noticing the change in Alex's face. Just the opposite, Alex said calmly, a mocking smile returning to his lips. The fat landlord didn't realize what was happening until Alex took action. In the blink of an eye, Alex kicked over the table the man was sitting at. The landlord fell along with his chair, confusion evident in his eyes. Without wasting any time, Alex quickly approached him, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him into the air. You know, back in the old world there was an extreme sport called base jumping, Alex said with a smirk, not releasing his grip on the landlord's neck. Oh, sorry, you probably don't know what that is. It's when people jump from a height with a parachute. Like from this building. With that, Alex pulled out a revolver from his pocket with his free hand, keeping a steady gaze on the landlord. He pulled out the blue rose and fired at the window, shattering it into pieces. Through the broken glass, a strong gust of wind burst into the room, blowing directly at Alex and the landlord, whom he continued to hold by the neck. The most important thing in this sport is the parachute, which, unfortunately, we don't have. But don't worry, you won't need one, Alex added with irony, sticking the landlord out the window while still holding him by the neck. The fat landlord felt the wind buffeting his body and realized his life was literally hanging by a thread. As he was pushed out the window, panic overtook him, knowing that the slightest slackening of this young man's grip would turn him into a bloody smear on the pavement. Wait. We can work something out, the landlord screamed, feeling the icy wind sliding over his body. And how do you propose we work something out? Alex smiled, but his eyes remained cold and severe. I'll return everything. I'll open the apartment, the landlord squeaked plaintively, catching Alex's merciless gaze. Alex yanked him back into the room and dropped him on the floor. The landlord, gasping for air and wiping sweat from his brow, looked up at Alex, who stood over him, looking down. And don't forget to compensate me for the moral damage you've caused, Alex added, glaring at the trembling landlord. Why yes, of course, right away, the landlord stammered, afraid of wasting any time, and hurriedly began typing something on his computer. A few seconds later, Alex heard a notification sound on his phone and saw an alert about €5,000 being deposited into his account. He smirked, glanced at the landlord, and decided to add one important condition. Gloria won't have to pay rent for the next 3 months. If you happen to forget, I'll come back and remind you how much fun we had, Alex said, crouching down and giving the landlord a light pat on the cheek. I won't forget. Everything will be paid, the landlord stammered, struggling to control his trembling voice. Good, Alex said with a mocking smile, giving him one more pat on the cheek before standing up. Turning toward the door, Alex grabbed the handle and, glancing back, threw the landlord a final warning. And remember my words. I don't like coming back to repeat them. Without waiting for a reply, Alex left the office, where a worried Gloria was already waiting for him. Hearing the shot, she wanted to know what had happened inside. Everything sorted. He suddenly became a good person and said you won't have to pay rent for the next 3 months, Alex said with a slight smile. What did you do in there? She asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Who knows? Alex smirked, not giving her a clear answer, and headed for the elevator. Gloria watched his retreating back and shook her head. She understood that he had helped her, even if he might have gone a bit overboard. However, she couldn't blame him. She remembered too well how that scoundrel had looked at her in the office. Shaking off unnecessary thoughts, Gloria followed Alex, who waited for her by the elevator with a friendly smile. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face as well. To be continued. Chapter 82, New Team Member. In the bar that Alex and Gloria had recently left, the main team remained. All members were intently watching the computer monitor on the table. The screen displayed a live feed from the landlord's office, where Alex was at that moment. Kiwi, being the most experienced hacker on the team, decided to test Alex to see how he would handle a tense situation. She hacked into the surveillance system of the mega building where Gloria lived and discovered that her apartment had been locked due to unpaid rent. When Gloria and Alex approached the apartment door, Kiwi couldn't help but be surprised by how quickly they arrived. She told Maine about the situation, and he decided with curiosity to observe how Alex would handle it. It looks like they're already at the apartment and found it locked, Kiwi noted, drawing the group's attention. Everyone gathered closer to the screen to get a better view. Gloria's face showed clear displeasure, while Alex remained surprisingly calm. He seems absolutely unperturbed, Falco commented. They watched as Alex calmly patted Gloria on the shoulder and suggested visiting the landlord's office to sort out the issue. He's clearly thoughtful. A regular person would have already lost their temper and gone to confront the manager with their fists, Dorio observed, continuing to watch. On the screen, Alex and Gloria entered the landlord's office, where the landlord's face was lit up with undisguised lustful interest in Gloria. He didn't even attempt to hide his intentions. That fat bastard deserves a bullet in the head. Rebecca exclaimed angrily, looking at Alex, who was still keeping his composure. He remains unflappable even in this situation, Falco noted. That's quite an impressive quality. The group continued to watch as Gloria engaged in conversation with the landlord, observing Alex's reactions. I bet he'll blow up soon, Maine smirked, eyes fixed on the screen. And I bet he'll shoot that fat bastard, Rebecca threw in. I think he'll just beat him up, Dorio suggested, recalling how Alex dealt with Riz. I bet he'll both beat him up and demand money, Lucy added, surprising the others. What? He did the same thing with Riz, first beat him up and then demanded compensation, Lucy reminded them. Everyone nodded in agreement and continued watching. When Alex asked Gloria to leave the office so he could deal with the landlord one-on-one, Maine rubbed his hands together and said, "It looks like the real fun is about to begin." On the screen, Alex's expression changed from amiable to grim, and his gaze fixed on the landlord. "It's like two different people," Kiwi remarked, narrowing her eyes. "What's more important is that he asked Gloria to leave before starting to act," Lucy said, defending Alex. "She's right," Dorio agreed. "We decided to observe how he handles Gloria. We're all her friends and care about her, so it's normal that we want to see what Alex is capable of." "You talk as if you're trying to justify our actions if Alex finds out we're watching him," Falco pointed out, looking at Dorio. Everyone looked at Dorio, then back at Falco, realizing that their actions might not be entirely right. "I think he won't care if he finds out," Rebecca said, not taking her eyes off the screen. "All right, let's leave that for later. The real fun is starting now." Maine quickly diverted everyone from their thoughts and focused their attention back on the screen. On the monitor, Alex abruptly kicked the table, causing the landlord, who was sitting on a chair, to fall backward. Everyone held their breath as Alex approached him, grabbing him by the neck with one hand and lifting him into the air. "Damn, he's really strong if he can lift that fat guy with one hand." Pilar marveled, watching as Alex effortlessly held the landlord in the air. Alex's actions captured everyone's attention. They were witnessing his fury but couldn't help but acknowledge his self-control and calculation. They all nodded in agreement and continued to watch. On the screen, Alex deftly drew a revolver, as if he had been doing it all his life, and shot out the window. The conversation was inaudible due to the strong wind, but the fear on the landlord's face made it clear that Alex was threatening him. Their guesses were confirmed when Alex grabbed him by the neck and threw him out of the broken window, making him hang over the abyss. "Unexpected turn of events, I must say," Maine commented, surprised by Alex's actions. Maine had expected Alex to either shoot or start beating up the fat man, but making him hang over the abyss was unexpected. Although Maine admitted that the method proved effective, the fat man instantly began to beg, as evident from his panicked expression. Alex said something, then pulled him back into the room and threw him onto the floor. Feeling the floor beneath him, the fat man began to frantically type on his computer. "It looks like no one guessed what would happen next," Maine said, observing how Alex checked his phone before leaving. "No, I won," Lucy declared with a triumphant smile. What he did can be considered beating, and he checked his phone because the money was transferred to his account. Everyone looked at Lucy in surprise. She pulled up data on the computer, showing that Alex had just received 5,000 ED. Her triumphant smile widened even more. "If that's the case, then I won too." "After all, he started shooting," Rebecca insisted. Lucy glanced at Rebecca, who clearly didn't want to lose. "He shot out the window, not at the fat man. So your win doesn't count." "Now give me the money," Lucy said coldly, looking at her friend. Realizing she hadn't won, Rebecca grudgingly transferred the money to Lucy's account. "Damn," she muttered as she sent the money. When the recording ended, Alex exited the office, smiling at Gloria. It was clear he had managed to get the landlord to waive Gloria's rent for 3 months. The sharp contrast between Alex's haughty demeanor in the office and his friendly smile outside confirmed Kiwi's words. Alex truly seemed like two different people in one body. "I think it's clear now how Alex feels about Gloria. He definitely doesn't intend to harm her," Dorio summarized, tearing her eyes away from the screen. Everyone agreed with this, but there was one more thing to discuss: the acceptance of Alex into the team. Maine glanced at the girls who had accompanied Alex on the mission and wanted to hear their opinions. "You two were with him. What do you think?" he asked, looking at Lucy and Rebecca in turn. Lucy pondered, choosing her words, while Rebecca immediately voiced her thoughts. "He's a perfect fit for us. Just like me, strong and daring. And if he's a good shot too, that's just a bonus." Maine looked at Rebecca and understood what she meant. Rebecca was problematic, but sometimes such people were ideal for the job. However, Alex's approach of talking to the fat man first before taking action set him apart from Rebecca. It gave Alex a few extra points. After all, Rebecca wouldn't have waited and would have started shooting or insulting the opponent right away. Maine shifted his gaze to Lucy, who noticed his interest and decided to voice her opinion. "He's just like me," Lucy said calmly, responding to Maine's question. Everyone looked at Lucy with curiosity, expecting her to elaborate further. Realizing her answer was too vague, she decided to continue. "I mean, what he mentioned. Alex said he was being hunted and then Gloria found him in an alley, covered in blood. This could mean that he, like me, was part of some organization and was trying to escape," Lucy explained, sharing what she had learned about Alex's past. Upon hearing this, the others began to exchange glances, connecting it with what Gloria had said and how Alex himself had described certain aspects of his life. Though he had concealed much, there was truth in these details. "So, he's also a net runner like you?" Maine asked, looking at Lucy closely. "No, quite the opposite. Apparently, he was trained as a soldier. That's why he has such skills," Lucy replied, continuing her thoughts. Maine pondered. Lucy's words could be true. Alex was clearly strong, easily kicking down an iron door, and wielded unfamiliar weapons. Yet, he was also surprisingly friendly and cheerful, which seemed odd for someone who had escaped a secret organization. Maine recalled Alex's words about preferring to look forward and not dwell on the past. Then why is he so attached to Gloria? Dorio asked, seeing the logic in Lucy's words but not understanding the source of such attachment. He mentioned that his family is far away. This might mean they are already dead. And he's attached to Gloria because they share similar fates, both have lost those they loved, Lucy replied sadly. These words hung in the air, making everyone think. Rebecca frowned but nodded, agreeing with Lucy's conclusions. She also reminded them of how Alex acted when he broke down Riz's doors and dealt with the thugs, showing that Alex could lose control if things went awry. She added that Alex was quick to grab his weapon, a sign of someone used to acting swiftly and decisively. Everything is falling into place. If he lost something important, he would cling to any chance to stay afloat. And it seems Gloria has become such a lifeline for him, Maine concluded after a moment of reflection. Everyone agreed with his words and awaited his decision regarding Alex. "I think we should accept him into the group. It's clear he cares about those close to him," Maine said, looking at his team for their opinions. Rebecca and Lucy immediately approved the decision. Pilar supported his sister and liked Alex himself, considering him a fun guy. Dorio also decided that Alex could be trusted. Falco, who had interacted with Alex, was on board as well. The only one who expressed doubts was Kiwi. She didn't trust the new member and decided to keep an eye on him while he was with them. "Well, the decision is unanimous. We'll surprise Alex tomorrow," Maine smirked. Everyone laughed and decided to go home. Rebecca and Pilar headed home, Falco went to the garage, and Maine and Dorio went on a date. Lucy thought about whether she should contact Alex now but sighed and decided to do it the next day. Kiwi returned to her work. The night before, when Alex and Gloria returned home, they quickly grabbed a bite from the refrigerator and prepared for bed. The question arose about where Alex would sleep. He refused to sleep in her son's bed, understanding that it would be inappropriate. Gloria didn't insist, as she herself didn't want to sleep in the place where her son used to sleep. The memories were too painful for her. Alex suggested a solution. He took a spear from his inventory, which immediately transformed into a pillow. "Is that your flying spear?" Gloria asked, surprised as she watched it hover in the air. "Yes, I'll sleep on it, and you can take the couch," Alex replied with a smile. That's how they agreed. Gloria was too exhausted to be surprised by anything after everything she had seen, so she just fell asleep. In the morning, when she woke up, the first thing she saw was the floating pillow with Alex peacefully sleeping on it. She placed her hand on her forehead, realizing that it wasn't a dream. The next morning, Gloria woke Alex up by preparing breakfast. When Alex woke up, he noticed that his mana had partially recovered, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now he could create a few useful things to make life in this world easier and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. "What's so good that you're smiling like that?" Gloria asked curiously, noticing Alex's smile as he sat on his floating pillow. Alex looked at Gloria happily and nodded. "Yes, my mana has recovered a bit, and now I can make a few things to make my life easier and not attract too much attention," he said, jumping off the floating pillow, which remained hovering in the air. Gloria raised an eyebrow and gave him a look but didn't ask any more questions, wanting to keep her mental balance. "Whatever you say. Now come eat, I have to go to work soon," she invited Alex to the table. Alex was about to ask where she worked but decided that breakfast was more important right now. He looked at the plate with curiosity and started tasting the food from this future world. The taste was unfamiliar to him, slightly more synthetic than in his home world, but still recognizable. Alex ate everything at an incredible speed, as if he were a black hole devouring everything around him. The midnight snack from yesterday clearly hadn't helped with his hunger, and he occasionally satisfied it only with a candy. "Well, I can say I'm full," he said, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied look. Gloria, looking at the empty plate, couldn't help but compare Alex to a black hole. "And how different is the food in your world from what you just ate?" she asked, observing him battling with a food coma. Alex pondered how to explain the difference. The food here reminded him of what he used to eat before, but compared to Mamma Mia's cooking, it was on a completely different level. "The taste is fine, I'm not picky. But some of my family members, I think, wouldn't be thrilled. They're a bit spoiled," he admitted with a slight smile. Gloria looked at Alex closely, trying to determine if he was lying. But his expression made it clear that he was being sincere. However, mentioning his family made her heart ache with sadness, knowing he could no longer see them. "Aren't you sad that you can't contact your family and are stuck in this world?" she asked with concern. Seeing her worry for him, Alex simply smiled. "I've already contacted them," he said calmly. Gloria froze, puzzled, not imagining when and how he managed to do that. "What? How? When?" she asked, clearly puzzled. Alex, taking his time, pulled out his phone from his pocket and showed it to her. With the help of this phone, he replied with a smile. "While you were unconscious and thought I was just a dream." Gloria looked skeptically at the phone, unable to understand how a regular device could allow him to contact his family in another universe. "But it's just a phone. How is that even possible?" she persisted. Alex, trying not to reveal all his secrets, was about to show his old trick again, but Gloria stopped him in time. "Don't even think about doing that rainbow trick again. Once was enough," she said sternly, giving him a piercing look. Alex pouted at Gloria. The rainbow trick was his favorite way to answer questions about magic, and she had deprived him of that pleasure. All right, he said with evident disappointment in his voice. "To put it simply, it's a very unique magical phone." Gloria noticed that Alex was starting to feel more comfortable around her and realized that he was no longer hiding his secrets. He even calmly admitted that he had already contacted his family and explained how. "Then why don't you contact them again? You've been here for a whole day already," she asked, looking at him with interest. Alex realized he needed to explain some nuances related to time. "Remember when I told you about my age?" he began, looking at Gloria intently. She nodded, not quite understanding where this was going. "Well, time is a tricky thing. It flows faster in some places and slower in others. In my world, only about 10 minutes have passed since I disappeared. Considering how long I've been here, at most an hour might have passed for them. They're probably busy dealing with the problems caused by my disappearance," Alex explained, trying to convey the essence. Gloria thought for a moment, nodding as she absorbed the information, though much of it seemed new and unfamiliar to her. "And what happened after your disappearance?" she asked, eager to learn more. Alex smirked and decided to briefly recount the recent events leading up to his abduction. "Remember when I mentioned the dragon?" he asked. Gloria swallowed nervously and nodded. "Well, I literally smashed my way through the dragon all the way down the dungeon, to the very last floor," Alex said with a broad smile. Gloria involuntarily shuddered at the thought. Alex noticed her reaction and decided not to continue, fearing she might faint again. Trying to distract herself, Gloria returned to her breakfast, while Alex continued to watch her. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. "Hello," Alex answered, taking the call. Gloria immediately stopped eating and looked at him. On the other end was a familiar voice. It was Maine. "Good morning, chum. I see you're up already," Maine said, his tone indicating he was in a good mood. "Yes, I guess so. Why are you calling so early?" Alex asked with a smile. "I wanted to congratulate you on becoming part of the team." "And also about the work," Maine replied in a relaxed tone. Alex was a bit surprised since he thought he was already part of the team after completing the first mission. "I thought I was already in your team." "Maine, you're breaking my heart," Alex said with a mockingly sad tone. On the other end, Maine was silent for a moment before bursting into loud laughter. Alex even moved the phone away from his ear because Maine was laughing so loudly. "Chum, you never cease to amaze me," Maine said, calming down a bit. "Yesterday we watched you handle that chubby guy. You did a great job." Alex was slightly surprised that they had been watching him, but he shrugged it off, assuming it was part of their plan. "Well, I guess I passed your test since you're inviting me to join the team," Alex said with a cheerful smile. "Looks like you figured it out." "That's impressive," Maine replied, slightly surprised that Alex understood the situation so quickly. Alex talked a bit more with Maine about the recording, asking him to delete it in case any problems arose. Maine assured him that everything was taken care of and there was nothing to worry about. "By the way, chum, I have some work for you today. But Lucy will explain the details. She'll contact you later," Maine added, explaining the reason for the call. "All right, I'll wait for her call," Alex responded. "Catch you later, chum," Maine said goodbye. "Talk to you later," Alex replied, ending the call. After finishing the conversation, Alex turned to Gloria, who had already finished breakfast and was putting the wrappers in the trash. "I see you have work again," she remarked, sitting at the table to finish her coffee. "Something like that. When are you heading to work?" Alex asked, glancing at her. Gloria checked her HUD to see the time and realized it was almost time to leave. "Pretty soon." "Why?" she asked, setting her cup down and looking at Alex. "I think I'll help you get to work before I head off to my own business," Alex offered with a slight shrug. Gloria immediately began shaking her head, suspecting that Alex wanted to carry her on his back again. "No, I definitely can't handle that again," she said, continuing to protest. Alex laughed, watching her reaction, and decided to explain his plan. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to carry you on my back," he said with a smile. "Then how?" she asked suspiciously. "Remember I said yesterday that once my mana was restored, I'd find another solution?" Alex reminded her. Gloria tried to recall his words, but the previous night's journey home had overshadowed everything else in her memory. "Well, with magic, I'll help you get to work," Alex declared with a wide grin. Gloria squinted, not fully trusting his plan, but realizing time was running out, she stopped worrying about the details and started getting ready. Alex, noticing her activity, quickly changed clothes, ready to head out. Gloria, glancing at him, felt a slight pang of envy at his speed. When she was finally ready to leave, her gaze landed on an unusual detail in the apartment. "Is your pillow going to keep floating in the middle of the room?" Gloria asked, pointing at the pillow. Alex turned around and saw that he had completely forgotten about his spear. Completely forgot. "Guardian, form," he commanded. The pillow glowed and transformed into a huge stuffed bear. Gloria looked at the bear with confusion, trying to understand how this creature could be a guardian. "Are you sure that's its combat form?" she asked skeptically. "Of course. In its strongest form, it can fight a dragon," Alex replied confidently, giving a thumbs up. Gloria gave the stuffed bear another skeptical glance, unable to imagine how this soft creature could possibly fight a dragon. "And why are you leaving it here?" she asked, deciding not to dwell on it. "In case someone decides to break in or if our old friend the chubby guy breaks his promise," Alex answered with a light smile. Gloria said nothing, fully aware that apartment break-ins were common in the city. Together, they left the apartment, and Gloria locked the door. Alex headed to the elevator and pressed the button for the lower floor where the parking was located. Gloria looked at him questioningly but decided to trust him and didn't ask any more questions. When they reached the parking lot, Alex went toward the old, abandoned motorcycle he had noticed earlier. "Now, watch carefully, magic," he said, stopping by the motorcycle and placing his hand on it. Gloria looked at Alex with confusion as he placed his hand on the old motorcycle, which had been left to rust in the corner. But when she saw the bike start to glow and change shape, she instinctively closed her eyes from the bright light emanating from Alex. He decided to transform the forgotten motorcycle into the one he had dreamed of since he saw it in anime. Alex created a bike inspired by Cloud's motorcycle from Final Fantasy. When the light faded, a new, shiny black motorcycle with gold accents stood before him. Alex smiled like a child, delighted to finally have what he had longed for. "There it is, my beauty," he said, gently patting the seat. Gloria opened her eyes and looked at the motorcycle, widening them in surprise. Just moments ago, there had been a pile of junk, and now it was replaced by a brand new and unique bike. "Is this your magic?" she asked, moving closer and cautiously touching the motorcycle. "Yep. This is my Fenrir," Alex answered proudly, smiling at Gloria. "Interesting name," Gloria noted, running her hand over the smooth seat. Alex checked everything to make sure it was in order. He didn't forget to inspect the side compartments meant for storing weapons. Opening and closing them, Alex nodded in satisfaction, ensuring everything was functioning and was ready to go. "Well, hop on," he said, getting on the bike. Gloria gave him a quick glance and settled behind him. "Hold on tight," Alex warned as he started the engine. "And tell me where to go," he added, turning his head towards Gloria. "I work at the Night City Mental Health Center," she replied, sending the address to Alex's phone. Nodding, Alex mapped out the route and, noticing it was not very far, began to exit the underground parking. As soon as he was on the street, he accelerated sharply, aiming to get her there as quickly as possible. Gloria, once again experiencing what it meant to ride with Alex, clung to him, fearing she might be thrown off on the next turn. Not again, she thought, hugging him tightly around the waist. As they arrived at the hospital where Gloria worked, Alex smoothly reduced his speed to avoid hitting any pedestrians. He stopped right at the entrance and waited for her to get off the bike. "You drive too recklessly," Gloria admitted as she got off the bike. "But fast," Alex smirked, giving her a thumbs up. Gloria just shook her head, not wanting to continue the argument, and headed toward the building. Alex watched her go and suddenly remembered he wanted to say something. "When you finish your shift, call me, and I'll pick you up," he shouted after her. Gloria waved her hand to show she heard. Alex watched her for a few more seconds, contemplating what to do until he received a message from Lucy. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected call from an unknown, hidden number. He answered, and a faint smile appeared on his face. To be continued. Chapter 83, The Lizzie's Bar. Alex watched Gloria until her silhouette disappeared behind the hospital doors. "That's a pretty strange name for a medical facility," he thought, examining the sign. Once Gloria was out of sight, Alex pondered how to pass the time until Lucy called. His first thought was to just ride around the city and explore, but he quickly dismissed it, realizing that with his luck, he'd end up in some trouble that would drag on and take up a lot of time. "Given my luck, sightseeing around the city isn't the best idea right now," Alex muttered, lighting a cigarette. He stayed in the hospital parking lot. Smoking and reflecting, Alex concluded that Lucy was probably still asleep and decided to occupy himself by searching for useful information. Pulling out his phone, he began scrolling through the news feed, trying to get a sense of what was happening in the city. Murder, another murder, gang shootout, new club opening, discounts on Chrome. He muttered, flipping through the news. Alex took a deep drag and exhaled smoke through his nose, tiredly resting his hand on his forehead. Everything he saw in the news was violence and crime. "This city's a dump. I'll need to prepare something for Gloria's protection, just in case," he said aloud, continuing to scroll through the news. Finally, his gaze stopped on a fresh news report from the scene. On screen, he saw Gloria, along with other medics, covering a gurney with a body and loading it into an ambulance. The report discussed a theft of implants from the corporation, Melee Tech, which were currently being sought. "Oh, Gloria, you're already in the spotlight," Alex muttered with a crooked smile, watching the scene unfold on the screen. He studied the report closely, trying to find any clues or suspects. But it seemed Melee Tech preferred to keep information under wraps, conducting their own investigation. If they haven't approached Gloria yet, it means they haven't made any progress. Or they're waiting for the idiot who stole the implants to give himself away so they can kill him and retrieve the data, Alex thought aloud, stroking his chin. "All right, I'll deal with problems as they come," he said, tossing the cigarette butt aside. Alex continued to scroll through the news, not noticing that he had been standing in one spot for an entire hour. He smirked, realizing he had once again wasted a lot of time, staring at the screen. "Here we go again," he chuckled, continuing to scroll through the feed, even though he knew it might drag on even longer. Without realizing how it happened, Alex found himself on a website selling cyber implants and got engrossed in reviewing the offerings. He was considering ordering a few options for his workshop to dismantle and possibly improve. But his research was suddenly interrupted by a call from an unknown number. Alex's face twisted into a disgruntled grimace. "Military Base, Sunshine, Captain Valdegard speaking. How can I help you?" he answered in a commanding tone. There was complete silence from the other end of the line. Alex suppressed a laugh, realizing he had confused the caller. After a few seconds, Lucy's voice came through, clearly showing her confusion. "This isn't funny, Alex. I almost thought I dialed the wrong number, she said in an embarrassed tone. Even without seeing her, Alex knew Lucy was caught off guard by his joke. He knew that she and the others were at fault for calling from blocked numbers, his favorite target for such jokes. Back in his previous life, he never answered such calls without a sarcastic comment. Sorry, couldn't resist. When I get a call from a blocked number, it's just too tempting, Alex said apologetically, trying to smooth over his joke. Lucy didn't respond, but it was clear she was still embarrassed. Where are you? She asked, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation and deciding to change the subject. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and simply smirked at Lucy's reaction, which showed she preferred not to discuss his joke. I'm by the hospital where Gloria works. I accompanied her, just in case. I've been hanging out in the parking lot for an hour, deciding to read the news, Alex admitted with slight embarrassment, realizing how much time he had spent scrolling through useless news. Lucy sighed heavily, and Alex heard it clearly. She understood he was just trying to learn more about the city, although the news rarely reveals the full picture. Did you learn much? What's your opinion of the city now? Lucy asked, her curiosity evident. Alex pondered, choosing the word that best described his impression of what he had seen. Only one word came to mind. I can say this city is a real shit, Alex answered honestly, recalling the horrors depicted in the news feed. Lucy wasn't surprised. Most who lived there felt the same way. But some stayed, either because they had nowhere else to go or because they found the freedom they longed for in the chaos. That's true. As they say, you can either love this city or want to burn it to the ground, Lucy said, sharing his opinion. Alex silently took out a cigarette and lit it, contemplating her words. For some, this city was paradise, for others, it was hell from which escape was only possible through death. By the way, why are you calling so early? I thought you'd still be sleeping. After all, as they say, girls need beauty sleep to stay beautiful, Alex added with a smirk, exhaling smoke through his nose. Lucy blushed again at his words. Like any girl, she valued a good night's sleep, but today she had work that required her attention. I'm calling on business. Didn't Maine tell you anything? Her voice had a hint of confusion. He called this morning, said I was accepted into the team, and mentioned some details. And he said you'd explain about the work, Alex replied, getting off his motorcycle to stretch his legs. He could almost hear Lucy pressing her hand to her forehead in irritation over Maine's carelessness. Never mind. Come over to me, I'm waiting, she said, and immediately Alex received a message with the address. Okay, I'll be there soon, Alex quickly replied, ending the call before Lucy could finish. He threw his phone onto the motorcycle's dashboard and entered the address into the navigator. The address pointed to the H8 megatower. Alex was surprised, not understanding why Lucy lived in such an unwelcoming place. Megatowers resembled giant anthills for people. Alex was already dreaming of earning enough to take Gloria and move to a safer place. However, that was still just a future plan. He only had 8,000 ED, and unless he exchanged the gold valises, he wasn't expecting any other income. But it was better not to rush with the exchange to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Well, it's time to go, Alex muttered, tossing the cigarette butt and getting back on his motorcycle. Starting Fenrir, he set off, following the route laid out by the navigator. At one of the intersections, where Alex stopped for a red light, he noticed a group of strange people. They looked like cowboys or Texas police, but in bulletproof vests. Their vests had an embroidery of a skull on a flag background and the number 6 on the skull itself. Are those the local police? Alex wondered, scrutinizing them as he waited for the light to turn green. Alex looked carefully at the men, and those he initially mistook for police immediately met his gaze. They first examined Alex and then shifted their gaze to his motorcycle. This made him doubt their affiliation with law enforcement. They were more likely members of some gang. I need to find out what this pathetic parody of cowboys and Texas cops is, Alex thought, turning away and noticing that the traffic light had already turned yellow. When the light turned green, Alex continued on his way. However, the cowboys kept watching him, seemingly intrigued by the guy on an expensive bike in a neighborhood where such transportation seemed out of place. He drove on, ignoring their intense gazes. Soon, he encountered a traffic jam on the bridge caused by a collision between two cars. Are you kidding me? Alex muttered as he stopped in front of the line of cars. He decided to reroute around the jam. To his surprise, the new route was even shorter. Speeding up to save time, Alex soon arrived at the H8 megatower where Lucy lived. He stopped nearby and called her. I'm here, he said as soon as she answered. Lucy was surprised that Alex had arrived so quickly. She had only recently sent him the address, not knowing he had his own transportation. All right, I'll be down now, she replied and ended the call. Alex turned off the engine, got off the motorcycle, and, leaning on the bike, lit a cigarette while waiting. Out of habit, he reached for his phone to check the news and soon found information about the cause of the accident. It turned out that a cyber psycho had hijacked a car and gone into oncoming traffic, colliding with another vehicle. Well, that's not news anymore, he said to himself, reading the article. Meanwhile, Lucy, surprised at how quickly Alex had arrived, didn't dwell on it for long. She quickly changed into casual clothes. She wasn't going to go outside in her home attire. After a light touch-up of her makeup, she glanced in the mirror, fixing any stray hair. Already about to leave, she remembered the package she needed to bring. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, Lucy checked to make sure she had everything. Doesn't look like I forgot anything, she muttered to herself. Locking her apartment, Lucy headed to the elevator, still pondering how Alex had made it from the hospital to her place so quickly. Deciding she'd ask him about it when they met, she exited the building and began scanning the area for Alex. He was nowhere in sight, and her face frowned. She dialed his number. "Where are you?" Lucy asked, looking around. Alex, who was currently scrolling through news on his phone, saw the incoming call. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he answered, and Lucy's first question made him think. But then he looked up and saw her standing by the entrance to the building, looking around puzzled. He smiled. "Look right in front of you," Alex said, raising his hand and waving. Lucy raised an eyebrow, not understanding why he said that. But, following his instruction, she finally noticed Alex standing on the other side of the street next to his motorcycle and waving at her. Her surprise at him having a bike quickly turned into curiosity. Where did he get that? Lucy wondered as she headed towards him. Alex saw that Lucy had spotted him and was heading his way. He patiently waited for her to cross the street before greeting her properly. When she approached, it was clear from her expression that she had questions. "Yo," Alex said, raising his hand in greeting. Lucy gave him a dry look, clearly unimpressed by his greeting. "Hi to you too. Where did you get that bike?" she asked, not wasting any time. Alex smirked, unsure how to respond. He thought that if he showed her the rainbow trick again, Lucy might react like Gloria and faint. "You won't believe it, but today some weird guy ran up to me and said he was selling the bike cheap," Alex said with a tone as if he were surprised by the event himself. Lucy looked at him with clear skepticism, understanding that he was making things up. "Yeah, sure. And he sold a brand new bike for almost nothing," she replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Alex realized that Lucy wasn't buying his story, but decided that the best way to keep up the legend was to continue it. "How did you figure it out?" he asked in a feigned tone of surprise. Lucy gave him a look that clearly said, "Are you serious?" She clearly didn't believe him. "Seriously?" she asked, handing him the bag. Alex took it and, after a moment's thought, decided to confess. "The bike was mine, it was just returned to me," he said, placing the bag into one of the compartments meant for weapons. Lucy, who had thought Alex was part of some secret organization and had escaped from it, was surprised that his bike was returned so easily. "And they just gave it back to you like that?" she asked, examining the bike with interest. Alex realized that Lucy had misunderstood him again. She apparently thought he had escaped from an organization and that they had returned his bike to avoid further contact. He decided it was best not to dispel her illusions just yet. "Something like, 'Take your junk and don't let us see you again,'" Alex said with a look of disgust. Lucy stopped examining the bike and looked at him with surprise, half believing him. She understood that he wasn't telling the whole truth but decided not to press further. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and trust still had to be earned. However, she felt that Alex already trusted her enough to share at least something. "Well, if you say so," Lucy replied, temporarily accepting his words but deciding she would find out more when he was ready to share. Alex was slightly surprised that she didn't continue to question him. He had already come up with the whole story he was planning to tell. "I thought you'd keep asking questions," he said, looking at Lucy in surprise. But she just got on the bike and looked at him. "You'll tell the rest when you're ready," Lucy said gently, reminding him of how she hadn't immediately opened up to Maine's team after escaping from Arasaka. Alex grimaced, disappointed that he couldn't boast about his story. He had already come up with a way to replace the words about divine failures with something more fitting for this world. "Well, if you say so." "I was about to start bragging," he said with a pout, feigning hurt. Lucy laughed at his childish expression and didn't correct him. "You can brag another time. For now, let's go," she said, patting the seat in front of her. Alex sighed, got on the bike, and started the engine. He glanced over his shoulder at Lucy, as if hoping she could read his mind. Lucy raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his look. "What?" she asked, not understanding what Alex was trying to say. "A dress," Alex replied shortly, realizing that, alas, the power of the Jedi had not yet awakened. Lucy blushed slightly, remembering that Maine hadn't given Alex the details of today's assignment. "I'll send it now," she said, her eyes lighting up slightly. Alex looked at his phone, where the address had appeared. He immediately set up the route on his navigator. The destination turned out to be the Lizzie's bar. Alex didn't understand why they were going there but decided he would find out when they arrived. Before setting off, he reminded Lucy to hold on tight. Hold on so you don't fall off on the way. Gloria has already experienced what it's like to ride with me, he said with a smile. Lucy looked at Alex in confusion, not understanding what he meant or what kind of experience Gloria had had. Alex started moving slowly, as the road was congested with cars. Lucy thought he was just joking. But as soon as the traffic light turned green, she understood why he had warned her. Alex revved the engine sharply, instantly picking up speed. The sudden jolt made Lucy cling to him, trying not to fall off. But unlike Gloria, who had been scared, Lucy felt a surge of adrenaline and enjoyed the sensation of speed. She was impressed by the agility with which Alex maneuvered between cars, especially on turns. This is just awesome, Lucy thought, holding on tightly and glancing over his shoulder at the road. Arriving at the Lizzie's bar, Alex smoothly turned around and stopped right in front of the entrance, parking skillfully. Although it was morning, 2 bouncers were standing by the entrance and looked at him with surprise. Nice parking, handsome, one of them said with a smirk. Alex turned his head toward the voice and saw 2 women with bats. He raised an eyebrow, surprised to see female bouncers. Ah, thanks, he replied with a slight nod. The girl was amused by his response and wondered what this guy was doing here so early in the morning. So, what brings you here, handsome? She asked with curiosity. Alex didn't know how to answer since he wasn't sure why they had come. He glanced at Lucy, who was still clinging to him. If it had been someone else, Alex thought, Lucy could have broken his ribs with her grip. The bouncer noticed this and, seeing his confusion, smiled slightly. But when her gaze fell on Lucy's familiar white hair, she looked at Alex in surprise. Lucy, nice to see you. I see you found yourself a boyfriend, the bouncer said with a smirk. Lucy peered out from behind Alex's shoulder and saw who was talking to her. It was a girl with purple hair, dressed in a torn tank top that barely covered her chest. The most notable feature was her cybernetic arms and a pair of guns under her armpits. Nice to see you, Rita, Lucy replied, getting off Alex's bike. Rita, one of the bouncers at the Lizzie's bar, clearly knew Lucy, Alex thought, as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Rita's gaze shifted from Lucy to Alex, who was now lazily smoking while sitting on his bike. I gotta say, Lucy, you've got yourself a good-looking guy, Rita said with a smirk, appraising Alex. Lucy blushed at her words. It wasn't that Alex was unattractive, especially his eyes, which were striking, but they had only met yesterday. Although he had made a good impression, talking about any feelings seemed premature. However, she didn't correct Rita. Rita, is Susie around? Lucy quickly changed the subject. Rita noticed Lucy's attempt to steer the conversation away and smirked, thinking Lucy was just embarrassed. Where else would she be? As always, hanging out in her room, Rita replied casually, slinging her bat over her shoulder. Lucy nodded and looked at Alex, who was still sitting on his bike and smoking, observing their conversation. Are you going to stay there much longer? She asked, looking at him. Alex tilted his head slightly, surprised by her question. Lucy hadn't explained the nature of their task or their role, and unfortunately, he couldn't read minds. Well, he could, but it wouldn't be very tactful without consent. And villains, of course, were an exception. Their thoughts could be read even through force. You didn't explain what work we're doing today, so I'm just waiting for you to finish talking with your friend, Alex said, tilting his head to the side. Lucy felt awkward, realizing that she was at fault for the situation. She had indeed forgotten to explain to Alex what they were doing. Seeing Lucy's embarrassment, Rita found it even more amusing. Ha, he got you, girl, Rita laughed, noticing how the usually cold Lucy suddenly became flustered. Alex smiled at Lucy, waiting for an explanation. So, what about the job? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Lucy narrowed her eyes, seeing how carefree he was. You're the bodyguard today, she said, still looking at him with narrowed eyes. Rita glanced at Alex and, seeing his lean figure, furrowed her brow slightly. He didn't look like a typical bodyguard, but she had long learned that appearances could be deceiving. One should never underestimate someone based solely on their looks. Well then, Alex drawled lazily, shrugging, tossing the cigarette butt away, and getting off the bike. When Alex stood up to his full height, Rita was pleasantly surprised. He was much taller than he initially appeared. She even let out a quiet whistle. I see you're lucky, Lucy, you found yourself a handsome guy. I'd even say I'm envious, Rita said with a light chuckle. Lucy just smiled, not saying anything in response. Meanwhile, Alex took a bag from a compartment on his bike, slung it over his shoulder, and walked over to Lucy. Rita, who was standing nearby, involuntarily looked up to meet his gaze. It's time to get to work, Lucy said firmly, heading towards the bar. Alex followed her. As they passed by Rita, who continued to watch them, he heard her voice. Hey, cutie, if you want to have some fun, I've got something interesting for you, Rita said with a hint of mockery. Alex turned his head toward Rita, not understanding what she meant. Just as he was about to ask what kind of fun she was talking about, Lucy, noticing he had stopped, approached and took his hand, not letting the conversation continue. He only managed to see the mischievous smile on Rita's face as Lucy pulled him into the bar. "Hey, jealous Lucy. You don't see that often." "If I tell the girls, they won't believe it," Rita said with a smirk, stopping to watch the pair. Inside, Alex looked around. The bar was bathed in neon lights that shifted between pink and purple. Even at this early hour, there were quite a few people. Some were chatting with waitresses who looked like they could be more than just staff. Alex immediately thought the place resembled a strip club, and his guess was confirmed when he saw a girl dancing on a pole. Not wanting to linger on this, he turned his attention to Lucy, who was watching him intently, almost piercingly. "Don't like it?" she asked with a slight smirk, raising an eyebrow. At first, Alex thought she might be jealous, but he quickly dismissed that thought. They had only known each other for a day, and it was unlikely Lucy had developed such feelings so soon. "I don't like places like this. The atmosphere is too strange for me," Alex admitted honestly. Lucy didn't reply but continued to watch him, as if fearing he might start staring at the dancing girls again. When they reached the bar, she pointed to a chair. "Sit and wait while I finish up. And don't think about hitting on the girls," she warned, taking the bag from Alex. He just grunted, puzzled as to why she felt the need to say that. He was practically married, and places like this didn't interest him at all. Even in Danmachi, he had never visited the red light district, except when he accidentally ended up there to rescue Haruheim or when he was briefly captured by Ishtar's people. "Why would I need to do that?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Lucy glanced at him once more and sighed heavily, realizing he was probably not the type to hit on everyone. "I warned you," she said, turning and heading to the second floor. Alex watched her leave, raising an eyebrow in surprise, but he didn't dwell on it further. Turning to the bartender, he saw a strange guy in a bright shirt that resembled a Hawaiian one, with gray cybernetic eyes. "What will you be ordering, handsome?" the bartender asked, casting a friendly smile at Alex. Alex thought for a moment, deciding he could have a drink while Lucy was busy. "Something light. And an ashtray, if possible," he replied. "One moment, handsome," the bartender said, pulling a drink from the fridge. Alex watched him, trying to figure out why he was so friendly but decided it was probably just part of his job to be polite and helpful to customers. "Here's your drink, handsome," the bartender said, placing the glass in front of Alex. He continued, polishing the glass. Who would have thought there'd be someone who could melt Lucy's heart? Alex looked at the bartender, surprised, not understanding what he was talking about. Matteo, noticing his confusion, decided to continue the conversation. "My name is Matteo," he introduced himself. "I'm the bartender here." Alex nodded in response, pulling out a cigarette. "What did you mean about Lucy?" Matteo noticed Alex taking a cigarette and handed him a lighter, helping him light it. "That's what I was talking about. Lucy often works with our boss, handling various tasks, and every time someone hits on her, she quickly shuts them down. I was really surprised today when I saw she brought a guy with her and even warned him not to hit on our girls," Matteo explained, continuing to polish the glass and observing Alex's reaction. Alex understood what the bartender was talking about and felt a bit embarrassed. There was no relationship between him and Lucy, they had just met, and during their first meeting, she had made it clear that she would keep an eye on him. "So, is this place your gang's base or what?" Alex asked, looking at Matteo. "Didn't you know?" Matteo asked, giving Alex a puzzled look. "I've only recently arrived in the city, so I haven't had time to figure things out yet," Alex replied. Matteo nodded and began explaining. From his account, Alex learned that their gang was called Moxes, and they helped various people from the lower rungs of society, from sex workers and pimps to freaks, members of the LGBT community, and punks. The gang had been established relatively recently, and their activities focused on supporting those whom society usually ignored. Alex wanted to ask a few more questions to gather more information, but he was interrupted. "Hey, handsome, don't you want to have a good time?" he heard a female voice. Alex turned and saw a girl in a revealing outfit sitting next to him, gazing at him intently. Matteo watched with interest, observing how Alex would handle the situation without intervening. "Sorry, darling, but I'm married," Alex replied politely. The girl looked at him in surprise, but married men often came to this place and didn't mind a little entertainment, so she wasn't going to give up easily. "Oh, don't worry, married men come here all the time. It doesn't stop them from having fun," she said, moving closer and trailing her finger along his arm. Alex felt the situation slipping out of control. He began to look around for an exit and saw Lucy descending with a woman. A plan quickly formed in his mind. "Sorry, my wife is here," Alex said, quickly standing up and moving away from the girl. He headed towards Lucy with quick steps, so rapidly that it surprised her. "My beloved wife, how I've missed you. You can't imagine," Alex said loud enough for the girl at the bar to hear. Lucy looked at Alex in surprise, her cheeks flushing slightly at being called his wife. But seeing his panicked glance toward the bar, she understood what was happening. She glanced at the girl, who was watching them in astonishment, and realized that Alex had simply used her as a cover, but she actually liked that he had called her his wife. "Sorry, darling, I got a bit held up," Lucy said, deciding to play along with him. Alex smiled in relief, knowing that Lucy had supported his plan. The woman walking beside Lucy looked at them in surprise, puzzled at how Lucy, usually so cold and aloof, was now playing the role of a caring wife. "Lucy, don't you want to introduce me to your husband?" the woman asked, looking from Lucy to Alex. Lucy blushed and decided to introduce the woman standing next to her to Alex. "Sorry for the delay. Alex, this is Susanna Quinn, but everyone calls her Susie. She's the boss here, and we work with her often," Lucy said, introducing Susie. Alex looked at the woman in front of him. Susie had chocolate-colored skin and wore a short yellow jacket over something that looked like a blue swimsuit, if it could even be called a swimsuit. She had black gloves adorned with purple spikes. "Susie, this is Alex, how should I put it?" Lucy hesitated, unsure of how to continue. "Your husband, of course. I understand you're embarrassed to introduce him," Susie teased, smirking. Lucy bashfully turned away, casting a glance at Alex as if to say, "This is all your fault." "Nice to meet you, Susie," Alex said, extending his hand for a handshake. "Likewise, Alex. Just make sure to take good care of our Lucy." "She's a great support to us," Susie replied, giving his hand a firm shake. Alex looked at Susie and realized that despite her dubious business, she genuinely cared about Lucy, who apparently had helped her and her people more than once. "Don't worry, it's my duty," Alex said with a slight smile, calmly freeing his hand from her grasp. Susie raised an eyebrow in surprise, clearly not expecting Alex to handle her strong handshake so easily. She noted to herself that he was not just any guy, he was clearly stronger than he appeared at first glance. Lucy, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, grabbed Alex's hand and hurried him towards the exit. Alex cast a farewell glance at Susie, who waved him goodbye. He gave a slight wave in return as Lucy led him outside. Once they were out, Alex immediately noticed some kind of argument and, narrowing his eyes, scrutinized one side of the conflict. His eyes widened in surprise. Well, is that my old friend?" Alex said with a smile, looking at the person causing the commotion. To be continued. Chapter 84, Old Friends and a Bit of Truth for Lucy. Alex felt Lucy pulling him along. He glanced back slightly and noticed her pale cheeks had turned a bit pink. "Hey, she's embarrassed," he thought, smiling at the corners of his mouth. He let Lucy pull him further, only glancing back to wave goodbye to Susie. Alex raised his hand and gave a light farewell wave before turning his gaze to the bar, where his new acquaintance, Mateo, stood. Mateo winked at him in farewell, and Alex, with a crooked smile, nodded in response. It felt odd to receive such gestures from the guy, but since it was time to say goodbye, he found it acceptable. Lucy, who was dragging Alex to the exit, was practically burning with embarrassment. At first, she was pleased that Alex had called her his wife, but when Susie began teasing her about it, she felt uncomfortable. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Lucy decided it was best not to stay any longer. She certainly didn't want other girls showing up with a bunch of questions. "It's all your fault," she mumbled, dragging Alex toward the door. Alex heard her muted words and caught the note of reproach in her voice. He understood she was blaming him, but it was her choice to play along. He wasn't really at fault here. Although, maybe a little. At least it was fun, Alex thought with a mental smirk, allowing Lucy to lead him out. As they stepped outside, Lucy was already preparing to voice her thoughts on how he had embarrassed her. However, deep down, she still felt a warm joy from him calling her his wife. But before she could open her mouth, there was a commotion. It sounded like someone was arguing. Lucy turned her head and saw Rita squabbling with 3 guys. "What's happened now?" she muttered, staring at Rita's back. Alex, also hearing the noise, ignored Lucy's comment and focused all his attention on the trio threatening Rita. His eyes widened, and a pleased, almost mischievous smile appeared on his face, as if he had received a gift. Well, if it isn't my old acquaintances," Alex said, grinning with anticipation. Lucy looked at Alex in surprise, clearly not understanding which acquaintances he had found here. She was sure he had no friends in the city except for Maine's group and Gloria. But as she looked closer, she suddenly remembered, these were the guys from the Tiger Claws gang they had encountered yesterday on their way back. Back then, Alex had shown them some tricks and taught them a lesson. "You've got to be kidding," Lucy groaned, recognizing the 3 idiots. Alex, still smiling, was already planning how to ruin their day again. Lucy immediately noticed she knew what he was capable of. Yesterday, he had first chatted with them nicely, showed them tricks, and then beat them up badly. "Don't even think about it," Lucy whispered, grabbing Alex's hand. Alex turned his gaze to her, frowning. Those who knew him understood it was better not to try to stop him. Every time someone interfered, it ended, oddly. Lucy felt a slight shiver as Alex looked at her with that cold gaze. Lucy, they're just idiots. I'm not going to kill them, just have a bit of fun, Alex said more softly, gently freeing his hand from her grip. Lucy blushed as his expression changed from grim to tender. She began, but Alex interrupted her. He touched his finger to her lips, silencing her, and continued to look at her with the same gentle expression. No, Lucy. No one is going to stand in my way of teaching these fools a lesson. Not even the gods will stop me if I've made up my mind, he said, gently stroking her cheek. Lucy's heart raced. What struck her most were the words about even the gods not being able to stop him. She didn't understand why he mentioned gods in the plural, but she was too captivated by his gaze to ask questions. And now, Lucy, be a good girl. You can either join in or just watch, Alex said gently, continuing to caress her cheek. Lucy couldn't tear her gaze away from Alex's eyes, which reflected her own confusion. She tried to resist, wanted to turn away from his soft look, but couldn't manage it. Finally, giving in to her emotions, she nodded ever so slightly in agreement. Alex smiled as if he had just completed a difficult task. Good girl. Now let's go and greet our old friends, he said, gently kissing her on the cheek before moving towards the arguing people. Lucy, taken by surprise, placed her hand on her cheek, feeling her face flush. The kiss, even on the cheek, caught her off guard. She had always seen Alex as kind and reserved, someone who preferred to keep his distance from people he didn't know well. But now, watching his retreating figure, she felt a strange mix of embarrassment and warmth. I'll ask him about it later, Lucy thought, but couldn't suppress a light smile. Although, it was nice. Alex approached the scene of the conflict with a wide smile on his face. His gaze was focused on the three men, Sawada, Hiroshi, and the third, whose name he never learned because he had knocked him out faster than he introduced himself. On Sawada's belt, Alex noticed a katana that immediately caught his attention. He figured it might be a great reward for resolving the conflict. A plan to acquire it formed in his mind. As they say, if you don't have a weapon, take it from your enemy. In my case, from the Yakuza, Alex smirked to himself, recalling a quote. As he drew closer, the arguing parties noticed him and fell silent. In the quiet, Sawada didn't recognize Alex at first until his gaze fell on Lucy, who had followed behind. At that moment, memory returned. He recalled how this guy had knocked his teeth out yesterday. It's you, that bastard who knocked my teeth out. Sawada hissed, pointing a finger at Alex. Rita cast a surprised look at Alex, then at Lucy, who turned away, avoiding her gaze. Everything became clear. Not only had Alex dared to return to the people he had insulted yesterday, but he clearly intended to play with them again. Rita mentally noted his audacity and courage. Not many would have dared to reappear before the gang members they had humiliated. First of all, I'm not a bastard, Alex said with a light smile. Secondly, you should have said, this is the handsome magician who helped improve my smile by knocking out a few teeth. Sawada and his friends frowned, their hands reaching for their weapons. But Alex, with lightning speed, drew his revolver and aimed it directly at Sawada. Rita, not lagging behind, also reached for her pistols. Lucy cautiously moved her hand towards her weapon, just in case the situation escalated. What do you think will happen faster? Will I shoot you in the balls, or will you manage to draw your weapons? Alex said playfully, raising an eyebrow and looking at Sawada and his friends. Sawada tensed, his hand frozen on the katana's hilt. He weighed his chances while the revolver ominously pointed at his most vulnerable spot. Sawada glanced at his comrades, hinting with his eyes at the possibility of an attack. Yesterday you tried to hit on girls, and today you're back at it. Doesn't life teach you anything? Alex raised an eyebrow, as if perplexed. Rita, watching the scene unfold, finally understood why Alex knew these people so well. Apparently, yesterday Sawada and his buddies had tried to harass Lucy and Rebecca, and Alex had knocked his teeth out for it. She couldn't help but admire his fearlessness, knowing that these guys were part of one of the city's largest gangs. So, Sawada, are you going to leave with your friends, or should I show you a trick again? Alex asked with a smile. Sawada, gritting his teeth in fury, couldn't say a word. The thought of drawing his katana and slicing Alex to pieces tormented him, but the revolver pressed against his groin held him back. Oh, don't grind your teeth like that, Alex winked. You might need to be treated again. Alex aimed to push Sawada to the limit so that he would lose control and attack him. Sawada's patience snapped, and the fear of Alex's weapon receded. All he could think about was splitting the person in front of him in two. Shiny! Sawada yelled, drawing his katana. Alex grinned with satisfaction. His plan had worked. Seeing Sawada charging at him, he didn't even consider dodging. As the katana almost touched him, Alex stopped it with a swift move, catching the blade with his hand. Lucy, witnessing the attack, reached for her pistol but stopped when she saw Alex holding the katana with his hand. Her mind was immediately flooded with questions. How was this possible? "Hey, Sawada, didn't you have breakfast?" Alex asked mockingly, gripping the blade so Sawada couldn't wrench it free. Sawada looked at his katana in Alex's hands with confusion and anger. He exerted all his effort to free the weapon, but it seemed futile, as if the blade was clamped in a vice. "Let go," he shouted in desperation, straining every muscle. Alex only grew more amused. The situation reminded him of the legend of the sword in the stone, which only the worthy could pull out. "Nope," he replied with a smile. Then Alex loosened his grip, and Sawada was pushed back, but only briefly. Alex grabbed him by the hand holding the katana and yanked him back towards himself. Sawada was disoriented by the sudden jerk and couldn't resist the momentum, ending up very close to Alex. Alex's face broke into a mischievous smile. "And now, the trick," he said with a playful glint in his eyes. Alex slammed Sawada in the face with the butt of his revolver. Sawada's head snapped back, and blood sprayed from his nose. "Another one," Alex added, not satisfied with the result. Lucy and Rita watched as Alex dealt with Sawada in moments. Rita even gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his speed and brutality. She was particularly struck by how Alex had stopped the katana with his bare hands, which could slice through metal. Alex pulled Sawada back to him and delivered another punch to his face. This continued until Sawada crumpled to his knees, losing consciousness. His head hung low, and blood flowed from his shattered nose and mouth. Seeing her friend's condition, Hiroshi and the third member of their gang went into a rage and reached for their weapons. "You bastard!" Hiroshi shouted, aiming his gun at Alex. Alex swiftly shoved the gun aside and gripped Hiroshi's hand, preventing him from shooting. "No, I'm Mario," Alex said mockingly, grabbing Hiroshi by the back of the neck. He struck him sharply in the jaw with his knee, and a crack of a broken bone was heard. A few more blows, and Hiroshi collapsed unconscious. Alex turned his gaze to the last of the trio and, grinning, approached him. "Well, now it's your turn," he said, not taking his eyes off the guy aiming a gun at him. Alex slowly approached the last of the trio. The guy glanced at his friends, lying in pools of blood on the floor. One had a broken nose and knocked out front teeth, and the other had a broken jaw. This sight made him tremble with fear, and his hands gripping the gun shook so badly that he could barely hold it. He knew something terrible awaited him. As Alex got closer, the guy shut his eyes, remembering how Alex had kicked him into a wall last time. But this time, Alex had dealt with his friends in a much harsher manner. Alex stopped in front of the guy and looked him over with a critical eye. Is he really from the gang? Can someone be this cowardly? Alex thought, watching as the guy shook with fear. Alex lost all desire to hit him. It would be too easy and boring. He even felt awkward thinking about beating such a timid opponent. Shifting his gaze to Lucy and Rita, who watched silently, he met Lucy's eyes. She shook her head, silently indicating that it was his choice since he had started the fight. Alex sighed and looked at Rita, awaiting her reaction. She smiled and began to gesture a fist-palm motion, as if suggesting that the guy deserved a good beating. Realizing he couldn't count on support, Alex approached and placed his hands on the trembling guy's shoulders. He flinched, nearly crying out in fear. "Hey, listen," Alex said, giving him a slight shake. The guy slowly opened his eyes, meeting Alex's serious gaze. "You're pretty cowardly for a Yakuza," Alex smirked. "Are you sure you belong to a gang?" The question made the guy doubt himself. He remembered going through initiation and tried to pull himself together. Why yeah, I joined recently," he stammered. Alex couldn't help but smirk, shaking his head at the response. "All right," he said. "I won't hit you. Someone has to take your friends to the Reaper." He removed his hands from the guy's shoulders. Alex walked away from the guy and approached Sawada, who was still lying on the floor. With a deft motion, he flipped the katana into the air and caught it, examining the blade. Nodding to himself, Alex figured he could not only alter the weapon but also significantly improve it. He already had a plan for how the upgraded katana would look. The guy watched warily as Alex took Sawada's katana but didn't dare say a word, fearing he might be beaten anyway. "Tell Sawada that this katana is compensation for the inconvenience," Alex said, removing the scabbard from Sawada's body. The guy nodded quickly and started lifting his friends, preparing them to leave. Alex observed the process and became curious about who this guy was. "Hey, what's your name?" he called out to him. The guy froze, turned around, and, a bit embarrassed, replied. "Yuki." Upon hearing the name, Alex suddenly recalled a popular joke about guys named Yuki being frequently pursued by girls with pink hair. A crooked smile appeared on his face. "Hey, Yuki," he called again. "Here's a piece of advice, watch out for girls with pink hair. You might end up with a knife in your chest, got it?" Alex smirked, watching Yuki leave with his injured friends. Yuki stood still, puzzled by why Alex advised him to beware of girls with pink hair and what a knife in the chest could mean for him. Finding no logical answer, he simply nodded briefly in thanks and continued on his way. Alex watched as Yuki and his friends disappeared around the corner, then turned his gaze to Lucy, who was looking at him with a strange expression. "What?" Alex asked, tilting his head to the side. Lucy sighed, unsure what to say. Alex had first joked, then beaten up two of the trio, letting the third one go with a mysterious warning about girls with pink hair. "Not a bad way to solve problems, handsome," Rita remarked, cheerfully assessing the situation. Alex glanced at her with a broad smile and gave her a thumbs up. "That was easy," he said, glowing with satisfaction. Rita laughed at his reaction. "If Lucy ever dumps you, feel free to come to me, I'll comfort you, handsome," she said, winking at Alex. He quickly turned his gaze to Lucy, who was now watching him intently, clearly waiting for his response. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Alex wondered, feeling his lips twitch involuntarily under her persistent gaze. Alex sighed, gathered his thoughts, and smiled. "Sorry, but I don't think Lucy's going to dump me. She loves me too much," he said with feigned embarrassment, theatrically placing his hands on his cheeks. Rita noticed Lucy's embarrassment and couldn't hold back her laughter. "Well, all right. I won't try to steal you then," she laughed, looking at Lucy, whose face had turned slightly pink, though her eyes remained cold. Alex realized that Lucy was a bit annoyed but didn't think much of it, knowing how easily she could be distracted. While they continued their conversation, Alex managed to learn a few interesting facts about Lucy and her work with the gang from Rita. But as Rita began delving into more embarrassing details, Lucy quickly intervened. "Enough. We still have things to do," she sharply cut off Rita before she could finish. Lucy didn't wait for a response, quickly grabbing Alex's hand and pulling him towards the bike. Shoving him towards the motorcycle, she immediately took her seat, waiting for him to get on the driver's seat. Understanding that resistance was futile, Alex simply placed the bag in the weapon compartment and took his place at the handlebars. Starting the bike, he glanced at Rita, who watched their interaction with obvious amusement, already planning to share it with other girls who knew Lucy in the evening. "Where to next?" Alex asked, turning on the ignition. Lucy didn't answer. Her eyes briefly flashed, and Alex received a text message with an address. He raised an eyebrow in surprise but decided to remain silent, fearing Lucy might snap and attack him. Entering the address into the navigator, he saw that the destination was a Chinese restaurant. Handy feature, it immediately shows what kind of place it is, Alex noted, looking at the restaurant description on the app. Without asking any further questions, Alex headed to the restaurant. He waved goodbye to Rita, who responded with a cheerful wink. Pulling onto the road, Alex increased the speed but, noticing that the ride was quiet and calm, decided to go a bit slower to enjoy the city views. He observed the buildings, people going about their business, and the hustle and bustle of the city. Arriving at the restaurant, Alex slowed down and parked right in front of the entrance. Lucy silently exited and headed inside. Alex shook his head, turned off the engine, and followed her. Upon entering the restaurant, he saw a simple setting, an ordinary establishment with no frills. Behind the counter stood an elderly woman who, upon seeing Lucy, greeted her with a wide smile. Her face lit up with a warm, grandmotherly smile, as if meeting a beloved granddaughter. "Lucy, dear, long time no see. You're getting more beautiful every time," the woman said, warmly welcoming Lucy. But when she noticed Alex standing behind her, her smile grew even wider, and she raised her eyebrows, giving Lucy a sly look. "Now it's clear why you haven't visited in so long. Found yourself a boyfriend, I see," the elderly Chinese woman said with a mischievous grin. Lucy, already accustomed to Alex being referred to as her boyfriend, just nodded with a slight smile. "Well then, sit down." "The usual?" the woman asked. Lucy nodded, and Alex took a seat across from her. The elderly woman shifted her gaze to him. "And what will you have, young man?" she asked, giving him an evaluative look from head to toe and clearly approving Lucy's choice. Alex took the menu but, not knowing what to choose since he had never tried Chinese food, decided to go with the simplest option. "I'll have the same as Lucy," he said, placing the menu on the table. The woman nodded with a smile and went to the kitchen. Alex met Lucy's gaze, who was watching him intently. "Well, since I embarrassed you in front of your friends, I can answer a couple of questions as compensation," Alex offered, deciding to adjust to Lucy's mood and ease the situation. Lucy raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by his offer. She wasn't angry with him, she just felt embarrassed and didn't know how to react to the situation. But if Alex thought she was upset, why not take advantage of it? He's the one who misunderstood, Lucy thought, a sly smile appearing on her face. Now she considered what question to ask. She was most interested in which organization Alex had been part of and what he had done there. Judging by his abilities, it must have been a powerful organization. "What organization were you part of before you escaped?" "And what did you do there?" she finally asked, waiting with interest for his response. Alex was fully aware that the entire main group thought he was a former member of some secret organization. He could already imagine their faces when he revealed that he was actually from another world or even another universe. But that could be saved for later. Right now, he needed to come up with a plausible answer to avoid raising suspicions. Well, the organization didn't really have a name. My job was to prevent events that could affect the whole world, Alex said, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Lucy's eyes widened at his words. She clearly hadn't expected him to be involved in such global matters. What kind of organization deals with preventing world-scale events? And if Alex was so powerful, his methods might have been quite radical. Can you tell me more? She asked cautiously, looking at him with clear interest. Lucy wanted to learn more about the mysterious organization. Alex pondered how to explain the situation involving a bunch of losers without revealing that he had actually been killing gods. Well, before I met Gloria, I had to deal with a group of idiots who wanted to start a war for their selfish goals, Alex said, pulling out a cigarette. Lucy tensed upon hearing this. She had expected something less serious, but not that Alex was involved in eliminating those who could start a global catastrophe. And what were their goals? She asked in a tense voice. To summarize, the first one wanted to prove he wasn't worthless, the second sought revenge for the death of his lover, the third wanted to rise above everyone, and the fourth believed that war would help humanity progress. Oh, and the fifth was just a silly girl lured there by her brother, Alex replied, sounding a bit tired. Finishing, he gestured to the cigarette, asking with his eyes if he could light up. Lucy absent-mindedly nodded, still processing what she had heard. Alex had literally prevented a war, but now she was curious about another question. Then why was there a hunt for you? She asked, trying to understand. Alex exhaled smoke and continued, it turned out that one of the organization's members was behind all these plans. He orchestrated everything to overthrow the leader and take his place, he said, shrugging slightly. Lucy realized that Alex had interfered with someone in leadership, which explained the pursuit. And what happened next? She continued. We fought, and I killed him. Then the boss, the leader of that idiot, showed up, Alex said with a slight smirk, as if the whole situation didn't bother him much. Lucy tried to piece together all the details, but there was still a question left. If he had killed the conspirator, why hadn't the hunt stopped? So, was that woman the cause of your problems? She asked, looking at Alex intently. Yes and no. We made a deal. Any member of the organization I encounter would try to kill me. Either I would defend myself, or I would go to her and demand that it stop, Alex answered, recalling his agreement with Nyan. Why would she want you to come back? Lucy asked, puzzled. Who knows? I have no idea what's going on in her head, he said, shrugging. Lucy wanted to continue the conversation, but they were interrupted by the elderly woman who brought their food. Here's your food, my dears. Enjoy, she said with a warm smile. Alex thanked her and started eating. He liked the food, even though he had never tried Chinese dishes before. Lucy also began eating, but her thoughts kept returning to Alex's story. He had opened up so many mysteries that there were even more questions now. After quickly finishing their meal, they decided to leave the restaurant. How much do I owe you? Alex asked the elderly woman. Since you're with Lucy, I won't charge much. Only 100, the woman smiled. Alex nodded and paid the bill. He saw that Lucy wanted to ask more questions, but he had no answers. He didn't even know what Nyan wanted from him and had no desire to find out. All that could come later. For now, he was enjoying his new life. After leaving the restaurant, Alex got on the bike and looked at the thoughtful Lucy. Where to next? He asked, drawing her attention. There are a few more places to visit, then we can rest, she said, sending him the addresses. Alex glanced at the route. It turned out there were not a few places, but about 10. He realized that he wouldn't have to deliver packages personally anymore and nodded, setting the route. As Lucy sat behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist, he started the engine and headed towards the next delivery point. To be continued. Chapter 85, Lunar Princess Lucy. Arriving at the last delivery point, Alex stayed by the bike while Lucy went to the drop-off machine to leave the final package of the day. He got off the bike, leaned against it, and watched Lucy cross the road. Taking out a cigarette, he lit it and, out of habit, pulled out his phone to check the news that had piled up during their work. But one thought kept spinning in his head. Yeah, right, we'll be done quickly, Alex thought, glancing at the sky, which was already turning yellow from the setting sun. If he had known that all the remaining packages had to be delivered across the entire city, he wouldn't have wasted any time. In the end, the task took almost the whole day. If you don't count the encounter with Sawada and his crew, the day was pretty dull, Alex thought as he looked toward Lucy, who was now crossing the road back to him. During their deliveries, Lucy hadn't asked any questions about Alex's past, and Alex hadn't been curious about hers either. He could guess that she had been through something tough that made her so distrustful. When they first met, Lucy had been suspicious of him, assuming Alex had only gotten close to Gloria for his own gain. Maybe she was involved with some megacorporation. Or even worked for one, considering how little she trusts anyone, Alex mused, exhaling smoke while watching Lucy, who was now standing by the drop-off machine. Distracted by trivial thoughts, Alex continued scrolling through a website selling cyber implants and materials for their creation. He already had plans to make a few modifications, but first, he needed a workshop, or at least something resembling one. Gloria definitely won't let me set up a workshop on her table next to the couch, Alex thought with a crooked smile. As Alex got lost in his thoughts, Lucy approached him almost silently. She glanced at his phone screen and saw that he was browsing a site for civilian chrome. Raising her eyebrow in mild surprise, she stared at Alex, confused as to why this interested him. "Found anything interesting?" Lucy asked, grabbing his attention. Alex slowly turned his gaze from the phone to Lucy, who was now standing next to him. He quickly glanced at the drop-off machine to make sure the package was indeed delivered and he hadn't imagined it. Satisfied that everything was in order, he turned back to Lucy. "You're already back." "That was fast," Alex said in surprise, watching as she leaned against the bike next to him. Lucy looked at him as if he were clueless. "I've been here for a few minutes, watching you scroll through that site," she admitted, and her hand reached for Alex's pocket. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, unsure why she was reaching there, but the answer came quickly. Lucy pulled out his pack of cigarettes, expertly opened it, and placed a cigarette between her lips. "It's not very polite to go through other people's pockets," Alex remarked with a smirk, pulling out a lighter and lighting her cigarette. She leaned toward the flame, took a drag, and exhaled smoke while looking at Alex. "Well, I am your wife, so I'm allowed," Lucy said with a smile. Alex grinned at her statement and shook his head. "If you're my wife, then where's my ring? Where's that romantic moment where you get down on one knee and ask me to be your husband?" he teased, raising an eyebrow. Lucy, in the middle of taking a drag, suddenly choked on the smoke and began coughing. Alex patted her back, helping her recover. She gave him a surprised look that clearly said, "Are you serious right now? Isn't that something men are supposed to do?" Lucy asked with a weak smile once she finally stopped coughing. Alex gently stroked Lucy's back, helping her calm down, and thoughtfully ran his hand over his chin, pondering her question. "Aren't we living in a free society where a woman can propose to a man, and vice versa?" he asked after a brief pause, looking at Lucy. Lucy was surprised by his words but couldn't help but agree. She had already seen women propose to men or even other women. "I don't care, it's your job," she smirked. "And since that's the case, where's my ring and romantic proposal?" Understanding her hint, Alex smiled. He knew that even if a girl said she didn't care, it was rarely the case. Everyone wants a bit of romance, even if they don't admit it. "I can't make a proper proposal right now. First, I need to get a ring that suits you, and then..." He began, listing the details needed for the perfect proposal. Alex paused for a moment, recalling his proposals to girls in Danmachi. To be honest, they were far from romantic, but the girls were still happy. So, in his opinion, it was successful. Lucy watched in surprise as Alex ticked off the steps of the ideal proposal on his fingers. She hadn't suspected he took such matters seriously. "Can't you just invite me to dinner and propose there?" Lucy interrupted his thoughts. Alex thought about it and concluded that it was a suitable option, as long as it wasn't a public place with a crowd. Such a moment should be exclusively for two. That's possible, but only if it's without spectators. Under pressure from a crowd, a girl or guy might make an impulsive choice, swayed by the mood, he replied after a pause. Lucy nodded in agreement. She also didn't want their romantic moment to be spoiled by strangers. And considering the city's reputation, anything could happen, including the sudden appearance of a cyber psycho. "You're right. You never know what might happen during a proposal," Lucy agreed with a smile. Alex smiled back, flicked the finished cigarette away, and placed his phone on the bike's dashboard. "Well, that's it for today. Time to relax," he said with a satisfied grin. "You barely did anything. You just drove me around and followed along," Lucy replied with a teasing eyebrow raise. "Actually, it's exhausting too. I enjoy a stroll, but riding around the city all day delivering packages to idiots is not my thing," Alex said, pouting in mock offense. Seeing his offended face, Lucy couldn't help but laugh. Alex, noticing her laughter, joined in. "All right, my tired knight, let's go," Lucy said, getting on the bike and patting the seat in front of her, inviting Alex. Alex shook his head with a smile and got on the bike, starting it up. Turning his head to Lucy, he asked with a playful grin. "So, my moon princess, where should I take you on my steed?" Lucy's smile widened at his words. She hugged him tightly around the waist, resting her head against his back. Her heart raced because Alex had called her something she had always dreamed of. Her long-held dream of leaving the city and heading to the moon, where she could live freely, suddenly seemed achievable. Take me home, Lucy answered quietly, avoiding his gaze. Alex couldn't help but smile, watching the shy Lucy. In one day, he had seen her cold exterior from their first meeting in the subway transform into a sweet and embarrassed girl. It made him happier and happier. As you command, my princess, Alex said with a touch of mockery but in a chivalrous tone, turning his head towards the road. He smoothly left the parking lot, heading towards the highway that led to the mega tower where Lucy lived. The ride was surprisingly calm, no accidents, no cyberpsychos causing chaos, no gang shootouts. What luck, Alex thought, feeling Lucy's arms around his waist as she pressed her head against his back. He enjoyed the evening view of the city, feeling the cool breeze on his face. Everything was going smoothly until a troubling thought made his expression twist. I hope I don't jinx it and a shootout doesn't start, flashed through his mind, a reminder of the city's unpredictability. Lucy, wrapped around Alex, paid no attention to the noise of the roads or the scenery. All she heard was his heartbeat, steady and soothing, like a melody. This rhythm calmed her, and she wanted to hear it even more clearly. She pressed closer to him, eager to feel every beat of his heart. It's so calming, she thought, her face lighting up with a gentle, contented smile. Alex felt her embrace tighten and smiled. He didn't want this ride to end. But, like all good things, the end was inevitable. The outlines of the mega building where Lucy lived were already visible ahead. The ride had passed unnoticed, yet it felt remarkably long, filled with silence and tranquility. Pulling up at the entrance to the tower, Alex glanced at the doors. He didn't want Lucy to leave, but he knew that separation was just a temporary part of their story. We're here, Alex said softly, stroking Lucy's arm where she held him. Lucy, having settled so comfortably, drowsy from the peaceful ride, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the entrance, she sighed. She didn't want to say goodbye either. However, the thought of them meeting again and sharing similar moments made her calm. So soon? She murmured, feeling his touch. She slowly released her embrace, rubbed her eyes sleepily, and got off the bike. Meeting Alex's gaze, Lucy stepped closer and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. Alex looked at her in surprise, but remembering his own kiss earlier, he smiled. That's it for now, my knight, Lucy said tenderly, pulling away. Alex responded with a light laugh. He had called her a princess without much intention, but now a vision of the Demon King kidnapping the princess to marry him had crept into his mind. He was already looking forward to the moment when he would confess his true self to her. As you wish, my princess, he replied with a playful grin. Lucy looked at him affectionately, wondering how they had managed to get so close so quickly. Though it was unexpected, she did not resist these feelings. She was only curious about where their relationship would lead and what awaited them in the future. Take care of yourself, she said in farewell, turning and heading toward the entrance to the mega building. Alex was slightly surprised to notice the change in Lucy's behavior but was glad she had softened so quickly after their first meeting. Even though it had only been one day since they met, it felt as if they had known each other much longer. And you be careful. If you need help, call me, Alex shouted after Lucy, who was already approaching the entrance. Lucy turned, nodded with a smile, and continued on her way. Alex watched her silhouette until she disappeared into the building. He was just about to start thinking about what to do next when his phone rang. Gloria's name appeared on the screen. Yahoo! This is the Sunshine Travel Agency. We'll send you to the sun itself. Alex joked as he answered the call. On the other end, Gloria, who had called to tell Alex that her shift was almost over, paused in confusion. Hearing his unusual phrase, she even wondered if she had dialed the wrong number. But seeing Alex's name on the screen, she realized he was just joking. Very funny, Gloria replied sarcastically. Alex only smirked and turned off the engine to focus fully on the conversation. Sorry, silly habit. You're calling because your shift is ending soon, right? He asked, pulling a candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. Gloria sighed heavily, realizing that Alex was always looking for an opportunity to joke. He just needed a bit more time to start trusting people, and then he would be himself. Well, at least he trusts me enough to joke around, she thought, continuing to fill out work papers. You told me to call when my shift was over. So I'm calling to let you know that I can leave in about half an hour, Gloria said, shifting her focus to filling out reports. Alex glanced at the clock, realizing he would make it to the hospital on time and even have a little time to wait. I'm currently near the H8 mega building, so if there's no traffic like this morning, I'll be there soon, he replied, lightly stroking his chin. Gloria was surprised to hear he was so close. However, she was even more astonished by his mention of the morning traffic jam, which was caused by an accident she had responded to. How Alex had ended up on the road at that time, she decided to find out when they met. All right, see you soon, she said, ending the call. Alex put his phone back on the dashboard and started the engine again. Since his city navigation skills were lacking, he decided to use the GPS. But, as he mentally chuckled, it was much better than if a certain green-haired swordsman had been behind the wheel. Even if Zorro had a GPS, he'd still get lost. He'd probably just cut it up and go his own way. Alex laughed, recalling how Zorro had gotten lost on a straight road. He merged onto the highway, praying that nothing would disrupt his trip, no shootouts or accidents would mar his path. Though, thinking about it, it wouldn't hurt to get that kind of experience. These people are probably far from innocent, a thought flashed through his mind as he accelerated. As he was deep in thought, he noticed someone watching him from the window of a nearby car. Turning his head, he saw a little girl smiling at him as if he were some kind of hero. She pointed at his motorcycle and gave a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. Alex smiled back and nodded at the girl, accepting her compliment. What a cute hobbit, he thought with a slight smile, speeding up to overtake the slowly moving car. Arriving at the hospital without incident, Alex parked and glanced at the clock. Gloria's shift had about 5 minutes left. To pass the time, he decided to browse news or check out websites about the technologies he was interested in. I should ask Lucy if she can get the blueprints for some cyber implants, he thought, pulling out his notebook and jotting down the names of the models he was interested in. While Alex was busy writing various plans and details in his notebook, Gloria's shift came to an end. Stepping out of the hospital, she looked around, trying to find him. Seeing Alex, whom she hadn't seen all day, she sighed in relief, noticing he was okay and had no injuries. Hearing his jokes on the phone was one thing, but seeing him unharmed was far more important. He had been driving around the city all day, and anything could have happened. Well, thank goodness everything is all right, Gloria thought, heading toward him. Alex felt her gaze and stopped writing, looking up. Seeing her approach with a smile, he slipped the notebook into his inner pocket. Yahoo, he greeted, raising his hand in a friendly gesture. Gloria, hearing him, didn't immediately understand the word but, shaking her head, decided to overlook Alex's latest oddity. Yahoo, she replied, mirroring his gesture. Alex smiled in response, pleased that she decided to play along. How was your day? He asked, stretching to loosen his arms. Gloria hesitated, unsure how to answer. There had been many calls today, and she had seen bodies in terrible states. Each time she encountered such scenes, she thought of her deceased son. Even the first call today had made her shiver from the sight of an accident caused by a cyber-psycho who hijacked a car and drove it head-on into oncoming traffic. Not great, she answered with a crooked smile. And yours? Alex immediately realized that Gloria was still struggling with her loss and that it would take a lot of time for her to let go of her grief. He thought that someday he might bring up the topic of souls and reincarnation to support her, but he knew it wasn't the right time. I'm doing well. I met a few people, ran into some old friends, one of whom even gave me something, Alex replied with a light smile. Gloria raised an eyebrow in surprise. What old friends could he have in this world? She wondered. His answer intrigued her, as Alex couldn't have had old acquaintances here. And who are these friends of yours? She asked, leaning on his motorcycle. Alex dismounted, approached the other side of his bike, and lit a cigarette. Exhaling smoke, he smirked. 3 idiots from the Tiger Claw gang. They gave me a gift, he said with a slight ironic smile. Gloria couldn't believe her ears. He had run into this gang for the second day in a row. She suspected it wasn't just a coincidence. Let me guess, you beat them up and took their stuff, she scrutinized him. Alex pouted and sighed in mock indignation. Her words made it sound like he was some sort of villain who beat people up and robbed them. You make it sound like I'm a bad person, he said with feigned outrage. Isn't that what you are? Gloria asked sarcastically, raising an eyebrow. Alex's eye twitched. Everything he had done that day was indeed related to fighting, from beating up Riz for not wanting to pay for delivery to running into the trio from the gang for the second time. It's a different matter. I just resolved a conflict and got a gift for it, he replied with a righteous tone. Gloria only shook her head with a smile. How could it be considered a coincidence that he kept getting into fights? However, she decided to continue the conversation. Well, of course. So, what's the gift you got this time? She asked, looking at him with a slight smile. Alex remained silent, taking a deeper drag from his cigarette, and approached his motorcycle. Opening one of the compartments, he pulled out a katana that Sawada had given him as compensation. This, he showed her the weapon. Gloria noticed the Tiger Claw gang symbol on the sheath and sighed heavily, placing her hand on her forehead. Are you sure there won't be any problems after this? She asked, worried about his safety. Twice in a row, and each time he comes out victorious from conflicts with the gang. Alex felt a warm wave from her concern. Her anxiety reminded him of the care his family showed him when he was in the Danmachi world and often got into trouble. He carefully put the katana back into the compartment and approached Gloria to reassure her. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll handle it. It's not a dragon, Alex said, giving her a thumbs up. Gloria looked at Alex, who spoke about fighting a dragon as if it were trivial, and dealing with the gang was just a formality. Are you sure you can handle it if the entire Tiger Claw gang comes after you? She asked, worriedly. Alex just smiled confidently and nodded. As one purple potato once said, kill half, and the problem will be solved, he replied, shrugging. Gloria frowned, not understanding who this purple potato was and how killing half could solve a problem. Who is this purple potato? She asked, tilting her head slightly. Alex struggled to suppress a laugh, trying to explain. He's a villain obsessed with balance. He thought the universe was overpopulated. Alex avoided the full truth, leaving out how this potato wiped out half of all living things and was obsessed with death and wanted to marry her. Gloria couldn't grasp why a villain would be so obsessed with balance but decided not to delve deeper. These talks about other universes, villains, and wizards were starting to weigh on her, and her fatigue was setting in. All right, let's leave it at that. Now, let's head home. I'm too tired for this, Gloria sighed, reluctantly returning to reality. Alex realized that now wasn't the best time for further conversation. He remembered how he used to think everything he saw in books or on screen was just fiction, until he died and met the old man who sent him to another world. In this new world, he thought he could lead a peaceful life and do what he wanted. But instead of a peaceful life, he had to fight idiot gods manipulated by an entity that was the avatar of the god of chaos who had existed since the creation of everything. Should we go straight home, or stop somewhere on the way? Alex asked, looking at Gloria, who was already settled on the bike. Gloria considered whether to stop for groceries but, remembering her state, decided it was easier to order food delivery. I'm too tired today, let's go home. We'll order something, she said wearily. Alex nodded, flicked the cigarette butt away, and started the motorcycle. He slowly pulled out of the parking space but, before he could accelerate, felt Gloria tighten her grip around his waist, getting his attention. He turned his head. Don't even think about speeding. I don't have the strength to hold on through turns after your high-speed driving, she chided him. Alex nodded understandingly and drove at a normal speed. Arriving at the megatower and parking the motorcycle, Gloria dismounted and looked him over. Alex tilted his head, not understanding why she was looking at him like that. Aren't you worried someone might steal it? She asked, pointing at the bike. Alex smirked, glancing at the bike. Let them try. If they're not afraid of turning to ashes, he replied with a smile. Gloria merely nodded, preferring not to ask how a thief could turn into ashes. She was content with the idea that the less she knew, the better she slept. Seeing her silence, Alex was surprised that she hadn't asked the obvious question. Aren't you curious? He asked, catching up with her. No, Gloria replied tersely, not turning around, trying to keep her remaining sanity intact. Alex gave a crooked smile and walked silently beside Gloria. Once they entered the apartment, he immediately surveyed the surroundings, checking for any deviations, just in case his plump friend had broken his promise. Satisfied that everything was in order, Alex quickly changed into his casual clothes, shorts and a t-shirt, and settled on the couch. Gloria once again envied how easily Alex could change clothes using magic. She wished she could do that too. She headed to the bathroom to take a shower and change. When she came out, she decided it was time to order dinner. What do you want to eat? Gloria asked, glancing at Alex, who was already scrolling through his phone. Your choice. I don't know which food here is edible and which isn't, Alex replied, giving her a thumbs up without looking away from the screen. Gloria nodded and placed the order. When the food arrived, they had a quiet dinner together. Gloria considered turning on the TV to relax after a long day, but within half an hour, she had already dozed off on the couch. Alex heard her steady breathing and smiled, shaking his head. He carefully helped her lie down and covered her with a blanket. How can someone fall asleep sitting? Alex muttered, adjusting the blanket. After browsing through the news and checking material websites, he started searching for Chrome for his work. This continued until he himself fell asleep. In the morning, he was jolted awake by a phone call, causing him to slip off the pillow and fall to the floor. Lying on the floor, Alex wearily looked up at the pillow hovering just above him and sighed. Rising, he answered the call. Quiet Solution Company. If you have problems, we'll solve them loudly, Alex said into the phone with a smile. There was confusion on the other end, followed by loud laughter. Gloria, who had seen Alex fall off the pillow, wanted to check if he was okay. But upon hearing his unusual greeting, she merely sighed and shook her head. Realizing that Alex was up to his usual antics, she returned to preparing breakfast. To be continued. Chapter 86, Gloria's help in easing emotional wounds. Waking up early in the morning, Gloria sleepily rubbed her eyes. She stretched, and the blanket slipped off her body. Looking down, she noticed she had been carefully covered with it. Taking the blanket in her hands, she glanced over at Alex, who was peacefully sleeping on his floating pillow. At that moment, her thoughts drifted to how much her life had changed in the past few days, from losing her only son to meeting the strange wizard she had picked up in an alley because he reminded her of her son. Now they had been living together for several days. How quickly everything can change, Gloria thought, her gaze fixed on Alex. Her pain from losing her son was still fresh, but she was trying to cope. Alex had said that David wouldn't want to see her sad, and Gloria did her best to follow those words. Alex's presence, even without words, gave her tremendous support. Their silent mutual aid over the past few days had become her refuge from oppressive thoughts. He's so strong, fighting dragons. Maybe he knows the answers to questions people have been asking themselves for a lifetime, she mused, staring at him. Folding the blanket, Gloria quietly got up from the couch and checked the time on her HUD. Deciding it was time to make breakfast, she headed to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, she realized that there was barely any food left. Making a mental note to stop by the store after work, she began preparing something with what she found. Meanwhile, Alex continued to sleep peacefully, completely unaware of what was going on around him. How can someone sleep on that floating pillow and not fall off? Gloria wondered, glancing at Alex, who was suspended just above the floor. She couldn't help but be amazed at how he managed to sleep on such an unstable surface. She would have been struggling with the fear of falling by now. When breakfast was ready, she was about to wake Alex, but a phone call beat her to it. The sharp sound made Alex jump, and with a loud thud, he fell off the pillow. Well, he finally fell, Gloria thought, looking at him with concern. She wanted to ask if he was okay, but remembering how Alex had effortlessly punched through the dungeon during his fight with the dragon, she realized her concern was probably unnecessary. Alex calmly got up and answered the call, acting as if nothing had happened. Maybe it's not the best idea to sleep at that height, Alex thought, feeling a slight discomfort from the fall, though there was no pain. Gloria wanted to ask if he was alright, completely forgetting how Alex had once told her he had punched through the dungeon all the way to the bottom during a dragon fight. But seeing how he calmly got up and answered the phone, her worry took a back seat. Lying on the floor after falling from his pillow, Alex stared blankly, thinking that maybe sleeping at that height wasn't the best idea. While he didn't feel any pain, the sensation of a sudden drop left him slightly uncomfortable. He got up, looked at his phone, and noticed that the number, as usual, was hidden. His eye twitched slightly in irritation. These kinds of calls were starting to get on his nerves. Deciding to approach the situation with humor, Alex answered the call with his usual joke to see who was on the other end. Silent Solutions Incorporated. If you have a problem, we'll solve it loudly, he said with a slight smirk, waiting for the caller's reaction. The person on the other end hesitated at first, but then burst into loud laughter. Alex immediately recognized who it was. It was Rebecca, the gremlin who always had something going on early in the morning. Ah, Becca, what do you need so early? I was still sleeping, and by the way, I fell off the couch, Alex complained with a smile. The laughter on the other end only grew louder. Alex felt his eye twitch again. Everyone always laughed at his clumsiness. Finally, Rebecca calmed down and explained why she had called. Remember I said I'd invite you to shoot, she asked, reminding him of their agreement. Alex vaguely remembered that Rebecca wanted to invite him to the shooting range, but he hadn't expected her to do it so early in the morning. Yeah, I remember. Found some free time, he asked, stretching and loosening up his stiff muscles. Rebecca was clearly pleased that he hadn't forgotten. She continued with enthusiasm. Yes, exactly. So come on, get over to the garage. Alex raised an eyebrow, not immediately understanding which garage she was talking about, but he agreed nonetheless. All right, just send me the address, or I'll get lost on the way. Rebecca was happy. She tried not to let it show, but from her voice, Alex could easily tell she was in a great mood. Great. And if you do well, I might invite you to work with me, she added cheerfully. Alex raised an eyebrow again, not quite grasping what kind of work Rebecca was referring to, but he didn't dwell on it. Deciding he'd figure it out after her so-called test, he simply nodded. Okay, I'll come after I send Gloria off to work. And, well, after breakfast, of course, he said, sharing his plans. Rebecca just chuckled briefly and hung up. Alex smirked and shook his head, watching this impatient but charming girl who was a real gremlin inside. Glancing over at Gloria, who was already sitting at the table having breakfast, he saw her give him a warm smile and invite him to join her. That's the kindness of a mature woman, Alex thought with a content smile, feeling warmth from her gesture. Sitting down at the table, he began to eat the breakfast Gloria had prepared. She watched him closely, pleased with how quickly and eagerly he was eating her dish. In her mind, a question was forming, one she had wanted to ask for a long time but hadn't known how to phrase. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke. Alex, her voice made him pause and look up at her. Alex lifted his head, not understanding what prompted her to call his name. He noticed Gloria frowning slightly, as if there was an inner struggle with the question she was grappling with. What's wrong? He asked, trying to understand the reason for her unease. Gloria hesitated for a moment but, gathering her thoughts, took a deep breath, preparing herself for an important step. Is there life after death? she asked, her gaze becoming serious and intense. The question deeply moved her. If there was life after death, then perhaps her son David was in a better place than this world. Her faith in God had started to wane after losing her husband, and after her son's death, it had nearly disappeared. But the hope that an afterlife existed still lingered in her heart. I hope he can answer, Gloria prayed silently as she looked at Alex. Alex fell into thought upon hearing her question. He understood that it wasn't just philosophical curiosity but an attempt to find solace. Gloria sincerely hoped that her son was now in a better world. That's a difficult question, Gloria, Alex answered calmly. But his words were misunderstood by her. She thought that since he answered this way, it meant that heaven and hell didn't exist, and her son had simply ceased to exist. Gloria's eyes filled with tears, and a bitter, sarcastic smile appeared on her face. The faith she had once cherished now seemed like a lie. Alex noticed her reaction, realizing that she had misunderstood him. He quickly stood up and approached her, gently wiping away her tears, trying to calm her down. Gloria, listen, you didn't let me finish, he said softly, continuing to wipe her tears. She looked up at him, her eyes red from crying. Seeing the concern on his face, Gloria felt the tension ease slightly. She nodded, indicating she was ready to listen. There really is life after death, Alex began. But it's much more complicated than it seems. There are many hells, and there's probably a heaven too, but... He paused for a moment, searching for the right words. Hope flickered in Gloria's eyes again, but she was still confused by Alex's mention of multiple hells and the complexities of the afterlife. She had always believed in a clear division, the good go to heaven, the bad to hell. What could be so complicated? Why do you say there are many hells and heavens? And why is it such a complicated topic, she asked, wiping her tears with her sleeve, struggling to process what she'd heard. Alex sighed, thinking about how to best explain it to Gloria. He himself hadn't fully grasped the complexity of the subject. Rubbing his forehead thoughtfully, he decided to explain it as simply as possible. Heaven and hell are somewhat abstract concepts. There are two possibilities. 1. After death, the soul faces judgment and then goes to heaven or hell. 2. Heaven might symbolize a new, better life, and hell a terrible existence full of suffering, Alex said, rubbing his chin, figuring this explanation would make the most sense. Alex himself was proof of the second possibility. Or perhaps he was an exception to the rules, breaking the system. But that wasn't the point. The main thing was that he had been given a chance at a new life full of opportunities he never had before. Gloria, however, looked at him with slight confusion, understanding only part of his words. What really concerned her was what had happened to David. If it's all as you say, then what happened to David? She asked worriedly. Alex pondered. According to Gloria's stories, David was a kind guy who had simply been unlucky. If that were true, he had likely already been reincarnated. Time was a tricky thing, and it flowed differently in various worlds. Alex tried to find the right words to explain this to Gloria. Remember I told you that time is a complicated thing, he asked, looking at her. Gloria nodded, recalling their earlier conversation. Alex continued. If David was the way you described him, then I can confidently say he was a good person. That means in his next life, he'll live a kind and happy one. He might already be a teenager, going to school, having friends, a loving family, and maybe even his first love. So, there's no need to worry, Alex tried to put warmth into his voice to cheer her up. Gloria's eyes welled up with tears again, but this time from relief. Her son might be living a much better life than he could have had in their harsh world, where death in a shootout or an unremarkable end awaited him. She hugged Alex tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Thank you, Alex. Those words mean so much to me. I'm glad to know that David might have a better future than he would hear, she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. Alex didn't reply with words, simply stroking her back, comforting her. An idea flashed through his mind to ask the elder where David was now, so he could show Gloria his new life. Alex hoped that her son had indeed found his happiness, even if he wouldn't remember his mother. But Gloria would always remember him. You don't need to thank me. Now you have a purpose, to honor David's memory, he said softly, hoping Gloria would let go of the pain of her loss and remember only the good things about her son. Still hugging Alex, Gloria glanced at the urn with the ashes on the shelf. Her eyes filled with sadness, but she decided to heed his words. She truly wanted to remember David with warmth, not sorrow. Now she had a goal, to scatter his ashes in a place she had long dreamed of visiting. You're right. David would be upset if he saw me sinking into grief. I want to honor his memory and scatter his ashes in the place I've always dreamed of, she said quietly, resting her head on Alex's shoulder. Alex continued to stroke her back, curious about what place she had in mind. But he decided it wasn't that important. Wherever Gloria wanted to go, he would help her get there, whether by earning money or using his magic. And what is this place? Alex asked gently, holding her close to make her feel safe. Gloria relaxed in his arms, her heart filling with a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. She felt calm and comfortable, but a flicker of embarrassment crossed her mind. After all, she was an adult woman, and Alex was just an 18-year-old guy. She didn't know that Alex was engaged to goddesses much older than her, and she'd be quite surprised when she found out. But that's another story. I want to go to the moon and scatter his ashes there, Gloria said, pulling away and looking into Alex's eyes. Alex smiled softly at her. The moon? That was no problem for him. Even if she wanted to scatter the ashes at the top of Yggdrasil, he could arrange it. Then we have a plan for the future. We'll earn the money for a ticket to the moon or wait until I've fully recovered so we can go there, Alex said with a cheerful smile, glad that Gloria had found a goal and lightened her grief. Gloria looked at him sheepishly, realizing he was a mage and could probably help her get to the moon without much effort. But she didn't want to rely on his power. On the other hand, she understood that a ticket to the moon would be prohibitively expensive, far more than she could ever earn. Alex, noticing her hesitation, guessed that she wanted to earn the money for the trip herself. But even he, as someone from another world, knew that the ticket would cost a fortune. If you feel it's wrong to use my powers, let's do this. I'll help you earn the money as a thank you for everything you've done, Alex said with a warm smile, offering his assistance. Gloria hesitated, realizing that if Alex took on this task, he might have to take dangerous jobs. She didn't know the extent of his strength and thought there might still be something in the world that could harm him. How surprised she would be when she found out just how powerful Alex really was. Are you sure you want to help me? It could be dangerous if you plan to earn that much money, she asked cautiously, worried about him. Alex smiled confidently and gave Gloria a thumbs up, as if to say she didn't need to worry about that. Gloria, I killed a dragon. Earning money as a mercenary is nothing to me. Worst case, we'll just teleport to the moon if we can't afford the ticket, he said with confidence, once again raising his thumb. Hearing his words, Gloria relaxed slightly and decided to trust him. In this city, she had no one left but Alex who was close to her. He had helped her heal her emotional wounds and gave her the strength to move forward. Her only goal now was to scatter her son's ashes on the moon, but first, she had to take the first step and start saving for the ticket. Okay, I trust you. But if you're in danger, forget about this plan, Gloria said firmly, looking Alex in the eyes. Alex laughed at her seriousness and just held her close until she relaxed completely. Once in his embrace, Gloria reciprocated. This conversation had helped her ease her pain and find a new purpose, and Alex was the one who would help her on this journey. As much as I hate to interrupt this lovely moment, I think we forgot something, Alex said with a light smile, looking at Gloria who was still in his arms. Gloria, enjoying the warmth of his embrace, suddenly realized they had lost track of time. She glanced at the clock and saw that the workday had already started, and she was still not ready. With a quick movement, she broke free from his arms and ran to the bathroom. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching her speed, as if she had used a speed boost like a Sandevistan user. Just moments ago, she had been in his arms, and now she was already in the bathroom. Before he could be surprised, Gloria emerged and started frantically getting ready. What are you sitting around for? Hurry up, I'm already late. Gloria said sternly, frowning. Alex smirked at her panic and demonstratively changed with magic. Gloria, noticing this, seemed ready to explode with indignation, her teeth were nearly grinding. Show off, she muttered through gritted teeth. Alex decided not to escalate the situation and simply continued getting ready in silence. Gloria quickly dressed and, preparing to leave, glanced at him as if checking his readiness. Alex, before leaving the apartment, turned a pillow into a guardian to protect the house in their absence. At the exit, he called the elevator first to save time. Descending to the parking lot, Gloria confidently headed for Alex's bike, and before he knew it, she had already taken her place. Hurry up, I'm late, she said, patting the seat. Alex grinned crookedly as he took the handlebars and started the engine. They got onto the road, and he deliberately drove slowly, not speeding. But Gloria, unhappy with his pace, tightened her hold around his waist, drawing attention. Speed up, I'm already late, she demanded. Alex nodded and accelerated. He didn't stop at traffic lights, recalling Lucy's words that the police wouldn't bother him if he didn't break the law too overtly. So, without slowing down, they quickly reached the hospital, where Alex sharply braked right at the entrance. Gloria almost fell but managed to hold on, tightening her grip around his waist. Dismounting the bike, she wanted to say something, but her mind was swirling with thousands of thoughts, and she didn't know how to express her gratitude. Finally, she found the right words. Thank you for everything you're doing for me, she said warmly. Alex smiled in response, not attributing much importance to his actions. He knew that sometimes a conversation could help, and sometimes it could only worsen the situation, but this time he was glad his words had helped Gloria ease her emotional pain a bit. It's okay. You're helping me too, he replied with a light smile. Gloria didn't understand exactly how she was helping Alex but decided to ask about it later. Stepping closer, she took his face in her hands, leaned in, and after thanking him again, kissed him on the cheek. Alex's eyes widened at Gloria's unexpected gesture. He was greatly surprised but received her gesture with a warm smile. He wanted to say something, but Gloria didn't give him the chance. After the brief kiss, her cheeks flushed with a blush she couldn't hide. Quickly releasing his face, she turned and hurried into the hospital building, leaving Alex outside. He watched her go, smiling, and sighed softly. He understood that relationships could develop in various ways, some rapidly, like a spark igniting, others slowly, taking years before a couple finally finds their happiness. It doesn't matter how quickly love is born, whether at first sight or after many years of friendship, what matters is that it can all lead to a beautiful ending. Well then, it's time to visit the gremlin, Alex muttered, stopping his gaze from lingering on the hospital entrance. He entered the address Rebecca had sent him into the GPS and headed toward their base. From a distance, he spotted her figure. Rebecca, who had been waiting for Alex for some time, saw the approaching figure on the motorcycle. She squinted, trying to make out who it was, but soon the silhouette became clearer, and she recognized him. Where did he get that bike? Rebecca wondered. For a moment, she pondered where Alex might have acquired such a vehicle but quickly dismissed the thought. What mattered was that he now had wheels, and if he passed her test, there would be no need to take Falco's car. Heh, I wonder what model it is. Can't tell from a distance, she said with a wide smile, looking forward to examining the bike up close. Seeing her, Alex slowed down to avoid accidentally hitting her. Pulling up beside her, he noticed Rebecca immediately began inspecting his bike, like a curious child. She circled around the vehicle and stared at Alex with interest. Where did you get it? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she had never seen a model like this before. Alex raised an eyebrow, unsure how to best respond. He was more surprised that Lucy hadn't told Rebecca anything after their conversation yesterday. He had assumed Lucy would explain everything to the team to avoid further questions. Now Alex was considering what joke to come up with to tease Rebecca a bit, as the truth would come out sooner or later. To be continued. Chapter 87, Princess or Gremlin Rebecca. Alex was riding down the road towards Maine's group's base, or as they called it, the garage. As his motorcycle picked up speed, his thoughts revolved around what kind of test Rebecca was talking about. And what kind of job did she have that required him to prove his skills before she could take him on? It's probably got something to do with the shootout, Alex smirked, accelerating as the traffic thinned, giving him space to speed up. He enjoyed the freedom on the road, slowly getting accustomed to this world and already forming plans about cyber implants. Alex intended to improve them, creating something so chaotic and dangerous that it could cause real havoc if it fell into the wrong hands. I should ask Becca if she's got any data on cyber implants. If not, I'll have to ask Lucy to get me a couple of blueprints, Alex thought, already planning ahead as he made his way to the garage. After a while, he noticed a figure standing in front of a building that resembled a house with a garage. Alex focused and saw a distinctive feature of this person, instantly realizing who it was. Is she really that eager? Alex smirked, watching Rebecca with a crooked grin. As he approached, he slowed down, not wanting to accidentally hit her if the girl suddenly decided to step onto the road. Sure, he had great reflexes, but it was better to be safe. Stopping next to Rebecca, Alex raised his hand with a cheerful smile. Yahoo, he said brightly. But Rebecca didn't even glance at him. Her eyes were fully locked on his motorcycle, the Fenrir. Alex's eye twitched. He thought, can't she greet me first and then check out the bike? It's not going anywhere. She finished her inspection, circling around the motorcycle, and now looked at Alex with clear curiosity. Where did you get it? Rebecca asked, staring at him as if accusing him of not sharing this crucial information. Alex's eye twitched again. He couldn't really be mad at her, she reminded him too much of Hestia, who behaved similarly. No greeting, no, how are you, just straight to the bike questions. Becca, you're breaking my fragile heart, Alex commented, theatrically clutching his chest. Rebecca, watching his little performance, rolled her eyes, debating whether to play along or wait for him to finish the act and tell her where he got the bike. Yeah, hello, she replied dryly. Now tell me, where did you get this beauty? She asked impatiently, giving him a light kick. Alex sighed, looking at Rebecca. She really was like a gremlin. There was no point in being mad at her. What surprised him most was that Rebecca didn't know where he got the bike. Lucy was supposed to have already told the team about their conversation and his story. Not really wanting to repeat himself to everyone he met, Alex decided to wait for Lucy to explain everything. But first, he needed to come up with something to distract Rebecca. Well, here's the thing. I was seeing Gloria off to work. He started, pulling out a candy from his pocket. Rebecca instantly switched her attention to the candy, and before Alex could even pop it into his mouth, she swiftly snatched it from him. Alex felt a slight breeze and just watched as Rebecca was already chewing on the stolen treat. He shook his head and pulled out another candy. And then what? Rebecca asked impatiently, crunching the candy. And then, this old man in a white lab coat ran up to us. His hair was all white and sticking up like he'd been shocked, and he had welding goggles on his head. He said he wanted to sell me a bike on the cheap. I thought, why not, and I bought it. Then the old man ran off and jumped into some strange vehicle, Alex said, surprised at how smoothly he made up the story. He looked at Rebecca, trying to figure out whether she believed him or not. If she didn't, he could keep making stuff up, he was great at talking nonsense. What kind of car? She asked, intrigued by his story. Well, I can't say for sure. But when it took off, it picked up speed, and suddenly there was a bright flash, and it vanished. All that was left were burning tire tracks. Alex recounted the plot of a famous movie. Rebecca quickly realized he was spewing nonsense to avoid telling the truth. Pouting, she kicked Alex in the leg again, clearly showing her displeasure. Stop lying, there's no such thing as cars that disappear from going fast, she said, giving his knee a light smack. Alex smiled at her pouty face, and for a moment, he felt the urge to pat her on the head to calm her down. Which is exactly what he did. I was just joking. Didn't Lucy tell you yesterday? Alex asked, continuing to pat her head, trying to ease her irritation. Rebecca took Alex's gesture as if he was trying to soothe her like a spoiled child. She ignored his question about Lucy, who supposedly was supposed to explain something, and pushed his hand away, staring into his eyes. I'm not a kid. What was Lucy supposed to tell me? Her gaze practically pierced through Alex. Alex slowly got off his bike and stretched, loosening up his muscles. He realized that since he had already started lying, he might as well stick to it. Well, the bike was returned to me by an old organization. That's all, he said with a shrug. Rebecca looked at him with clear suspicion, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or not. Hearing about an old organization, she hesitated, thinking maybe it was true. But something still felt off. They just gave it back to you, she squinted at him. Yep, just like that. Alex lit a cigarette, trying to remain unfazed. Rebecca, though still doubtful, decided to partially believe him. But it was clear she didn't fully trust his words. Alex noticed this but didn't want to explain everything again. Look, how about this? I'll explain everything later. Right now's not the time or place. After your test, we'll take a ride and clear our heads, Alex suggested, trying to change the subject. Hearing about taking a ride, Rebecca narrowed her eyes slightly, and her smile grew wider. Are you trying to ask me out on a date? She asked, looking at him with a sly grin. Should I aim lower? Alex raised an eyebrow with a teasing smirk. A loud laugh erupted from the garage. Alex turned and spotted Falco sticking out from under a car. Apparently, he had been listening to their conversation and couldn't help but laugh when he heard Alex's joke. Climbing out from under the car, Falco was still trying to suppress his laughter. His dirty appearance indicated that he had been working on repairs for a while. Rebecca, hearing the joke, just smiled even wider, but now her smile had a sinister touch. She clenched her fist and punched Alex in the stomach. Careful, Chumba. A few more jokes, and I'll aim lower, she warned, showing him her fist. Alex only smirked. Her threatening look seemed cute to him, reminding him of a more dangerous version of Hestia. He had experience dealing with this type of girl. Don't be mad. You're cute just the way you are, he said, giving her a thumbs up. A faint blush appeared on Rebecca's face. Normally, no one called her cute, especially after seeing her in action. When she was shooting, she would lose herself and completely go wild. She just huffed and headed toward the shooting range behind the garage. Smiling at her reaction, Alex glanced at Falco, who nodded at him approvingly. Waving at Falco, Alex followed Rebecca, trying not to fall behind. When Alex caught up with her at the range, he started looking around. There was a wide variety of weapons on the rack, from pistols to sniper rifles, and nearby were boxes full of ammunition. Rebecca stood by the table, arms crossed, watching Alex. If you do well, I'll invite you on one of my personal missions, she said, drawing his attention. Alex, distracted from studying the weapons, turned his attention back to Rebecca. He'd always been interested in weapons and was now intrigued by the futuristic technology of this world. Maybe he should try modifying or creating something of his own, he noted mentally. Ideas for creating insanely powerful guns, just for fun, were already starting to form. What kind of mission? He asked, stopping next to her while continuing to examine the weapons on the table. Rebecca smiled, noticing his interest. Nothing special. Just kill a couple of idiots and put some extra holes in them, she said with a satisfied grin. Alex nodded, not opposed to such a task. He had his own moral code, only killing those he believed truly deserved it. In the world of Danmachi, he tried to avoid killing unless it involved outright scum, like that fat toad from the Ishtar familia who tortured children for fun. Alex believed that death was a release from suffering. It was far more effective to leave a villain crippled so they could spend the rest of their life in agony. Well, sounds like good practice. A little shooting training never hurts, he said, shrugging, and picked up one of the pistols, inspecting it carefully. Rebecca looked at him in surprise. Didn't you do stuff like this in your old organization? She asked curiously. Alex set down a shotgun whose name he didn't recognize and looked at Rebecca. No, I didn't. I'd just show up, grab the idiot, extract the info, everything was done quietly and neatly, he said with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. Rebecca was stunned by his calmness. Infiltrating someone's home undetected and extracting them was an art mastered by few, and Alex clearly belonged to that elite group. She was impressed by his abilities, but it was too early for compliments. Right now, she wanted to see how well he handled weapons. If you're that good, then show me how accurate you are. Come on, impress me, Rebecca said, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. Alex met her gaze, filled with excitement, and considered showing off a little. Without taking his eyes off Rebecca, he drew a white pistol from its holster and fired 3 consecutive shots at the targets. 3 distinct clangs echoed through the range. Rebecca's eyes gleamed even brighter, all the shots were dead on, and Alex hadn't once looked away from her. Hey, this is just the beginning, Alex thought, watching her excitement grow. He smoothly drew a second, black pistol, and without breaking eye contact with Rebecca, fired 3 more shots in another direction. His focus remained solely on her while the bullets continued to hit their mark. Rebecca, watching his flawless performance, began breathing heavily. Her admiration only grew. Alex wasn't just shooting, he was doing it with incredible ease, without even glancing at the targets. And now, the final touch, Alex thought with a smirk, noticing how Rebecca was captivated by his every move. Slowly holstering both pistols under her intense gaze, Alex suddenly drew a revolver and, without looking at the target, fired at a distant mark. The faint clang of the bullet hitting metal echoed through the room. Rebecca shuddered with excitement, she was practically trembling from witnessing such masterful display. When she realized he'd hit the distant target without looking, her mind was consumed with one thought: what else is he capable of? Now try this, Rebecca eagerly handed Alex an assault rifle, her breathing becoming even more irregular. Taking the rifle, Alex decided to familiarize himself with the new weapon by firing single shots. Each bullet hit the target right in the head. Short bursts, Rebecca whispered, barely able to breathe from the excitement. Alex nodded and began firing in controlled bursts, each shot landing with precision. Without breaking form, he reloaded the rifle quickly, showing the level of a true professional. Rebecca couldn't take her eyes off him, her mind completely captivated by how sexy he looked with a weapon in his hands. She didn't even notice the drool beginning to form at the corner of her mouth. When Alex finished firing, she quickly wiped her lips. Now the sniper rifle. And take a prone position, her voice was full of impatience. Alex obeyed, taking the rifle and lying on the ground. As he focused on the farthest target, an idea of creating a railgun based on this rifle flashed through his mind. A smile of madness flickered across his face. Noticing this, Rebecca also smiled madly. Alex aimed and fired. When the bullet hit the distant target, Rebecca couldn't hold back her thoughts. He's perfect. It has to be him. He has everything I've ever dreamed of, she thought, already imagining their future weapon designs together. Lost in her fantasies, Rebecca didn't realize she was giggling and drooling again. Alex, after firing a few more rounds, stood up and noticed her state. He patted her on the shoulder, trying to snap her out of it. Rebecca, are you? Alex began, but was interrupted. Rebecca turned sharply, her eyes burning with a strange madness and passion. Before he could finish his words, she leapt at him, wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. Her desires completely overtook her, and she pressed her lips aggressively to his, not giving him a chance to respond. As Alex felt her kiss, he realized his feelings for Rebecca had also grown stronger. Despite their short acquaintance, her actions confirmed what he had started to feel for her. When Rebecca, panting heavily, pulled back for a moment, Alex wanted to say something, but again, he was given no chance. Her tongue immediately invaded his mouth, and they engaged in a silent battle for dominance. The kiss seemed endless, as if time had slowed down to allow them to savor the moment. Finally, they parted, and a thin thread of saliva hung between them. Her eyes held even more desire, but Alex knew it wasn't time to take things further just yet. Did you turn into a dementor? Trying to suck out my soul? Alex joked lightly, pressing his forehead to hers, attempting to bring the situation back to a more relaxed tone. Rebecca didn't understand the reference to dementors, but it didn't matter now. All she wanted was to continue kissing him. When he pressed his forehead to hers, her heart began to race, but this time not from excitement, but from something warmer and more pleasant. She felt a new, strange sensation stirring inside her. Now I understand why princesses fall for princes, Rebecca said quietly, looking directly into Alex's eyes. Hearing her words, Alex couldn't help but smile. He had once called Lucy a princess, and now Rebecca was declaring herself one too. He wanted to joke about it, but something inside him told him there was truth in her words. After all, why not? So that's who you really are, he responded softly. I was wondering why you seemed so familiar. His gentle, almost tender voice made Rebecca blush deeply. In that moment, she was too embarrassed to meet his gaze. The only thing she could do in this situation was act on her instincts. She suddenly threw her head back and bumped Alex in the chest with her forehead. Then, as if startled by her own outburst, she quickly stepped back, her face flushed bright red. I'll be waiting for you by the bike, she said quickly, grabbing her bag and hurrying away. Alex couldn't help but smile as he watched her go. Her reaction reminded him of a little gremlin, impulsive and embarrassed, as if she didn't know how to handle sudden compliments. He had seen her aggressive side, but now he saw her cute, vulnerable side as well. She's so amusing, Alex thought with a warm smile. But then his thoughts took a different turn. What if Rebecca and Loki meet? I can't even imagine the trouble they might cause. When Alex caught up with Rebecca by the bike, she was already searching around it. He raised an eyebrow, not understanding what she was trying to find. What are you looking for? He asked as he approached. Rebecca, still slightly embarrassed, looked at him and pointed to her bag. I don't know where to put all this weaponry, she replied, slightly pouting. Alex smirked, walked over to the bike, and opened the side compartments designed for storing weapons. However, these compartments were more suited for cold weapons than firearms. You can put them here. Just don't take too much, he said, pointing to the open compartments. Rebecca's eyes widened when she saw the hidden compartments in the bike. She examined them closely and quickly realized they were specifically designed for weapon storage. Her guess was confirmed when she spotted a katana with the tiger claws gang symbol. Rebecca picked up the katana, examined it with interest, and, overcoming her embarrassment, turned to Alex with a question. Where did you get this? She asked, showing him the katana. Alex smirked, remembering how he had come by the katana. Rebecca noticed his amused smile and quickly figured out that something funny must have happened when he was with Lucy yesterday. Do you remember those 3 idiots we encountered when we were delivering the package? Alex asked, looking at her. Rebecca nodded, and her mind started to piece together what she might have missed. Well, I ran into them again yesterday while Lucy and I were delivering the package. And they were up to the same old stuff that got them beaten last time, Alex said with a grin. Rebecca realized he had run into those 3 again and dealt with them once more. The katana was likely a trophy from that encounter. This realization made her laugh. Damn, how could I have missed that? She puffed, finally stopping her laughter. Don't worry, maybe today will be fun too, Alex winked, smiling. Rebecca understood that they still had work to do, and since Alex would be going with her, something interesting might happen. With a broad smile, she returned the katana to its place and began organizing her weapons in the bike's compartments, carefully placing the ammo in the empty slots. Alex shook his head as he looked at the amount of weaponry she was planning to take. It seemed like she was preparing for a war rather than a mission. But he didn't try to dissuade her, maybe something really would come in handy. All set, Rebecca declared as she stuffed the last piece of weaponry into the compartment. Alex nodded, closed the compartments, and mounted the bike, waiting for her to get on. Will you sit in the front or the back? He asked, looking at her. Rebecca pondered for a moment. If she sat in the back, she wouldn't be able to see the road, so the front was the only option. Front, she said confidently and hopped onto the bike. Sitting in front of Alex, she arranged herself as if she were in a comfortable chair. His legs served as the armrests, and his body as a sturdy backrest. Rebecca smiled contentedly and pressed closer to him, enjoying the comfort. Alex smirked and pressed his thighs more firmly against the bike to hold her securely. He started the engine and looked at her. So, where are we headed, my armory princess? Alex asked, placing his phone on the dashboard. Rebecca blushed slightly at his words but quickly sent him the address. Alex entered it into the GPS and raised an eyebrow. The destination turned out to be a diner. He guessed Rebecca wanted to have a little date before the mission and was not opposed to it at all. We're off, Falco. Alex shouted, waving towards the garage. Falco, watching them with a smile, waved goodbye and watched them leave. As Alex drove the bike, he decided to ask. Are you hungry? He inquired, drawing Rebecca's attention. She turned to him, leaning in so she could lift her head to see his face more comfortably. I wouldn't say no to a tasty burger. This diner has the best ones, she replied with a smile, clearly hoping Alex would enjoy them with her. Well then, I'll try to get us there quickly, Alex grinned. Go on, show me what you've got, Rebecca goaded, her wide smile showing her excitement. Alex nodded and accelerated. He was also a bit hungry, having skipped breakfast due to his conversation with Gloria. He decided to give Rebecca a fun ride with sharp turns, pressing her with his legs to keep her from falling off, and asked her to hold on tight. The bike raced through the streets, and after 10 minutes, Alex made a sharp turn and stopped in front of the diner. That was awesome. Do that again next time. Rebecca exclaimed joyfully, clearly having enjoyed the ride. Alex simply smiled at her childlike excitement. She jumped off the bike and quickly headed into the diner, showing her impatience. Alex, still smiling, turned off the engine and followed her inside. When he walked in, Rebecca was already seated at one of the tables, waving at him. He sat down across from her, looking around. When the burgers arrived, Rebecca started eating with such appetite that Alex couldn't help but smile. Looking at his burger, he wondered how it might differ from those in his previous life. To be continued. Chapter 88, A Little Date with Rebecca and New Friend Jeff. Alex watched Rebecca enthusiastically devour the burgers. He decided it was time to try the local food himself, as everything he had eaten so far seemed slightly synthetic, though it still reminded him of familiar tastes from his past life. Taking his first bite, he quickly realized that the burger wasn't anything special compared to what he was used to, though one thought crossed his mind. He remembered a video where meat was printed on a 3D printer as a substitute for animal products. Hey, in this world, it's probably not a joke but rather a mundane reality, Alex thought with a smirk, not wanting to spoil Rebecca's appetite with his musings. To distract himself from these thoughts, he ordered a drink. Meanwhile, Rebecca was finishing her third burger, which reminded Alex of Hestia. Both women devoured food with such enthusiasm, as if they were hungry ghosts. He even imagined that if Rebecca ever became part of his family, she and Hestia might compete to clear out the entire fridge. Now I'm curious who would win in a food fight, Alex pondered, stroking his chin and smiling at the thought. Eat at your own pace, no one's going to take your food. Feel free to order more if you want, it's on me, he said with a kind smile, addressing Rebecca. She shrugged, swallowing the last bite. Two conflicting thoughts battled in her mind. On one hand, she didn't want to accept Alex's generosity since she had invited him here, but on the other hand, she appreciated his attention. Finally, deciding to just go with it, she smiled widely. Well, if that's the case, I won't refuse, Rebecca said, waving to the vendor to order more. Alex also intended to get a drink but, to his surprise, couldn't find it. He looked at the table suspiciously and suddenly noticed that Rebecca was drinking from his cup. She caught his gaze and, giggling, returned the drink, clearly awaiting his reaction. We literally kissed about 15 minutes ago, and now you want to see if I'll be embarrassed by an indirect kiss? Alex asked with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. Rebecca, who had forgotten about their recent kiss, wasn't about to back down. This is completely different, she retorted, defending her position. Alex took a deliberate sip from the cup, dragging out the moment. His eyes sparkled as he looked directly at Rebecca. Still tastes like your sweet lips, he said with a light smile. Rebecca, taken aback by this turn of events, blushed. A light flush spread across her cheeks, but she liked that Alex looked at her with such tenderness, rather than as an object like many mercenaries did. Okay, you win, she admitted, looking away slightly. Alex smiled triumphantly, recalling his experiences with the goddess of love, Freya. As you say, he replied, grinning even wider. Rebecca, no longer wanting to continue the conversation due to her embarrassment, focused on the newly delivered burgers. Alex, in turn, decided to distract himself and immersed in thoughts about his future projects. He wanted to develop a defensive drone for Gloria to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to magic and was considering how to integrate technologies that would fit into this world. I need to find an empty AI with learning capabilities and find someone who can program Asimov's 3 laws into it, he thought, jotting down ideas in his notebook. He was contemplating what this protector should be like and what technologies to use when his gaze returned to the burger. Alex sighed and decided that for now, he could enjoy the simple moments before embarking on grand achievements. Rebecca took a bite of her burger and glanced at Alex, who was furiously scribbling something in his notebook, smiling like a mad scientist. She was curious about what amused him so much in those notes. She carefully pulled out a chair and, dragging it closer to Alex, sat down beside him to peek at his notebook. When she looked at the page, she saw a sketch of a strange little robot that looked half like a dog. Her attention was drawn to the notes on weaponry, and Rebecca's eyes lit up at the mere mention of weapons. He wants to put a railgun in a tiny robot. Hell yeah, I'm in, she thought with a wide smile. She continued reading and noticed that Alex had circled a note about AI several times, emphasizing its importance. Rebecca knew that obtaining such an AI wasn't difficult if you knew where to look. But when she saw the notes about power sources, from simple solutions to using a miniature sun and animator, her eyes widened. How could such options even be considered, she wondered, leaning against Alex. She didn't even notice that she was starting to lean on him, absorbed in reading. Alex finished his notes, thinking that the first robot would be merely a prototype for testing functions, while the next one would be specially created for Gloria. He rubbed his tired eyes and felt someone leaning on him. Turning his head, he saw Rebecca, intently studying his notebook while continuing to chew on her burger. Did you find something interesting? He asked with a slight smile. Rebecca looked up and met his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed for peeking into his notebook. However, Alex was completely fine with it. Girls from his family sometimes took his journals for fun. The only problem was understanding what he had written, as everything looked quite chaotic. Well, I saw you were actively writing something, and I got curious. But when I read about the railgun, I thought I might be able to help, she said, not hiding her excitement. Alex suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. Damn, I have Rebecca right here, a true weapon enthusiast. Why didn't I think of this earlier, he thought, rubbing his forehead. With her help, he could make the robot even more dangerous. It would be like taking a child's toy packed with military arsenal and giving it to a kid for self-defense. If Rebecca took care of the robot's weaponry, he wouldn't have to explain where all the equipment came from. Perfect. You'll help me with the GIR project. We'll create our baby together, Alex said enthusiastically, grabbing Rebecca's hand. She blushed for a moment at Alex calling the robot their future baby, but realizing they would be creating something so dangerous together, she also got excited. Sure. We'll make our dangerous baby together, Rebecca responded with a wild smile. They both laughed, startling the burger vendor. Rebecca realized her feeling that Alex would bring something fun into her life was correct. He was happy that the idea of creating the robot had lifted her spirits. First, we need to decide on the materials, then think about the rest, Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Rebecca, noticing his thoughtful expression, realized he was daydreaming about the robot again. But for now, she needed to finish her meal and get on with her task. Quickly finishing her burger, she wiped her hands and said with a satisfied face. Great, I'm done eating. Now we can get to work. Alex, coming out of his thoughts, looked at her. You still haven't said what your task is, he reminded her. Rebecca looked at him as if to say, you should have asked earlier. Then she shrugged and explained. Oh, it's simple, a couple of idiots have taken over the basement of this joint and are up to something. The owner is a friend of mine, he asked for help to get them out. Alex grasped the essence of Rebecca's words. By getting rid of them, she likely meant shooting all these guys and going home. He thought about it, the task didn't seem too difficult, except for the fact that the shootout would take place in a confined space. Alex wasn't sure what kind of weapons these thugs might have or if they had grenades or anything explosive. Are you planning to kill them or just beat them up so they don't think of repeating this, he asked, just to be sure. Rebecca looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was asking. Wasn't it obvious that she intended to make a few extra holes in these idiots' bodies? Well, isn't it the same? If you shoot them, they definitely won't do it again, she replied, as if that were the only correct option. Alex shrugged. He didn't really care how Rebecca planned to solve the problem. He just wanted to clarify. If she intended to avoid deaths, he had some amusing ideas about that, but since she was set on a more radical approach, that was fine. All right, just wanted to clarify, Alex said, puffing his cheeks slightly. Rebecca laughed at his childish behavior and, grabbing his drink, finished the rest as if preparing for battle. Setting the glass down on the table, she huffed as if she were fully ready for the fight. Alex looked at her with his usual indifference. At home, his food and drinks were always being taken, so he had long stopped reacting to it. Okay, now I'm charged up and ready to go. Time to take down those bastards, Rebecca announced cheerfully, standing up from her chair. She headed towards the exit, and Alex followed her at a leisurely pace. Once outside, Rebecca immediately went to his bike and started pressing buttons, trying to open the compartment. When she couldn't manage it, she turned to Alex with pouting lips. Open it, my little ones need to breathe before they start shooting at these idiots, she demanded. Alex smirked and opened the weapon compartment. Rebecca immediately began selecting weapons, settling on a green shotgun with pink stripes. This choice gave Alex a strange feeling of sadness, though he couldn't quite understand why. Something was troubling him, as if Rebecca's future might end in something tragic. This moment was his first signal, as he had only recently started to understand the world he was in. Even in his previous life, he had heard about this world but hadn't cared about it. All he knew about it was what he had heard in the videos he had accidentally come across. I'll need to be better prepared next time, he thought, while Rebecca loaded the shotgun and arranged the ammunition in the pockets of her hoodie. So, shall we go? She asked with a smile, raising the weapon. Rebecca's smile seemed to wipe away the remnants of his anxiety. Alex smiled back. He knew he had to create something for them that would be not only lethally dangerous but also effectively protective. Wait, I need to grab something, he said with a slight smile and headed into an alley. Rebecca looked after him in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly needed to step away. Alex went into the alley with one thought, to retrieve his favorite club, with which he had beaten foes before. But then his gaze caught something lying on the ground. The item seemed to call to him, saying it should be part of their adventure. Alex bent down and picked it up, a wide smile spreading across his face. You definitely must be the one, Alex muttered, caressing the find like a precious treasure. Alex decided to reinforce the item to ensure it wouldn't fall apart during the shootout. Using magic in a way that left no visible traces, he made sure the item became significantly more durable. Applying a bit of force, Alex felt it remained intact and undamaged. However, looking at the item, he realized something was missing. What's missing? Alex asked, as if expecting the object to answer. Suddenly, it hit him. Exactly, that's what we need, he said, examining the item. It was clear to him now what was missing. Alex took a marker from his pocket and drew a funny face on the object. He looked at it again and nodded, completely satisfied. Now he was ready for anything. Stepping out of the alley with a contented smile, Alex approached Rebecca. I'm ready, he declared with a broad grin. Rebecca watched him with curiosity until she noticed the item in his hands, and her face contorted in confusion. This is what you went for, she asked, pointing at his trophy in surprise. Alex nodded with a look of absolute satisfaction. This is my buddy Jeff, and he's going to help us, he said, presenting the brick adorned with a drawn face as if it were something important. Seeing the amusing face on the brick, Rebecca couldn't help but laugh, though she was more concerned about how this Jeff could be of any help. Are you serious? It's a brick. Are you really planning to go into a shootout with a brick? She asked, gradually stopping her laughter. Alex, pressing the brick to his chest as if protecting an injured friend, shook his head. Don't just call it a brick. It's Jeff, and he's definitely going to come in handy. Alex said with an offended tone. Rebecca laughed again, finding the idea of going into a shootout with a brick absurd but amusing. She was intrigued by how Alex planned to use this unusual tool. This is crazy, but I like it, she said, giving a thumbs up with a wild smile. Hey, wait, you'll see how Jeff handles these idiots, Alex declared proudly, raising the brick high. They both laughed and headed to the basement where they would meet the thugs Rebecca wanted to put extra holes in. For Alex, it would be one precise strike to the head, or wherever Jeff ended up. Returning to the diner, they were greeted by the concerned owner, who had already asked Rebecca to take care of the problem. Alex and Rebecca passed through the kitchen to the basement. Along the way, Alex discreetly grabbed a few metal items from a table, moving so skillfully that no one noticed his actions. When they got downstairs, Alex approached the wall. Wait, before we start, we need to prepare, he said, sending a mana pulse to gauge the number of enemies below. Rebecca didn't immediately understand what he was up to but decided to trust him. She was curious about how Alex worked, especially after he mentioned being able to kidnap people right from their homes without being noticed. Alex tapped the wall and, finding the right spot, elbowed it, creating a hole. This caught Rebecca's attention. And what are you doing now? She asked, moving closer. Alex reached into the hole and pulled out several cables that provided electricity to the basement. Well, I want to turn off the lights to make things easier for us. By the way, can you see in the dark? He asked, stripping the insulation from the cables. Yes, I have night vision built into my Chrome. So go ahead, turn off the lights, Rebecca replied, giving a thumbs up. Alex nodded and took one of the metal items he had borrowed from the kitchen to short-circuit the circuit and knock out the fuses. He knew that in such a technologically advanced world, the lights wouldn't stay off for long. As soon as the lights go out, we start moving, Alex said, preparing to short-circuit the circuit. Rebecca nodded, and a mischievous thought flashed in her mind about how to have some fun in this situation. Listen, Alex, she said, catching his attention. Alex turned his head and looked at her. Rebecca's playful smile clearly indicated that she had something fun in mind. What? He responded, moving his hand away to avoid short-circuiting the wires prematurely. Let's have a competition. Whoever kills more gets to ask the loser for whatever they want, Rebecca suggested with a cheerful tone. Sure. But remember, with Jeff, I never lose, Alex smirked, giving a thumbs up. Rebecca scoffed, intrigued by how Alex planned to win with Jeff. Once she was no longer distracted, he connected the wires, and the basement was instantly plunged into pitch darkness. Everything's set. We have a bit of time, so we need to act quickly, Alex said, picking up Jeff from the floor. They moved forward toward the spot where the fools had decided to take over the basement. Reaching the corner, Alex stopped, noticing guards by the door. Stop, he whispered, blocking Rebecca's path. She peeked around the corner and saw two guards at the door. Just as she was about to open fire, Rebecca aimed, but Alex stopped her in time. She looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Alex put his finger to his lips, signaling the need for quiet. Rebecca pouted but reluctantly agreed. But I'll start shooting once we're inside, she thought, watching Alex carefully sneak up on the guards. Alex preferred to act silently and slid toward them like a snake in the dark, keeping Jeff at the ready. One of the guards noticed him, but before he could say anything, a brick flew into his face. The second guard turned at the noise and saw his partner on the floor. He began to look around for the culprit but only saw a knee heading straight for his face. Happy New Year, idiot, Alex muttered, driving his knee into the guard's face. The impact made the poor guy's face practically sink into his skull. Alex nodded, satisfied with his work, while Rebecca, watching the scene, couldn't help but applaud. "If we weren't so busy, I'd kiss you," she smiled, approaching him. Without thinking, Alex easily kissed her on the lips. "That's enough," he said with a slight smirk. Rebecca pouted, wanting more, but she knew she'd get her share eventually. Alex listened and realized that the sound of the guards falling had attracted attention. He sighed, understanding that stealth was no longer an option. "Well, you can start shooting now, but first, I'll prepare a surprise for them," he said with a playful smile. Rebecca was about to ask what the surprise was but saw Alex pull something resembling a grenade from his inner pocket. He sent out a pulse, checking where the enemies were, and saw that they were all aiming at the doors where he and Rebecca were standing. "Once I toss this, get ready. We'll start the assault," he said, showing her the flashbang grenade. Rebecca nodded with a smile and pressed against the wall next to the door. Alex, without ceremony, punched a hole in the door and threw the grenade inside. The flash blinded everyone in the room. Without wasting a second, Alex kicked the door open. "Say hello to my little friend, Jeff," he shouted as he stormed into the room. Spotting the nearest target, Alex threw the brick at him. Rebecca, following closely, immediately fired at the one on her right. The shotgun blast sent the poor guy crashing into the wall, leaving a gaping hole in his chest from which blood poured out. "First down." Rebecca shouted happily, pumping her shotgun and aiming at the next victim. Alex ran up to a criminal, smashing his face with the brick, and deftly caught him. He turned his head and saw an idiot next to him who had started shooting wildly in different directions. The flashbang grenade blinded him, and he didn't understand where the enemy was, shooting in all directions. Alex grabbed the idiot's weapon, directing it downward to prevent him from continuing to fire. "You know it's dangerous to shoot with your eyes closed. What if you accidentally hit my gremlin? Have you lost all fear, you bastard?" Alex said, swinging the brick. He struck the criminal's head with the brick. The sound of the crunching impact was unpleasant, as if all the bones and teeth had broken at once. Alex pulled his hand back and was about to deliver another blow but caught sight of someone aiming at him from the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and saw one of the enemies aiming at him, squinting and wincing from teary eyes. Alex released the unfortunate soul whose face he had smashed and, swiftly throwing the brick at the aiming enemy, said, "Hey, 3 down." Alex grinned, satisfied that he had already taken out 3 enemies with the brick. But his joy was short-lived. A body with a bloody hole in its chest flew past him. He turned his head back and saw Rebecca's satisfied face. "That was the 5th, Rebecca said, reloading her weapon. Alex didn't delay. Not because he didn't want to lose, but because winning without a fight would be boring. He ran to the last corpse killed by the brick and, picking up the brick, threw it at the next target. The shootout ended too quickly, and Alex didn't get to enjoy the process. After all, what's the point of a shootout if the enemies don't shoot back? "I won," Rebecca said, standing next to Alex with a pleased expression. "Well, I threw in the towel, counting on Jeff's help," Alex replied, showing the bloodied brick. "Excuses for losers," Rebecca said with a smirk. Alex didn't argue with her because he noticed that the number of targets didn't match what he had felt through the mana pulse. He began counting the bodies on the floor, including the guards by the door, and still came up one short. Alex frowned, not understanding what was going on. One of the enemies couldn't have escaped in this situation, there was only one exit from the basement. Rebecca noticed his frown and thought he was upset about losing, so she tried to cheer him up. "Stop frowning, you'll win next time," Rebecca said, tugging on Alex's arm. Alex stopped frowning, looked at her actions, and simply smiled. "I'm frowning for another reason." "We're missing one," Alex said, pointing to the scattered bodies in the room. Rebecca didn't understand what he meant and asked, "Missing one? What do you mean?" Alex didn't answer but used the mana pulse again to check for sure. He felt signs of life in the room ahead. "Who else is left?" Alex said, heading for the door where he sensed the signs of life. Rebecca didn't understand how he detected another person but decided not to ask and simply followed him. Alex opened the door and saw a bound child on the floor. His face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and his teeth began to grind with anger. He realized these bastards were involved in child abduction and trafficking. Alex clenched his fists so tightly that the crack of bones was audible. He hated those who kidnap and sell children. Rebecca, seeing the child and understanding what was happening, recalled her own past. She looked at Alex's face, and her own memories came rushing back. Seeing Alex's face twisted with rage and hearing his teeth grind and bones crack with tension, she decided to help him calm down. She grabbed his hand to get his attention. Alex turned his head and saw her worried face. His anger subsided slightly, and he sighed, deciding to figure out what the hell was going on. To be continued. Chapter 89, The Brutal Punishment of the Kidnappers and the Sad Rebecca. Alex looked intently at the bound child lying on the floor. The child seemed no older than 15, but the dirty clothes and dusty, bruised face made it hard to tell if they were a boy or a girl. It reminded Alex of when he first met Lily, who had been in a similar situation. Perhaps this child had been kidnapped, or it was even simpler. We need to find out, Alex decided, frowning. He wanted to understand how long these bastards had been kidnapping children and whether they were part of some gang. Rebecca watched the child with concern, her thoughts unconsciously drifting to her own past experiences. Sadness washed over her, and she tightened her grip on Alex's hand. Feeling the touch, Rebecca experienced a strange sense of calm and protection, which helped her manage the overwhelming emotions. "We have to help him," Alex said softly, looking at Rebecca. He approached the child, kneeling beside them, and took out a knife to cut the ropes. Examining the child, Alex realized there were no serious injuries, just exhaustion and dehydration, as if they hadn't been fed or given water for several days. Alex sighed with relief, it could have been much worse. Rebecca, watching him, still looked worried. "Is he okay?" she asked anxiously. Alex checked the child again, just to be sure he hadn't missed anything, and seeing that the situation was more or less stable, he turned to Rebecca. "He's okay. Just exhausted and dehydrated." "It looks like they didn't feed him to prevent him from escaping," Alex sighed. It was always hard for him to see children suffering. Rebecca's gaze shifted back to the child, who still hadn't woken up despite the noise from the next room, the recent gunfight and the sounds of bricks hitting faces. Alex noticed her concern. He wasn't used to seeing Rebecca like this, she usually behaved with zest or embarrassment, but this tense expression made him think. Maybe her past had something that left a deep scar on her heart. "She'll be fine," Alex said, trying to reassure her. Rebecca sighed, trying to hide her worry, and nodded. Alex returned to the child, gently shaking them by the shoulder to wake them up. "Hey, wake up. No more sleeping on the cold floor," Alex said softly, using a bit of mana to help the child come to. The child slowly opened their eyes, as if their eyelids were weighed down with lead. Alex breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that his actions had worked and no more mana was needed. He glanced at Rebecca. "Becca, take him upstairs and feed him, but only a little at a time. After such a long period without food, his stomach might have trouble handling too much," he said, helping the child to their feet. Rebecca moved closer to Alex to support the child from the other side. When she felt how weak he was, her sadness turned to anger. If she had known these bastards were into kidnapping, she wouldn't have just shot them, she would have made them suffer. But right now, her priority was to help the child. "Aren't you coming?" Rebecca asked as they prepared to leave. Alex took out a cigarette and lit it, his gaze stopping on one of the guys lying on the floor, pretending to be dead. Hearing her question, he looked at her with a slight, somewhat inappropriate smile. "No, I'll finish up here and join you later," he replied, blowing smoke through his nose. Rebecca guessed that Alex had noticed one of the survivors and wanted to have a chat with him. She also wanted to stay and finish off the remaining survivors but understood that taking care of the child was more important right now. "All right. I'll take care of him and come back," Rebecca nodded, and, supporting the child, left the room full of bodies. Alex watched Rebecca until she left the room. Once he was sure she had exited with the child, he shifted his gaze to the bastard involved in the kidnapping. Thoughts raced through his mind, whether to interrogate him or torture him to death right away. Approaching one of the bodies killed by Jeff, Alex picked up a brick and headed toward the idiot who had decided to play dead. "Do you think lying there pretending to be dead will save you?" he said with a smirk, looking down at the faux corpse. Alex shook his head in amusement, noticing that the first victim of Jeff, the guard who had been stationed at the door and was the first to receive a brick to the face, was also still alive. Now he had two people to interrogate. With a feigned smile, he added, "Don't go anywhere, buddy. If you stop pretending, Jeff will remind you what happens." Humming a tune, Alex approached the unconscious guard, who had met the brick with his face. He grabbed the guard by the leg and dragged him back into the room. Casting a glance at the pretender, Alex smirked. "Well, you're quite obedient. Lying there like a good little corpse." Deciding to be cautious, Alex tore an iron pipe from the wall and bent it around the guard to ensure he couldn't escape. The pseudo-corpse, hearing the clamor, didn't even dare to open his eyes, fearing that Alex might change his mind and kill him. Finishing with the pipe, Alex nodded in satisfaction and looked at the man lying on the floor. "And now it's your turn," he said with the same light smile. Approaching the pretender, Alex pondered what to do with him. Technically, interrogation wasn't necessary, he could extract the needed information directly from his mind. But there was also room for some fun. "So, what should I do with you? Smash your head with a brick? Break your bones? Or slice open your belly and watch you bleed out slowly?" Alex speculated, his smile widening with each suggestion. The pseudo-corpse was sweating, listening to Alex's words. He could no longer maintain the illusion of his death but was too afraid to open his eyes, fearing one of these terrifying scenarios. Noticing the slightest movements of his eyes, Alex's grin grew even wider. Ah, this reminds me of the good old days. When idiots would scream first and then start talking, he added with a nostalgic smile. He noticed the corpse's eyes betray a shiver, which only fueled his excitement. Alex crouched beside him, holding the bloodied brick with the name Jeff, whose smiling face now looked sinister. It seems you need a little stimulation to wake up. Moments later, the faux corpse realized what Alex meant. With a horrendous crack, his ankle broke under the blow of the brick. The guy wanted to scream, but Alex covered his mouth. Don't scream. We're just getting started. Nod if you understand. The pretender, gripped by panic, nodded, afraid to meet Alex's gaze, which now resembled the devil himself. Good boy. I'll ask some questions now, and you'd better not lie. You see, my friend Jeff doesn't tolerate deception, Alex said, pressing the bloodied brick against the man's face. The men desperately nodded, realizing there was no escape. Alex removed his hand, allowing him to speak. How many children have you managed to kidnap? Alex narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the victim. The men groaned in pain but managed to squeeze out an answer. I don't know. Alex frowned, sensing that this was only half the truth. You're not telling the whole story. And Jeff doesn't like that, his voice sounded relaxed but threatening. Alex watched the pretender, who clearly understood that Alex didn't believe him. This could only mean one thing, something awful awaited him. As promised, Alex did not disappoint. He swung the brick and struck the man's knee with force, shattering the patella with a crunching sound of breaking bone. This time, he didn't cover the prisoner's mouth, allowing him to scream with full power. Ah. The pseudo-corpse rolled on the floor, clutching his shattered knee, while Alex watched, noting how the scream seemed to ease his pain. This couldn't go on forever. Alex had a few more questions before deciding what to do next. That's enough. Want me to break your other knee? Alex threatened lazily, looking at the mangled men who had curled up in pain. Hearing the threat, the pseudo-corpse fell silent, but a look of malice replaced his fear. Instead of being afraid, he now glared at Alex with hatred. Angry, are we? Alex said with a light smirk, observing the rage in his eyes. But anger won't help. You've caused so much pain to others, now it's your turn. It's just karma. Alex was indifferent to what this man felt. He could easily extract all the necessary information from his mind without even trying. But that didn't mean he couldn't have a little fun. Here's the deal. If you answer my questions, I won't kill you, Alex said with a kind, almost sincere smile. The pseudo-corpse didn't believe a word of it. It was hard to believe that after recently killing all his accomplices, this devil in front of him was now promising him freedom. It even amused him to think of such false hope. Go to hell, the prisoner spat out, glaring at Alex. Alex calmly shielded himself with the brick, which now sported a blood-stained, silly face. The saliva and blood hit the brick, but Alex didn't get angry. Not at all. You've smeared Jeff, and he doesn't like that, Alex said in a mournful tone. But you know, if you don't want to talk, we have another candidate for a chat, he continued, pointing to the other prisoner by the wall. The pseudo-corpse followed his gaze and saw his accomplice, sitting with a broken head, wrapped in the iron pipe. Realizing his life meant nothing to Alex now, terror flashed in his eyes. Wait, No more words, Alex cut him off. I gave you a chance, and you chose to spit on Jeff. And that made him very angry. The pseudo-corpse froze, understanding that only worse awaited him. Alex saw the fear in his eyes but felt no sympathy. This man had been involved in kidnapping children, and his fate was sealed. Karma is a bitch, and it always strikes without warning. And today, Jeff will play the role of karma, Alex said with a wide, almost devilish smile. The pseudo-corpse opened his mouth, trying to say something, but Alex didn't give him the chance. He swung the brick and struck the prisoner's face. Blood poured out of the wound immediately. This is just the beginning, Alex said with a smirk and struck again. Blows followed one after another, turning the kidnapper's face into a pulp. The second prisoner woke up from the noise and saw the horrifying scene. One of his accomplices had literally turned into a bloody mess. He thrashed, trying to free himself, but the iron pipe wrapped around his body prevented him from even moving. Damn, he mentally screamed, watching Alex methodically turn his friend's face into mush. Alex's face was splattered with the pseudo-corpse's blood. He looked at what was left of the man's head, now a meat mush. At that moment, Alex realized he felt no emotions, neither anger nor joy. Only the thought that he was doing the right thing by removing such scum from the world. Hearing a rustle, he turned his head and noticed the guard starting to regain consciousness, desperately trying to free himself. When their eyes met, the guard was overcome with horror, staring at the bloodied, indifferent face of Alex. Alex slowly made his way toward the guard, who was struggling more and more, vainly trying to escape. Stopping in front of him, Alex looked at him with a blank, indifferent stare. At that moment, all questions ceased to interest him. Who had ordered the children? Who had helped them? Who had covered for them? He no longer cared. Now, Alex wanted only one thing, to kill this bastard with exceptional brutality. You know, I initially wanted to find out who your client is and who you're working for, Alex said in a cold voice. But your friend showed me that it doesn't matter. It's better to just finish you all off. The guard froze upon hearing the icy words and looked up, meeting Alex's empty gaze, which seemed to view him as a parasite deserving only of extermination. The guard tried to say something, but Alex didn't give him a chance. He grabbed the brick and forced it straight into the guard's mouth, breaking teeth and tearing lips. You know, there are a few types of people in this world that I hate the most, Alex said, increasing the pressure on the brick. They are rapists, pedophiles, and child kidnappers. And you bastards just drew the short straw. The guard writhed in agony, unable to lose consciousness from the pain Alex was causing, pressing the brick further into his mouth. Each new movement sparked unbearable pain, keeping him on the edge between life and death. I hope you'll be tortured even more in hell, Alex said, clenching his fist and preparing for the final blow. Seeing Alex pull back his arm to strike, the guard realized it was the end. Alex struck with such force that the brick passed through the guard's head, splattering a fountain of blood that drenched Alex's face and clothes. He stood up, took out a cigarette, and lit it, exhaling smoke with a vacant gaze directed at the ceiling. I fucking hate this world, Alex muttered quietly. At that moment, Rebecca returned after helping the child wash up. Leaving him in the care of the diner's owner, she decided to check on Alex. But upon entering the room, she saw him, covered in blood, staring blankly at the ceiling. Around him lay the bodies of the slain, one with a head turned into a bloody mush, the other with a brick in his throat. Rebecca felt a surge of concern for Alex. He had always been cheerful and joked around, but now he seemed like a different person, cold and indifferent to everything. She cautiously approached him and took his hand. Are you okay? She asked softly, looking at him with worry. Alex felt her touch and heard her voice. He tore his gaze from the ceiling and looked at Rebecca, noticing her concern. He relaxed slightly, and his lips touched with a faint smile, which brought relief to Rebecca's heart. I'm fine, just a little angry, Alex said with a light laugh. Rebecca felt relieved to see Alex returning to himself. A little, huh? This bastard's head is now minced meat, and the second guy's mouth is torn open as if he tried to shove too big a burger into it, she laughed, nodding at the dead bodies. Alex just smiled, letting go of the remaining anger. Alex shrugged, seeing no point in explaining his state. If he had had more time, he would have thoroughly tortured these bastards. However, given the limited time and space, he decided it was better to quickly ask questions and be done with them. But, as usual, he lost control. Sighing, Alex wearily rubbed his forehead. Looking at himself, he realized he urgently needed a shower and clean clothes. In this state, he clearly couldn't go back home to Gloria. I think I need a shower. And to wash all this blood off my clothes, Alex said, exhaling. Rebecca glanced at his bloodied face and clothes. She agreed that Alex clearly needed to freshen up. Great, come with me. I'll take care of everything, she said cheerfully, winking. They climbed out of the basement, where the bloody scene had just ended, and emerged into the hall. The diner's owner was sitting opposite the child, serving him food. Rebecca, without getting any closer, asked if Alex could use the shower. The men turned, and upon seeing Alex's condition, flinched involuntarily. But he quickly regained his composure. Of course, you've already helped us a lot, he replied with a grateful smile. Rebecca led Alex to the bathroom. While he was undressing, his gaze landed on the washing machine, where he noticed a washing mode labeled blood. It gave him an involuntary shiver. Was it so bad in this world that even household appliances were adapted for such circumstances? Alex set his weapons on the washing machine and tossed his clothes into it, selecting the appropriate mode. He then stepped into the shower, turning on the hot water. Sitting on a stool, he let the water wash over his face and body, rinsing away the blood, and felt the tension begin to ease. He tried not to think about the cruelty of the world, as child abductions were a terrible reality in any dimension. Trying to stay positive seemed almost impossible. At least there are fewer bastards like that, he muttered to himself, staring at the floor. The silence of the shower was broken by the sound of the door opening. Alex turned and saw Rebecca, who had entered the bathroom naked. Her face was full of anger, and her fists were clenched. Without saying a word, he reached out and took her wrist, trying to help her relax a bit. Her shoulders trembled, and soon her whole body followed. Suddenly, tears began to flow down her face, and she could no longer hold them back. Realizing that Rebecca was in a vulnerable state, Alex embraced her, giving her the space to cry. Her sobs tore at his heart. It's okay, I'm here, Alex whispered, gently stroking her back. Rebecca clutched his chest with her fists, unable to stop the tears. Gradually, her sobs began to quiet down, but she continued to cling to him, feeling his warmth and protection. Alex settled her on his lap, softly humming a melody that helped her calm down. Immersed in his soothing voice, Rebecca felt the tension leave her body. She pressed closer to Alex, enjoying his presence. When she finally lifted her head, her gaze met Alex's eyes, which were filled with concern. "If you tell anyone that I was crying, you'll be sorry," she threatened, lightly tapping him on the face with her fist. Alex merely smiled, glad to see Rebecca return to her usual self, the lively gremlin he so loved. "Don't worry, this side is just for me. I won't let anyone see you like this," he replied with a gentle smile, touching her fist with his nose. Rebecca blushed at his touch and looked away, shyly pressing against his chest as the water continued to cascade over them. After the shower, they began to get dressed, and Rebecca, fastening her bra, glanced thoughtfully at Alex. "What should we do with this child?" Rebecca asked, her voice filled with concern. Alex paused, contemplating the question. He didn't have the means to take the child in himself yet, as he was still living with Gloria, and he couldn't return to the Danmaki world since Yamato was still recovering. "I don't know yet, honestly," Alex replied with a heavy sigh. "Albert won't be able to take her in either," Rebecca said sadly. Alex raised an eyebrow, not understanding who she was referring to. "Albert?" he asked, seeking clarification. "Albert is the owner of the diner," Rebecca explained, helping him fasten his holster. Alex nodded, reflecting on the situation and realizing that he would need to explore other options for the child's protection. Alex nodded, deep in thought about what to do with the child. First, they needed to find out where the child was from and try to return them to their parents. "First, we need to find out where this child is from, and then decide what to do," Alex said, pulling on his coat. Rebecca nodded in response and looked at Alex with focus. She grabbed him by the collar and pulled him down. Alex was somewhat taken aback by the sudden movement but allowed Rebecca to do so. When their faces were at the same level, Rebecca kissed him. If their first kiss had been full of passion and aggression, this one was soft and tender, as if wanting to share her feelings with the one she kissed. "This is for being you," Rebecca said with a warm smile. Alex, seeing her sweet smile, was slightly flustered. He was used to seeing her face with a gremlin-like grin, but this warm smile gave her a special charm. "It's all right. I'm helping you not because it's necessary but because I want to." "You're too sweet for me to refuse," Alex replied, lightly kissing Rebecca on the lips. Rebecca, hearing the words about her sweetness, wasn't embarrassed. On the contrary, she proudly smirked and looked at Alex with a playful smile. Another wish popped into her mind that Alex would need to fulfill. "All right, let's go. We need to check on the child," Rebecca said, straightening up. Alex nodded and extended his hand, which Rebecca gladly took. They went downstairs. When Alex and Rebecca entered the room, they saw the child sitting at the table, devouring a chocolate cake, with chocolate smeared all over their cheeks. Alex couldn't help but smile slightly, seeing that despite everything, the child wasn't afraid or distressed. The child looked up and saw Alex, their eyes lighting up with joy. To be continued. Chapter 90, Valerie and the new acquaintance Sebastian. Alex held Rebecca's hand as they stepped out of the bathroom. One thought kept circling in his mind: what to do with the child. If he had his own home or at least a bigger apartment, he might consider taking the child in case their parents didn't come looking. But unfortunately, Alex hadn't earned enough money for a new place yet. On top of that, he now needed to save up for a ticket to the moon to help Gloria. "Everything is so complicated," Alex sighed, lost in his thoughts. Rebecca, feeling his sigh, glanced at him thoughtfully. However, her own mind was occupied not just with the rescued child. She suddenly tugged on Alex's hand, catching his attention. When he looked at her, she spoke. "Next time, we need to bring Lucy with us," Rebecca said, looking directly at Alex. Alex raised an eyebrow, not understanding how Lucy came into the conversation. "You want to bring her along to another shootout?" he asked in surprise. Rebecca looked at him as if he was missing the obvious. "No. I mean, you should invite her out for a ride," she clarified, giving a slight huff and tugging his hand again. Alex still didn't get why that was necessary. Hadn't he already taken Lucy for a ride while they were making deliveries around the city? Noticing his confusion, Rebecca continued. "Lucy's a distant person. It's hard for her to connect with others. She's suffering from bird in a cage syndrome," she explained with a faint smile, as she had known Lucy much longer. Alex pondered, wondering if such a syndrome even existed. Judging by the name, Lucy must feel trapped in this city and wants to escape. He thought it made sense. The city was like a cage, easy to enter, but difficult to leave once you got involved in something. "I'm not sure that syndrome exists, but I think I get what you mean. I guess I wouldn't mind taking both of you for a ride, outside of work," Alex said with a slight smile. Hearing his answer, Rebecca instantly cheered up and started bouncing with joy, happily swinging his hand as they made their way down to the diner. But why was she so sad when she saw that child? Alex wondered, looking at her happy smile. He decided he would ask about it later, or maybe Rebecca would tell him herself. For now, they needed to figure out what to do with the child and find a way to ensure she stayed safe. When they reached the diner, Alex saw the child sitting at a table, eating chocolate cake, her cheeks smeared with chocolate. Alex took a closer look and realized it was a teenage girl. And here I am again, saving a girl in trouble, Alex thought with a slight smirk. It'd be funny if her fate turned out to be like Lily's or Haroheim's, a thought flashed in his mind with a light smile. The teenage girl, munching on cake, noticed someone coming down the stairs. Her eyes lit up when she saw the girl with green hair and the men who had saved her. She remembered that when she woke up in the basement, it was too dark to see him properly. The second time she saw him, he was covered in blood, and all she noticed were his rainbow-colored eyes and black hair stained with blood. Now, seeing his face clearly, she nervously started trying to clean herself up, only to smear the chocolate on her cheeks even more. Realizing she was only making things worse, she couldn't stop. Damn, I'm just making it worse, she thought, looking at Alex, who had already approached and sat down in front of her. Alex looked at the nervous girl, who was trying to wipe the chocolate off her face but only ended up smearing it more. Smiling, he handed her a stack of napkins. Here, take these. They'll do a better job than your hands, he said kindly, pushing the napkins closer to her. The girl, embarrassed, took the napkins and began wiping her face. Alex didn't rush her, waiting until she finished. When she finally managed to clean up, Alex noticed she still missed a spot. He took one of the napkins and gently wiped the remaining chocolate off her face, making sure not to mess it up again. All set now, Alex said with a soft smile, looking at her. The girl blushed from Alex's kind gesture, and from the way he looked at her so tenderly. Even her own family had never looked at her like that. To them, she had always been just an extra mouth to feed, a burden. Thank you, she whispered, lowering her gaze. Rebecca, watching how gently Alex wiped Valerie's face, as if afraid of hurting her, felt a slight pang of jealousy. But remembering that Alex had once mentioned his family, she guessed he might see Valerie as a younger sister. This thought calmed her a bit, and she too smiled, focusing her attention on the girl, who still shyly stared down. Well, I guess it's time for introductions. I'm Alex, and this loud gremlin over here is Rebecca, Alex said with a light smile, first pointing to himself, then to Rebecca. Hearing herself called a gremlin, Rebecca angrily punched him in the side, but Alex just laughed, not even feeling the hit. Rebecca huffed and turned away, knowing she couldn't beat him right now, but deep down, she was already planning her revenge for the teasing nickname, plotting to make him fulfill his promise later. Valerie watched their playful banter with a hint of envy. She wished she could be part of such a warm group. My name is Valerie, she said quietly, finally looking back at Alex. Alex paused for a moment, as the name seemed vaguely familiar. But considering that before his reincarnation he hadn't paid much attention to the events of this world, he decided not to dwell on it. Nice to meet you, Valerie. Tell me, how did you end up in the hands of those scumbags? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Valerie lowered her gaze, and a shadow of sadness crossed her face. Alex immediately realized that she had gone through something terrible. She took a deep breath and began to speak. I wasn't kidnapped. My parents sold me, Valerie said with a bitter smile. She had long since come to terms with the fact that this could happen. Alex's smile didn't falter, but under the table, his hand clenched into a fist. It was the answer he had already suspected. But before he could say anything, Rebecca, visibly shaken by what she heard, slammed her fist onto the table. Damn it, how could they do that? If I find those bastards, they won't get away alive, she shouted furiously. Alex placed his hand on Rebecca's head to calm her down. She looked up at him, waiting for him to say something, but seeing his calm expression, she cooled off a bit, though the anger still simmered in her eyes. Listen, Valerie, is there anywhere you can go back to? Alex asked gently, trying to figure out what could be done for her. Valerie looked at him with pleading eyes, as if seeing him as her last hope. No. I have nowhere to go, she said in a voice filled with despair, unable to tear her gaze away from Alex. Alex sighed heavily, placing his hand on his forehead. If this had been his world, he would have already found a way to help. But in this world, his financial situation left much to be desired. He barely had any money, certainly not enough to rent a bigger apartment, and he didn't want to complicate Gloria's life, who had already decided to help him. Maybe Gloria knows someone who can take Valerie in, Alex thought, hoping for this option. This is so complicated, he muttered, removing his hand from his forehead. Rebecca and Valerie watched him with concern, waiting for his decision. Alex stood up from his chair, deciding to call Gloria, and stepped outside to smoke at the same time. I need to make a call, he said, getting up from the table. Rebecca noticed his movement and grabbed his hand, stopping him. Who are you going to call? She asked suspiciously, gripping his hand tighter. Alex turned around and saw that Rebecca was holding his hand, looking at him with worry. I'm going to call Gloria to see if she knows someone who can help us with this situation, Alex explained his plan. Rebecca nodded and let go of his hand. Alex stepped outside and immediately lit a cigarette. His mind swirled with thoughts about how money solves so many problems and how hard it is to help without it. He pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the number. After a few rings, Gloria answered, surprised to hear from Alex at this hour. He usually only contacted her during her breaks. What's wrong, Alex? Gloria asked when she heard his voice. Hey, Gloria. There's a bit of a situation. He began, explaining about Valerie. As Gloria listened, she gradually relaxed. At first, she thought something bad had happened to Alex. But as he described how he and Rebecca ended up in a situation involving Valerie, her anger grew. As a mother, she despised people who sold or kidnapped children. When Alex mentioned that Valerie's own parents had sold her, Gloria cursed so vehemently that Alex could barely believe such words were coming from such a kind and caring woman. Alex waited for Gloria to calm down. After taking a deep breath, she finally asked. So, what do you plan to do? Her voice still carried concern. Alex scratched his nose, thinking about how to ask for help. Gathering his thoughts, he replied. Do you happen to know anyone who could temporarily take Valerie in until I get back on my feet? Gloria fell silent, considering his question. After a moment, she remembered someone who might be able to help. There might be someone, but I'm not sure if they still do that, she replied uncertainly. Thank you. I'd take her in myself, but we're cramped in a small apartment, and there's no one to watch over her. I'm working on jobs, and you're constantly at the hospital, Alex added with a tired tone. Gloria was surprised that Alex was willing to take the child in, despite the difficulties. She knew he was kind, but his readiness to help a stranger's child impressed her even more. She was touched that he said, we have nowhere, instead of, I have nowhere. There was something deeper in those words that gave her warm feelings. I'll try to get in touch with my friend. If he agrees, I'll give him your number, Gloria promised. Thanks, Alex replied with a slight smile. After Gloria said goodbye, Alex lit another cigarette, waiting for news. Only a few minutes passed before the phone rang. Alex saw an unfamiliar number, but he decided to answer, guessing it might be Gloria's friend. Hello, is this Alex? An elderly voice asked. Yes, it's me. And who are you? Alex inquired. Apologies for the lack of introduction. My name is Sebastian Ibarra. Gloria explained the situation to me, and I wanted to let you know that I can help. Sebastian introduced himself. Alex sighed with relief, glad that a solution for Valerie had been found. Thank you for agreeing to help, he replied sincerely. Don't worry, boy. Gloria told me you were ready to take the child in, but your circumstances don't allow for it right now, Sebastian said, his voice warm with kindness. Where should I go? Alex asked. Come to El Coyote Kojo. I'll be waiting for you there, Sebastian responded. Thanks, see you soon, Alex said, tossing away the cigarette. Alex said goodbye to Sebastian and threw away the cigarette. He felt a bit more relaxed, relieved that a temporary shelter for Valerie had been found. He rubbed his face to relieve the tension and decided to share the good news with the girls. When he entered the room with a smile, Rebecca, who had been chatting with Valerie, immediately understood that the problem was resolved. Did Gloria help? Rebecca asked, glancing at Alex. Alex sat down next to her at the table and replied with a slight smile. Yes, her friend agreed to help. He will provide Valerie with temporary shelter. Valerie, upon hearing this, visibly saddened. She looked at Alex, trying to find the right words, and finally said, Can't you take me in? Alex felt a pang in his heart. He was also upset about the situation, but he knew it was impossible under his current conditions. I'm sorry, Valerie, I'd love to, but I'm staying with a friend right now, Alex said with a strained smile. Valerie lowered her head, her gaze growing even more sorrowful. Alex couldn't leave things as they were and decided to comfort her. As soon as I can find more suitable housing, you'll always be a welcome guest. I promise, I'll come back for you, he said softly, drawing Valerie's attention. Valerie looked up and asked with hope. Do you promise? Alex smiled. Of course. I'll find a decent apartment, then I'll come to get you right away. Valerie sighed with relief, but then, realizing what she was doing, bashfully looked down. Rebecca watched their conversation with a smile, but she was still curious about where Alex planned to take the girl. So, where are you going to take Valerie? She asked, tugging at Alex's sleeve. Alex paused for a moment, trying to remember the name of the place Sebastian had mentioned. The only thing he could recall was the word coyote. I think it's called Coyote something, he mumbled, slightly embarrassed. Rebecca laughed. You forgot the name. Well, not exactly forgot, just slipped my mind, Alex defended himself, looking away. Rebecca couldn't help but laugh, seeing the embarrassed Alex. She was used to seeing him confident and composed, but each day she discovered new, more human sides to him. Very funny, Alex grumbled with mild irritation. Now, let's go, we still need to get Valerie to her destination. Rebecca, still smiling, nodded, and Valerie followed them, though with a touch of sadness on her face. Outside, Alex opened the weapon compartment so Rebecca could put the shotgun inside. Seeing Alex's motorcycle, Valerie curiously began to inspect it, particularly intrigued by the weapon compartment. Rebecca stuffed the shotgun inside and turned to Alex, asking, "Aren't you going to take your Jeff?" she reminded him, referring to the brick he had used in the last shootout. Alex heard Rebecca's question about Jeff and, straining his memory, tried to recall where he had left his brick. When he finally remembered, a crooked smile appeared on his face. Jeff had been stuffed in the mouth of one of the child kidnappers. Alex had used it as a form of punishment. No, Jeff completed his mission. He punished the unfaithful heretics and completed his journey. It was his first and last adventure. He was a good friend, but as always, life takes the best, Alex said with dramatic flair, gazing sadly at the sky. Rebecca looked at him as if he had lost a true friend and remembered the moment she had seen the brick sticking out of one of the kidnappers' mouths. She couldn't help but smile but decided to play along with his act. "Don't worry, Alex. You'll definitely find a new Jeff," she said, pretending to be sad, squeezing his hand. Alex looked at Rebecca, whose eyes also expressed sadness, and realized she was playing along with him. Deciding not to stop, he continued. "No, Jeff can only be one," he added with a dramatic tone, almost shouting. "I understand. It's hard for me to lose him too, but we need to look forward." Rebecca played along, continuing her sadness. Valerie, who had been inspecting the motorcycle, noticed their strange dialogue and decided to intervene. "Who is Jeff?" she asked, drawing their attention. Alex and Rebecca exchanged looks as if trying to find a suitable answer. Rebecca, not wanting Alex to come up with another story, took the initiative. "Jeff is a brick that Alex found in an alley and used to save you," she explained with a smile. Alex puffed out his cheeks and gave Rebecca a disapproving look. She had spoiled his plan to tell an epic story about how he found Jeff. Valerie, hearing that Alex had gone into a shootout with a brick, was puzzled. He seemed serious and responsible to her, and now. She was curious about what had motivated him to act that way, but she decided to save her questions for later. "All right, enough already, you two," Alex grumbled with puffed cheeks. He got on the motorcycle and offered the girls to take their places. A silent spark passed between Rebecca and Valerie. They seemed to be competing for the front seat. Not wanting to waste time, Alex quickly lifted Rebecca and seated her in front of him, thus settling the dispute. "You'll ride up front next time," he promised Valerie with a smile. She nodded and sat behind Alex, holding him tightly around the waist. Starting the motorcycle, Alex entered the address given by Sebastian and began the drive to the meeting place. Upon arrival, he saw a strange building that resembled a bar combined with a dormitory. While he was studying the sign, a voice called out to him. Turning around, Alex saw an elderly man in simple clothes, black pants, a shirt, and a gray sweater. The man had tattoos on his hands and a cross hanging around his neck. "You must be Alex," the man said with a smile. "Yes, and you must be Sebastian," judging by the voice, Alex guessed, extending his hand. "Exactly, boy," Sebastian chuckled, shaking his hand. He glanced at Rebecca and Valerie, who were standing nearby. Valerie nervously clung to Alex's coat, avoiding Sebastian's gaze. Noticing her embarrassment, the man smiled gently. "You're Valerie, right? Gloria told me that you don't have anywhere to go right now." "You'll be fine here," Sebastian reassured her. Valerie cast a questioning glance at Alex, as if seeking confirmation. He looked at Sebastian carefully, assessing his sincerity, and then nodded to Valerie, indicating that everything was okay. "I'll go with her, and you can stay here for now," Rebecca suggested, taking Valerie's hand and leading her inside. Alex watched them go, then turned back to Sebastian, wanting to ask a few questions. "Thank you for agreeing to help," he thanked him again. Sebastian listened to Alex's gratitude and a kind smile appeared on his face. "It's all right, young man. Although I'm no longer a priest, I still can't stand to see children suffering," Sebastian said with a sincere smile, glancing at the entrance to the bar. Alex looked at his companion in surprise. He was struck by the fact that faith, or at least its remnants, still persisted in such a world. But he was even more surprised that a former priest stood before him. He hadn't imagined that the cross hanging around Sebastian's neck was more than just decoration. Noticing Alex's astonished gaze, Sebastian laughed. "I haven't seen such a reaction in a long time," Sebastian said with a smile. Alex coughed awkwardly, feeling that he had revealed his surprise. "May I ask, do you still believe in God?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Alex was curious whether Sebastian had maintained his faith despite everything that had happened in the city or if the Bible had merely become a reminder of the wrongness of sin. Sebastian thought for a moment but had an answer. Faith is a gift from God. For a long time, I didn't understand this, but one day I found the answer to my question. Yes, I believe in God, and I hope that when my time comes, he will believe in me as well, Sebastian said calmly, his face lit by a gentle smile. Alex nodded in response, contemplating how differently faith could manifest. Some shout about divine retribution, others condemn those who live differently. Everyone believes in their own way. Some pray, others just try to be good people, helping others without expecting rewards. An atheist doesn't have to be immoral, just as a religious person isn't always exemplary. Sebastian watched Alex thoughtfully and asked the next question. And you, young friend, do you believe in God? He asked with curiosity. Alex looked at Sebastian and was about to share a lot, but sometimes knowing the truth doesn't bring peace. I believe that after death, we face retribution for everything we did in this short life, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. Sebastian nodded, agreeing with this thought. Sooner or later, everyone must stand judgment. Do you think, Alex, that God has abandoned this city, or does he simply not care about people's suffering? Sebastian asked, looking at him intently. Alex exhaled smoke through his nose and answered, giving Sebastian a bit of truth. God has never abandoned people. He gave them the greatest gift, freedom of choice. Some have used it and become bad people, while others have remained true to their principles. A parent doesn't abandon their child, they simply give them the freedom they deserve, Alex said with a gentle smile. Sebastian smiled thoughtfully. An interesting perspective, Alex. It surprises me, he said. The conversation continued until Rebecca and Valerie returned to them. Alex nodded apologetically to Sebastian and turned to the girls. So, how was it? It's a pretty good place. I figured out where we were when we arrived, Rebecca replied, looking at Alex. He looked at her in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Rebecca smiled and continued. This place is run by Mama Wells. She's a good woman who helps children like Valerie, she explained, glancing at Valerie. Alex nodded and looked at Valerie, smiling. Listen, Valerie, if anything happens, feel free to call me. I'll come immediately, he said softly, placing his hand on her head and gently patting her. Valerie looked up at him and nodded, then stepped closer and hugged him tightly. Alex smiled and embraced her, holding her close. When they let go, Valerie quietly asked Alex to lean down, as if she wanted to ask something in his ear. Alex didn't immediately understand what she wanted but eventually leaned down. I heard that cool guys always have a nickname. Do you have one? She whispered with curiosity. Alex couldn't help but smile. After all, a nickname alone doesn't make someone cool, it's about living up to it. He decided to share his nickname from the Danmarki world. I'm usually called the Demon King, he said, smiling wider. I'm the one feared by everyone who does bad deeds. Valerie looked at him in surprise. She knew that demons were usually associated with something bad, but it seemed like Alex was someone who punished the bad guys. Her face lit up with a wide smile. I'm going to get a cool nickname someday too, she said enthusiastically. You don't have to wait. I'll call you Vi. Now you just need to be cool enough to stand up for yourself, Alex said, ruffling her hair. Valerie laughed at his gesture. She hugged him again and, with a cheerful smile, ran back into the bar. Alex watched her go and smiled. He then turned to Rebecca, who was already holding his hand. He looked at Sebastian, realizing it was time to say goodbye now that Valerie was safe. Thanks for your help, Sebastian. If you ever need anything, just call, and I'll be there, Alex said, getting on his motorcycle. Sebastian smiled in response. If I need extra hands, I'll be sure to let you know, he said with a slight smirk. Alex nodded and set off, taking Rebecca home. On the way, she tugged at his sleeve, catching his attention. Alex slowed down and turned his head toward her. What's up, Bika? He asked, giving her a glance. When you go to see Valerie, take me with you, Rebecca said, looking up to meet his gaze. Alex smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. Besides needing to earn for a ticket to the moon, which wasn't too important, he was also thinking about finding a decent place to live to accommodate Valerie. It had only been a few days since he arrived in this world, and so much had already happened. The work clearly wasn't going to lessen. Alex eagerly anticipated what was next and what challenges he would face. To be continued. Chapter 91, Gloria meets the goddesses and the strange robot. A few days had passed since Alex and Rebecca had left Valerie in Mama Wells' care. During that time, Alex had been swamped with work. One of the significant events was that he finally found some free time to upgrade the katana that Sawada had gifted him as thanks for helping resolve a conflict. In addition, Alex grew closer to both Rebecca and Lucy. Whenever he had a job to do with Lucy, he often invited Rebecca to join them. However, Rebecca, being a true gremlin in the body of a cute girl, sometimes provoked clients, and Alex either had to resolve the conflict peacefully or, if words failed, resort to more active methods. Alex also made sure to take Valerie with him to work from time to time, so she could get acquainted with his job, just in case she decided to pursue a similar line of work in the future. During one of his meetings, Alex asked Lucy if she could get him an empty AI with self-learning capabilities. She got curious as to why he needed it, and Alex shared his plan to create a defense drone for Gloria. Hearing this, Lucy happily agreed to help, and soon she acquired the AI he needed. Before he knew it, Alex found himself at her apartment, where they spent the evening working on the AI for the GIR project. Of course, nothing inappropriate happened that night, it was just a pleasant evening of project work. Rebecca also contributed. One day, she showed up at his apartment door with a bag full of various weapons she wanted to integrate into the small robot. Alex barely had time to catch his breath, delivery jobs, gathering information about the cyber implants that interested him, and studying how Sandevistan helped speed up movements and thought processes. He found out that the substance injected into the spine during system activation resembled adrenaline but was more potent and aggressive, which could lead to brain damage if used too often. One evening, Alex grew even closer to Gloria. It all happened rather spontaneously. They were watching a show together, and Gloria fell asleep on him. Now, their relationship had become something more than just friendship, though it hadn't reached the level of a romantic one yet. One day, Gloria was woken up by a phone call. She had fallen asleep on Alex again, as she had the day off, and instinctively reached for the phone that was disturbing her sleep. "Alex, it's your phone, turn it off," she mumbled, giving him a slight nudge. Alex, now awake, reluctantly opened his eyes. He didn't want to get up. The last few days had been so hectic that he had barely slept. He'd either been fulfilling orders, conducting research, or building his small robot, which had once left his apartment in complete chaos. Gloria had even given him a scolding when she came back from a night shift and saw that weapon parts and robot components were scattered all over the place. Alex explained that he was trying to build a defense drone for her, which softened her anger a bit, but he still had to clean up the mess himself. "Who's not letting me sleep?" Alex grumbled sleepily as he answered the call. "I see you're not happy to hear from me, darling," a seductive voice responded from the other end. The moment Alex heard that voice, his drowsiness vanished. He pulled the phone away from his ear to check if he was imagining it. As expected, there was no number on the screen, only the name of the world from which the call came. Once sure he wasn't mistaken, Alex brought the phone back to his ear. "Freya. Happy to hear from you, it's just that mornings aren't my thing," he said with a slight smile. Freya's soft laughter echoed from the phone. She knew all too well about Alex's morning state, one that wasn't exactly suited for early conversations. "Oh, I remember your deadly glare in the mornings when someone interrupts your coffee time," Freya laughed. "Well, it's not that bad. I just don't like waking up early," Alex muttered, pouting a little. "How have you been, darling?" Freya asked with gentle interest. "The usual, enjoying a peaceful life," Alex replied lazily, stroking Gloria's head. "So, as always, you're working and inventing dangerous things," Freya added with a smirk, and Alex could almost feel her rolling her eyes on the other end. Gloria, who had woken up from the noise, was almost asleep again, enjoying Alex's touch. But when she heard a voice over the phone, something about it made her uneasy. Though she couldn't make out the details of the conversation, the voice sounded very beautiful to her. Getting up from the couch, Gloria offered Alex some coffee. He nodded gratefully, smiling at her. "That must be Gloria, the one helping you," Freya commented sarcastically. "I see you two have grown closer." Alex blushed slightly and glanced at Gloria, who also heard Freya mention her name. "You know how it goes," he said with a slight smile, not denying the obvious. "Of course, I know. Your kindness attracts girls," Freya giggled as if it were the most natural thing. Alex continued talking with Freya, telling her about his activities in this world. Meanwhile, Gloria, as she brewed the coffee, kept watching him out of the corner of her eye, seeing how he smiled while chatting on the phone. A small flicker of jealousy ignited in her chest. Alex was so effortlessly smiling while talking to one of the girls from his family. But she quickly brushed those thoughts aside. Yes, they had grown much closer over the past few days, but they hadn't reached the point where they could be called lovers just yet. Besides, she knew Alex spent a lot of time with Rebecca and Lucy, which only slightly bothered her. Gloria was just happy that he always came home and spent time with her. "I wonder what his family is like," Gloria murmured to herself, still watching Alex. Meanwhile, Alex enthusiastically shared his recent adventures with Freya, from simple deliveries to a shootout where his only weapon was a brick. Freya let out a heavy sigh at this. She was certain that if Alex were left unsupervised, he'd immediately find trouble. "Darling, you're at it again. Isn't it enough that they kept sending punitive squads after you when you were causing chaos with the girls?" Freya grumbled. "I haven't done anything like that." I just showed a couple of people that doing bad things is bad, Alex muttered, slightly pouting at her remarks. Freya, of course, didn't believe a word he said. Nothing like that, sure. Breaking down a debtor's door, beating up some guys harassing girls, and then getting into a shootout with a brick in hand, classic Alex. But she didn't care about those guys, she only cared that Alex was safe. I'm not against you bringing order, Alex, but remember, if you have too much fun, they'll send a punitive squad after you again, she said sternly, reminding him of the potential consequences of his recklessness. Yeah, I know, Alex sighed, looking a little downcast. Besides, these last few days, I've been so busy I haven't had time to properly rest. That's your own fault. We've always told you to take more breaks. But now that you're far from home, I guess you've forgotten our advice, Freya said coldly, and even from a distance, Alex couldn't help but feel uneasy from her tone. He understood that he was taking on too much at once, which led to exhaustion, but he wasn't planning to change his nature. As they say, the faster you finish work, the more time you have to rest. That was the principle he lived by. Gloria brought him a cup of coffee and sat next to him, trying to discreetly eavesdrop on their conversation. All right, Freya softened, I won't push. I'm more interested in Gloria, who, as I understand, has been helping you. It seems you've gotten closer. Gloria flinched when she heard her name from Freya and looked at Alex in surprise. He scratched the back of his head with slight embarrassment and, smiling, asked. You know how it goes, right? Of course, I do, Freya chuckled. Alex glanced at Gloria, wondering if she should meet his family. He wasn't opposed to it, but he was afraid Gloria might be shocked when she found out who she'd be talking to. All right, I'll ask her, Alex said, watching her reaction. Good, I'll call the others, Freya's voice came from the phone, and then the line went quiet as he heard her footsteps fading away. Alex looked at Gloria, who was noticeably nervous, sensing the impending meeting with his family. The very thought of who she would be talking to seemed to frighten her. Understanding her unease, Alex sighed and decided to approach the topic delicately. Listen, Gloria, first of all, just relax, he said gently, putting the phone down and softly squeezing her hand. Gloria took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She was anxious about what she could possibly talk about with these girls. Alex had never told her much about them. She only knew what they did but had no idea what they were like. Alex saw that she had calmed down a bit and decided to carefully explain who she was about to meet. If you don't want to, I can tell them you're busy, he offered, giving her a chance to opt out. Gloria hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely nodded. No, I want to meet them. It's interesting, she said, trying to hide her nervousness, though her trembling hands gave her away. Alex smiled, seeing her determination, and decided it was time to gently tell the truth. Well, I think you should know who exactly you're about to talk to, he said, giving her a slightly crooked smile as he looked into her eyes. Gloria raised her eyebrows in surprise, not understanding why he was smiling so strangely, as if preparing her for a shock. So, Alex began, carefully choosing his words so as not to scare her too much, the girls you're about to meet, how should I put this? Gloria began to worry that the girls might not accept her or be hostile. However, all her speculations crumbled when Alex finally revealed who she was going to meet. Well, they're goddesses, Alex awkwardly said, avoiding her gaze as if trying to dodge Gloria's reaction. Gloria froze, processing what she had just heard, and at first thought she had misheard. But seeing Alex nervously look away, she realized it wasn't just a joke. It was as if her mind short-circuited, and the weight of realization hit her like a wave. Sorry, who? She asked, as if not trusting her own ears. Actual goddesses, Alex confirmed, meeting her stunned gaze. Reality suddenly crashed down on Gloria. She was about to meet real goddesses, not just metaphorical ones, but actual beings, who, according to Alex, were part of his family. Gloria pressed her hand to her forehead, as if trying to wake up from a strange dream. Her mind was caught between panic and disbelief. Wait. Real goddesses, the ones that live in the heavens, she finally managed to ask, struggling to process what she had just heard. Well, not exactly the heavens, but in the realm of gods, Alex said, trying to keep the situation under control and watching Gloria closely, worried she might faint. Oh my God. Gloria muttered, covering her face with her hands. The realization that this wasn't a hallucination or the result of a long shift hit her with renewed force. Alex gently rubbed her back, helping her calm down. Gloria finally lowered her hands from her face and met his gaze. She took a deep breath, realizing she had no choice. Since she had agreed to meet them, it was time to face reality. The only consolation was that the goddesses were in another world, and the conversation would take place over a screen. Just as Alex was about to ask how she felt, a familiar voice came from the phone. Darling, I've gathered everyone, said Freya. Everyone? Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. No, just Hestia, Loki, and Hephaestus. The others got busy once they found out you were fine, Freya explained. Alex sighed, understanding that his friends had decided to relax and become homebodies glued to their shows. Hearing Freya's voice this time made Gloria feel a slight sense of nervousness. The voice was so pleasant that it wasn't surprising why the goddess had such a tone. Turn on the video so we can see Gloria, Freya added with a light smile. Gloria tensed noticeably, realizing she would have to meet the goddesses face to face, even if virtually. Alex activated the projection on his phone, and as soon as the image appeared, Gloria was stunned. The goddesses were incredibly beautiful, and her gaze was particularly drawn to a silver-haired woman with violet eyes, the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. "Gloria, are you okay?" Alex asked gently, lightly touching her hand. "Yes, it's just, they're so beautiful," she managed to say, looking at Alex. Freya, observing Gloria, seemed pleased. Over the years, she had learned to read people well and could immediately tell that Gloria was a kind and sincere girl. Loki, on the other hand, was having fun watching Gloria's reaction, as it had been a long time since anyone had been so amazed at the sight of gods. Hestia simply nodded, sharing Freya's thoughts, while Hephaestus was already pondering whether Gloria could keep Alex from his next impulsive actions. "Let me introduce you," Alex began, sensing that Gloria was a bit overwhelmed. "This girl next to me is Gloria. She helped me in this world and gave me a place to stay. Now we live together." He moved Gloria closer so the goddesses could get a better look at her. Gloria, finding herself in Alex's arms, blushed slightly, but she tried to stay composed. Freya watched the scene with a smile, while Loki, squinting mischievously, was already thinking about how to further fluster Gloria. Hestia chuckled at Alex's behavior, and Hephaestus sighed calmly. "Gloria, let me introduce the goddesses," Alex continued. "The one with silver hair is Freya." Gloria looked at Freya and was once again struck by her beauty. "And the shorter one with the black pigtails is Hestia," Alex pointed to the goddess, who cheerfully waved in greeting. Gloria frowned slightly, noticing a strange resemblance between Hestia and Rebecca. They looked like twins, except Hestia radiated kindness and care, while Rebecca seemed more rebellious and ready to cause trouble at any moment. "Alex, why does Hestia look so much like Rebecca?" Gloria whispered, amazed by the resemblance. "I was surprised too when I first saw Rebecca," Alex replied with a slight smirk, understanding her confusion. At that moment, Freya cleared her throat, reminding them that the introductions weren't over yet. Alex looked at the goddesses with an apologetic expression and was about to continue the introductions. "That one with the red hair and the sly face is the goddess Loki," he said, pointing at Loki, who was smiling cheerfully, until he said, "Sly." "What do you mean, sly face?" Loki protested, but Hestia quickly covered her mouth to keep her from making a scene. A familiar squabble erupted between Loki and Hestia once again. Gloria watched in surprise, as she had always thought that goddesses were supposed to be dignified and elegant, like Freya, who had seemed that way to her. Gloria wanted to ask if it was normal for Loki and Hestia to constantly bicker, but Alex spoke first. "It happens often. Everyone's used to it and doesn't pay much attention anymore." "And finally, the goddess with red hair and eyes is Hephaestus," Alex added, introducing Hephaestus, who nodded in greeting. Alex had just finished introducing everyone when his communicator rang. He had made the device specifically for answering calls while driving. Apologizing, he got up to answer it. Gloria grabbed his hand and looked at him with pleading eyes, as if she didn't want to be left alone. Alex reassured her. "The goddesses are kind. They won't embarrass you or ask awkward questions." Gloria let go of his hand, though she wasn't entirely sure everything would go smoothly. Alex stepped out onto the landing and lit a cigarette. A familiar voice came through on the other end of the line. "Hey, chum. Am I interrupting?" came Maine's voice. "No, it's fine. I'm just sitting here drinking coffee," Alex replied, exhaling smoke with a slight smile. "Great. A job's come up, and I need your skills," Maine said, getting straight to the point. Alex raised an eyebrow, considering the offer. He didn't mind taking a job as long as it paid well. "What kind of job?" he asked. "Hey, you'll find out when you get here, chum. Swing by the garage, and I'll fill you in," Maine avoided giving details. "All right, I'll be there soon. Just grabbing my gear, just in case," Alex replied, shrugging. "Good. Everyone's here, we're just waiting on you," Maine added with a chuckle. Alex said goodbye and went back into the apartment. Gloria seemed more relaxed, chatting with the goddesses, though she was still cautious with her words. When she saw Alex return, the goddesses also turned their attention to him, curious about who had called. "Was that Maine?" Gloria asked, watching Alex as he started changing clothes. "Yeah, he said there's a job where they need me," Alex answered, fastening his gun holsters. The goddesses became intrigued by who Maine was and what Alex was up to, but Gloria served as a good intermediary to find out more. "What kind of job?" she asked, stepping closer to help tighten his straps. "He didn't say." Just mention that everyone's gathered and I'm the last one missing, Alex explained. Gloria nodded, understanding it was the kind of job you didn't discuss over the phone. She pulled out his coat and helped him put it on. Freya, watching how tenderly Gloria helped Alex, mentally noted her as an even more valuable companion. Her interest in what Alex was involved in only grew. Alex once again looked at the goddesses with an apologetic expression. Sorry, we can't continue the conversation. This job came up unexpectedly, he said, with a slightly regretful tone. It's all right, darling. Go on, Gloria will stay with us, Freya said with a soft smile, and the other goddesses nodded in agreement. They were eager to learn more about Gloria. Alex glanced at his pillow, where a green dog, his latest creation, built with the help of Lucy and Rebecca, was sleeping. However, neither of them had yet seen the final version of the robot. Grr, wake up, we've got work, he said to the sleeping dog. The robot woke up and immediately started darting around the apartment as if searching for something important. What are you doing? Alex asked in surprise. I'm getting ready, Grr replied calmly. Alex rubbed his forehead tiredly. The first version of the security robot was far from perfect, especially after Rebecca seemed to have made some changes to its settings while they were working together. That explained the odd behavior. You're already all set. Stop running around, or your mom will get mad, Alex said sternly, referencing Gloria. Grr instantly stopped and looked at Gloria, who was watching him intently. Alex still didn't understand why the robot considered her his mom and obeyed her more than him. However, it all became clear when he had to take away the treats Grr used as a fuel. Grr saluted, demonstrating his readiness for work. The goddesses, not understanding who he was referring to, asked to see this creature. When they saw the little green dog, Hephaestus, who had spent the most time with Alex in the workshop, immediately realized that this was yet another one of his crazy and dangerous creations. All right, let's go, you can meet your other moms, Alex sighed, keeping an eye on his strange robot. Alex watched with a tired smile as Grr, upon hearing that he would meet his other moms, began dancing oddly. Another heavy sigh escaped Alex's lips. He already regretted ever giving this robot internet access. Instead of self-learning, Grr spent all his time watching funny videos and other pop culture nonsense on social media. Gloria, used to Grr's antics, simply sighed wearily upon seeing his latest improvisation and glanced at Alex, whose expression was completely blank. She had said from the start that giving him internet access was a bad idea, and now this strange dancing dog was proof of that. Okay, Grr, get in the backpack, Alex said, stopping the robot mid-dance. No. Grr declared firmly, shaking his head and crossing his arms in refusal. Alex sighed again, briefly considering dismantling the robot but decided he was more useful when fully assembled. Besides, Grr was a walking arsenal, packed with weapons. He needed to approach the situation more cleverly. Don't you want to surprise your moms? Alex asked with a squint. Grr paused, tapping his fingers to his temples as if seriously considering Alex's suggestion. All right, the robot nodded and jumped into the backpack. Alex sighed in relief and zipped it up. Yes, Grr was exactly as he had been created, and in many ways, Alex was to blame. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and turned to Gloria. Well, I guess I should get going, Alex said with a tired smile. The day had just begun, yet he already felt exhausted. Gloria stepped up to him, standing directly in front of him, and something stirred inside her when he introduced her to his family. She took Alex's hands and gently kissed him on the cheek. Be careful. And please don't leave Grr alone. Who knows what he might get up to, she warned. Yeah, I know. What scares me most is that he'll pick up Rebecca's personality and get even crazier, Alex replied with a light sigh. Gloria understood what Alex meant. He often told her how his workdays ended up when Rebecca was involved, and how she would lash out at some poor soul who dared to provoke her. Alex looked at the goddesses, who were smiling at him at that moment. He said goodbye and was about to leave when he suddenly turned sharply, as if remembering something important. And Loki, don't even think about causing trouble for Gloria. If anything happens, I'll find a way to fix Yamato quickly and come back to spank you, he threatened. Loki nodded immediately, realizing that joking with Alex was dangerous. She vividly remembered the time she hadn't taken his words seriously and ended up unable to sit for several days. She definitely didn't want to go through that again. Seeing her frightened reaction, Alex waved goodbye and headed for the exit. Alex, wait. What about your phone? Gloria called out, pointing to the phone displaying the images of the goddesses. It's fine. I've got my communicator, so I can reach out if needed, Alex said, giving a thumbs up, indicating that everything was under control. He knew he was running late and quickly walked to the elevator to head down to the parking garage. Once on his motorcycle, Alex lit a cigarette and exhaled heavily. He started the engine and rode out of the garage, heading to meet the group with Maine. He was about to find out what the job was and check Gear's firepower in action. To be continued. Chapter 92, Mission Briefing. Alex drove out of the underground parking lot and headed to the garage where Maine's group was based. On the way, he tried to guess what kind of job awaited him. Judging by the fact that the entire team was gathered, it had to be something serious. This could only mean one thing: the job would be dangerous. A perfect chance to test Gur in combat and see what his new katana, recreated from memory from a game Alex played in his past life, could do. Hope it won't be boring. I need to release the tension from the past few days, Alex thought, smiling in anticipation of some fun. The whole ride, Gur squirmed restlessly in the backpack as if he couldn't sit still. Alex could only guess that the robot was filled with excitement about the upcoming meeting with his moms, a term Alex jokingly used to refer to the people who helped him build Gur. He heard a muffled noise from the backpack and realized Gur was once again watching videos on a site similar to YouTube. The robot spent 90% of his time there, picking up all those weird dances and slang. Wonder how the girls will react to his behavior, Alex smirked, imagining their faces when they met this strange piece of tech. The noise from the backpack irritated him the entire trip. Gur laughed, tried to dance in the cramped space, and complained about the lack of room. Alex even thought about throwing the backpack into the nearest river but held back, knowing that Gloria, who had grown fond of the robot, wouldn't approve. Finally, as he pulled up to the garage, he heard the long-awaited silence. Gur had probably fallen asleep. Finally, Alex thought with relief, enjoying the moment of peace. As he turned into the garage, Falco greeted him, eagerly checking out the bike. Smiling, Alex got off the motorcycle and shook his hand. "Hey, sorry I didn't get a chance to take a good look at it last time," Falco said with an apologetic expression. "No worries, take your time, just don't push any random buttons like Rebecca did," Alex laughed, recalling a funny incident. "And what did she do?" Falco asked with curiosity. Alex smiled even wider and began explaining. "My bike has a hidden weapon compartment, and Rebecca, not knowing how to open it, decided to experiment. She pressed a button while we were on the highway, surrounded by cars. Imagine, the weapon compartment opened, and we almost crashed." Falco could already guess how the situation might have turned out, but he still listened with interest. "I, of course, reacted quickly," Alex continued, but instead of apologizing, Rebecca started cursing at the drivers who got upset. In the end, she pulled out a gun and began threatening them, using the juiciest insults you could imagine. Falco sympathetically patted Alex on the shoulder. "Can you show me the compartment?" he asked with interest. Alex nodded and opened the compartment, revealing only one katana. Falco admired the weapon, realizing the compartment was designed mainly for melee weapons. "Do you prefer the katana over a gun?" Falco clarified. "Yep," Alex shrugged. "Bladed weapons just feel closer to me." Their conversation was interrupted when Doria walked into the garage. She gave Alex a strong, friendly hug as usual. "Haven't seen you in a while," she smiled. "How's it going?" Alex asked, smiling through the hug. "All good," Doria replied. "If you're looking for Maine, he's inside." Alex thanked her, adjusting his backpack after the hug, and, after saying goodbye, headed inside. On his way, he noticed Lucy and Kiwi working on a computer. "Yo," he said as he approached them. Lucy and Kiwi turned around when they heard Alex's footsteps. He approached them with a light smile and raised his hand in greeting. Lucy responded with a warm smile, while Kiwi simply nodded, staying focused. "Hey, Alex. What took you so long?" Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow. He usually got there much faster. Alex didn't want to spoil the surprise just yet. He wasn't going to tell them that he had been delayed by a call from home while introducing Gloria to his family or how much trouble he had stuffing the robot dog into his backpack. Not to mention how he had to endure Gur watching funny videos, laughing, and even trying to dance, which made riding the motorcycle a bit distracting. Alex decided to resort to a little white lie. "I was held up because I've got something for you," he said with a light smile. "What is it?" Lucy asked, narrowing her eyes with interest. Even Kiwi glanced at Alex, clearly curious about what he had brought. Alex, putting on a serious face, started rummaging through his inner pocket as if searching for something. He purposely dragged out the process, making Lucy grow impatient with his slowness. Finally, seeing that her patience was running thin, he decided to end the joke. "I brought you this," Alex said dramatically, pulling his hand out of his pocket. His hand formed a heart shape. Lucy looked at Alex's hand, then at him, frowning in confusion. "What is this supposed to be?" she asked, unable to hide her surprise. "It's my heart," Alex replied playfully, winking and moving his hand closer. Lucy hesitated for a moment but then, understanding the gesture, was slightly flustered. She took his hand, smirking a little, and then glanced at the backpack slung over his shoulder. Her curiosity was immediately piqued. "Thanks, but what's in your backpack?" she asked, releasing his hand. "Oh, that. Just some gear for the mission, and a little surprise, Alex laughed, trying not to reveal too much. Lucy nodded, suppressing her curiosity. She realized it would be better to leave the surprise for later, so she turned back to the monitor and resumed her work with Kiwi. Alex, knowing he was making Maine wait, moved on. He entered the room where Maine was. The man was intently studying something on a tablet but immediately grinned when he saw Alex. "Hey, chum. Looks like you're in a good mood," Maine said, extending his hand. With the same good-natured smile, Alex shook his hand. "Yeah, a bit. How about you?" Alex replied. Maine laughed and continued talking, until he suddenly burst out laughing, as if he had remembered something funny. Alex didn't understand what had caused such an outburst and just waited for him to calm down. But the explanation came quickly. "Rebecca told me about that job you two did together," Maine said through his laughter, wiping tears from his eyes. Alex frowned. He'd worked with Rebecca a couple of times, and each time, she either got into a fight or started threatening someone who tried to play hero. "Which job are you talking about?" Alex asked. "The one where you used a brick instead of a weapon." Maine blurted out, laughing again. Alex immediately knew what he was referring to. Yeah, that job had been interesting, but what was so funny about him deciding to use a plain brick in a shootout? If he couldn't handle that, he'd have no business being on the job. With his strength, he could easily deal with idiots using anything, even a pencil or a plastic hammer. "That wasn't just a brick, it was my trusty friend Jeff, who sacrificed himself to save a child," Alex said with mock sadness, wiping away an imaginary tear. Maine laughed even harder. "Oh, chum, you're a real maniac. I'm glad I brought you on the team," he said, still wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Alex smiled, knowing that using the brick was just part of his plan. He had cut the lights in the basement, blinded the enemies with a flashbang, and then easily took care of the rest. Everything had been calculated. Maine suddenly hesitated, looking at Alex with slight tension. "Listen, chum, I've got a favor to ask," he began, a little nervously. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Can I borrow your bike for this mission?" Maine asked uncertainly. "Falco said it's not only fast but super maneuverable, and as tough as a tank." Alex thought about it for a moment, realizing that sharing his bike wasn't the best idea, but the chances were high that they might need to make a quick escape. He could easily handle things without the bike, but he wasn't as sure about the others. "I don't mind, just don't break it, and definitely don't blow it up," Alex replied with a light smile. Maine visibly relaxed, grinning widely as he gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, chum, I'll make sure your baby comes back in one piece. If you break it, you'll find out what it's like to leave the ground on a rocket," Alex added with a playful smile and raised eyebrows. Maine just shrugged, not taking it too seriously. "So what? That doesn't sound so bad." "I said, on a rocket, not in a rocket," Alex smirked, flashing a mischievous grin. Maine's expression instantly changed, he tensed up, and a cold sweat ran down his back as he finally understood what Alex meant. "You're joking, right?" Maine asked nervously. "We'll see when you break my Fenrir," Alex said, placing a friendly hand on Maine's shoulder. Maine flinched at the gesture, but Alex just patted his shoulder, his smile widening even more. "Don't worry, it'll be an unforgettable experience for you," Alex winked, barely holding back his laughter. Seeing how tense Maine had gotten, Alex couldn't contain himself and burst out laughing. Maine, seeing him laugh, joined in as well. "Oh, chum, you scared me to death," Maine said, wiping sweat from his forehead, still chuckling. "Do you need me for anything else?" Alex asked once he'd calmed down. Maine nodded and pulled a small device from the drawer, handing it to Alex. "Take this to Dorio. It's a decryptor we've prepped for the job." Alex took the device and examined it, realizing that it would help hack into people's chips, which stored data like hard drives. Maine, noticing the backpack on Alex's shoulder, squinted. "Hey, chum, what's in your bag? You usually travel light." Alex stopped, putting away the decryptor, and smiled slyly. "Just some junk, you know, in case we need it." "Prepared is armed," he winked, giving a thumbs up. Maine grunted in understanding, knowing that in their line of work, preparation was half the battle. He had heard from Lucy and Rebecca that Alex liked to be ready for anything, so it didn't surprise him. "Well, show us your preparations at the briefing," Maine said with a grin. Alex nodded and headed to the garage, where Dorio and Falco were already waiting for him. He saw Falco gently stroking the motorcycle, as if it weren't just a bike but his beloved. Alex chuckled. "What, Falco, found a new love?" Alex teased as he approached him. Falco looked up from his admiration and gazed at the bike with respect. "I've just never seen a machine this perfectly made," he admitted, then after a pause, added, "Could you improve mine too?" Dorio also looked at Alex, clearly interested in his opinion. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, considering whether it was possible to upgrade their vehicle and whether it was worth doing. It wasn't that Alex was against it, he'd be more than happy to enhance the machine, making it more powerful and dangerous. But there was one problem: how could he hide his abilities to avoid raising unnecessary questions? Well, if my supplier doesn't turn out to be a total jerk, I wouldn't mind taking a look at what can be done with your ride, Alex said with a shrug. What do you mean by jerk? Falco asked, raising an eyebrow. You're aware of my situation, right? Alex glanced at Dorio and Falco. Both nodded, recalling what Rebecca and Lucy had told them about what Alex had been involved in and why there was a bounty on him. Are you saying he might refuse to supply the parts? Dorio clarified, watching Alex closely. Not exactly refuse, more like he'd be afraid for his own skin. And I don't have the means to drag that bastard into the light and have a little chat with him, Alex smirked. But don't worry, if it comes to it, I'll find a way to make him work, whether he wants to or not. After a brief conversation where Alex shared his thoughts on the upgrades, he handed the decryptor to Dorio and headed back to the house to wait for the briefing. Sitting down in a chair, Alex started scrolling through the news on his phone. It was the same thing everywhere: someone died, someone got robbed, another presentation of a new cyber implant that was, in reality, no different from the previous version, except it came in a new color. It's the same everywhere, in this world and my old one. Same formula: wrap the old stuff in a new package, sell it for more, and boom, you've got marketing, Alex thought, scrolling through the news. His thoughts were interrupted by Maine, who clapped him on the shoulder and invited him to follow. Alex got up from the chair and followed the leader. Entering the room where the others had gathered, he noticed Rebecca, whom he hadn't seen earlier in the house. She was probably out on the range, Alex guessed, smiling at her. When Rebecca saw Alex, she couldn't sit still. She rushed over, crashed into him, and hugged him tightly. Pilar, watching the scene, gave Alex 2 big thumbs up. Alex was about to sit at the table, but Rebecca didn't want to let him go. Without a second thought, he sat her down on his lap, just like he always did with Hestia in similar situations. Rebecca beamed and leaned back against his chest. Winking at Lucy, she made it clear that she had missed her chance. Lucy rolled her eyes, while Alex gently patted Rebecca's head, soothing her. Insert the chip into the slot to see the mission details, Maine said, placing a chip in front of each team member. Alex frowned as he looked at the chip in front of him. He didn't want to insert anything into himself, especially since he didn't even have that option. Maine noticed Alex's hesitation and, remembering that Alex didn't use cyber implants, offered an alternative. Sorry, I forgot you don't use Chrome. I can explain everything verbally, Maine suggested. Don't worry, I've got something that'll help, Alex replied, pulling out his backpack. The curiosity of those present grew. Everyone was eager to see what Alex would use to access the mission details. Opening his backpack, he found Gur curled up in a ball, peacefully sleeping despite the noise around him. Alex carefully grabbed Gur by the scruff and pulled him onto the table. All eyes immediately turned to the strange creature resembling a green dog with a sticking-out pink tongue. Rebecca was the first to understand what it was. She grabbed Alex's hand and asked with sparkling eyes. Did you finish him? Everyone looked at Rebecca, trying to figure out what she meant. Lucy also realized what was going on, and her eyes lit up. She had participated in the creation of this robot as well. Yes, I finished, Alex replied with a smile. He glanced at the sleeping Gur and tried to wake him up. Hey, wake up, we have work to do. But Gur didn't respond, lazily pushing Alex's hand away. Seeing this, a vein began to twitch on Alex's forehead. He decided to take drastic measures. Your mom needs help, he raised his voice. As soon as those words escaped Alex's lips, Gur instantly jumped up, stood at attention, and saluted. I'm ready to serve. Alex sighed, considering whether to dismantle the robot. Gur only reacted when someone mentioned his mom or offered him sweets, which he had particularly come to love after Gloria treated him to candies. Everyone watching was smiling, especially Rebecca, finally seeing Alex's completed project. Now open your mouth and put this chip inside, Alex said, bringing the chip closer to Gur. Gur noticed Alex's hand near his face and, looking around, saw a group of strangers staring at him. Remembering that Gloria had taught him to always introduce himself to new people, he struck a silly pose and exclaimed. Yahoo! Black lines immediately appeared on Alex's forehead. Rebecca couldn't hold back and burst into laughter at Gur's goofy behavior. Gur spotted Rebecca and his eyes sparkled. He ran to the edge of the table, stretching out his hands towards her. Mom. Alex, keeping Gur from jumping, calmly said. You can hug Mom later. We have work to do, she's waiting for help. Gur looked at Alex, then back at Rebecca, and nodded. Grabbing the chip that Alex was holding, he popped it into his mouth. Moments later, his eyes lit up, and he began projecting an image onto the wall. This makes it easier, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. Everyone looked in amazement at Gurr, who stood on the table projecting data. Maine appreciated the convenience of the situation and, nodding, moved on to the briefing. "This is our target," Maine began, pointing at the face that appeared on the projection. "Maxim is a driver and bodyguard for Arasaka." Alex looked at the burly man on the screen, thinking that his appearance was more suited for a bodyguard than a driver. As Maine explained their plan to capture the navigation data from Maxim's limousine, Alex began to think about how they could act stealthily or even steal the car entirely. "Maxim is a gambler. He often bets on fights, and it's one of the few pleasures in his life," Maine continued, showing the places where Maxim usually spent his time. Looking at the projection, Alex saw Maxim on a balcony, watching a cage fight. When Maine mentioned that an old friend of Doria would be participating in the fight, Alex thought he wouldn't mind joining in if the opportunity arose. After losing, Maxim likes to get drunk at a nearby bar. "Once he's had a few drinks, we can quickly download the data from his chip and then return him to his spot so he won't notice," Maine concluded, pointing to the bar on the projection. Alex pondered, calculating possible complications. What if Maxim woke up early? Or if additional guards joined him? Maine noticed Alex's thoughtful expression and decided to ask for his opinion. "Is something bothering you?" he addressed Alex. Alex stopped stroking his chin and collected his thoughts to pose his questions. "Yes, there are a couple of things. What will we do if he gets a call or wakes up early? And could they assign extra guards to prevent the data theft?" Maine, thinking for a moment, replied, "If things go sideways, we have a plan B, we just steal the car and download the data later. There shouldn't be too many guards, they usually keep their distance." Alex nodded, weighing his options. He could easily distract the guards, but another question nagged at him. "Why not just knock Maxim out and download the data in a safer location?" he asked. Maine sighed, realizing this option had already been discussed. "If we harm or disable him, the implants will trigger a signal, and will immediately be hit with a wave of security." Alex nodded, accepting this point, and continued to think of alternative plans. "Well, I have some ideas. First, I can distract the guards for a long enough time. Second, if everything goes wrong, we have this guy," Alex pointed to Gurr, who enthusiastically raised 2 fingers in readiness for action. All eyes turned to Gurr, who, it turned out, could help if the situation got out of control. However, most didn't understand how exactly he could do that, except for Lucy and Rebecca, who knew more about his capabilities. "How are you planning to distract the guards?" Maine asked, shifting his gaze to Alex. Alex rummaged through his backpack and pulled out several small injectors, each the size of a finger. Everyone stared intently at the strange capsules filled with liquid, puzzled about what they contained. "These injectors hold something that will keep the guards occupied for a long time," Alex said with a smile, holding them out. "What exactly?" Dorio asked, looking skeptically at the injectors. "A powerful laxative," Alex raised his thumb, as if proud of his creation. Everyone simultaneously shifted their gaze from Alex to the injectors, and only one question spun in their heads. "You mean to say you plan to make them spend the entire evening in the bathroom?" Lucy asked, looking at him in confusion. "Actually, I made them as a joke," Alex replied nonchalantly, shrugging. Everyone froze, stunned by his answer. Such a joke was clearly not what they had expected. "You have a strange sense of humor," Rebecca said, chuckling lightly. "And here's a joke to go with it," Alex leaned forward slightly, ready to tell. 3 friends argue about what is the fastest thing in the world. The first says, the fastest is light. You flip a switch, and the light turns on immediately. The second disagrees, no, the fastest is a word. You say it, and everyone hears it right away. The third thoughtfully adds, you're both wrong. The fastest is diarrhea, because I didn't even have time to turn on the light or say a word. After a brief pause, Rebecca couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Soon, the others joined in as well. Alex chuckled too, watching the group's reactions. Gurr was laughing the hardest, rolling around on the table, even shedding tears. Where did he get tears? Alex wondered, watching Gurr, since his body shouldn't have any liquid, except maybe from the milkshakes he loved begging Gloria for. Chum, that's just something. Maine wiped away tears of laughter. Just don't overdo it, Alex smiled. The phrase, shit yourself to death, might take on a whole new meaning. Laughter erupted anew. Everyone imagined the guard doubled over in pain, unable to survive the end of his expedition to the bathroom. What about your robot? How will he help us? Maine asked, still chuckling. Alex glanced at Gurr, who had already managed to get his hands on some candies and was stuffing them into his mouth. Wrappers were scattered everywhere. When Alex looked at him, Gurr hurriedly shoved the last candy into his mouth, fearing it might be taken away. To understand what he's capable of, we need to head to the training ground, Alex replied, turning his attention back to Maine. Great, let's see what he can do, Maine said with a light smile. Alex carefully lifted Rebecca off his lap, putting the injectors back in his backpack. As he prepared to pick up Gur, Rebecca was already ahead of him. "I'll carry him," she exclaimed happily, hugging the robot tightly. Alex nodded, not objecting, although when Gur shot him a victorious look, his hand instinctively reached for his revolver. But he quickly thought better of it. There would be a chance to teach that cheeky robot a lesson when no one was around. Gur noticed Alex squinting at him and quickly turned away as if he hadn't seen the look. Rebecca didn't wait for the others and ran toward the training ground. Alex sighed, getting ready to follow her, but then felt someone take his hand. He turned to see Lucy smiling at him. To be continued. Chapter 93, Ultramarine GIR. Alex was about to follow everyone to the training ground when he felt someone grab his hand. Turning his head, he saw Lucy smiling at him. He tilted his head slightly, confused by her sudden boldness. Usually, Lucy was shy whenever someone tried to get close to her. She noticed his questioning look and, still smiling, said, "I see you finished working on the robot to protect Gloria." Alex grimaced at the mention of GIR as a protector. He knew that the robot could cause more trouble than help in a dangerous situation. In Berserker mode, GIR could become a real disaster, especially if anything happened to Gloria. "I don't think he's right for the job. That robot definitely has a few screws loose," Alex sighed, rubbing his forehead tiredly. He had already suffered enough with GIR. As soon as the robot got access to the internet, he spent days and nights watching funny videos or popular dance trends. It could even happen in the middle of the night, and more than once, Alex had to throw whatever was at hand at him to calm him down. Lucy noticed the exhaustion on Alex's face and realized that there might indeed be problems with the robot. "What do you mean?" she asked, confused, watching his reaction. "It all started when Rebecca changed something in the code you and I wrote. Then, of course, I didn't listen to Gloria and gave GIR access to the internet. Now we have a walking disaster in the form of a cute dog," Alex explained, sighing in regret. "Is it really that bad?" Lucy asked, surprised. "You'll see soon enough. The only bright side is that he somewhat follows the protocols, in his own way. Did you notice how he called Rebecca Mom?" Alex added with a smile, pulling something out of his pocket. Lucy remembered the moment and was a little surprised. Now she understood why it happened. GIR had interpreted the protection protocol too literally. Alex was partly to blame since he had jokingly referred to Gloria and the other girls as the robot's moms. And here was the result: GIR took it seriously. "At least he can protect Gloria," Lucy tried to reassure him, although she wasn't entirely confident in that herself. Alex just nodded wearily in response. He knew that the robot was capable of protecting Gloria, but once the protective protocol was activated, GIR might start seeing everyone around as a threat. Alex was already considering creating a second version of the robot but without dismantling the first one. For now, however, he had other tasks. After this mission, he planned to work on one of his personal projects and knew that Lucy's help would be invaluable. He looked at her intently, and Lucy, noticing his gaze, grew cautious. "Lucy, I'm going to need your Netrunner superpower," Alex said with a glint in his eyes. Lucy was surprised, not understanding why he would need her skills. "For what?" she asked, clearly intrigued. Alex cleared his throat, toning down his enthusiasm, and shifted to a more serious tone, which made Lucy a bit nervous. "I need you to pull the camera footage from the site of the accident that Gloria was involved in," Alex said, looking into her eyes. Lucy tensed up even more. She realized that Alex was getting himself into something risky. "Why do you need it?" she asked anxiously. Alex sighed and, frowning, decided to explain. "I want to help Gloria get revenge, even if she doesn't want it herself. I'm going to do it regardless." Lucy tightened her grip on his hand, trying to warn him. "Are you sure Gloria wants that?" "Maybe she just wants to forget everything," Lucy said cautiously. "She won't be able to forget. Every day she looks at the urn with her son's ashes. Yes, I'm doing this partly for my own selfish reasons. But the best way to forget is knowing that the person responsible for your pain is either buried in the ground or sipping through a straw for the rest of their life," Alex said with a dark smile on his face. Lucy flinched at the sight of his wide, almost unnatural smile. She understood that Alex wouldn't back down, and although she didn't like the idea, she knew he would find a way to get what he wanted. "I'll help you, but promise me you'll be careful," she said in a firm tone. Alex smiled warmly, pulled Lucy into a hug, and spun her around in the air. "Of course, I've already got everything planned," he laughed, gently setting her back down. Lucy huffed, knowing that his promises could only be trusted halfway. Alex had already caused some crazy situations, like getting into a gunfight armed with nothing but a brick, and she dreaded to think what he would do this time. "Let's go to the range, they're probably all waiting for us," Lucy said, taking Alex's hand. "Yeah, but I need to grab something to test first," Alex replied with a slight smile, squeezing her hand a little tighter. Lucy didn't know what exactly Alex intended to take with him, and she was about to ask, but he just smiled and dragged her toward the garage. There, Alex opened the weapons compartment and pulled out his new katana. Lucy looked at the weapon with interest. The katana looked unusual, unlike anything she had seen before. Her attention was drawn to a mechanism on the sheath that resembled a firearm. "Your sheath is strange. What's that mechanism for?" she asked, pointing to the part that looked like a magazine for bullets. Alex just gave her a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon." Lucy rolled her eyes. He always answered like that. Even when he installed an AI with a self-learning feature, he didn't explain why he needed it right away. Only under the threat that she wouldn't help him did he reveal his plans. Alex attached the katana to his belt, checked how comfortably it fit in his hand, and nodded to himself, satisfied with the result. Then he took Lucy's hand, and they headed to the range, where their team had already gathered. As they got closer, club music reached their ears. When they got even nearer, Alex saw the group gathered around the source of the noise. Squinting, he noticed GIR performing what looked like breakdancing, spinning on his head. Here we go again, Alex thought, tiredly placing his hand on his forehead. The first time GIR danced for Gloria, she praised him, and ever since, he had been showing off increasingly bizarre dance moves. Alex had initially laughed when GIR danced to meme songs, but it soon became annoying. Once, Alex had shown the robot a new dance just for fun, but GIR spent the entire day singing and repeating the moves. Alex grew tired of hearing the same song over and over, especially when Gloria was at work, leaving him the only one to endure the performance. "Looks like you're having fun," Alex said as he approached the group. GIR, noticing Alex, immediately stopped dancing, saluted, and then, upon seeing Lucy, ran over and hugged her leg. Lucy smiled and picked him up, and GIR, pleased, snuggled into her. Alex just shook his head at the sight and addressed the group. "I have to admit, your robot is pretty amusing, especially with his dancing," Dorio laughed. "Amusing until you hear the same song all day," Alex grumbled, his eye twitching slightly. Dorio gave him a puzzled look, not understanding what he meant. Alex turned to GIR, who was now comfortably resting in Lucy's arms, and, noticing his owner's gaze, tilted his head with a silly expression. "Hey, GIR, show everyone that dance Gloria liked," Alex suggested with a smirk. GIR's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jumping down from Lucy's arms, he stood in the center of the circle, as if preparing for a major performance. The robot cleared his throat, which looked far too human-like for a machine, surprising the onlookers. Then GIR started to sing. "Hey beauty beauty bam bam, let's go body body boom boom," and began moving in sync with the song. Alex sighed. A song he once liked had now become an irritation. But when he noticed everyone clapping and laughing, including Rebecca, who was singing along and dancing beside the robot, his mood lifted. Pilar joined his sister, and the sight of his tall mohawk and long arms moving to a children's song made even Alex smile. "Don't want to join in?" he asked Lucy with a mischievous grin. "No, thanks. I'm fine right here," she replied softly, smiling at him. Alex glanced at the dancing GIR, but decided it was time to end the fun, they had important tasks ahead. "All right, GIR, that's enough. We need to test your combat capabilities," Alex said, clapping his hands to get the robot's attention. GIR immediately stopped dancing and singing. Hearing that he was about to use weapons, he saluted and stood at attention, awaiting commands. Alex just shook his head. GIR was always obedient, but only when one of his moms was around. "Now, head to the range to test your combat functions," Alex said, pointing to the targets. GIR saluted again and, like a disciplined soldier, made his way to the range, waiting for further instructions. Everyone watched him in amazement. It was hard to understand why Alex complained about the robot's disobedience. "Didn't you say he doesn't listen to you?" Maine asked in surprise, frowning. Alex sighed and began to explain the quirks of GIR's behavior. He's obedient only when one of the people he considers his moms is around. In this case, it's Lucy and Rebecca. At home, he only listens to Gloria. That's why I said he can be annoying. That song played on repeat all day until Gloria came back home, Alex said, lighting a cigarette to relax a bit. Now imagine listening to the same thing all day, non-stop. The group thought about it and almost unanimously agreed that they would have dismantled the robot for parts a long time ago. Only Rebecca thought it was perfectly fine. "I would have taken him apart by now," Dorio said, casting a glance at GIR. "So would I. On the way here, I seriously considered tossing him into the river. He was singing and trying to dance right inside my backpack until he finally fell asleep. It made it nearly impossible to ride my bike," Alex said, clearly irritated by the memory. Everyone understood his frustration, while Rebecca looked at Alex as if he was planning to do something terrible to their baby. "I won't let you take our little guy apart," she said, standing in front of Alex with her arms spread wide. Alex smirked. He had no intention of dismantling GIR, the robot would still come in handy, especially when it came time to catch the idiots responsible for Gloria's accident. Don't worry, I'm not taking him apart. I didn't waste all that brainpower and effort building him for nothing, Alex said, gently patting Rebecca on the head. Rebecca huffed and stared at Alex intently. After making sure her baby was safe, she turned back to see what he could do. Alex also shifted his gaze to GIR, deciding it was time to begin testing his combat functions. GIR, containment mode. Alex commanded. Everyone stared at the robot, eager to see what would happen next. Alex pulled out a notepad, ready to jot down important details for GIR's future upgrades. GIR immediately responded to the command, he saluted, and his eyes lit up. Metal cables slid out from his small hands, quickly wrapping around one of the targets. At first glance, it didn't seem dangerous, until a powerful electric charge surged through the cables, accompanied by a loud crackling sound. Maine glanced at Alex, curious about how dangerous the robot really was. Hey, chum, what voltage does he have? He asked. Alex stopped writing and tapped his chin with the pen thoughtfully. If I remember correctly, he can cause a short circuit in an entire mega building if he goes full power, he answered after a short pause. Everyone stared at the robot with concern, as it patiently awaited further commands. Maine turned back to Alex, hoping it was a joke. You're kidding, right, chum? Not at all. GIR is a children's toy packed with weapons, Alex smirked, giving him a thumbs up. The group looked at GIR again, who, despite his adorable demeanor, was a full-blown combat machine. His appearance was certainly misleading. GIR, activate turret defense mode. Alex ordered, narrowing his eyes. Rebecca's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to see her baby, whom she had helped create, finally showcase his combat skills. GIR, like a soldier, saluted and began to remove the top part of his dog costume. Once he revealed his true form, everyone saw that underneath the costume, the robot looked quite ordinary. It seemed the costume was what gave him the cute look everyone loved. However, that cute appearance quickly transformed into something far more dangerous. GIR's arms turned into machine guns, and a flag with a two-headed eagle unfurled on his back. Alex, who had been taking notes, froze when he saw the flag. He knew that symbol all too well, it was the emblem of the Imperium of Men. The question was, where had GIR learned about that universe? Alex hadn't had time to check what the robot had been doing on the net, but it was now clear that GIR had been influenced by videos and games and had somehow become an ultramarine in the form of a robot dog. For the Emperor. GIR suddenly yelled and unleashed a barrage of fire on the targets. Everyone turned to Alex, waiting for an explanation. Alex just shrugged and said with a smirk. Don't look at me like that, it's not my fault he's been watching nonsense online. Well, maybe it is, a little. But GIR interrupted him, shouting again. Death to the heretics. Glory to the Emperor. Alex sighed heavily, realizing that instead of a combat robot, he now had a fanatical ultramarine. Well, at least his firepower's great, he thought, trying to find something positive in the situation. The others silently watched this strange behavior from the robot. Rebecca, on the other hand, was thrilled. This was exactly the kind of dangerous robot she had wanted. All right, GIR, that's enough. You'll have more time to shoot at heretics later, Alex called out, bringing the robot back to order. GIR stopped firing, his arms returned to their normal state, and he zipped up his dog costume again. He now looked as cute as ever, as if he hadn't just been shouting about the Emperor's glory and wiping out heretics moments ago. Is that all? Or does he have more? Maine asked, glancing at Alex, who had returned to his notes. There are a few more functions we need to test, Alex replied without looking up from his notebook. And what are those functions? Falco asked, stepping closer and peeking at Alex's notes. Falco tried to make sense of what Alex had written, but after seeing the chaos in the notebook, he gave up. Alex, meanwhile, thought that there wasn't enough time to test all the robot's features, from defensive to medical, and for now, they would focus on combat. GIR, sniper mode. Alex commanded, snapping his notebook shut. GIR glanced at Alex with an expression that could only be described as dumbfounded. He had just put his costume back on, and now he had to take it off again. He looked to Rebecca for support, and she quickly nodded her head. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, GIR unzipped his costume once more, this time transforming his arms into a long sniper rifle. Aiming at the distant target, GIR fired. The recoil was so strong that it knocked him back. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the plasma trail left by the projectile, which, upon hitting the target, caused a small explosion. Rebecca's eyes lit up even more when she realized what GIR had shot with. She immediately ran to Alex, grabbed him by the shoulders, and, shaking him enthusiastically, began to pry. This is what I think it is, right? Is it? Tell me. Quick. Yes, it's a railgun, Alex replied calmly, not paying attention to the shaking he had long since gotten used to. Everyone who had heard about railguns looked at Alex skeptically. They knew that creating such a weapon required colossal energy. Chum, how did you manage to cram the technology into a tiny robot? Maine asked, nervously chuckling. If you know how, anything is possible. Although, to be honest, it's a hell of a complicated technical question that can't be explained in a few words, Alex replied, mentally celebrating that no one had found out about the combination of magic and technology in GIR's design. Everyone pondered, realizing that explaining such a process indeed couldn't be summed up in just a few words. However, the main question remained, the energy source for GIR. If I understand correctly, a railgun consumes a huge amount of energy, so what's the source inside GIR? Lucy asked, clearly intrigued. Given the lack of time and resources, I had to make do with a standard arc reactor, Alex shrugged. He didn't mention that hidden in GIR's core was an energy crystal comparable to a small sun. Everyone stared at Alex as if he had done something impossible by building a miniature reactor and cramming it into a tiny robot. Chum, has anyone ever told you that you're insane? Maine smirked. Why? Alex tilted his head slightly. Because you put an entire reactor in a tiny robot, that's why. Lucy added irritably. And you're not worried that someone will find out and try to take it? I won't let them. Rebecca declared confidently, still clinging to Alex. Alex laughed. The likelihood of someone being able to steal GIR was negligible. Even if they somehow managed to capture this robot, which was essentially a walking arsenal, Alex had a plan for that. They won't be able to, and if they do, then the last resort protocol will activate. Alex smiled even wider. What's that protocol? Dorian asked, becoming wary. It's simple. If GIR fails to protect those it's supposed to protect, or is captured, it will self-destruct, destroying an entire city block in the process, Alex said, as if that was nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone felt the tension from his words. Essentially, GIR was a walking bomb, ready to explode if the situation got out of control. Don't worry, GIR is strong enough to protect himself. Capturing him is nearly impossible, Alex added, trying to reassure everyone. Although, apart from Rebecca, it didn't seem to inspire much confidence in anyone else. She, on the contrary, thought it was cool. You mentioned some kind of protection protocol, Dorian reminded, glancing at GIR, who was now hugging Lucy's leg. GIR has slightly modified 3 laws of robotics built into him. First, he must unconditionally protect his designated targets by any means. Second, GIR must obey any orders from those targets to the best of his abilities. Third, he can make his own decisions as long as they don't contradict the first 2 laws, Alex explained, pointing to GIR, who gave a thumbs up. So, GIR will do anything for protection? Falco asked, glancing at the robot. Alex raised 3 fingers. That's right. His primary protection targets are Gloria, Lucy, Rebecca, and Valerie. You are in the secondary group. If none of the primary group is around, GIR acts at his discretion, Alex explained. GIR operates on the SCP principle, secure, control, protect. Essentially, he is a true defender, he added, pointing at GIR, who was climbing up Lucy's leg to get into her arms. Everyone nodded, realizing that behind GIR's cute exterior lay dangerous power. Well, I have only one impression, looks can indeed be deceiving, Maine smirked, stepping closer to GIR. I'll be glad to work with you, GIR. I thirst to serve the Imperium. For the glory of the Emperor. GIR proclaimed, saluting. Maine laughed, not quite understanding which Imperium was being referenced, but finding it amusing nonetheless. Alex frowned slightly, realizing he had overlooked how his robot had started mimicking the Ultramarines. However, it wasn't all that bad. Ultramarines were known for their discipline and loyalty, so for a defender, it could even be a plus. He has more functions, but now isn't the time to test them, Alex added with a slight sigh. What else? Rebecca asked, snuggling her cheek against his shoulder. First aid mode, but you can't test it right now, Alex said, smiling as he looked at the team. Unless someone is willing to volunteer for a bullet in the leg. Everyone exchanged glances, but it seemed there were no volunteers. Alex scanned the group for a volunteer, but they all quickly looked away, clearly not wanting to experience how GIR would provide first aid after a bullet wound. No, Chum, I don't think we should test that right now, considering we have a mission this evening, Maine voiced the collective opinion. Alex glanced around at everyone, who had begun nodding in agreement. He had just joked about the bullet, not intending to hurt anyone, after all, they were his friends. I was just kidding, don't take everything so literally, Alex smirked. Maybe during the mission someone will get unlucky, and then GIR can show off his medical skills. The group could only sympathize with the poor soul who might earn the honor of becoming GIR's test subject. Well, since we're done with GIR, it's time to check something else, Alex said, shifting the topic to something more enjoyable for him. My new toy. Is it that katana? Rebecca asked, finally noticing the weapon at his waist. Yeah, a gift from Sawada in honor of our friendship, Alex replied with a wide smile. Lucy rolled her eyes. Her friendship with Sawada seemed dubious, especially when your friend knocked your teeth out 2 days in a row under the guise of a magic trick. But Alex pulled Rebecca off of himself and stepped toward the training ground, heading toward the targets. Hey, Becca, you don't mind if I break your targets a little, do you? He asked, glancing back for a moment. Go for it, Rebecca replied with a smile, raising her finger in approval. Alex nodded and stood in front of the target. Taking a fighting stance, he took a deep breath, focused, and unsheathed his blade with incredible speed, delivering a series of rapid strikes. It all happened so quickly that the group didn't even have time to follow the movement of the sword. One moment, and the katana was back in its scabbard. Now that speed, chum, you made a pretty quick strike, Maine whistled, admiringly watching Alex. This isn't just one strike, Alex clarified, gently pushing the target. It collapsed into 3 neat pieces. Everyone froze, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. The thought on everyone's mind was the same, you must be joking. Alex simply smiled, looking at the stunned faces. I did say I prefer swords over guns, he remarked casually, shrugging. If I had skills like that, I prefer a sword too, Maine added, still in mild shock. Lucy once again noticed the strange mechanism on the scabbard and, unable to help herself, asked, what's that mechanism on the scabbard? I'll show you, Alex replied, moving to the next target. He placed one hand on the mechanism and the other above the hilt. Looks like he's taken another stance, Dory noted. Everyone nodded, noticing that Alex was no longer holding the hilt. At that moment, he activated the mechanism, and the katana shot out of the scabbard into his hand with tremendous speed. The force of the thrust gave the blade additional momentum, causing the impact point on the target to heat up instantly. You've got to be kidding. How much strength do you have to catch a sword flying out like that? Maine exclaimed in surprise. It's all about practice, Alex just shrugged. Yeah, right, practice, Dory quipped, smiling. Catching a sword that shoots out fast enough to heat the metal from friction. Pilar seemed to come up with another crazy idea and decided to clarify, don't tell me you can deflect bullets too. Of course I can, Alex replied, demonstratively giving a thumbs up. With such weapons and skills, you're already terrifyingly dangerous, Falco noted. Alex just smirked, this was far from the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. At the top was still the Demon King's sword, followed by Yamato and Beowulf, and then other toys. Have you checked everything? Maine asked. Yeah, that's it for today. The rest will be later, Alex replied with a light smile. Maine nodded. Today he had seen a lot, from a strange and dangerous robot to Alex's swordsmanship. All of it lifted his spirits and instilled confidence that if the situation became critical, they would still have a chance to fight back. Well then, since we're done, we can rest before the mission. Maxim will be at the bar only in the evening, Maine suggested. Alex nodded approvingly, some people really needed to recharge. He himself wouldn't mind sleeping for a couple of hours. The group headed to the house to rest, and GIR, comfortably nestled in Lucy's arms, was already peacefully asleep, oblivious to his surroundings. Alex followed them, preparing to find a place to lie down. To be continued. Chapter 94, the start of the mission and the race to the restroom. Alex walked behind the group, thinking that maybe today he had really surprised them too much. From the robot dog that considered itself an ultramarine to his katana skills, all of it left an impression on their minds. A slight smile appeared on his face. A simple life under such conditions didn't seem so boring. Some might say that a peaceful life is sitting at home and pretending to be useful. But true peaceful life is when you can enjoy everything it offers, experiencing whatever you want, Alex thought, smiling lightly as he continued to follow his companions. Lucy, carrying the sleeping GIR in her arms, turned to look at Alex. His calm and peaceful smile showed that he was enjoying life just as he had dreamed. During the days they had known each other, Lucy had seen different sides of Alex, from the gentleness and care he showed towards Gloria to the rage he directed at those who had hurt her. He seemed carefree, but at the same time, he was a responsible person, capable of having fun and supporting his friends. But with each passing day, Lucy understood that there was more hidden behind his lightness. A secret, much deeper than the stories of his organization or what he had been doing. He lived so freely, Lucy thought, observing him. She had long dreamed of such freedom. When Lucy escaped from the Arasaka Research Center, she hadn't been able to save all of her friends. The young faces that had run with her still haunted her in nightmarish visions, and their tragic deaths under a hail of bullets continued to weigh heavily on her soul. It seemed to her that Alex, despite any pursuit or danger, could live without chains or regrets. I wish I could be as strong, she thought, holding GIR more tightly in her arms. But Lucy didn't know that the darkness Alex had faced was much deeper. The avatar of Nyarlathotep could come for him at any moment, ready to consume him. And though Alex didn't know when exactly it would happen, he wanted to enjoy life as much as possible until he had to face that horror again. Anyone who's played games dreams of experiencing a real city chase, Alex thought, grinning, sensing that the situation with the stolen Arasaka driver data would escalate into something bigger, a full-scale chase and gunfight in the streets of Night City. However, what worried him most was the possibility that someone could get hurt, like Gloria had once been, and for that reason, he needed to be especially careful. I don't want Gloria to hate me or see me as the same bastards who caused her so much pain, Alex thought, tossing his cigarette before entering the house. Inside, Alex began looking for a place to rest before the upcoming mission. He found a simple couch, took off his coat, and lay down, stretching out fully for comfort. Resting his arms behind his head, he felt drowsiness slowly envelop him. Now this is what I call a break, Alex thought, closing his eyes with a slight smile on his face. But just as he began to drift into sleep, he felt someone's weight pressing down on him. Peeking through one eye, Alex saw Rebecca, who had cozily settled onto his chest. She took his coat, draped it over herself like a blanket, and, getting comfortable, asked, "What did you do with my babies? You didn't put everything into GIR, right?" she asked, getting more comfortable. Alex sighed, realizing that explaining this wouldn't be easy. He continued to stroke her hair, pondering how to tell her that all her weapons had been disassembled and repurposed to upgrade GIR. "Well, let's just say they won't be able to shoot anymore," he replied with a crooked smile. "You broke my babies?" Rebecca asked suspiciously, propping herself up on her elbows. Alex continued stroking her head, trying to soften her anger. "Broke is the wrong word. I'd say I disassembled them and made them better. And, well, stuffed them into GIR," he attempted to explain. Rebecca squinted and sat up, leaning her elbows on his chest to give him a piercing look. "And what are you going to do with the leftover parts?" she pressed, peering into his face. Alex averted his gaze from Rebecca's intense stare. A slight feeling of guilt stirred within him. He really had taken apart her favorite weapons, which she'd cherished and practically built from scratch. And then along came Alex, dismantled everything, and installed parts into GIR, their little robot. Although, to be fair, some of the upgrades turned out quite interesting, especially with the machine gun Rebecca had brought. It had a built-in tracking function. If the first bullet hit the target, the rest would find it no matter where the target hit after being struck by that first shot. "With the leftover parts, I could build a couple of external modules for GIR, Alex said, getting lost in thoughts of possible designs. "And what are you planning to create for our child?" Rebecca squinted, bringing her face closer to his, almost touching his nose. Alex looked into her bright red-green eyes, and images of new weapons he could make for GIR began to flash through his mind. The robot already saw itself as an ultramarine, so he figured it was time to support that idea. Leaning closer to Rebecca's ear, Alex whispered so quietly that GIR wouldn't hear. If it found out what Alex had in mind, it wouldn't rest until it got its new gear. "I'm going to make him a chainsword," he whispered. "A chainsword?" Rebecca repeated, raising an eyebrow in surprise, which was louder than Alex would have liked. He immediately covered her mouth with his hand, glancing around to ensure GIR wasn't nearby. Sighing with relief, he shot Rebecca a reproachful look. "Keep it down, please. If he hears that, I won't get any peace until I make him that sword," Alex whispered, slightly nervous. Rebecca just smirked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She stuck out her tongue and quickly licked Alex's palm, making him instantly pull his hand away. He looked at her with a light smile, but then did something she clearly didn't expect. He leaned in and kissed her on the tip of her nose. Rebecca instantly blushed, covering her face with her hands as her cheeks turned pink. "Heh, another win for me," Alex smiled, watching her blush. Even more embarrassed, Rebecca tried to hide her emotions, playfully bumping his chin with her head, but Alex just laughed. Without thinking, he decided to join in on the fun and began pinching her cheeks. In response, Rebecca pulled his cheeks in opposite directions, and a playful battle ensued. At that moment, Pilar walked into the room and, seeing them, couldn't hold back his laughter. "Carry on, I won't interrupt," he said, laughing and giving them 2 thumbs up. Alex, whose cheeks were being pulled, could only shake his head. If he had a sister like that, he definitely wouldn't risk annoying her. One day, he might wake up tied to a speeding car. Rebecca was about to attack her brother for embarrassing her, but someone beat her to it. A huge hand grabbed Pilar by the scruff of his neck and shoved him out of the room. It was Dorio. She gave Alex and Rebecca a thumbs up before walking out after him. "Probably best to get some rest before the mission," Alex said, releasing Rebecca's cheeks. She snorted, rested her head on his chest, and closed her eyes. Alex continued gently stroking her head until she fell asleep. However, Alex himself couldn't sleep yet. Thoughts of creating new devices and imagining GIR in an ultramarine suit kept him awake. Or maybe it'll be a mini-marine. Alex thought with a smile, picturing the scene. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Alex woke up to noise beside him. Still not fully understanding what was happening, he instinctively reached out, trying to silence the source of the sound. Gradually, though, he realized it was Gir bark, 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 bark. Gir barked, or rather, just repeated the word, standing next to the couch. Alex opened his eyes and saw the robot standing there persistently barking. Rebecca also sleepily raised her head and saw Gir. Alex rubbed his temples irritably and sighed. "What do you need, Gir?" he asked, stopping his temple massage. Gir stopped barking and stared at Alex with his usual goofy expression, shoving another candy into his mouth. "Mama Lucy said you need to wake up," he said with a completely serious face. Alex nodded and tried his best to ignore Gir, who had just woken him up. He knew that if he kept looking at the robot, he'd end up throwing something at him. Sighing, Alex started to get up. He carefully moved Rebecca off him and, still slightly unsteady, made his way to the shower to fully wake up. Every time he woke up, he felt irritated, as if he hadn't slept enough. While Alex was standing under the streams of water, Rebecca joined him, according to her, to save on hot water. After the shower, Alex helped her braid her hair, something he sometimes did for Hestia for variety. Seeing her new hairstyle in the mirror, Rebecca smirked and turned to him. "You're pretty good at this," she said with a smile. "I've had practice," Alex replied, giving her a thumbs up. Rebecca left the bathroom first, and Alex decided to change. He pulled out his suit, the one he called Virgil's, which he preferred to fight in and considered his work uniform. After changing and packing his other clothes into a backpack, he glanced at himself in the mirror but felt like something was missing. "Ah, right," he said, slicking his hair back to change up his look. As soon as he stepped out, the group greeted him with whistles. Maine whistled approvingly. "You look like a whole different person, chum." "I just put on something more comfortable to work in," Alex replied, shaking his head. Maine was about to say something, but Dorio quickly dragged him to the shower. When they returned, they both looked much more relaxed, having stayed in there long enough for everyone to get the idea. After Maine and Dorio came out, the group held one last briefing before the mission. They went over the plan and discussed possible alternatives in case things went south. While they were talking, the sound of the shower door opening caught their attention. Everyone exchanged glances, everyone was accounted for. So who could it be? The group turned their heads and saw Gir stepping out of the shower, wrapped only in a towel. "Kia!" Gir screamed when he realized everyone was looking at him. He covered his chest with his hands and ran back inside, slamming the door behind him. The group turned to Alex, demanding an explanation for why Gir was taking a shower and acting like a shy girl. Alex's eye twitched, he had no answer. "Don't look at me like that, I don't know what's wrong with him either," he muttered, rubbing his temples to ease his irritation. The others kept looking at him, but eventually, they just nodded, realizing they wouldn't get an explanation. Only Rebecca, thoroughly amused by the situation, giggled, finding Gir's behavior hilarious. When everyone had discussed the final details of the mission and the options in case of failure, Maine asked, "Everyone ready?" The group nodded affirmatively. Gir, already dressed in his suit, stood on the table and saluted, indicating that he was ready too. "Then let's gear up and head to Jacked and Cocked. Our target will soon appear for the fight he's betting on." "We have about an hour to get there," Maine said, glancing at his watch. Alex checked his backpack to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything and headed to the garage. He sat on his bike, carefully placing his katana in the compartment so it wouldn't get in the way during the ride. He started the engine and waited for the rest of the group to get into Falco's truck. Rebecca had already settled in front of him, holding Gir. Alex said nothing. He had grown accustomed to Rebecca regularly riding with him and unabashedly pressing various buttons during the trip. He stroked her head, but suddenly felt someone sit behind him and wrap their arms around his waist. Turning his head, he saw Lucy had taken a seat in the back. "Maine, we'll head out first." "We'll wait at the bar," Alex said as he rode out of the garage. "Okay, see you at Jacked and Coke, chum," Maine shouted, waving from the window. Alex nodded and took off, but instead of enjoying a peaceful ride, Gir reconnected to the network and started singing. Alex sighed, it seemed he wouldn't get to enjoy the silence this time either. It wouldn't be so bad if the robot didn't start singing right on the road. The only silver lining for Alex was that Gir at least wasn't trying to dance while in Rebecca's embrace. When they arrived at the bar ahead of schedule, Alex parked the bike across the road and leaned against it, watching the entrance. Lighting a cigarette, he began thinking through additional plans when he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Lucy, clearly about to ask a question. "What's up, Lucy?" Alex asked calmly, noticing her curiosity. "Why are you wearing different clothes this time?" she asked, eyeing his new outfit. Lucy couldn't deny that the new look suited Alex very well. While he had previously looked like an ordinary guy off the street, his current appearance was much more striking. She couldn't find the right word to describe it, but one thing was clear, he looked cool. Especially impressive was his gaze, which had become colder with the new outfit and hairstyle. It's just work clothes. I wear them for serious jobs, Alex replied, exhaling smoke. Then why did you wear different clothes when we worked together before? Rebecca chimed in, distracted from playing with GIR. It's simple, Alex shrugged. In previous jobs, there was no need to get serious. But I have a feeling that something's going to go wrong today. Lucy and Rebecca exchanged glances, slightly surprised by his words. He referred to this suit as work clothes and hinted that something was about to happen. Both girls pondered this. What do you mean? Lucy asked, turning to Alex. My luck in these situations is usually terrible. Something always happens when I take on a task, Alex explained with a smirk, rubbing his forehead. And indeed, it had almost always been the case, any task he undertook turned into a major conflict. Like that time in Danmachi, when participating in a war game against Apollo's family led him to confront a group of losers trying to create chaos. Lucy and Rebecca silently looked at Alex, who, rubbing his forehead, radiated barely concealed irony. Don't worry, we have GIR, Rebecca said with a smile, lifting the robot as if showcasing him, in all his glory. GIR, who had been lifted, looked around until he heard praise from Rebecca. He nodded his head and gave a thumbs up, expressing his readiness for any challenges. Alex sighed, looking at him. This robot seemed destined to cause more problems than he was worth. I'm afraid this little ultramarine is going to bring us more trouble than help, Alex sighed, pushing the robot away from his face. GIR immediately began to pretend to cry, shedding tears and burying his face in Rebecca's chest, complaining that Alex was a bad owner. Rebecca gently soothed him, calling Alex a bad dad. Watching GIR's latest performance, Alex merely snorted. The last time he had thrown a slipper at the robot for its noisy behavior, GIR had put on a similar scene and complained to Gloria. Back then, Gloria, like Rebecca now, had started to comfort him. I should probably give him a Grammy for his acting, Alex said calmly, this time not falling for GIR's tricks. As soon as the robot heard the word Grammy, he stopped crying and looked at Alex in confusion, who was watching him with a smirk. Realizing he had been tricked again, GIR burst into new tears, showcasing his best acting abilities. Lucy, recognizing that he was pretending, just shook her head and pulled a cigarette from Alex's pocket. Seeing no reaction from anyone, GIR ceased his drama and returned to playing with Rebecca. Pointing at GIR, Alex said, he clearly has a couple of loose screws in his head. And it seems to be quite literal. Well, it's not all bad. I've seen worse, Lucy smiled, laughing at the robot's rapid mood changes. She leaned against Alex, and they continued to wait for the rest of the group to arrive. They didn't have to wait long, soon Falco's truck parked nearby. Maine approached Alex and asked for a cigarette. After receiving it, he took a drag and asked, did we miss anything? Yeah, you missed GIR showcasing his acting talents, Alex smirked, exhaling smoke. Maine looked at the robot, who was standing on the seat of the bike with a completely innocent expression, and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, if everyone's ready, let's go inside, Maine said, flicking away his cigarette. Wait, Alex stopped them. He nodded briefly and reached into his backpack, pulling out injectors. Take one each, he said, extending his hand with the injectors. Falco, I don't think you'll need one. You'll be sitting in the car in case we need to make a quick getaway. Maine, looking at the injectors, initially thought Alex was joking, assuming they were filled with something like a laxative. But when he realized they weren't, everyone began to take one injector at a time, stashing them in their pockets. Then Alex reached back into the backpack and pulled out a hammer. Chum, what's that? Maine asked in surprise, pointing at the hammer. This is my memory neutralizer, Alex said with a straight face, holding the tool above his head. That's just a regular hammer, Kiwi remarked dryly. Trust me, it works like a charm. Clinical trials are complete. Well, almost, Alex added hesitantly since this version of the hammer hadn't been tested on humans yet. Lucy rolled her eyes, realizing that Alex was about to pull off another crazy idea. Last time, he had brought a brick, and now it was a hammer. The others just laughed at his ridiculous explanations. Pilar found it particularly amusing, as always. You manage to surprise me every time, Doriot laughed. Alex merely shrugged, not explaining that his neutralizer could indeed erase memories, though he didn't know how extensively. The previous version could wipe a day from someone's life, but the new one hadn't been tested. It might even be able to erase memories all the way back to infancy. Well, can we go now? Alex said, putting the hammer back in his pocket. They entered the bar, leaving Falco in the car in case they needed to make a quick getaway. Each took a position in different corners of the room to avoid looking suspicious. Alex and Rebecca headed to the bar counter. After ordering drinks, Alex began to look around. Some people were dancing, while others were getting drunk. The only thing that irritated Alex was the loud music. He didn't like noisy places and preferred listening to music alone. Attention, the fight just ended. Our target will arrive soon, Maine's voice crackled through their communicators. Alex shrugged and shifted his gaze to Rebecca, who was acting flirtatiously at the bar. A couple of guys were about to approach her, but upon seeing Alex's stern look, they quickly changed their minds and turned away. Alex smirked, watching as those who wanted to appear tough turned out to be ordinary cowards. He's here, Falco reported over the comms. Get ready. As soon as he gets drunk, we'll begin, Maine commanded. Alex glanced at the entrance and saw a large man with massive arms and a torso that seemed disproportionately huge. Following him was a group of 5 bodyguards. Here comes the security, Alex said, contacting the others. There are 5 of them, so 1 for each. Looks like someone will have to miss out on the fun, Doriot chuckled. Not a problem. Someone can inject themselves for entertainment and compete to see who gets to the bathroom first, Alex joked with a mischievous smile. Loud laughter erupted over the communicators. Holding an injector between his fingers, Alex leisurely approached one of the bodyguards who had stepped away from the group. His relaxed stride didn't draw any attention. When he got close enough, he stopped and said, "How about a bet? Which of the guards will make it to the bathroom first without messing their pants?" Everyone agreed and placed bets on the guards that Alex was cautiously approaching. He smirked at the thought that the janitors in this bar would have a rough time once the guards started rushing to the restroom. "And don't overdo it, so we won't have to clean up someone's messed up corpse in the morning," Alex quipped, eliciting another burst of laughter from the group. He saw that everyone had already taken their positions and continued moving toward his target, getting closer. As he passed by a bodyguard, Alex casually bumped into him to administer the laxative injection. "Sorry, buddy, didn't see you there," Alex said, patting the bodyguard on the shoulder after colliding with him. Without lingering, he made a small circuit of the bar and returned to his spot next to Rebecca, who didn't seem to be planning on going anywhere. She smiled as Alex gave her a thumbs up to signify the successful completion of the task. In response, she giggled and continued sipping her drink. Alex lit a cigarette and carefully watched the guard to whom he had just administered a laxative. The man's face began to glisten with sweat, and it was clear he was nervously grinding his teeth, battling the growing discomfort. "Looks like the race is about to start," Alex said cheerfully, observing as the guard gradually lost control. Rebecca also noticed the guard and leaned against Alex's shoulder, continuing to watch. The guard's face was becoming increasingly tense, and Alex understood that soon the man would give in and rush to the restroom. And here it is, the long-awaited moment, all the racers are at the start. Who will be the winner of this race, and who won't withstand the pressure? We'll find out very soon. Alex commented with the tone of a sports commentator, glancing at the other guards, who also seemed to sense the impending disaster. The laughter from the speakers grew louder. Each member of the team had already noticed the changes in the guards' behavior, as one by one they began to head toward the restroom. And there goes our first dropout. Guard D couldn't make it to the finish and embarrassed himself halfway. What a pity, he was one of the favorites, but there are still 4 contenders left. Alex continued, entertaining the team without pause. The winner turned out to be Kiwi's horse, her guard, who started last, managed to reach the restroom first. Congratulations to Miss Kiwi. Her dark horse has managed to surprise everyone. Let's all welcome our champion. Alex said, laughing. Applause and laughter erupted from the speakers. After all, it's not often they get to witness a show like this, seeing Arasaka Corporation guards rushing to the restroom to avoid embarrassment. "I don't need your applause. You'd better prepare the money you lost," Kiwi replied tersely, ignoring all the congratulations. Alex sent her the money and looked to the other end of the bar where Maxim was sitting. He was intently staring at the glass before him, taking occasional sips. Alex observed him while continuing to chat with the team, who were waiting for Maxim to drink enough to get down to business. After the 3rd glass, Maxim was noticeably swaying, his massive figure barely holding itself upright. Rebecca quietly tugged at Alex's sleeve, indicating it was time to act. He nodded, downed his drink in one go, and leisurely made his way to Maxim. As he passed by, Alex skillfully pulled the chip from Maxim's neck and, without stopping, headed towards Kiwi and Lucy, who were set to handle its decryption. To be continued. Chapter 95, Chase and Suspicion. As soon as Rebecca informed Alex that Maxim had drunk enough and wouldn't notice if something went missing, Alex quickly finished his drink and headed toward the target. His steps were relaxed, moving casually as if he were just strolling through the bar. When he got closer to the drunk Maxim and walked behind him, the chip, the very reason they were here, slipped out of Maxim's neck. Alex skillfully caught it and, without changing his demeanor, continued on his way toward Lucy and Kiwi, who were supposed to hack the device and extract the data. Too easy, he thought with a slight smirk. However, just as Alex thought that, he began to feel uneasy. The guards who panicked and ran to the restroom to avoid soiling themselves, Maxim, who quickly let his guard down because of the alcohol. It all seemed suspiciously smooth. Alex knew his luck all too well, and it was notoriously bad. No matter how easy a mission seemed, things could go wrong, and they might end up running for their lives. Hey, luck, don't fail me now. Let this go off without a hitch, he mentally told himself as he continued toward Lucy and Kiwi. While it would be fun to get involved in a chase and shootout, Alex understood that such situations could lead to serious consequences. In games, it all looked different, but in reality, a lot of factors could change the outcome. Especially if a stray bullet hit an innocent person who was simply heading home after a night shift. If things go south, I'll need to minimize the damage, Alex thought as he spotted Lucy and Kiwi ahead. Approaching the girls with a smile, Alex greeted them, "Yahoo." Yeah, hand over the chip," Lucy said, shaking her head, ignoring his greeting. Kiwi simply nodded in approval, waiting for the handover. Alex placed the chip on the table and, glancing at the robot dog Gir, who was sitting next to Lucy, sipping some strange drink through a straw, he smirked. He leaned on Gir's head and asked, "Anything interesting happen while I was busy?" Lucy, momentarily distracted from her work, glanced at Alex, unsure where to start. Her gaze shifted to Gir, and Alex immediately understood that the robot had probably caused some trouble. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. "Some guys tried to hit on us, but Gir started, barking." "Well, actually, he just kept saying the word," Kiwi replied in a monotone voice, giving Alex a brief look. Suppressing a laugh, Alex gave the robot a thumbs up for a job well done. Gir, noticing his master's approval, saluted, which gave Alex a slight pang of regret. He really shouldn't have given Gir access to the internet, now the robot was trying to mimic Space Marines from the Codex Astartes. Alex relaxed, leaning back on the sofa, waiting for Kiwi and Lucy to finish their work. His thoughts suddenly shifted to something else, to Gloria's meeting with the goddesses. The thought made him tense up a bit. "I hope they don't blab about me and my affairs," he thought anxiously, hoping Freya could keep the others in check. Alex wasn't ready for Gloria to find out that he was essentially the Demon King, who had fought gods and a terrifying deity, or rather, its avatar. His musings were interrupted by Lucy, who suddenly grabbed his hand. "Maxim's boss is calling him," she said in a worried voice. Alex sighed heavily, realizing it was time to switch to Plan B. Now all that was left was to steal the limousine and deliver it to the designated point. Switching to Plan B. "We'll steal the limo," Maine said bluntly, summing it up. Alex nodded and pulled a mask from his bag, the same one he usually used when causing chaos in Horario. Now it would come in handy here. Deciding to share his plan, he spoke to everyone over the communicator. "Maine, Lucy, and I will steal the limo. Let Rebecca and Pilar take my bike and cover us if necessary," Alex calmly said. "Got it, Chumba, we'll be waiting for you at the location," Maine replied shortly, ending the conversation. Alex turned to Lucy, noticing her slight unease. "Take Gir and head to the limousine. I'll try to buy us some time before Arasaka starts messing with us," he said, looking into her eyes. "Kiwi, you'll come out later so you don't draw attention," Alex added, nodding toward Kiwi. The girls nodded in response. Kiwi slowly made her way to the other side of the bar, trying not to arouse suspicion. Lucy, picking up Gir, hurried to the limousine. Meanwhile, Alex pulled a hammer from his pocket and approached Maxim, who was sitting at the bar. As he passed Rebecca, he handed her his backpack. "Rebecca, grab Pilar and cover us if anything goes wrong," he tossed over his shoulder as he pressed the backpack into her hands. Rebecca nodded, jumped off her stool, and rushed outside. Alex was now closing in on Maxim. His mask immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Maxim, having had too much to drink, lifted his bleary eyes and saw the masked figure confidently approaching him. Something told Maxim that things were about to go wrong. "Sorry, buddy, but it's just not your day." "But don't worry, you won't remember any of this," Alex said, swinging the hammer. A powerful blow struck Maxim right on the top of his head. He didn't even have time to process what was happening before he lost consciousness. At that moment, a security guard nicknamed D, who had recently almost shat himself in the bathroom, tried to rush to help. But Alex noticed him just in time. "Hey, don't come any closer, you smell," he shouted, kicking the guard in the stomach, sending him flying. The guard landed on a group of unsuspecting patrons, and instead of the usual bloody puddle on the floor, a brown puddle appeared. The smell was simply unbearable. Alex shuddered, relieved that he managed to push him away in time. "And now it's time to run," he said to himself. The patrons of the establishment stepped back in fear upon seeing Alex with the bloody hammer and wearing a mask. In a panic, they scattered, not wanting to deal with the mysterious stranger. Alex ran toward the exit, laughing, which only frightened those around him even more. When he burst outside, his gaze quickly found the limousine, where Lucy was already sitting at the wheel, and Gir was in the passenger seat. You're driving, I'll cover you, Alex said, giving a thumbs up. Lucy started the engine, and Alex jumped onto the roof of the limousine, ready to protect them if a chase began. Alex, your katana. Rebecca shouted, tossing the weapon in his direction. Alex deftly caught the katana, nodded at her, and tapped his foot on the roof. Let's go, he commanded Lucy, signaling that it was time to leave the scene. Lucy started the engine and abruptly pulled onto the road, accelerating to give Arasaka's guards no chance to catch up. Alex, standing on the roof of the limousine, kept a close eye on what was happening behind them. He expected them to be pursued immediately since they had stolen a limousine containing the route data of a high-ranking member of the company. Even that person's driver was accompanied by security. Something feels off, Alex said, contacting Lucy through the communicator. What do you mean? Lucy asked, keeping her eyes on the road. No one is chasing us. Maybe it's because I sent Maxim to sleep with that hammer. Alex pondered. So you're admitting it was a hammer? Lucy asked with a smile. It was just a slip of the tongue, Alex mumbled, sitting down on the roof of the limousine. Lucy chuckled softly. If it had been a memory neutralizer, it certainly wouldn't have looked like a hammer. Alex continued to scan the road when suddenly another car clipped theirs, crashing into the side. Alex barely managed to grab onto the roof to avoid falling. He glanced at the car that had caused the damage and saw its passengers. What the hell? Alex cursed, squinting. Those are garbage collectors. They'll take any dirty job if the pay is good, Lucy explained, trying to regain control of the car after the impact. Got it, that actually simplifies things, Alex said, drawing his revolver. He started shooting at the car's hood, aiming to damage the engine. The driver lost control, and the car flipped over. Alex chuckled at the sight, not particularly wanting to comment on such a cinematic scene. Most likely, a bounty has already been placed on the limousine. These are just the first idiots looking for an easy score, Alex said through the communicator. Arasaka always acts quickly, Lucy replied, stepping on the gas. Alex knew that in a world so connected to networks, such incidents were not uncommon. The city was literally crawling with mercenaries, and the higher the price, the more greed they exhibited, forgetting about potential consequences. How far are we from the meeting point? Alex asked. Depends on how many garbage collectors and other bounty hunters tail us, Lucy answered, keeping her eyes on the road. Then I suggest you step on it. A few more motorcycles are closing in on us, Alex warned, spotting them in the distance. Alex kept a close eye on the approaching bikes, contemplating their course of action. He could simply shoot them down or make it more spectacular. Meanwhile, the garbage collectors who caught up to the limousine opened fire. Alex drew his katana and began deflecting the incoming bullets. The mercenaries watched in shock as the men on top of the limousine deftly repelled their shots. Hey, idiots. Shoot more accurately, or you'll never hit me like this. Alex shouted, mocking them. Furious at the taunt, the garbage collectors intensified their gunfire. Alex continued to parry the bullets, waiting for the moment when they got close enough to attack. GIR, to the roof. Cover me, Alex ordered. Hearing the command, GIR immediately opened the limousine's window and climbed outside. Lucy threw him a quick glance, but before she could say anything, the robot was already on the roof. She just shook her head and closed the window in case of a possible side attack. GIR, turret mode. Non-lethal fire, Alex commanded. The robot saluted and activated the mounts on its legs, securing itself firmly on the roof of the limousine. Its arms transformed into machine guns, electric sparks running along them. Alex nodded, ensuring GIR was ready for battle. Fire at anyone who gets past me, Alex instructed. He moved to the back of the limousine, continuing to deflect bullets. When the first motorcycle came close enough, Alex crouched, preparing to jump. Suddenly, he surged forward and drove his knee into the driver's face, knocking him off the bike. Then, before the motorcycle could flip, Alex struck the passenger with his katana, slicing him in half. Quickly leaping onto the next bike, Alex repeated the attack. His legs slammed into the heads of both the driver and passenger, sending them crashing into a parked car. And now for the last one, Alex thought as he headed for the final bike, preparing to finish the fight. Alex did a somersault and landed on the last motorcycle, right behind the passenger, who, still firing, was trying to hit him as he jumped from one bike to another, taking down their pursuers. Once behind, Alex wasted no time and struck the passenger on the head, sending him tumbling onto the road. Mind if I take your spot? Alex smirked, pushing him with a strong blow. Sitting behind the driver, Alex wrapped his arms tightly around his torso, gradually squeezing in a steel grip. The sound of cracking ribs echoed. The driver lost consciousness and collapsed onto the road, while Alex took the wheel and accelerated, chasing after the limousine. How are things on your end? Lucy's voice crackled in his earpiece, laced with curiosity. All good. I even scored a bike, Alex replied with a smile. Lucy, glancing in the side mirror, saw Alex on his motorcycle catching up to them, waving cheerfully at her. She shook her head at his carefree attitude when she suddenly noticed a large Jeep rounding the corner directly toward Alex. "Watch out," she screamed. Alex barely had time to turn his head, blinded by the headlights. The Jeep was racing full speed right at him. At the last moment, Alex jumped, and the vehicle crashed into the motorcycle, crumpling it into a heap of metal. Landing on the roof of the Jeep, Alex clenched his fists in irritation. His plan had been disrupted. "Hey, asshole, do you realize this is dangerous?" he yelled, stomping hard on the Jeep's roof, leaving a dent. Jumping down onto the hood, Alex looked inside, where the driver and passengers were already drawing weapons. A predatory smile appeared on his face. Raising his fist, he declared, "This is for trying to run me over." With a powerful strike to the hood, Alex twisted the front of the Jeep, embedding the engine into the asphalt, causing it to flip over spectacularly. The Jeep soared over Alex's head. He gave the driver and passengers the middle finger, noticing their terrified faces. "Alex, are you okay? A Jeep just crashed into you." Lucy's concerned voice came through. "I'm fine, but now I'm without a bike." "Don't worry, I'll catch up soon," he said, stretching his legs. "I'm almost on the bridge, but I still have a few cars on my tail." "GIR is firing back, but they're not backing down," Lucy replied tensely. "Okay, hold on for a couple of minutes, I'm on my way," Alex responded, starting to speed up. Hearing Lucy's worry, Alex decided not to delay. He began to run, holding his katana with one hand. Spotting an alley, Alex turned in, trying to cut through, but found himself in a dead end. He pushed off the wall, leaped over it, and landed on the other side. The sound of gunfire grew louder, and GIR's curses at the heretics echoed even more intensely. "Looks like I need to go that way," Alex said to himself, turning toward the sounds. Alex dashed onto the road, seeing a speeding limo with GIR shooting from the roof. Picking up speed, he chased after it. At the moment another car passed him, he crashed into it with such force that it flipped over. "Lucy, I'm on my way," Alex reported. "Got it, hurry up, there are 3 more on our tail," Lucy replied, glancing worriedly in the mirror. Alex sped up, quickly catching up to the first car. During a jump, he sliced it in half along with the driver. Not slowing down, he continued, cutting through the next car and destroying the pursuers. The car lost control and crashed into a wall, turning into a pile of metal. "How many are left?" Alex mumbled. 3 more on our tail," Lucy replied, glancing in the mirror. As he flew past the vehicles, Alex dodged bullets that miraculously missed him. "GIR, aim better and shoot at the nearest car." "I'll handle the rest," Alex commanded. GIR focused fire on the closest target, and Alex caught up to the last car. Landing on its hood, he caused it to flip, then jumped to the next one, finishing off the driver with a shot to the head. GIR destroyed the last car. "I caught up," Alex said with a smile, jumping onto the roof of the limo. "You took your time," Lucy replied irritably. "Took my time." Alex frowned. "I caught up to the limo at full speed. Even Sandy's user wouldn't have managed it faster." But they were interrupted by Maine's voice in the earpiece. "How's it going?" "Lost the tail, but I suspect more will be coming soon," Alex replied, scanning the road behind. "We helped you out a bit by taking care of a few idiots," Maine said with a chuckle. "Then we'll stay in touch," Alex concluded, ending the conversation. Alex approached the front of the limousine and leaned towards the window. After knocking, he waited for Lucy to crack it open. "What?" she asked, not taking her eyes off the road. "Try to stick to less crowded streets in case the idiots start chasing us again," Alex said, looking at her upside down. Lucy glanced at Alex, who was still hanging upside down at the window, and realized that it was sound advice. She nodded, and Alex returned to an upright position, looking around. At that moment, a bright light hit his face, and squinting, he saw that the light was coming from a drone following them. Alex had already reached for his weapon to take down the drone when he heard Maine's voice in his communicator. "Chum, I've got bad news," he said. "Surprise me," Alex grunted, shielding his eyes from the light with his hand. "It seems you're being pursued not just by garbage collectors and mercenaries, but also by the police. All because of the noise you made," Maine continued, with noticeable concern in his voice. Lucy tensed upon hearing this. As if they didn't have enough problems with the mercenaries and garbage collectors, now the police were involved too. Alex realized that the situation had become even worse than he thought, likely due to the shootout and accidents he caused while getting rid of their pursuers. "How bad is it?" Alex asked, wondering how much force the police had committed to catching them. "Not critical yet. But Max TA is on the way, so you still have a chance to escape," Maine reported. "And, at the end of the bridge, there's a blockade waiting for you. But I think you can handle it." Alex realized that after splitting up, Maine and his group were also under attack. He had to figure out how to get rid of the drone before thinking about the blockade. Alex raised his middle finger at the drone and, with a few shots, brought it down. What are we going to do? We're almost at the bridge, but we can't change routes, they might intercept us along the way, Lucy said, concerned. The mission that initially seemed simple had turned into a full-scale conflict. Lucy sighed heavily, remembering how Alex had mentioned his terrible luck, which always led to trouble. She even mentally blamed him for getting them into this situation for a moment. Alex heard her muttering curses at him and shook his head. Let's keep going. We have GIR and his unique protocol, Alex said, outlining his plan. Lucy tightened her grip on the steering wheel, realizing that Alex was planning to use GIR's protocol as a last resort. You want to blow up GIR? She asked, almost shouting, realizing that the explosion would be massive. Alex and GIR exchanged looks, as if Lucy had misunderstood. Alex decided to explain. No, I'm not going to blow him up. Rebecca will kill me if I do. GIR has a blackout protocol. It will just disable all electronics around, Alex said calmly, lighting a cigarette. You scared me, Lucy sighed with relief, patting her chest. And besides, I don't want Gloria to be mad. She'll be upset if that stupid dog blows up, Alex added with a smirk, taking a drag. Hearing Alex call him a dumb dog, GIR approached him and punched him in the leg. Alex merely raised an eyebrow, watching as GIR tried to express his anger. Shaking his head, he chose to ignore it. How far to the bridge? Alex asked, tossing out his cigarette. A couple of minutes, Lucy replied, glancing at the map. As soon as you get close, slow down, he said, lifting GIR by the head. Lucy nodded, focusing on the road. Alex stood on the hood of the limousine, waiting for them to reach the bridge. As soon as they entered the bridge, Alex noticed a police blockade ahead. Slow down a bit, and when I give the signal, hit the gas with all your might, Alex commanded, jumping off the car and starting to run ahead. Lucy slowed down, keeping her eyes on what Alex was about to do with GIR. He stopped at a safe distance from the police post. Are you ready, my young ultramarine? Alex asked, looking at GIR. For the glory of the Emperor, he shouted, saluting. Then let's go. Yeet. Alex yelled, launching GIR toward the police blockade. The police officers at the checkpoint noticed a person stopping ahead. They were already preparing to open fire when suddenly they saw a green dog flying toward them, shouting, "Bad Dad." GIR landed right in the center of the blockade. The police immediately aimed their weapons at him, but he calmly stood up, brushed off his suit, and looked around, confirming that he had arrived at the right place. GIR prepared to activate his protocol but decided to do it with extra drama. Pika chuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuuu disabled all devices and turned off the lights within a radius of 200 meters. Hearing GIR's scream, Alex just sighed. Maybe I should revoke his internet access, he thought. But knowing GIR, he would surely complain to Gloria, and his access would be restored again. Lucy, seeing GIR unleash a massive wave of energy, understood that this was the signal from Alex. She suddenly pressed the gas pedal, speeding up. Alex heard the approaching sound of the car, and when the limousine was almost next to him, he jumped, landing softly on the hood. Meanwhile, GIR was proudly saluting, standing in the epicenter of the EMP blast, as if celebrating his victory. He was about to start his victory dance, but Alex grabbed him by the head and lifted him up. You can dance later, there's no time, Alex said, holding GIR. Climbing through the window into the limousine, he sat GIR on his lap. He immediately started complaining that he wanted to sit on his mom's lap but received a light smack on the head and a reminder that Lucy was driving and couldn't be distracted. GIR pouted and started crying, continuing to call Alex a bad dad, but Alex remained unfazed and had long since stopped paying attention to such fake tears. I don't think anyone will chase us any further, Alex muttered, glancing briefly in the side mirror. The lights behind them were still out. Lucy nodded and increased her speed, trying to get to their destination as quickly as possible. As Alex expected, they lost their pursuers and arrived at the desired location peacefully. From a distance, Alex spotted their whole group. Rebecca was sitting on his motorcycle, swinging her legs. When she saw the approaching limousine, she began waving her hand, attracting the attention of the others. Lucy parked not far from the group and got out of the car. Alex, grabbing GIR by the head, also exited. Well, you really caused a mess, chum, Maine said with a smirk, looking at Alex. It could have been worse, Alex replied with a grin. Maine patted him on the shoulder, acknowledging that he had done a great job, protecting the limousine and Lucy, getting them there safely. Rebecca was already about to run up to Alex to congratulate him but suddenly stopped. Who the hell are you? Came Kiwi's sharp voice. She aimed a gun right at Alex's face. Alex heard her words and slowly turned his head. Right in front of him was the barrel of a gun. Frowning, he reached for his katana with one hand, tensing up. The situation instantly heated up, making everyone on edge, especially Rebecca, who was now confused, unsure how to react. Alex tried to understand what Kiwi wanted and why she aimed a weapon at him, and her cryptic question only heightened the tension. To be continued. Chapter 96, Trust of the Group and Unveiling the Truth. After Alex and Lucy arrived at the group's meeting point, Lucy sighed in relief, realizing that the hardest moments were behind them. Everything could have been much simpler if they were only chased by scavengers or mercenaries looking for an easy target. But in the end, even the police decided to get involved, complicating an already tense situation. After parking the limousine, Lucy gave Alex a reproachful look. Her expression clearly conveyed that his jokes about his luck, which turned every mission into chaos, were no longer amusing to her. Nevertheless, she understood that he had done everything he could to handle the situation. At least he's right, being prepared means being armed, Lucy thought, smiling involuntarily. Getting out of the car, Alex held Gir by the head, as if afraid he might run off at any moment. When Lucy asked why he was doing that, Alex responded in his usual style, and she just shook her head, watching as he approached the group and began chatting cheerfully with Maine and the others. Maine praised him for successfully completing the mission, particularly noting how he protected Lucy and the limousine. Lucy recalled how she had watched Alex through the side mirror during the chase. His incredible skills impressed her. Not only did he catch up with the car going at full speed, but with a single move, he destroyed the pursuers. With abilities like that, it's clear how he managed to escape his organization. But if Gloria found him wounded and bleeding, he's probably not the only one who escaped, Lucy suddenly realized, and her heart clenched with anxiety. Of course, she couldn't even imagine that no such organization existed, and if there was one, it had only one member, Alex himself. Lucy glanced at his mask, which she hadn't taken seriously before. Now, in a calmer setting, she suddenly realized that this mask gave him something sinister, as if something wasn't quite right with the mind of the person wearing it. A sudden sound made Lucy turn around. Kiwi had a gun pointed directly at Alex's face. "Who the hell are you?" she asked sharply, without lowering her weapon. Alex slowly turned his head to see the barrel of a gun right in front of his face. Barely containing himself, he reached for his katana, his gaze turning cold, and his face under the mask frowned. He couldn't understand what made Kiwi ask such a question, considering he had already explained who he was and where he came from. Or maybe she needed the explanation all over again. "What's the meaning of this, Kiwi?" Alex asked quietly but with a threatening tone, gripping the hilt of his katana more tightly. Without saying a word, Kiwi just cocked the gun. The tension in the air instantly escalated. Rebecca nervously placed her hand on her own gun, ready to intervene at any moment. The tension among the rest of the team was palpable, and Alex knew that if he didn't defuse the situation right now, it could end in bloodshed. "Lower your weapon, immediately," he commanded in a cold tone, not taking his eyes off Kiwi. Everyone froze at the sharpness of his words, and even Kiwi hesitated for a moment, but she still didn't lower the gun. "I'm not putting it down," she said firmly. "Now tell me, who are you really?" Alex shook his head and pointed at Gir. "I'm talking about him." The group turned their surprised gazes to Gir. He had already transformed his arms into weapons, pointing them straight at Kiwi. His goofy expression had disappeared, and his eyes were glowing with a menacing red light. Electric sparks ran along the railgun, and the tension in the air only grew stronger. Rebecca had already drawn her gun and was ready to intervene if the situation didn't resolve. "The Codex states that traitors must be eliminated," Gir declared, not lowering his weapons. Alex sighed, realizing that his companion still seemed to be following the Codex Astartes, which he had adopted as a guide for life. "Forget about that Codex for a minute. She's not the enemy," Alex said, trying to regain control of the situation. Gir froze for a moment, his software processing the new data. After a brief pause, he finally obeyed Alex's command, retracting his weapons and returning to his usual form, a funny robo-dog in a suit. Alex turned back to Kiwi. "What do you want to know?" "Who are you?" she repeated, staring him down with determination. Alex sighed wearily, took off his mask, and coldly locked eyes with Kiwi. Her body involuntarily trembled under his gaze. Not long ago, he had looked at her like a friend, but now his eyes showed only neutrality, even irritation. He couldn't understand what she was hoping to achieve by repeating the same question. "If you need my full name, it's Alexander Valdegode." "Does that change anything?" he asked with a hint of sarcasm, raising an eyebrow. Kiwi fell silent, and Alex could only shake his head. But the sight of the gun still pointed directly at him was starting to annoy him. He decided to take it away before Kiwi did something foolish. He had already stopped Gir once. If Kiwi decided to shoot, the second time might not go as smoothly, and he could launch an attack. "Get that thing out of my face. You're not going to accomplish anything by pointing it at me." "I already stopped Gir once, but the next time, he'll take action," Alex said calmly but with a note of irritation, grabbing the barrel of the gun. He easily pushed the gun down, despite Kiwi's attempts to resist. It felt to her as if her arms were being overpowered by an unstoppable force. She suddenly remembered how strong Alex was, from his mastery of martial arts to his raw physical power. When she had seen him flip a car with a single strike, she had been stunned. And then there was GIR, a true walking killing machine. If you wanted to ask something, you could have just asked. Shoving that thing in my face only pisses me off. Everyone who's ever threatened me has come to regret it. I haven't done anything to you because I consider you a friend, Alex said, now clearly irritated. Despite his frustration, Alex still saw Maine's crew as his friends. Sure, their work and past weren't exactly ideal, but they were the best people he knew in the city. He walked over to his bike to change. As he passed Rebecca, he gently ruffled her hair to ease her tension. Then he took off his coat and carelessly tossed it onto the motorcycle seat. He turned around and noticed the silent group staring at him. For God's sake, what's with all of you? If you've got questions, ask them. Stop acting like indecisive virgins, Alex said, clearly annoyed. The group exchanged glances, obviously debating what to ask. Lucy and Rebecca's accounts of Alex's past were still a mystery to most of them. Why don't you have cyber implants? Not even the basic ones. Kiwi suddenly asked. Alex had long prepared an answer to this question. In a world where almost everything could be replaced or enhanced with technology, the absence of implants was indeed surprising. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled the smoke. First of all, I don't need them. Second, every implant is tied to the network in one way or another, and that leaves a trace. And if you don't leave a trace, it's like you don't exist, he explained calmly, blowing out another cloud of smoke. Alex didn't go into details. His blood was toxic to anything outside his body, and even an avatar of Nyarlathotep had been dissolved after contact with it. In this world, there simply wasn't a device capable of harming him. External implants. Maybe, but they were useless. Even his bank account in the system appeared as an empty space, no name or data except for the actual amount of money. Then why are you so strong? Dorio asked, clearly amazed by his abilities. I was born this way. I'm faster, stronger, smarter, Alex answered with a shrug. You mean, you were grown in a lab or something? Pilar asked incredulously. Alex sighed, a flash of irritation crossing his face. What did a grown in a lab even mean? He wasn't some kind of experiment like Homelander. He had been created in this life, but in his past one, he had been born a regular human. No, I was born like everyone else. Or do I need to give you a lesson on the birds and the bees? Alex replied with clear annoyance. Pilar looked embarrassed, and Rebecca, who had been tense, couldn't help but laugh, though she quickly fell silent when she noticed the other's stares. Any more questions? Alex asked, looking around the group. What was that organization you were part of? Maine finally asked, intrigued by Alex's past. Alex rubbed his chin, debating whether to stick to his usual story. He didn't want to reveal too much. The more you say, the more likely your words could be used against you. So, he decided to keep the details to himself, especially anything involving the gods or that old man who had tasked him with fixing timelines that threatened to destroy the universe. I can't tell you much. The less you know, the fewer targets you'll have on your backs, Alex said calmly, trying to sense whether Nyarlathotep was watching them. He wasn't going to wait for more questions. Right now, his main concern was changing clothes so he wouldn't stand out on cameras. Shedding his outerwear, he was left in just his pants. The group couldn't help but stare at his bare back, where a fiery symbol tattoo was visible, seemingly radiating warmth. Rebecca, who had already seen the tattoo, looked at Alex's body again and almost drooled. She would never get tired of looking at him. Alex, is that tattoo a symbol of your organization? Falco asked, voicing the group's shared curiosity. Alex knew what they were talking about. The tattoo was the emblem of Hestia's family, his beloved goddess. He had never planned on removing this symbol, despite his strength and status. To him, Hestia was special, even though there were other girls in his life. She had always helped him control his fiery temper. No, it's not the organization's emblem. It's the symbol of the Greek goddess Hestia, the patron of home, family, and hearth, Alex explained with a soft smile. This answer offered a small glimpse into his inner world. Everyone understood that family and home meant a lot to Alex. However, they didn't know that despite his attachment to those close to him, he could turn anyone's life into a living hell if they threatened his family. Then tell us what your organization did, Dorio dared to ask. Alex pulled on a shirt and turned to the group. Simply put, when Villain A shows up and gathers like-minded people to destroy the world, I step in and stop it, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. The group reacted cautiously to his words. For Lucy and Rebecca, it wasn't anything new, they had already heard about his past activities, though in less detail. Can you explain further? Maine pressed. Alex blew out a cloud of smoke. To put it briefly, before I met you guys, I was cleaning up the mess that hit the fan, he added without diving into specifics. Lucy said you stopped some kind of crisis, Dorio reminded him. Alex exhaled smoke through his nose, deep in thought. The crisis he had prevented was far larger than they could imagine. Behind it was a being one could only encounter in the worst nightmares or insane paintings. Yeah, that's right. Imagine a group of people with immense power and influence. One of them decided humanity had stagnated and needed a push. What's the best motivation for development? Alex asked, casting a fleeting glance at Kiwi. Everyone pondered. In a world where cyber implants and violence had become the norm, finding the right answer wasn't so easy. War. Kiwi hesitantly suggested. In a way, yes. But for a world like this, a regular war wouldn't be enough. You'd need an enemy that people would unite against, developing technology just to survive. Alex flicked his cigarette away. The answer raised even more questions. If this plan was meant to help development, why had Alex and his organization opposed it? If they wanted to help progress, why did you take them down? Falco asked, rubbing his chin. Alex squinted slightly. The idea sounded good on paper. But in reality, it was just the selfish desire of one fool who thought he was doing the right thing. The rest had their own selfish goals, Alex replied, recalling Erebus' words. Now they understood why Alex had to eliminate those he called villains. If their actions had truly been for humanity's benefit, they wouldn't have started a war to advance human development. Lucy had also mentioned why these villains decided to work together. So, it's true that someone from your organization's leadership was behind the group? Kiwi asked, narrowing her eyes. Yeah, that's right, otherwise they wouldn't have even had the chance to act, Alex responded with a shrug. He was already thinking about the apologies he'd owe if they ever found out who he really was. And what happened to those villains? Dorio asked, watching Alex closely. They disappeared. No bodies, no records, nothing. Only memories remain in the minds of those who knew them. But chances are, even those memories are gone by now, Alex said with cold certainty. In reality, he had destroyed not only the bodies but the souls of those gods. The rest of Orario's residents only knew of their existence, but had no idea that they were gone forever. Only Alex's family and Aurena's, to whom Freya had revealed the truth, knew what had really happened. Alex's words about absolute erasure, even from people's memories, sent chills through the group. The very thought that there was an organization capable of wiping out not just a person, but all memories of them, frightened them. And what are you going to do now? Maine asked seriously, watching Alex intently. The same as before. Work with you guys. You're some of the few friends I have in this world. I'd be happy to tell you more, but it would only bring you trouble. And I don't want to lose my friends, Alex said with a light smile. Maine sighed in relief. Alex wasn't holding a grudge against Kiwi for her suspicions, and his willingness to share such dangerous information showed his trust. When he called them friends, it warmed their hearts. Maine laughed, clapping Alex on the shoulder. Pilar gave him a big thumbs up with a wide grin, and Falco nodded in respect. Dorio gave Alex a pat on the back to help him relax. Kiwi, still embarrassed by her recent actions, remained silent. She had recently pointed a gun at him, trying to get the truth, but it turned out to be far heavier than she had anticipated. Oh, guys, you're making me blush, Alex said with a playful grin. Maine merely smirked and patted him on the shoulder again. Thanks for telling us about yourself. Maybe not everything, but we understand that you want to protect us, Dorio said with a smile. It wasn't difficult. You've helped me too. You gave me a job and understand why I can't share more, Alex replied with a grateful smile. Dorio jokingly punched him on the shoulder, while Pilar placed his hands on Alex's shoulders and looked him in the eyes. I'm glad you consider me a friend. But I have a feeling we'll soon become closer than just friends, Pilar said with a wide grin. Wait. First of all, I like girls. Secondly, I like girls. And thirdly, I still like girls, Alex replied, pushing Pilar's hands away and stepping back a few paces. The group laughed at their exchange, noticing Alex's pale face as he retreated from Pilar. Realizing that Alex had misunderstood him, Pilar also laughed. I like girls too. I meant your relationship with my sister, Pilar clarified, holding back his laughter. Oh, if that's what you meant, then it's all good. But I can't help it, Rebecca loves me so much that I'm afraid she might kidnap me one day, Alex said shyly, placing his hands on his cheeks. He and Pilar laughed, but Rebecca, hearing this, first turned red, and then, noticing the joke about kidnapping, frowned. She rushed over and punched Pilar hard in the stomach, making him double over. Then she lightly shoved Alex in the stomach, her cheeks still flushed, and muttered. Idiot. Alex smiled at her cute behavior. He loved the embarrassed Rebecca just as much as her more mischievous side. All right, guys, it's time to throw a party to celebrate the successful mission, Maine cheerfully suggested, noticing the tension in the air dissipating. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Alex smiled, glad for a chance to relax. As he hopped on his bike, he hadn't even turned around when Rebecca was already sitting in front of him with GIR in her hands, while Lucy settled behind him, hugging him tightly. Alex was happy to ride with them but felt someone's gaze on him. Turning around, he noticed Kiwi looking at him with some internal conflict. She clearly wanted to say something but didn't know how. Alex just smiled, signaling that he held no grudge against her. "It seems Kiwi is starting to have feelings for you," Rebecca teased, stroking GIR. "I don't think so. She probably just realized she was wrong and now doesn't know how to apologize," Alex replied. Falco veered onto the road, and Alex followed him. After a while, they found themselves in a noisy club whose name Alex didn't even bother trying to remember. Places like this weren't really his scene. He had only agreed to come because the whole team was together. Rebecca settled on Alex's lap, playfully swinging her legs while holding a cocktail. Lucy sat next to him, leaning against him and petting GIR, who was also sipping something through a straw. Kiwi was nearby, clearly gearing up to discuss something with Alex but finding no opportunity. Falco was peacefully sipping his drink, and Pilar lounged on the couch, his legs thrown over the table. Maine was sitting with Dorio, joking until someone contacted him through his comms, prompting him to stand up. "Here comes our employer," Maine said as he got up from the couch. Alex followed his gaze and noticed the man he was heading toward. The man was slim, wearing a burgundy jacket and a white shirt, with black gloves on his hands, the most striking feature being his 4 eyes, 3 of which were in one socket. As soon as Alex saw him, he felt a resemblance to Erebus, the one who always believed everything was under control until it turned out he was just a puppet. Alex frowned. This man evoked extreme displeasure in him. "Who is that?" Alex asked the group. "That's the fixer we're working with. His name is Faraday," Kiwi replied. Alex kept his eyes on Faraday. The longer he looked, the more it seemed that he was facing yet another know-it-all. Lucy noticed Alex's frown. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing. It's just that this Faraday reminds me of an idiot from a group of losers," Alex replied disdainfully, diverting his gaze from Faraday, who was grimly talking to Maine. The group exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. "What do you mean?" Dorio asked, leaning in closer. "His whole demeanor screams that he thinks he's in control. But people like him usually end up being clowns that others manipulate," Alex explained calmly. "It's better to keep your distance from him, otherwise, there will be more problems than benefits." Although the group was skeptical about Alex's words, they decided to trust him. After all, his job was to read people. Alex didn't push the topic further but mentally noted that if problems arose because of Faraday, he wouldn't hesitate to launch the guy straight into the sun. After a while, Maine returned with a wide smile. "Job's done," he announced. "Although our client isn't too happy about all the noise, I think he'll get over it." Alex checked his account and saw that the money had come in, a pretty decent sum for what he considered an easy job. He looked at Maine and decided to warn him. "Maine, don't trust Faraday too much. Just keep that in mind." "I don't want to have to save your asses later," Alex said. Maine didn't quite understand but noticed the group nodding in agreement and decided to talk to Dorio about it privately later. "All right, guys, I'm heading home," Alex said, stretching. "I'm coming with you," Rebecca chimed in happily, turning to him. "You do remember I live with Gloria, right?" Alex reminded her, looking at her. "That's fine, I'll just check in on her." "I've missed her," Rebecca smiled. Alex shrugged and didn't refuse. Just as he was about to get up, Lucy grabbed his hand and said she wanted to check on Gloria too. Alex agreed with her as well. "Bro, I'll be at Alex's today," Rebecca shouted to Pilar, who had already wandered off somewhere. "As soon as you found a guy, you ditched me, huh?" Pilar yelled back, but immediately got hit on the head with an empty bottle thrown by Rebecca out of embarrassment. Alex shook his head and, after saying goodbye to everyone, led the girls to his motorcycle. He decided to ride fast, not wanting to waste time. It had been a fun day but rather mentally exhausting. Constantly lying about his identity and not getting mixed up in the story was quite the task. Finally, they reached Gloria's apartment. Alex opened the door, and Gloria greeted him, disheveled and visibly distressed. As soon as she saw Alex, her face expressed both anger and shock. "Why didn't you tell me you were the Demon King?" she exclaimed, not noticing Rebecca and Lucy standing behind him. Alex immediately realized that the goddesses had spilled his secret. It was definitely either Hestia or Loki, both were notorious gossipers. He mentally cursed and looked at Gloria, who was clearly ready to strangle him. Well, shit, Alex thought, realizing he would have to deal with the fallout from this revelation. He regretted introducing Gloria to the goddesses without revealing the truth about his identity beforehand. Now he had to face the consequences. Rebecca and Lucy, standing behind him, also heard Gloria's angry shout. At that moment, Alex felt a strong urge to run far away. he had planned to tell her who he really was, but later, when she was used to him and their relationship. However, fate had other plans, and now Gloria, left alone with this truth, snapped the moment he stepped over the threshold. She couldn't contain her emotions and shouted his secret, not even suspecting that 2 more girls were behind Alex. To be continued. Chapter 97, Gloria's New Life and New Upsets. Gloria's day started just like the past few days. She woke up in Alex's arms. It had all begun when she suggested they watch a TV show she liked. She wasn't surprised that Alex hadn't seen any films or shows from this world, given that he was from a world of magic. They sat down to watch, and soon Gloria forgot about the exhaustion from her long workday, fully immersing herself in the show. She didn't even notice when she fell asleep, resting her head on Alex's shoulder. When she woke up the next morning, she found herself in his arms again. At first, she felt a wave of embarrassment, but it quickly gave way to a sense of peace. The warmth and security she had been seeking for so long filled her soul. Just a little longer, Gloria thought as she closed her eyes and drifted back to sleep. Later that evening, she had to leave for her night shift. Before leaving, she warned Alex to be careful. When she returned home early in the morning, she had no idea what awaited her. As she opened the door, she froze at the sight of the chaos that had taken over her apartment. Mechanical parts and pieces of some kind of weapon were scattered everywhere. Her fatigue instantly vanished. All she wanted at that moment was for Alex to explain what on earth had happened in her home. When she saw him sitting thoughtfully on the couch, examining something that looked like a robot, Gloria was ready to explode. But before she could start yelling, Alex raised his hand, trying to stop her outburst. "Gloria, wait before you start yelling. Let me introduce you to GIR, your personal protection robot," Alex said, pointing to the robot lying on the table, powered off. Gloria glanced at what Alex called a robot. On the outside, it looked fragile and tiny, nothing like a serious protector. Her doubts instantly surfaced. How could a mage, even a talented one, know so much about technology? Even if Alex had mastered local devices, creating a protection robot seemed utterly impossible. "All right, let's hear how you're going to explain all this mess in your robot," Gloria said sternly, crossing her arms. She couldn't stand clutter. Even when her son David was alive, she always made him clean up after himself, and this time was no different. Walking over to the couch, she took off her old yellow jacket, a keepsake from her late husband, a police officer who had died on duty, and sat down in a spot free of parts. She stared intently at Alex, waiting for his explanation. "I'm ready to hear your excuses," she said firmly, throwing him a stern look. Alex gave a nervous smile, his gaze shifting to the robot lying on the table. It was a look he had seen many times from Hephaestus when she visited his workshop and saw the mess. She always reminded him of the importance of maintaining order, especially while working. Swallowing his discomfort, Alex decided to activate the robot. "All right, little guy, don't let me down." "I don't want Gloria to start yelling even more," he muttered, pressing the activation button. The robot's eyes lit up, and it began its boot-up process. "Running primary function check, loading complete," a metallic voice announced. The robot slowly got to its feet, looked around, and its eyes locked onto Gloria. After a moment, it loudly declared. "Protection target, Gloria Martinez. Confirmed. Initiating protection protocol." Alex exhaled in relief and theatrically wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Everything worked. Now, he just needed to teach the robot to behave more naturally, so it wouldn't seem like one of those mechanical heroes from old movies. Gloria, on the other hand, eyed the tiny creature with skepticism, the one that had just declared itself her protector. "Seriously? This little robot is supposed to protect me?" she asked incredulously, looking at Alex. Alex sat next to her and took her hand, a gesture that had already become familiar to them. She liked this quiet display of affection, though she wasn't ready to admit it. "Listen, Gloria. This robot can actually be a great protector. It's equipped with an AI chip that allows it to learn and adapt. It's still new, but soon it'll become a real pro," Alex said, smiling at her with confidence. Gloria glanced skeptically at the robot but didn't want to disappoint Alex, who was clearly trying his best to protect her. So she decided to wait and see how it would turn out. Her heart warmed as she watched Alex sincerely striving to help. He was the only one who cared for her like this in this world. Even her co-workers had only offered obligatory condolences and quickly forgotten about her loss. Her boss, who she had asked for time off to say goodbye to her son, had denied her the days and even threatened to dock her pay for absenteeism. "All right, let's see how your protector robot handles things," Gloria said with a smile, noticing Alex's enthusiasm. Alex was delighted by her agreement, but his joy was immediately replaced by concern after her cold remark. "But first, clean up this mess you made," Gloria said, frowning, her voice firm and uncompromising. Alex nodded and immediately got to work cleaning up. All the while, the robot didn't take its eyes off Gloria, tracking her every move. It made her a bit uneasy, but also curious. She reached out and cautiously touched the robot's metallic head. To her surprise, the surface wasn't cold and hard as she had expected, but smooth and warm. "Well, nice to meet you," Gloria said, pulling her hand back. "Affirmative," the robot's mechanical voice responded. Gloria sighed, watching as Alex quickly tidied up the apartment using magic. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for his abilities. Everything that seemed difficult to her was just a matter of minutes for him. She needed something to eat and then to get some sleep, so after ordering food, she sat down at the table with Alex. As they ate, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the robot remained standing still, staring at her. "I think you should do something about its appearance." "It stands out too much," Gloria suggested, pointing at the robot with her fork. Alex glanced at it and realized she was right. The robot did look strange and even a bit ridiculous. He already had a plan in mind for how to change its appearance, inspired by robots from the cartoons of his childhood. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," he said, giving her a thumbs up. Gloria nodded and returned to her meal. After dinner, she was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Seeing this, Alex quickly finished creating the new costume for the robot. After a few attempts to dress it, the robot finally looked the way Alex had envisioned, cute and funny, with a goofy expression. "Much better," Alex whispered softly, so as not to wake Gloria. Leaving a note in case she woke up before him, Alex headed off to work, as he needed to earn money to help Gloria achieve her dream of reaching the moon. Gloria slept longer than usual. When she finally woke up and opened her eyes, the room was dark. She turned onto her side and saw a pair of glowing eyes staring at her from the darkness. Her heart froze in fear. Quickly turning on the light, she found herself facing a robot, which now looked like a green dog with a pink tongue hanging out of its mouth. "Phew, you almost scared me to death," Gloria muttered, calming her pounding heart. Looking over the robot's new appearance, she was pleasantly surprised by how cute it looked. "Is this your new form?" "I must admit, it's adorable," she said, smiling. "Affirmative," the robot replied with a nod. Gloria shook her head, chuckling at his straightforwardness. Then she noticed a note from Alex, saying he had gone to work. Time had flown by, and realizing it was already late evening, she felt hungry. Gloria was about to call Alex, but at that moment, he returned home. Together, they ordered food, and Gloria decided to watch the series she hadn't finished the night before. The next day, Alex suggested giving the robot access to the internet to speed up its learning process. However, Gloria wasn't sure it was a good idea. "I don't think that's wise," she said, squinting skeptically. "The internet is full of things that could turn this robot into a threat. It'll be fine. He'll become smarter and more efficient," Alex assured her with a smile. Gloria looked at Alex with distrust, as he kept insisting that everything would be alright if the self-learning robot got internet access. But her doubts were soon justified. A few days later, coming home from work, she walked in on a strange scene. The robot, with a goofy expression on its face, was standing opposite Alex, who looked as if all his energy had been drained. His brows were furrowed, and his eye was twitching from exhaustion. "Alex, what happened to you?" Gloria asked, noticing his worn-out look. Alex slowly shifted his gaze to Gloria, unsure how to explain what had happened. The robot had been dancing and singing the same song all day long. When it saw Gloria, it suddenly perked up. Its eyes lit up, and it rushed toward her, shouting. "Mom," the robot exclaimed, hugging her leg. Gloria raised an eyebrow, wondering why the robot was calling her mom. When she had left, it was perfectly normal, immersed in learning from the internet. Now, standing before her was something that stirred mixed feelings. She glanced at Alex, expecting an explanation. Seeing that Gloria had finally returned and saved him from the robot, Alex smiled in relief. "You were right. I shouldn't have given him internet access," Alex admitted, trying to maintain some composure. Gloria silently waited for him to explain what had happened. Alex told her how it all started, how the robot, after gaining internet access, began developing its behavior. As a joke, Alex had shown it a dance, and as a result, the robot danced all day, repeating the same moves. "I told you. But why is he calling me mom?" Gloria asked, looking at the robot in surprise. Alex looked away in embarrassment. "Well, that kind of just happened. I made a joke, and he took it seriously," he said, nervously running his hand through his hair. "By the way, he has a name now, Gir. It just felt wrong to keep calling him Robot Protector all the time." Gloria sighed, realizing she'd have to get used to these new oddities. She sat on the couch next to Alex, resting her head on his shoulder as she'd gotten used to in recent days. The robot, now Gir, continued staring at her intently, as if waiting for something. "Do you need something, Gir?" she asked. Gir nodded and suddenly began to dance the very dance that Alex had shown him, accompanied by the song. "Hey buggy buggy bam bam, let's go body body boom boom." Gloria unexpectedly enjoyed the performance. When Gir finished, he looked at her again, waiting for a reaction. Gloria smiled. Well done, Gir. I'm proud of you, she praised the robot. Gir threw his arms up in victory and, like a pleased child, started to do a little dance in place. Gloria, feeling a sudden rush of affection, hugged Alex's arm and momentarily thought, it feels like we have a child now. Her cheeks flushed at the thought. Ever since Gir began to show lively emotions, he even seemed to sleep, choosing Alex's pillow for that, forcing Alex to find another place to rest. Gloria suggested they sleep together on the couch, and although she was initially embarrassed, she soon got used to waking up in his embrace, feeling comforted by it. Alex also began to realize that their relationship had moved to a new level, even though they hadn't called each other lovers yet. One morning, they were awakened by a phone call. It was Alex's family, which surprised Gloria. After all, Alex had claimed they were from another universe. Gloria felt a pang of jealousy when she heard the warmth with which Alex spoke to his relatives. She wished he would talk to her the same way but pushed those thoughts aside. However, looking at his joyful face, she realized she had become much more attached to him than she had thought. Alex offered to introduce her to his family. Gloria was nervous at first, but he assured her they would welcome her. When it turned out she would be meeting goddesses, Gloria nearly lost her voice. She expected majestic and stern beings, but upon seeing them, she realized they were quite friendly. They even seem approachable, she thought as Alex introduced them one by one. Now, Gloria had no doubt, her life had changed forever. Gloria watched in admiration as Alex introduced the goddesses. Each of them was unique in their own way, but she was particularly struck by the goddess with silver hair named Freya. She literally embodied beauty, and even through the screen, Gloria could feel her incredible charm. She must be even more beautiful in reality, Gloria thought, observing Freya's gentle smile. Then Alex pointed to the goddess with black hair. Upon seeing her, Gloria couldn't help but draw parallels with her acquaintance, Rebecca. Only Hestia looked innocent and kind, whereas Rebecca was the embodiment of chaos in the guise of a sweet girl. Next, Alex introduced Loki, the goddess with red hair, who smiled slyly and mischievously. Gloria watched in surprise as Hestia and Loki immediately began to bicker after exchanging greetings. Alex calmly explained that this behavior was normal for them, and everyone in the house had long since gotten used to these quarrels. Gloria mentally revised her opinion of Hestia, realizing that she indeed reminded her of Rebecca. The last to be introduced was Hephaestus. At first glance, she seemed the sternest of them all, but a little later, Gloria noticed kindness and care in her gaze. When Alex finished introducing all the goddesses, he unexpectedly received a phone call and left the room, leaving Gloria alone with the projections of these majestic beings. Gloria instantly became nervous. Despite the fact that they were merely projections, she felt the pressure of their presence. Her internal tension only dissipated when Freya spoke in her soft, soothing voice. Don't worry, we don't bite. Moreover, we are very grateful to you for helping Alex in your world. Freya's tone was so sincere and kind that Gloria relaxed a little and took a deep breath to gather her thoughts. She smiled gently and decided to speak with the goddesses as calmly as possible. As you already know, my name is Gloria, she repeated, introducing herself once more. Nice to meet you, Gloria, Hephaestus said kindly. Tell us how you met Alex. He always skips the most interesting details. Gloria began her story about the day her life changed. She spoke of the pain of loss, how she lost her son, and the loneliness that lasted until she met Alex. The goddesses listened to her with empathy. Knowing the nature of human pain and suffering, they understood what Gloria had been through. They all recognized how important Alex had been in her life at that moment. I'm so sorry to hear that, Gloria, Freya said softly, her gaze filled with compassion. I admire how you've managed to cope. Gloria shook her head, denying it. If it weren't for Alex, I don't know what would have happened to me. The goddesses understood perfectly why Gloria said that. Without support during difficult times, most people get lost in their grief. They need someone to lean on and help them move forward. You're not the first one Alex has helped, Hestia added with a smile. He's already told you about Lily and Haruheim, right? Yes, I think he mentioned them, Gloria replied uncertainly, trying to recall their names. He helped both girls get through their dark times, Hephaestus said, remembering how Alex had trained with Lily and Haruheim, helping them grow stronger. Gloria became interested in these girls and wanted to learn more about them from the goddesses, but just then, Alex returned after his conversation on the communicator, announcing that he had work to do. She noticed that Alex had been working too much lately. Every time she woke up, he was already on his feet, either tending to tasks or assembling various devices. It seemed like he hardly rested at all. And so, just as he was about to leave, Gloria did something she hadn't expected from herself. Whether it was a reaction to meeting the goddesses or her overwhelming feelings took over, she walked up to Alex, helped him put on his coat, and, feeling a bit shy, kissed him on the cheek, wishing him to be careful. Alex smiled, and Gloria felt a warm, pleasant sensation fill her heart. When he left, she realized that her action now embarrassed her even more than she had anticipated. How awkward, she thought, covering her face with her hands, but inside, a warm sense of satisfaction spread through her. The goddesses noticed Gloria's embarrassment and couldn't help but smile. They had long been accustomed to how girls reacted to Alex, and the sight of such bewilderment reminded them of days gone by. For those who had been living in his house for a long time, Alex's everyday displays of affection had become mundane. One only had to look away for a moment, and someone would already be sitting in his lap or resting their head on his shoulder. Hearing the cheerful laughter of the goddesses, Gloria removed her hands from her face, but her embarrassment only intensified. "Oh, dear Gloria, there's no need to be shy. You're not the first to fall under his charm. Even we, the goddesses, have found ourselves unable to resist," Freya said with a gentle smile, tenderly touching her cheek. "What do you mean?" Gloria asked in confusion. "Didn't you know?" Freya asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Gloria shook her head, clearly not understanding what was being discussed. The goddesses exchanged silent glances, as if they were discussing something without words. This heightened her suspicions. She felt that there was more between Alex and these women than she had imagined. Freya sighed heavily, realizing that Alex had once again managed to keep quiet about something. Now, she had to explain to Gloria without ruining her budding feelings. Freya saw in Gloria a good woman who could fit beautifully into their shared life. "We four are engaged to Alex. And before you say anything, I want to point out, we don't mind that he might have other girls. You're not the first to have feelings for him," Freya said, showing the ring on her ring finger. The other goddesses followed her example, revealing their rings as well. Gloria froze in shock. Her mind was racing with thoughts, and she didn't know how to find the words to express her feelings. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her head. Should she hope for Alex's love? After all, she was a grown woman, had been married, and had experienced the loss of a son. Noticing Gloria's confusion, Freya continued in a soft but wise tone. "I am the goddess of love, and I don't need to be next to you to understand, you love Alex. My advice to you is not to deny these feelings. If you suppress them, one day you might regret it. I have seen too many people who couldn't accept their love, and their stories rarely ended well." Gloria wanted to object, but she pondered Freya's words. Gradually, she realized that her feelings for Alex were indeed more than just gratitude. He had helped her overcome the pain of loss, making her life vibrant and full of events again. Even the little things, like the dancing robot dog Gir, which constantly entertained her, brought her joy. A determination appeared in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to accept this," Freya remarked, seeing Gloria's gaze become more confident. Embarrassed by such a direct conversation, Gloria decided to change the subject and asked a question that had long intrigued her. "Alex mentioned that he helped the girls take revenge to heal their emotional wounds. Is that true?" After her words, the goddesses exchanged glances, and Hestia sighed with a smirk. "Yes, he helped them take revenge. But there were some consequences," Hephaestus said wearily, rubbing her forehead as if recalling unpleasant moments. "What consequences?" Gloria frowned slightly, intrigued. Everything would have been fine if he had just stopped at revenge. But, as usual, he couldn't help himself and decided to create a cult of the pasta monster. In the end, a squad was organized to capture Alex and the girls who were helping him, Hestia said with irritation, her eyelid twitching nervously at the memory. "He mentioned something about that cult." "He said they were just correcting bad people," Gloria said uncertainly, recalling Alex's words. "Don't believe everything he says. It was more for his amusement, and punishing bad people was just a side effect," Hephaestus added with a tired smile. "But please, don't let him create something like that in your world. You are the only one who can stop him." Gloria nodded, promising to do everything possible to stop Alex, although she still didn't fully understand what this cult would be. Hephaestus noticed that Gloria nodded in agreement to try to talk Alex out of creating yet another cult if that thought crossed his mind again. After that, the conversation became more relaxed. The goddesses began to share stories about their first meetings with Alex, recounting how they spent time with him and how they admired his kind nature and desire to protect his family from any threats. Everything went smoothly until one of the goddesses let something slip. "He's so kind, it's hard to believe he's the Demon King," Loki suddenly said without thinking. Gloria, who had been listening with a smile and asking questions, instantly froze in place. Loki's words echoed in her mind, and she couldn't immediately grasp their meaning. Realizing she had inadvertently spilled the beans, Loki shot an apologetic glance at Gloria. At that moment, the other goddesses stared at her disapprovingly, as if they all understood that they would now have to smooth over this situation somehow. Loki wanted to apologize but knew that the truth could no longer be hidden. Now, it was necessary to help Gloria accept it. Freya was the first to speak up, noticing that Gloria was in shock. "He didn't tell you who he really is?" she asked gently. "He said he was a wizard, and even demonstrated some trick," Gloria replied slowly, still trying to comprehend that she had been living under the same roof as a demon all this time. Freya sighed heavily. It became clear to her that Alex, as usual, preferred not to reveal the whole truth, which could lead to misunderstandings and possibly destroy the trust between him and Gloria. Listen, Gloria, Hestia interjected. I understand how you feel right now. In our world, demons are depicted as something terrible, sinister. But think about how Alex has been with you. Has he ever acted like the demon described in the legends? Accept him for who he is, not for who you've been taught to fear. Gloria pondered, recalling all the moments spent with Alex. He didn't resemble the evil demon described in the books. He was caring, kind, always ready to help and protect. He not only saved her but also restored meaning to her life. He was a source of light and support for her. She remembered how he helped Valeria, who was being sold into slavery, and numerous other instances where Alex showed his humanity. But why didn't he tell me? She quietly asked, looking up at the goddesses. How would you have reacted if he had told you right away that he was a demon? Hephaestus replied with a question. If you had found out earlier, before you saw who he really was. Gloria sighed and thought. If she had known at the very beginning, she would undoubtedly have been scared and would not have given him a chance. I would probably have been scared, she admitted. See. Freya continued. Don't fixate on his nature. What matters is how he treats you. When he returns, just ask him, and you'll understand that demons come in different forms. Not all of them are as they're portrayed. Gloria nodded, realizing that her fear of demons was fueled by books and prejudices. In real life, people can sometimes be much worse than the beings they fear. The conversation with the goddesses helped her calm down a bit, and although thoughts of Alex's identity hadn't fully left her mind, she felt grateful to the goddesses for their support. As she said goodbye to the goddesses, Gloria looked out the window. It was already night, and time had passed unnoticed. She brewed herself some coffee, deciding to wait for Alex to ask him questions in person. When the door finally opened and Alex entered the house, Gloria couldn't hold back and blurted out. Why didn't you tell me you were the Demon King? She wanted to ask calmly, but her excitement got the better of her. Seeing Alex turn pale, she realized that she might have made a mistake by shouting it out so suddenly. But she was even more surprised when she noticed two girls standing behind him. Now Gloria understood, she had created new problems for Alex by exposing the truth about his identity to everyone. To be continued. Chapter 98, The Truth That Brings Us Closer. Alex sat in front of the three girls, each of them staring intently at him. He already understood why he ended up in this situation. His luck had always been so terrible that the truth was bound to come out sooner or later. The conversation between Gloria and the goddesses clearly hadn't passed without consequences, and now he had to face the results of keeping his true nature hidden. Alex was most worried that Rebecca and Lucy would be disappointed in him, because hiding the truth, even partially, was still a form of lying. Although he hadn't lied directly, he had merely downplayed the scale of things, adapting it to human terms. Now, he had to find a way to soften the blow. Sighing, Alex decided to take responsibility for his actions and face the truth. He looked at the girls and spoke first. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. No more lies, he said, his voice laced with slight exhaustion. Gloria sat with a guilty expression, knowing that the current situation was partially her fault. Her apologetic gaze slid over to Alex. She felt guilty for unintentionally revealing his secret. Alex noticed her look and simply smiled gently, showing that he didn't blame her. After all, he should have told the girls the truth himself, as they were dear to him. What did Gloria mean when she said you were the Demon King? Lucy was the first to speak, watching him closely. Alex sighed heavily again, looking into her eyes, full of disappointment. Her question struck him deeply. He knew this was the moment he had feared the most. What she said is true. I am literally the Demon King, Alex replied, lowering his head. His answer caused a ripple of reactions among the girls. Gloria also sighed when she heard the confirmation. Lucy, who had already looked conflicted, now appeared even more shocked. Rebecca, still confused, tried to grasp what was happening. Her heart faltered. The man she had feelings for turned out to be someone she hadn't expected. Not a fugitive from a secret organization, but the actual Demon King. Rebecca couldn't even find the words to express her feelings. Lucy, who had previously thought she and Alex had much in common, now felt a sense of betrayal. Everything he had said seemed like a lie. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at him, yearning for the truth. So, everything you said about the secret organization and preventing a war was a lie? Lucy asked, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing her tears, Alex felt a heavy weight on his heart. He knew he was guilty, but if he had told the whole truth from the start, no one would have believed him. And if he had demonstrated his powers, it would have eventually attracted the attention of corporations, leading to large-scale conflict and casualties. I didn't lie, I just downplayed the scale of the events, Alex said, trying to be honest. Lucy and Rebecca couldn't understand what he meant by downplayed. Gloria, being more informed, understood what he was referring to, as he had told her about the things he faced before arriving here. What do you mean by downplayed? Rebecca asked. I just significantly reduced the importance of those events, Alex replied, not going into details. The girls exchanged glances, still not understanding. Alex realized that they wouldn't fully grasp his situation until they saw it for themselves. With a snap of his fingers, he sent a wave of magic that enveloped the room. The girls started looking around, noticing changes in their surroundings. What did you do? Gloria asked, glancing around. I moved us to a mirror dimension so that no one can eavesdrop on us, Alex answered calmly, pulling out a cigarette. The girls looked at him in surprise. Alex pointed to the window, offering them a chance to look. As they approached it, they saw a world resembling a kaleidoscope. Everything appeared as if reflected in mirrors and intertwined with itself. Reality was distorted, resembling a dream or an illusion. Where are we? Lucy asked with difficulty, unable to tear her gaze from the window. Alex, taking a drag from his cigarette, calmly explained, this is the world on the other side of the mirror. A dimension where everything is reflected but doesn't affect the real world. What you're seeing is merely a reflection of reality. The girls were stunned, trying to make sense of what was happening. Lucy forgot about her tears and the question she was about to ask. The world outside the window looked so surreal that it seemed like a dream. Everything that had happened in the past few minutes, Alex's revelation of his identity and the shift to another dimension, had turned their perception of the world upside down. Rebecca, staring out the window, felt Alex's warm hand on her head. She turned to him, realizing that even after learning his true nature, his touch remained the same. Memories of the time she had spent with Alex began surfacing one by one. He had never behaved like a demon from biblical lore, on the contrary, he had been kind, though decisive, especially when it came to work. If he truly were a demon, he wouldn't have been so concerned about the fate of Valerie, who had fallen into the hands of human traffickers. In the end, Rebecca concluded that Alex wasn't who people thought he was. The revealed truth didn't change how she felt about him, and the feelings she had remained the same. Now that you've seen the view, let's sit down and have a calm talk, Alex suggested with a warm smile. The girls nodded silently and returned to the couch. The atmosphere lightened a little, but tension and awkwardness still lingered in the air. Alex patiently waited for one of them to speak first. The silence continued until Alex finished his cigarette and incinerated the butt with fire, which caught the attention of all three. So, there's no organization at all. Lucy was the first to speak, having gathered her thoughts. Alex smirked, looking at Lucy, who had mustered the courage to start the conversation. He wasn't sure if what he did could be called an organization. The assignment had come directly from his father, and the organization consisted of only him. Yes and no, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Lucy frowned, not understanding. This answer didn't satisfy her, and instead of sadness, irritation began to bubble inside her. Can you explain properly? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex sighed deeply and decided to tell what he felt was necessary. All right, he began. I'm not sure you can call it an organization if there's only one member. And that member is me. Lucy nodded, processing his answer, but another question immediately arose. So, the whole story about a group that wanted to cause chaos. Who were they? And why did you say you downplayed events? She asked, gazing intently at Alex. Instead of people, I had to deal with gods, Alex replied, as if discussing something trivial. The girls were stunned by this truth. Instead of people seeking chaos, he had fought against gods. Gloria took the news more calmly, as she had already interacted with goddesses, but for Lucy and Rebecca, it was like a bolt from the blue. You're saying you fought real gods? Rebecca asked, incredulously. Alex nodded and began to briefly explain his battle with the gods, avoiding details that might drag the story out. He talked about how he discovered them, defeated them, and gathered information, without mentioning how brutally he had interrogated them. The story ended with the mention of a battle against a dragon, the final trial in that conflict. Wait. You mean that story about the dragon fight when we first met was true? Rebecca exclaimed, shocked. She was so caught up in the moment that she completely forgot about her other questions. Alex smiled and nodded, though in his memory, that dragon was far from the classic image. Rebecca couldn't stay still. She ran over to Alex, clung to him like a koala, and began shaking him. Tell me already. I've only seen dragons in movies and comics. Come on, don't hold back, she demanded excitedly. Do you two want to hear about it as well? Alex asked Gloria and Lucy, ignoring Rebecca's shaking. Both of them thought for a moment, but eventually nodded, curious about his dragon battle too. Seeing this, Alex invited them to come closer. When they approached, he gently tapped each of them on the forehead. Why did you do that? Lucy asked, covering her forehead with her hands. Just in case. The appearance of this dragon might disappoint you since it was infected, and I'm not sure if there will be any side effects from seeing it. So, I placed a protective spell, just to be safe, Alex explained with a light smile. The girls' hearts warmed. Even at that moment, Alex was thinking only about protecting them. Rebecca stopped shaking him and sat on his lap, eagerly waiting for him to show the battle with the dragon. She didn't care how he did it, she just wanted to see the dragon. Lucy and Gloria also sat close to Alex, leaning on him. They were intrigued by what kind of dragon this was if Alex thought it necessary to protect them, even though it was just a projection. Gloria remembered how Alex had mentioned that he punched the dragon through the entire dungeon, but at the time, she didn't believe him. Now, she had the chance to see it with her own eyes. Alex decided to show the battle using memory magic and projection. To regular people, it might have looked like an epic fight, but for Alex, it was simply a contest between a strong person and a much weaker opponent. He was essentially playing with the dragon, wanting to test its limits. The projection started from the moment Alex was waiting for the dragon on the 18th floor of the dungeon. The girls saw a landscape that looked like something out of a fairy tale. "What is this place?" Lucy asked, turning to Alex. "This is the 18th floor of the dungeon, Rivera. It's a safe zone where adventurers rest before continuing their journey," Alex explained briefly. Lucy nodded, deciding to learn more about the dungeon after watching the battle. The projection showed everything from Alex's point of view, allowing them to see the fight through his eyes. They watched in awe as the ground beneath him trembled, signaling the dragon's approach. When it finally appeared and Alex delivered the first punch, sending the dragon deeper into the dungeon, the girls couldn't help but look at Alex in admiration. "Are you saying you punched the dragon through the entire dungeon?" Gloria asked in amazement. "I told you I literally did that," Alex shrugged. Gloria, who hadn't believed his words before, now saw it for herself and realized just how powerful Alex was. They continued watching, and soon the dragon appeared before them, but it was far from the majestic creature described in legends. "That's the dragon?" Rebecca asked in disbelief, pointing at the abomination before them. "Yes, it was infected with something, but this is only its first form," Alex replied. Rebecca continued watching the battle, and when the dragon entered its second phase, its form became closer to what she had imagined from books and comics. However, now it looked like a creature straight out of a nightmare. Gloria shuddered, grabbing Alex's hand, seeing such a terrifying beast for the first time. But she didn't feel the fear she had expected. That's when she realized why Alex had tapped her forehead before starting the projection. Lucy couldn't take her eyes off the battle, while Rebecca was having fun, laughing at the way Alex kept cracking jokes during the fight. "It looks like you had a good time fighting this creature," Lucy said, turning to him. "At first, I wanted to finish it quickly and go home, but then it shifted to the second form, and I got curious about what else it could transform into." Alex just shrugged. Lucy returned to watching just as Alex cut off the dragon's limb, which immediately transformed into something disgusting with multiple eyes. At that moment, Rebecca couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, especially when Alex yelled at the dragon as it tried to fly away. "I never thought a dragon would want to run away," Gloria said, surprised. "All living creatures have a self-preservation instinct." "The dragon probably decided it was better to gather strength," Alex said, stroking his chin. Although he didn't really care why the dragon ran, it was already doomed. The battle continued, and the girls saw Alex preparing to use a new move. When he slammed the dragon deep into the bottom of the dungeon with incredible force, their jaws dropped. "You're joking, right? How strong are you?" Rebecca asked in amazement. "If I wanted to, I could destroy this city with just my physical strength," Alex replied, without revealing his full power. The girls sighed, realizing that Alex was far stronger than they had imagined. As the battle came to an end and they saw the dragon's final stage, they were stunned. However, a question arose when the dragon called itself the god Erebus. "Why did it call itself a god?" Lucy asked. "Remember when I mentioned a group of losers? Well, Erebus was their leader. Or rather, he was being manipulated, and in the end, he merged with the dragon to become the world's enemy and push humanity to evolve," Alex explained, turning off the projection. Lucy realized that Alex had downplayed his words. The group of villains really existed, but in his world, and everything he had told her was true, though adapted for her world. Lucy nodded, understanding that Alex had not just minimized everything he had gone through. But who was this ancient god, and what did he want from Alex? "You mentioned making some kind of deal. What does that mean?" Rebecca asked, turning to him. "The deal is pretty strange. I need to hunt down this woman's other avatars. If I don't, my family will be in danger. Either I track down all her avatars, or I face her directly and ask her to stop. But honestly, I don't feel like going there just yet," Alex answered, recalling the essence of the deal with Nyarlathotep. The girls nodded, realizing that the deal was indeed unusual. They began to grasp the full extent of what Alex had gone through, and now he had even more problems. If he didn't fulfill his part of the deal, his family would be in danger. "And how did you end up in this world?" Lucy continued, asking a question that had long intrigued her. When I defeated one of her avatars, she appeared and offered me the deal. To motivate me, she blew up her avatar. If I hadn't reacted in time, the entire galaxy would have been destroyed. The explosion opened a rift, and that's how I ended up here. Gloria found me in an alleyway, Alex said, looking at Gloria. He intentionally omitted many details of their conversation, considering them unimportant. Now he was waiting for his castle to be restored and for the Yamato sword to return to his hands, as he couldn't leave this universe without it. In reality, he was comfortable here and wasn't in a hurry to leave. Alex knew the girls might have many more questions, and he was ready to answer them. He looked at Gloria, who was gazing at him apologetically, feeling responsible for everything that had happened, but Alex didn't blame her. He probably would have acted the same way in her place. He mentally thanked the goddesses for helping to soften the blow of the truth for Gloria. Why didn't you tell me right away that you're a demon and engaged to goddesses, she finally asked, looking him in the eyes. This question had been tormenting her from the very beginning, but her guilt about pulling Alex into this situation had held her back from voicing it. Now she had accepted her feelings for him and wanted to hear his thoughts on the matter. Lucy and Rebecca, upon hearing that Alex was engaged to goddesses, looked at him in surprise. Do you have a wife? Rebecca asked, gripping his sleeve with clear astonishment. Not a wife, but fiancés. There are 5 of them, and there might be more later. Right now, I'm engaged to 4 goddesses and 1 elf, Alex replied with a slight smile. These words stunned the girls, but strangely, a sense of relief washed over them when they realized there were multiple fiancés instead of just 1. Gloria merely nodded, as she already knew this from the goddesses themselves. And who are these goddesses and the elf? Lucy asked, looking at him with curiosity. Let me show you and tell you, he answered. Alex created a projection of his family, displaying the moment they were all sitting around the table at a family dinner. When Hestia appeared on the screen, Lucy and Rebecca's eyes widened in surprise. Lucy watched Hestia with interest, then shifted her gaze to Rebecca, who was sitting on Alex's lap at that moment. Their resemblance was striking, as if they were sisters. The only difference lay in the size of their breasts. Hestia had an impressive bust, while Rebecca's was small. Seeing this, Rebecca let out a heavy sigh, comparing herself to Alex's other girls, who had much fuller figures. Do you like big breasts? Rebecca suddenly asked, catching Alex off guard. For a moment, he was taken aback but quickly found his footing with an answer. He didn't care what size a girl's breasts were, big or small. What mattered was that he loved the person as a whole, regardless of physical characteristics. As a wise man once said, a large breast warms the hand, a small one warms the heart, and hips warm the soul. I don't care about size, what matters are our mutual feelings, Alex replied with a light smile. Rebecca smiled contentedly, relaxing and leaning against him. She was in a good mood, as if Alex had confessed that size mattered, she would have had to find ways to adjust herself to his preferences. And what will happen to our relationship now? Lucy asked, posing the obvious question. Everything will remain the same. You just know who I really am now. I like you both too much to let you go. Yes, I'm quite greedy and selfish, Alex confessed with a smile, causing Lucy to blush lightly. And what if I'm against it, she asked, trying to hide her emotions. Remember how I called you princess? Alex asked with a playful smile. Lucy nodded, recalling their conversation. She had really liked it when he called her Moon Princess. Now think of the fairy tales where the demon king kidnaps a princess to marry her. That's what I would do to you, Alex laughed. At his words, Lucy's face instantly turned red, and she looked away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Alex chuckled and then shifted his gaze to Gloria, whose cheeks also flushed after he admitted he liked her. She had already suspected this, especially since he didn't mind her hugs or sleeping next to him. And the morning kiss on the cheek only confirmed her suspicions. When Gloria felt his gaze, her face turned even brighter. And now for the most important thing. Gloria, who let slip my identity? Alex asked, maintaining a serious look. Gloria froze, unsure how to explain what had happened. But his stern gaze indicated that he wouldn't accept excuses. He needed an answer, and nothing more. It was Loki, Gloria whispered, mentally apologizing to the goddess for her slip-up. I see, Alex said quietly, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, Loki, sitting in her room and sipping wine while relaxing with a comedy series, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She jumped and looked around, forgetting that she had just let something slip. But as soon as it dawned on her what she had done, Loki paled, realizing that something unpleasant awaited her when Alex returned. There was no escaping it. She resignedly looked at the half-empty wine bottle and decided to finish it off to forget about the impending reckoning, if only for a little while. I'm not surprised she couldn't hold her tongue, Alex said, squinting. He carefully shifted Rebecca off his lap and summoned Yamato, which had only partially restored. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, he sighed heavily. Alex stepped aside, making several swings to check if the sword worked. However, nothing happened, as if the blade had lost all its power. Rebecca's eyes lit up when she saw Alex summon the sword from thin air, even though it was broken. "What are you doing? And what's with the broken blade?" Lucy asked, looking at Alex with curiosity. Alex swung the blade once more, but realizing that nothing would happen yet again, he sighed again. Until the sword was restored, Loki might have saved her own skin from inevitable punishment. He turned to Lucy and began to explain. "This blade is called Yamato, it can cut through even space itself. It was broken in the last battle, and I wanted to see if I could use it, but it seems I can't yet. And that means the path to my universe is currently closed." Lucy nodded, processing his explanation, but then suddenly froze, realizing that he was planning to leave. Meanwhile, Rebecca couldn't take her eyes off the sword. Her eyes shone with admiration, awakening the weapon enthusiast within her. "Do you want to go back home?" Lucy asked, looking at Alex with concern. "I just wanted to check." "But aren't you curious about what the world I came from looks like?" Alex replied, raising an eyebrow. Lucy let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to leave them, he just intended to show them his world. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in seeing another world. After all, everything she had seen so far was the dungeon, and the most beautiful place in her life was the 18th floor, which felt like paradise. Rebecca couldn't sit still, she ran up to Alex, grabbed his hand, and started shaking it. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, knowing that Alex understood her love for weapons. "What else do you have besides this blade?" she asked enthusiastically. Smiling at her excitement, Alex summoned Beowulf and showed it to Rebecca, who immediately began examining the weapon like a curious child. She touched it, her eyes shining with delight. "Do you have anything magical?" she pressed on, looking at Alex. Nodding, Alex decided to show her his spear. The cushion where Gur had been sleeping suddenly transformed into a spear, and he rolled off it onto the floor without waking up. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound and saw Gur curled up, continuing to sleep. Rebecca's eyes widened. "This is Chastafol, the spear of the Fairy King," Alex said as the spear began to float next to him. Rebecca approached the spear and, as if in a trance, began to cautiously circle around it, occasionally touching the weapon with reverence, as if it were a true treasure before her. In some sense, it truly was. "You can touch it, just don't try to lift it, it's quite heavy," Alex warned, watching her excitement with a smile. Alex settled back into his spot between Lucy and Gloria, continuing to observe Rebecca as she eagerly explored the spear. He began to explain what it was capable of, detailing how the spear could change its forms. With each new description, Rebecca's eyes sparkled brighter, and her interest blazed like an unquenchable fire. When Alex finished his explanation, Rebecca returned to him with a satisfied smile and, without any ceremony, plopped down onto his lap, snuggling against his chest with her head resting on him. She was thrilled with everything she had learned today, and her thoughts were already spinning around how to convince Alex to create magical weapons for her. A cunning plan began to form in her mind. "So what are you planning to do now?" Lucy asked, shifting her gaze from Rebecca to Alex. "What I had planned. First, I need to find a new apartment. This one is too small for me to set up a workshop. Also, I need to take on more work to help Gloria fulfill her dream of getting to the moon so she can scatter David's ashes there." Alex replied, squeezing Gloria's hand to confirm that he hadn't forgotten his promise. Gloria, hearing Alex's words, nervously squeezed his hand, but when he reminded her of her dream, she relaxed. Alex was her support, even though he could have chosen not to help. "Why don't you just use your magic to get there?" Rebecca asked, stating the obvious. "Because Gloria wants to do everything fairly." Alex replied with a smirk, casting a guilty glance at Gloria, who insisted that she wanted to earn the trip on her own. Gloria averted her gaze, avoiding the judgmental looks from Lucy and Rebecca. Yes, it would be easier with magic, but she wanted to achieve this like an ordinary person. "All right, no need to look at her like that," Alex interjected. "She just wants to reach her goal without magic, and I respect her for that." "Well, at least I'm trying to help her as much as an ordinary person can." Lucy and Rebecca exchanged understanding glances, agreeing with Gloria's choice. They understood her desire to go through this challenge on her own, without magic. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You already know the main part of how I ended up here. Is there anything else you're curious about?" Alex offered, looking at the girls. "Tell us about your family," Lucy requested, looking intently into his eyes. Alex nodded and began to share stories about his life. He spoke of how he first met Hestia, his acquaintances, other goddesses, and friends. The more he talked, the more the girls immersed themselves in his stories. When Rebecca heard about Lily and Haruheim, her face twisted with anger, and she nearly jumped up, vowing to personally deal with those who had treated the girls so cruelly. Alex also mentioned inviting Daphne and Cassandra to join Hestia's family and what it meant to be part of such a family. Gradually, thanks to his stories, the tension in the room dissipated, and the atmosphere filled with laughter. Alex's tales of his life and family brought them all closer together, and each new detail of his past became increasingly valuable to them. To be continued. What worlds would you like to see after Cyberpunk? You can leave your comments here or in Chapter 0. Chapter 99, Moving to the New House. Alex sat between the girls, recounting his adventures in the world of Danmachi, starting from his first descent into the dungeon and his victory over a giant monster. Unfortunately, he couldn't give the girls an outside view of his adventures, so he used a projection from his own perspective. Even though they were seeing everything through his eyes, it didn't lessen their interest at all. The girls occasionally asked questions about magic, trying to learn what else Alex was capable of. But his explanations weren't enough for the curious Rebecca, who wanted not just to listen but to see everything with her own eyes. "Can you show us one of your magic tricks?" Rebecca asked, gently tugging on his sleeve. Alex thought it wasn't a bad idea to demonstrate a couple of spells. After all, this world relied more on technology, and magic here was only shown by street magicians pulling cheap tricks on passers-by. He carefully lifted Rebecca off his lap and stood, stepping back a few paces to set up his show. But at the last moment, a funny idea popped into his head, and he decided to play a little prank on them. "Ta-da! Magic!" Alex declared, clasping his hands together and slowly spreading them apart. A rainbow appeared between his palms. Gloria let out a tired sigh, as she had seen this trick before. The first time Alex had shown her a rainbow at arm's length, she had even fainted from shock. Lucy, however, looked back and forth between the rainbow and Alex, as if not believing that was all there was. Rebecca, like a curious child, approached and started poking the colorful arc with her finger. "And this is your magic? Couldn't you come up with something more interesting?" Lucy asked with a slight smirk, raising an eyebrow. Alex puffed up at her words. What did she mean by more interesting? Could anyone else hold a rainbow in their hands? But quickly realizing that with local technology, such a trick could easily be replicated, he sighed, clapped his hands, and the rainbow vanished. When Gloria first saw this, she fainted from shock, Alex said, pouting, pointing at Gloria. Lucy and Rebecca looked at her, but Gloria just turned her gaze away. Growing up in a world of technology, she wasn't prepared for magic and initially had trouble coping with it. However, over time, she adapted to Alex's magical displays, which became something mundane to her. Now, instead of shock, she felt envy toward the opportunities magic gave Alex. Even simple apartment cleaning spells annoyed her. "Maybe show us something else?" Gloria suggested, trying to change the subject. Alex nodded and pondered what to show that wouldn't be too overwhelming with destructive spells. After a moment, an idea came to him, and he decided to show them something he used to confuse those hunting him. "Well, I think this will do," Alex said and began to glow. A bright light filled the room, making the girls squint their eyes shut. When the light faded, they saw Alex in a new form. Lucy, the first to open her eyes, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She pinched her leg to make sure she wasn't dreaming, even feeling a warm drop run down her nose, which she quickly wiped away. Gloria couldn't hold back a surprised gasp and began imagining passionate thoughts about Alex's new form. Rebecca, standing the closest, giggled foolishly, not even noticing the drool escaping her lips. "So, what do you think?" Alex asked, standing before them in the form of a nine-tailed fox. His fluffy tail swayed softly behind him, mesmerizing the girls. Alex had used a spell similar to the one Lily used to evade pursuers, and he'd been wanting to use it again for a while. "Are those real?" Lucy asked, trying hard not to look at the tails. "Want to find out?" Alex smirked, inviting her to come closer. Lucy nervously swallowed, but her curiosity won out, and she cautiously reached out, trying to touch one of the tails. Rolling his eyes at her hesitation, Alex wrapped one of the tails around her body. Lucy froze for a moment, but soon relaxed, feeling the soft, fluffy tail encircle her. "Anyone else?" Alex asked the others. "Say no more." Rebecca squealed and immediately wrapped another tail around herself, giggling happily. Rebecca pressed her face into Alex's tail, giggling foolishly, as if she couldn't get enough of the soft touch. Not wanting to feel left out, Gloria carefully approached, and Alex wrapped a tail around her as well, as if saying, "Don't worry, I won't leave you out either." Feeling the softness of the tail, Gloria almost melted from the pleasure, as if turning into a soft mass from the incredible sensation. When Rebecca finally lifted her head, having stopped snuggling with the tail, her curiosity got the better of her. "What else can you show us?" she asked, still rubbing her cheeks against Alex's tail. Alex smirked, deciding to tease the girls a bit. He made up his mind to take on another form, but first, he removed the tails, which caused disgruntled groans, especially from Rebecca, who grumbled that there was no need to get rid of the tails just to show off another spell. Once again, a blinding light filled the room, and the girls instinctively closed their eyes. When they opened them, Alex was nowhere to be seen. "Alex, where are you?" Lucy asked in surprise, looking around. "I'm here," a childlike voice replied. All three of them simultaneously looked down and saw Alex, now in the form of a little boy. Their minds seemed to overload from the unexpected twist. Gloria couldn't help but imagine what their children with Alex might look like. Her heart tightened as she remembered her son, David, whom she had lost not long ago. Sadness once again enveloped her, and Alex, noticing this, gently took her hand in a gesture of comfort. "Hey, now I'm taller than you," Rebecca smirked, comparing her height to Alex's childlike form. Holding Gloria's hand, Alex frowned at her teasing remark. But then his face lit up with a wide smile, as if he had thought of something amusing. "I'm 10 years old now, and you're almost 20. I'll still grow, but you won't," he said in an innocent childlike voice. Gloria, immersed in her sorrowful thoughts, couldn't help but laugh. Alex's words sounded so sweet, yet they were a real blow to Rebecca's pride. She clutched her chest as if she had taken critical damage. It became clear that she would never outgrow her petite frame, especially compared to her tall brother, Pilar, and other members of their team. "But don't worry, I still love you," Alex added with childlike innocence, making a heart shape with his fingers right in front of her face. Rebecca looked up at the heart shape, and though it bothered her at first, she soon remembered that Alex also had short girls in his family, like Hestia, who was the same height as her. Smiling, she stood up from the floor, deciding to get her revenge for this joke sometime in the future. "Wait, are you telling me you're 10 years old right now?" Lucy finally spoke up, still processing what she had seen. "Exactly. This spell changes the caster's age," Alex explained, returning to his adult form. Lucy nodded, realizing that this spell could be dangerous, especially because of the inappropriate thoughts she had when she saw child Alex. Stretching to relax his muscles after the transformation, Alex glanced at the time. "I think we can call it a day. It's time to get some sleep," he said, snapping his fingers to return the apartment to its normal dimension. The girls agreed. The day had been full of surprises. First, they came to visit Gloria, but ended up discovering Alex's true identity. Now they all felt a strong sense of fatigue, especially Rebecca, who began yawning and didn't even notice her eyes starting to close. However, the question arose, where were they all going to sleep? "And where will we sleep?" Gloria asked, realizing that the couch was clearly not meant for 4 people. "I've got a solution," Alex confidently declared, giving a thumbs up. He asked the girls to step back and, after moving the coffee table away from the couch, reached into his inventory, pulling out a massive bed. All 3 of them stared in shock, their mouths hanging open. No one expected him to carry something like that with him. "Why do you have a big bed with you?" Lucy asked in bewilderment as she watched Alex carefully lower it to the floor. Alex set the bed down and, dusting off his hands, nodded proudly, satisfied with himself. He mentally patted himself on the back for his foresight. After all, who else would think to store a massive bed in their inventory? When Lucy asked her question, Alex turned his head, trying to come up with the best way to explain his decision. "Well, I've spoiled Hestia," Alex shrugged, as if it had nothing to do with him. "So I carry this bed with me just in case I have to spend the night away from home." Lucy thought there might be a more important reason for carrying such a huge bed around, but it turned out he had simply given in to the whims of the goddess who couldn't sleep on anything less soft. Rebecca didn't pay much attention to it. She quickly tossed off her jacket and dove headfirst onto the bed, rolling around in delight. "This is the softest bed I've ever slept on," Rebecca said, rolling from one side to the other. Alex shook his head, watching the little whirlwind, and pulled out 4 pillows and a large blanket from his inventory so everyone could settle in comfortably. Meanwhile, Gloria went to take a quick shower before bed. Alex didn't need any water procedures. He used magic to change into shorts and a t-shirt. Noticing that Rebecca and Lucy were still in their street clothes, Alex handed them a couple of his own outfits. "Change, I don't want you sleeping in my clean bed wearing the clothes you walked around in," he said, passing the clothes over. Lucy took the clothes and noticed that all of Alex's t-shirts and shorts were of the same style and colors, blue, red, and black. But setting the thought aside, she headed to the bathroom to change after Gloria. Rebecca, without a second thought, slipped into Alex's t-shirt and ignored the shorts. The shirt was long enough to cover everything that needed covering. Alex settled on the couch and waited for the girls to take their places. Like a true gremlin, Rebecca snuck under the blanket and popped out right in front of Alex's face, resting her head on his chest. Gloria got comfortable beside him, placing her head on his shoulder, and Lucy, after coming out of the shower, took the free spot on the other side. "Good night," Alex said, closing his eyes. In the morning, Alex woke up to a strange sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw a foot pressed right against his nose. It wasn't hard to guess whose foot it was. Apparently, Rebecca had turned over in her sleep. Rolling his eyes, Alex was about to wake up this little chaos, but then Rebecca had a dream and suddenly kicked, landing a solid hit on his nose. A vein pulsed ominously on Alex's forehead, and unable to hold back, he grabbed her foot and started tickling it in retaliation. Rebecca woke up from a sudden burst of laughter, wriggling and giggling. Alex stopped when she was already breathless from laughing, and she looked at him with a pout. "Why did you do that?" she asked, looking at Alex. "What do you mean, why?" Alex rolled his eyes. "You just kicked me in the nose, and now you're surprised." Rebecca wanted to protest, but when she saw the red mark on his nose, clearly from her own doing, she couldn't find anything to say. Huffing, she turned away and laid back down on the couch. Alex glanced around to check if Gloria and Lucy were awake. Gloria was already sitting at the table with a cup of coffee, while Lucy was in the bathroom. Satisfied that everything was in order, Alex sat down next to Gloria, poured himself a cup of coffee, and began thinking about the day's plans. "I think it's time to move," he said, taking a sip. "After the last mission, I have enough money to rent a bigger apartment." Gloria thought for a moment. She didn't mind changing the scenery either, this apartment held too many unpleasant memories. "Have you chosen a place?" she asked. Alex raised his index finger, indicating where he planned to move. He had often browsed housing sites, but most options either didn't suit the location or were too expensive. Gloria didn't understand his gesture and asked him to explain. "I want to move to the upper floors of the mega buildings. When I was researching the market, I found that there are apartments up there that would be perfect for me," Alex replied. Gloria nodded, agreeing with his choice, and they continued their breakfast. After her shower, Lucy joined them at the table to eat as well. Despite wanting to keep sleeping on the softest bed she'd ever experienced, Rebecca couldn't resist the smell of food and, giving in to temptation, hurried to the table. She ate with such focus that she barely paid attention to the others. Noticing that everyone had gathered at the table, Alex suggested to Lucy and Rebecca that they move in with him, now that they knew who he really was, and their relationship had reached a new level. Without hesitation, Rebecca immediately agreed, mentioning only that she'd need to grab her things from home. Alex nodded, then turned his gaze to Lucy, waiting for her decision. "I don't mind either. Actually, it looks like I don't really have a choice." "Like you said yesterday, you'd kidnap me if I refused," Lucy smiled. "You catch on quick," Alex confirmed her words, giving a thumbs up. Once breakfast was over, Alex and Gloria headed to the building manager to inform him about their move and to rent a new apartment on the upper floors. Entering the office, the chubby manager, who had once experienced Alex's wrath, flinched at the sight of the men who had almost thrown him out of a window. Alex, with a wide grin, sat down across from him, only intensifying the manager's anxiety as he began to sweat like a pig. "Long time no see, my friend," Alex began, settling into the chair and continuing to smile. Gloria sat beside him, watching the situation unfold. The manager, on the other hand, didn't know what to expect and was trying to recall if he had broken any of their previous agreements. When it became clear he hadn't made any mistakes, he relaxed a bit and asked in a stuttering voice. "How can I help you?" "Don't worry, I'm here for something else today. We're moving and would like to rent an apartment on the upper floors," Alex calmly explained, trying to ease his nerves. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow in relief and switched to professional mode, offering several apartment options. One of them caught Alex's eye, a 2-story apartment with enough rooms for the girls to have their own space, while he could set up a workshop. The lease was signed under Gloria's name since Alex didn't have any documents in this world, nor did he need them. After signing the lease, Alex and Gloria returned to the apartment to prepare for the move. Alex woke up GIR to help Gloria with her relocation, while he went to assist Lucy and Rebecca in packing their things. Just as they were about to leave the apartment, Alex received a phone call. "Moshi Moshi," Alex answered, bringing the phone to his ear. "Your greetings are getting weirder," came the voice of Dorio over the line. Alex merely chuckled, intrigued about why she was calling at such a time. "Yo, Dory, what can I do for you?" he asked. "Maine and I are going on vacation for a week, and a package arrived for Pillar. Can you deliver it?" she explained. "No problem, I'm heading there anyway." "Rebecca is moving in with me," Alex said, glancing at Rebecca, who smiled widely. "Congrats. I was wondering when you two would finally live together," Dorio laughed. "Thanks. By the way, I'm glad you called. I wanted to give you something yesterday but forgot," Alex added with a grin. Dorio was puzzled until she received a file with an unusual title. Upon opening it, she froze in surprise. "Alex, what are these data?" she asked in a stunned voice. "These are my research findings on Sandy. From what I understand, Maine plans to install it, and this information will be useful to him," Alex calmly explained. As Dorio reviewed the file, she realized that Alex had put significant effort into this matter. In particular, she noted the warning that excessive use of Sandy could lead to cyberpsychosis. Recognizing the importance of the information, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Alex. I'll pass this on to Maine." "That's what friends are for," Alex smiled, wrapping up the conversation. Once they reached the parking lot, Rebecca and Lucy were curious about what had been discussed. Alex explained that Maine was planning to install Sandy, a cyber implant that could cause cyberpsychosis if overused. Intrigued, Rebecca asked him to forward the information, while Lucy decided to put off looking into it for later. Where are we heading first, to Rebecca's or Lucy's? Alex asked, looking at the girls. I can manage on my own, so go with Rebecca. I have a few things, I can take the subway, Lucy suggested, making the decision for everyone. Alex shook his head at her mention of the subway, scanning the surrounding parking area. His gaze landed on an old, rusty car that seemed to have been sitting there for years. He approached it, mentally deciding to create another mode of transportation in case they needed to travel with a larger group. Rebecca and Lucy watched curiously as he demonstrated his magic. Right before their eyes, the old, half-broken car began to transform. In an instant, a sleek black beauty stood before them. What model is this? Lucy asked, inspecting the car. This is a 1968 Chevrolet Impala. A classic. Every guy dreams of having one, Alex said proudly, gently running his hand over the hood. Lucy shook her head slightly upon hearing the fondness in his voice as he spoke about the car and continued her inspection. Why did you create it? Rebecca asked, peering inside the cabin. I can't let Lucy walk home, so I decided to make this beauty, Alex replied with a satisfied smile. Lucy was touched by Alex's concern, and she couldn't help but smile back at him. Well then, Miss Lucy, we present you with a unique choice. How would you like to get home? In this brand new car, or would you prefer a motorcycle? Alex said playfully, holding an imaginary microphone up to her face. Playing along with his joke, Lucy smirked and, after a moment of thought, made her decision. I'll take the motorcycle, she said, pointing to a nearby bike. Alex nodded, grabbed his katana from the motorcycle, and waved cheerfully as Lucy rode away. His spirits lifted suddenly, as if he had just received a gift. Slumping into the driver's seat, Alex happily felt the steering wheel of the new car, as if savoring his victory. Can we leave already? Rebecca asked with a hint of sarcasm, watching Alex still admiring the vehicle. All right. But first, we need to grab the package for your brother, Alex replied, finally starting the engine. On the way to Rebecca's house, Alex picked up the package for Pillar. He was curious about what he had ordered, but Rebecca, without a second thought, opened the box and showed him a couple of shiny golden cybernetic arms. Alex didn't understand the obsession with cyber implants but never imposed his opinions on others. However, one curious question kept surfacing in his mind: what would happen if complete healing were applied to a person with cyber implants? Would the limbs grow over them, or would the implants just get pushed out? Would it be painful, or would the person feel nothing? These thoughts wouldn't leave him alone, and he knew he would soon be able to test this in practice. After all, Lucy had promised to help him find those responsible for Gloria's accident. I hope it hurts, Alex thought quietly, involuntarily breaking into a broad smile. When they arrived at the apartment where Rebecca and Pillar lived, Alex was about to knock, but Rebecca burst inside, loudly shouting. Bro, I'm here for my things. I'm moving in with Alex. Pillar, who was busy with his own affairs, heard her shout and came out of his room to see what was happening. Upon seeing Alex with a package in his hands and a slightly embarrassed smile, he realized that Rebecca was indeed moving out. He felt a bit sad that his sister was leaving him, but at the same time, he was happy for her. Well, finally, you and my sister have decided to move in together. I'm so proud of you, Pillar said in a deliberately dramatic tone, wiping away tears. Alex's eye twitched nervously at Pillar's theatrical behavior, and he could only shake his head. Without further ado, he handed the package to Pillar, who immediately opened it and smiled like a child receiving a long-awaited gift. Oh, finally. My beauties. I've waited so long for them, Pillar exclaimed joyfully, pressing the cyber arms to his cheek as if they were his personal treasure. However, a moment later, Pillar suddenly stopped demonstrating his childish delight and looked at Alex with a serious expression, which surprised him a bit. How did she sleep last night? Pillar unexpectedly asked, staring intently at Alex. Like a real gremlin, Alex replied with a smirk. She even managed to kick me in the nose, he added, pointing to his nose. Pillar sighed with relief. He knew that Rebecca sometimes suffered from nightmares due to her troubled past. In the past, Pillar himself had slept next to her to help her feel safe. Alex understood why Pillar had asked that question. Rebecca had told him about her past. Like Valerie, she had been betrayed by her own parents, sold into slavery. If it hadn't been for Pillar, she would have faced an even worse fate. Her nightmares were still tied to the time she spent at the child trafficking base, watching as some children were taken away while others were brought in. When Alex learned about this, his desire to go back in time and throw those traffickers and Rebecca's parents into the abyss of chaos only intensified. I hope you can protect her. Though I'm sure you can. Former secret agent, Pillar said in a confidential tone, patting Alex on the shoulder. I will protect her at all costs, Alex replied seriously, even if I have to burn this city to the ground. Pillar simply nodded, realizing that Alex was indeed capable of that. During their conversation, Alex suggested that Pillar improve his cyber implants in honor of their new family bond. Pillar pondered this proposal. Although he enjoyed upgrading his implants himself, he was intrigued by what Alex was capable of. Meanwhile, Rebecca had already gathered her things and came out of her room with 2 huge bags in her hands. A blanket was draped over her shoulder like a superhero's cape. Alex couldn't help but laugh at her improvised outfit. "Well, are you ready?" he asked, smiling at Super Rebecca. She nodded and placed the bags in front of Alex, who easily lifted them. Rebecca approached her brother to say goodbye. Pillar hugged her with a smile, reminding her to behave. In response, Rebecca just huffed and lightly punched him in the stomach to hide her embarrassment. Alex said goodbye to Pillar and stepped outside after her. After tossing the bags into the trunk, he turned to Rebecca with a wide smile. "Now a new life begins," Alex said confidently. "And a fun one," Rebecca added enthusiastically. Alex laughed, started the engine, and they drove toward home. Thoughts about creating a cult still swirled in his mind. How to deal with those responsible for Gloria's accident? Should he create chaos or act more elegantly? The answers would come as soon as he obtained the footage from the cameras. But for now, he could enjoy a brief moment of peaceful life. To be continued.